Preface of Apologia Pro Vita Sua. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill McGilvery. Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. The following history of my religious opinions, now that it is detached from the context in which it originally stood, requires some preliminary explanation, and that, not only in order to introduce it generally to the reader, but specially to make him understand how I came to write a whole book about myself, and about my most private thoughts and feelings. Did I consult indeed my own impulses, I should do my best simply to wipe out of my volume and consign to oblivion every trace of the circumstances to which it is to be ascribed. But its original title of Apologia is too exactly borne out by its matter and structure, and these again are too suggestive of correlative circumstances, and those circumstances are of too grave a character to allow of my indulging so natural a wish. And therefore, though in this new edition I have managed to omit nearly 100 pages of my original volume, which I could safely consider to be of merely ephemeral importance, I am even for that very reason obliged, by way of making up for their absence, to prefix to my narrative some account of the provocation out of which it arose. It is now more than 20 years that a vague impression to my disadvantage has rested on the popular mind, as if my conduct towards the Anglican Church, while I was a member of it, was inconsistent with Christian simplicity and uprightness. An impression of this kind was almost unavoidable under the circumstances of the case, when a man who had written strongly against a cause, and had collected a party round him by virtue of such writings, gradually faltered in his opposition to it, unsaid his words, threw his own friends into perplexity, and their proceedings into confusion, and ended by passing over to the side of those whom he had so vigorously denounced. Sensitive, then, as I have ever been, of the imputations which have been so freely cast upon me, I have never felt much impatience under them, as considering them to be a portion of the penalty which I naturally and justly incurred by my change of religion, even though they were to continue as long as I lived. I left their removal to a future day, when personal feelings would have died out, and documents would see the light, which were as yet buried in closets or scattered through the country. This was my state of mind, as it had been for many years, when, in the beginning of 1864, I unexpectedly found myself publicly put upon my defense, and furnished with an opportunity of pleading my cause before the world, and, as it so happened, with a fair prospect of an impartial hearing. Taken indeed by surprise, as I was, I had much reason to be anxious how I should be able to acquit myself in so serious a matter. However, I had long had a tacit understanding with myself that, in the improbable event of a challenge being formally made to me by a person of name, it would be my duty to meet it. That opportunity had now occurred. It never might occur again. Not to avail myself of it at once would be virtually to give up my cause accordingly. I took advantage of it, and as it turned out, the circumstance that no time was allowed me for any studied statements has compensated, in the equitable judgment of the public, for such imperfections in composition as my want of leisure involved. It was in the number of January 1864 of a magazine of wide circulation, and in an article upon Queen Elizabeth, that a popular writer took occasion formerly to accuse me by name of thinking so lightly of the virtue of veracity as in set terms to have countenanced and defended that neglect of it which he at the same time imputed to the Catholic priesthood. His words were these, quote, "Truth, for its own sake, had never been a virtue with the Roman clergy. Father Newman informs us that it need not, and on the whole ought not to be, that cunning is the weapon which heaven has given to the saints, wherewith to withstand the brute male force of the wicked world, which marries and is given in marriage. Whether his notion be doctrinal, correct or not, it is at least historically so." Close quote. These assertions, going far beyond the popular prejudice entertained against me, had no foundation whatever in fact. I never had said, I never had dreamed of saying, that truth for its own sake need not, and on the whole ought not to be, a virtue with the Roman clergy, or that cunning is a weapon which heaven has given to the saints, wherewith to withstand the wicked world. To what work of mine then could the writer be referring? In a correspondence which ensued upon the subject between him and myself, he rested his charge against me on a sermon of mine, preached before I was a Catholic, in the pulpit of my church at Oxford, and he gave me to understand that, after having done as much of this, he was not bound, over and above such a general reference to my sermon, to specify the passage of it, in which the doctrine, which he imputed to me, was contained. On my part, I considered this not enough, and I demanded of him to bring out his proof of his accusation in form and in detail, or to confess he was unable to do so. But he persevered in his refusal to cite any distinct passage from any writing of mine, and though he consented to withdraw his charge, he would not do so on the issue of its truth or falsehood, but simply on the ground that I assure him that I had had no intention of incurring it. This did not satisfy my sense of justice. Formally to charge me with committing a fault is one thing. To allow that I did not intend to commit it is another. It is no satisfaction to me, if a man accuses me of this offense, for him to profess that he does not accuse me of that, but he thought differently. Not being able then to gain redress in the quarter where I had a right to ask it, I appealed to the public. I published the correspondence in the shape of a pamphlet, with some remarks of my own at the end on the course which that correspondence had taken. This pamphlet, which appeared in the first week of February, received a reply from my accuser towards the end of March, in another pamphlet of 48 pages, entitled, "What then does Mr. Newman mean?" in which he professed to do that which I had called upon him to do, that is, he brought together a number of extracts from various works of mine, Catholic and Anglican, with the object of showing that if I was to be acquitted of the crime of teaching and practicing deceit and dishonesty, according to his first supposition, it was at the price of my being considered no longer responsible for my actions, for, as he expressed it, I had a human reason once, no doubt, but I had gambled it away, and I had worked my mind into that morbid state in which nonsense was the only food for which it hungered, and that it could not be called a hasty or far-fetched or unfounded mistake when he concluded that I did not care for truth for its own sake, or teach my disciples to regard it as a virtue. And though too many prefer the charge of insincerity to that of incipience, Dr. Newman seemed not to be of that number. He ended his pamphlet by returning to his original imputation against me, which he had professed to abandon. Alluding by anticipation to my probable answer to what he was then publishing, He professed his heartfelt embarrassment how he was to believe anything I might say in my exculpation, in the plain and literal sense of the words. I am henceforth, he said, in doubt and fear, as much as an honest man can be, concerning every word Dr. Newman may write. How can I tell that I shall not be the dupe of some cunning equivocation, of one of these kinds laid down as permissible by the blessed St. Alfonso da Ligure and his pupils, even when confirmed with an oath, because then we do not deceive our neighbors, but allow him to deceive himself? How can I tell that I may not in this pamphlet have made an accusation of the truth, of which Dr. Newman is perfectly conscious, and that, as I, a heretic Protestant, have no business to make it, he has a full right to deny it? Even if I could have found it consistent with my duty to my own reputation to leave such an elaborate impeachment of my moral nature unanswered, my duty to my brethren in the Catholic priesthood would have forbidden such a course. They were involved in the charges which this writer, all along, from the original passage in the magazine to the very last paragraph of the pamphlet, had so confidently, so pertinaciously made. In exculpating myself, it was plain I should be pursuing no mere personal quarrel. I was offering my humble services to a sacred cause. I was making my protest in behalf of a large body of men of higher character, of honest and religious minds, and of sensitive honor, who had their place and their right in this world, though they were ministers of the world unseen, and who were insulted by my accuser, as the above extracts from him sufficiently show, not only in my person, but directly and pointedly in their own. Accordingly, I at once set about writing the Apologia Pro Vita Sua, of which the present volume is a new edition. And it was a great reward to me to find, as the controversy proceeded, such large numbers of my clerical brethren supporting me by their sympathy in the course which I was pursuing, and, as occasion offered, bestowing on me the formal and public expression of their approbation. These testimonials in my behalf, so important and so grateful to me, are, together with the letter, sent to me with the same purpose from my bishop, contained in the last pages of this volume. This edition differs from the first form of the Apologia as follows. The original work consisted of 7 parts, which were published in series of consecutive Thursdays between April 21 and June 2nd. An appendix, in answer to specific allegations urged against me in the pamphlet of accusation, appeared on June 16th. Of these, Part 1 and Part 2, as being for the most part directly controversial, are omitted in this edition, excepting certain passages in them which are subjoined to this preface as being necessary for the due explanation of the subsequent 5 parts. These, being 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the Apologia, are here numbered as chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, respectively. Of the appendix, about half has been omitted, for the same reason as had led to the omission of parts 1 and 2. The rest of it is thrown into the shape of notes of a discursive character, with 2 new ones on liberalism and the lives of the English saints of 1843-1844, and another new in part on ecclesiastical miracles. In the body of the work, the only addition of consequence is the letter which is found on page 228, a copy of which has recently come into my possession. I should add that since writing the Apologia last year, I have seen for the first time Mr. Oakley's Notes on the Tractarian Movement. This work remarkably corroborates the substance of my narrative. while the kind terms in which he speaks of me personally call for my sincere gratitude. May 2nd, 1865. I make these extracts from the first edition of my Apologia, Part 1, page 3, pages 20 to 25, and Part 2, pages 29 to 31, and pages 41 to 51, in order to set before the reader the drift I had in writing my volume. I cannot be sorry to have forced my accuser to bring out in fullness his charges against me. It is far better that he should discharge his thoughts upon me in my lifetime than after I am dead. Under the circumstances, I am happy in having the opportunity of reading the worst that can be said of me by a writer who has taken pains with his work and is well satisfied with it. I account it a gain to be surveyed from without by one who hates the principles which are nearest to my heart, has no personal knowledge of me to set right his misconceptions of my doctrine, and who has some motives or other to be as severe with me as he can possibly be. But I really feel sad for what I am obliged now to say. I am in warfare with him, but I wish him no ill. It is very difficult to get up resentment towards persons whom one has never seen. It is easy enough to be irritated with friends or foes vis-à-vis, but though I am writing with all my heart against what he has said of me, I am not conscious of personal unkindness towards himself. I think it necessary to write as I am writing, for my own sake, and for the sake of the Catholic priesthood. But I wish to impute nothing worse of him than that he has been furiously carried away by his feelings. Yet what I shall say of the upshot of all this talk of my economies and equivocations and the like? What is the precise work which it is directed to effect? I am at war with him, but there is such a thing as legitimate warfare. War has its laws. There are things which may fairly be done, and things which may not be done. I say it with shame and with stern sorrow. He has attempted a great transgression. He has attempted, as I may call it, to poison the wells. I will quote him and explain what I mean. He says, quote, "I am henceforth in doubt and fear, as much as any honest man can be, concerning every word Dr. Newman may write. How can I tell that I shall not be the dupe of some cunning equivocation, of one of the three kinds laid down as permissible by Blessed Alfonso da Liguori and his pupils, even when confirmed by an oath, because then we do not deceive our neighbor, but allow him to deceive himself? It is admissible, therefore, to use words and sentences which have a double signification, and leave the hapless hearer to take which of them he may choose. What proof have I, then, that by mean it I never said it? Dr. Newman does not signify. I did not say it, but I did mean it?" Close quote. Now these insinuations and questions shall be answered in their proper place. Here I will but say that I scorn and detest lying and quibbling and double-tongued practice, and slyness and cunning, and smoothness and cant and pretense quite as much as any Protestant hates me, and I pray to be kept from the snare of them. But all this is just now by the by. My present subject is my accuser. What I insist upon here is this unmanly attempt of his, in his concluding pages, to cut the ground from under my feet, to poison by anticipation the public mind against me, John Henry Newman, and to infuse into the imaginations of my readers suspicion and mistrust of everything that I may say in reply to him. This I call poisoning the wells. I am henceforth in doubt and fear, he says, as much as any honest man can be concerning every word Dr. Newman may write. How can I tell that I shall not be the dupe of some cunning equivocation. Well, I can only say, that if his taunt is to take effect, I am but wasting my time in saying a word in answer to his calumnies, and this is precisely what he knows and intends to be its fruit. I can hardly get myself to protest against a method of controversy so base and cruel, lest in doing so I should be violating my self-respect and self-possession, but most base and most cruel it is. We all know how our imagination runs away with us, how suddenly and at what a pace the saying, "Caesar's wife should not be suspected," is an instance of what I mean. The habitual prejudice, the humor of the moment, is the turning point which leads us to read a defense in a good sense or a bad. We interpret it by our antecedent impressions. The very same sentiment, according to our jealousy, is or is not awake, or our aversion stimulated, are tokens of truth or of dissimulation and pretense. There is a story of a sane person being by mistake shut up in the wards of a lunatic asylum, and that, when he pleads his cause to some strangers visiting the establishment, the only remarks he elicits in answer was, "How naturally he talks! You would think he was in his senses." Controversies should be decided by the reason. Is it legitimate warfare to appeal to the misgivings of the public mind and to its dislikings? Anyhow, if my accuser is able thus to practice upon my readers, the more I succeed, the less will be my success. If I am natural, he will tell them, "Ars est celere artem." If I am convincing, he will suggest that I am an able logician. If I show warmth, am acting the indignant innocent. If I am calm, I am thereby detected as a smooth hypocrite. If I clear up difficulties, I am too plausible and perfect to be true. The more triumphant are my statements, the more certain will be my defeat. So will it be if my accuser succeeds in his maneuver, but I do not for an instant believe that he will. Whatever judgment my readers may eventually form of me from these pages, I am confident that they will believe me in what I shall say in the course of them. I have no misgivings at all that they will be ungenerous or harsh towards a man who has been so long before the eyes of the world, who has so many to speak of him from personal knowledge, whose natural impulse it has ever been to speak out, who has ever spoken too much rather than too little, who would have saved himself many a scrap if he had been wise enough to hold his tongue, who has ever been fair to the doctrines and arguments of his opponents, who has never slurred over facts and reasoning which told against himself, who has never given his name or authority to proof which he thought unsound, or to testimony which he did not think at least plausible, who has never shrunk from confessing a fault when he felt that he had committed one, who has ever consulted for others more than for himself, who has given up much that he loved and prized and could have retained, but that he loved honesty better than name, and truth better than dear friends. End of Preface, Part 1. Preface, Part 2 of the Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGilvray. Preface, Part 2. What then shall be the special imputation against which I shall throw myself in these pages, out of the 1,001 which my accuser directs upon me? I mean to confine myself to one, for there is only one about which I much care, the charge of untruthfulness. He may cast upon me as many other imputations as he pleases, and they may stick on me as long as they can, in the course of nature, they will fall to the ground in their season. And indeed, I think the same of the charge of untruthfulness, and select it from the rest, not because it is more formidable, but because it is more serious. Like the rest, it may disfigure me for a time, but it will not stain. Archbishop Whately used to say, "Throw dirt enough and some will stick." Well, will stick, but not will stain. I think he used to mean stain, and I do not agree with him. Some dirt sticks longer than other dirt, but no dirt is immortal. According to the old saying, Prevalebit veritas, there are virtues indeed, which the world is not fitted to judge of or to uphold, such as faith, hope, and charity, but it can judge about truthfulness. It can judge about the natural virtues, and truthfulness is one of them. Natural virtues may also become supernatural. Truthfulness is such. But that does not withdraw it from the jurisdiction of mankind at large. It may be more difficult in this or that particular case for men to take cognizance of it, as it may be difficult for the Court of Queen's Bench at Westminster to try a case fairly which took place in Hindostan. But that is a question of capacity, not of right. Mankind has the right to judge of truthfulness in a Catholic, as in the case of a Protestant, of an Italian, or of a Chinese. I have never doubted that in my hour, in God's hour, my Avenger will appear, and the world will acquit me of untruthfulness, even though it be not while I live. Still more confident am I of such eventual acquittal, seeing that my judges are my own countrymen. I consider indeed Englishmen the most suspicious and touchy of mankind. I think them unreasonable and unjust in their seasons of excitement, but I had rather be an Englishman, as in fact I am, than belong to any other race under heaven. They are as generous as they are hasty and burly, and their repentance for their injustice is greater than their sin. For 20 years and more I have borne an imputation, of which I am at least as sensitive, who am the object of it, as they can be, who are only the judges. I have not set myself to remove it, first, because I never have had an opening to speak, and next, because I never saw in them the disposition to hear. I have wished to appeal from Philip drunk to Philip sober. When shall I pronounce him to be himself again? If I may judge from the tone of the public press, which represents the public voice, I have great reason to take heart at this time. I have been treated by contemporary critics in this controversy with great fairness and gentleness, and I am grateful to them for it. However, the decision of this time and mode of my defense has been taken out of my hands, and I am thankful that it has been so. I am bound now, as a duty to myself, to the Catholic cause, and to the Catholic priesthood, to give account of myself without any delay, when I am so rudely and circumstantially charged with untruthfulness. I accept the challenge. I shall do my best to meet it, and I shall be content when I have done so. It is not my present accuser alone who entertains and has entertained so dishonorable an opinion of me and of my writings. It is the impression of large classes of men, the impression 20 years ago, and the impression now. There has been a general feeling that I was for years where I had no right to be, and that I was a Romanist in Protestant livery and service, and that I was doing the work of a hostile church in the bosom of the English establishment, and knew it, or ought to have known it. There was no need of arguing about particular passages in my writings, when the fact was so patent as men thought it to be. First, it was certain, and I could not myself deny it, that I scouted the name Protestant. It was certain again, that many of the doctrines which I professed were popularly and generally known as badges of the Roman Church, as distinguished from the faith of the Reformation. Next, how could I have come by them? Evidently I had certain friends and advisers who did not appear. there was some underground communication between Stonyhurst or Oscott and my rooms at Oriel. Beyond a doubt, I was advocating certain doctrines, not by accident, but on an understanding with ecclesiastics of the old religion. Then men went further, and said that I had actually been received into that religion, and withal had leave given me to profess myself a Protestant still. Others went even further, and gave it out to the world, as a matter of fact, of which they themselves had the proof in their hands, that I was actually a Jesuit. And when the opinions which I advocated spread, and younger men went further than I, the feeling against me waxed stronger and took a wider range. And now indignation arose at the knavery of a conspiracy such as this, and it became of course all the greater in consequence of its being the received belief of the public at large, that craft and intrigue, such as they fancied they beheld with their eyes, were the very instruments to which the Catholic Church has in these last centuries been indebted for her maintenance and extension. There was another circumstance still, which increased the irritation and aversion felt by the large classes of whom I have been speaking, against the preachers of doctrines, so new to them and so unpalatable, and that was that they developed them in so measured a way. If they were inspired by Roman theologians, and this was taken for granted, why did they not speak out at once? Why did they keep the world in such suspense and anxiety as to what was coming next, and what was the upshot of the whole? Why this reticence and half-speaking and apparent indecision? It was plain that the plan of operation had been carefully mapped out from the first, and that these men were cautiously advancing towards its accomplishment as far as was safe at the moment, that their aim and their hope was to carry off a large body with them of the young and the ignorant, that they meant gradually to leaven the minds of the rising generation, and to open the gates of that city, of which they were sworn defenders, to the enemy who lay in ambush outside it. And when, in spite of the many protestations of the party to the contrary, there was at length an actual movement among their disciples, and one went over to Rome, and then another, the worst anticipations and the worst judgments which had been formed of them received their justification. And lastly, when men first had said of me, "You will see, he will go, he is only biding his time, he is waiting the word of command from Rome," and when after all, after my arguments and denunciations of former years, at length I did leave the Anglican Church for the Roman, then they said to each other, "It is just as we said, we knew it would be so." This was the state of mind of masses of men 20 years ago, who took no more than an external and common-sense view of what was going on, and partly the tradition, partly the effect of that feeling, remains to the present time. Certainly I consider that, in my own case, it is the great obstacle in the way of my being favourably heard, as at present, when I have to make my defence. Not only am I now a member of a most un-English communion, whose great aim is considered to be the extinction of Protestantism and the Protestant Church, and whose means of attack are popularly supposed to be unscrupulous cunning and deceit, but how come I originally to have any relations with the Church of Rome at all? Did I, or my opinions, drop from the sky? How come I, in Oxford, in gremio universitatis, to present myself to the eyes of men in that full-blown investiture of popery? How could I dare, how could I have the conscience, with warnings, with prophecies, with accusations against me, to preserve in a path which steadily advanced towards, which ended in, the religion of Rome? And how am I to be trusted, when long ago I was trusted and was found wanting? It is this which is the strength of the case of my accuser against me, not the articles of impeachment which he hath framed from my writings, and which I shall easily crumble into dust, but the bias of the court, It is the state of the atmosphere, it is the vibrations all around, which will echo his bold assertions of my dishonesty. It is that proposition against me, which takes it for granted that, when my reasoning is convincing, it is only ingenious, and that when my statements are unanswerable, there is always something put out of sight, or hidden in my sleeve. It is that plausible but cruel conclusion to which men are apt to jump, that when much is imputed, much must be true, and it is more likely that one should be to blame than that many should be mistaken in blaming him. These are the real foes which I have to fight, and the auxiliaries to whom my accuser makes his advances. Well, I must break through this barrier of prejudice against me if I can, and I think I shall be able to do so. When first I read the pamphlet of accusation, I almost despaired of meeting effectively such a heap of misrepresentations and such a vehemence of animosity. What was the good of answering first one point, and then another, and going through the whole circle of its abuse, when my answer to the first point would be forgotten as soon as I got to the second? What was the use of bringing out 100 separate principles or views for refutation of the separate counts in the indictment, when rejoinders of this sort would but confuse and torment the reader by their number and their diversity? What hope was there of condensing into a pamphlet of readable length matter which ought freely to expend itself into half a dozen volumes? What means was there, except the expenditure of impermissible pages, to set right even one of that series of single passing hints, to use my assailant's own language, which, as with his finger-tip he had delivered against me? All those separate charges had their force in being illustrations of one and the same great imputation. He had already a positive idea to illuminate his whole matter, and to stamp it with a force, and to quicken it with an interpretation. He called me a liar, a simple, a broad, and intelligible, to the English public a plausible arrangement. But for me to answer in detail charge 1 by reason 1, and charge 2 by reason 2, and charge 3 by reason 3, and so on through the whole string both of accusations and replies, each of which was to be independent of the rest, this would be certainly labor lost as regards any effective result. What I need was a corresponding antagonist, unity, in my defense, and where was that to be found? We see, in the case of commentators on the prophecies of Scripture, an exemplification of the principle on which I am insisting, namely, how much more powerful even a false interpretation of the sacred text is than none at all. How a certain key to the visions of the Apocalypse, for instance, may cling to the mind. I have found it so in the case of my own, because the view which it opens on us is positive and objective, in spite of the fullest demonstration that it really has no claim upon our reception. The reader says, "What else can the prophecy mean?" Just as my accuser asks, "What then does Dr. Newman mean?" I reflected, and I saw a way out of my perplexity. "Yes," I said to myself, "his very question is about my meaning. What does Dr. Newman mean?" It pointed in the very same direction as that into which my musings had turned me already. He asked what I mean, not about my words, not about my arguments, not about my actions, as his ultimate point, but about that living intelligence by which I write and argue and act. He asked about my mind and its belief and its sentiments, and he shall be answered, not for his own sake, but for mine, for the sake of the religion which I profess, and of the priesthood in which I am unworthily included, and of my friends, and of my foes, and of that general public which consists of neither one nor the other, but of well-wishers, lovers of fair play, skeptical cross-questioners, interested inquirers, curious lookers-on, and simple strangers, unconcerned, yet not careless about the issue. For the sake of all these he shall be answered. My perplexity had not lasted half an hour. I recognized what I had to do, though I shrank from both the task and the exposure which it would entail. I must, I said, give the true key to my whole life. I must show what I am, that it may be seen what I am not, and that the phantom may be extinguished, which gibbers inside of me. I wish to be known as a living man, and not as a scarecrow which is dressed up in my clothes. False ideas may be refuted indeed by argument, but by true ideas alone are they expelled. I will vanquish not my accuser, but my judges. I will indeed answer his charges and criticisms on me, one by one, lest any one should say that they are unanswerable. But such a work shall not be the scope nor the substance of my reply. I will draw out, as far as may be, the history of my mind. I will state the point of which I began, in what external suggestion or accident each opinion had its rise, how far and how they developed from within, how they grew, were modified, were combined, were in collusion with each other, and were changed. Again, how I conducted myself towards them, and how far, and for how long a time, I thought I could hold them consistently with the ecclesiastical engagements which I had made, and with the position which I held. I must show, what is the very truth, that the doctrines which I held and have held for so many years have been taught me, speaking humanly, partly by the suggestions of Protestant friends, partly by the teachings of the books, and partly by the actions of my own mind, and thus I shall account for that phenomenon, which to so many seems so wonderful, that I should have left my kindred and my father's house for a church from which once I turned away with dread, so wonderful to them, as if forsooth a religion which has flourished through so many ages, among so many nations, amid such varieties of social life, in such contrary classes and conditions of men, and after so many revolutions, political and civil, could not subdue the reason and overcome the heart, without the aid of fraud in the process and the sophistries of the schools. What I had proposed to myself in the course of half an hour, I determined on at the end of 10 days. However, I have many difficulties in fulfilling my design. How am I to say all that has been said in a reasonable compass? And then, as to the material of my narrative, I have no autobiographical notes to consult, no written explanations of particular treatises or of tracts which at the time gave offence, hardly any minutes of definite transactions or conversations, and few contemporary memoranda, I fear, of the feelings or motives under which from time to time acted. I have an abundance of letters from friends, with some copies or drafts of my answers to them, but they are for the most part unsorted. Until this process has taken place, they are even too numerous and various to be available at a moment for my purpose. Then, as to the volumes which I have published, they would in many ways serve me, were I well up in them. But though I took great pains in their composition, I have thought little about them when they were once out of my hands, and for the most part the last time I read them has been when I revised their last proof sheets. Under these circumstances my sketch will of course be incomplete. I now for the first time contemplate my course as a whole. It is a first essay, but it will contain, I trust, no serious or substantial mistakes, and so far will answer the purpose for which I write it. I purpose to set nothing down in it as certain, of which I have not a clear memory, or some written memorial, or the corroboration of some friend. There are witnesses enough up and down the country to verify or correct or complete it, and letters, moreover, of my own abundance, unless they have been destroyed. Moreover, I mean to be simply personal and historical. I am not expounding Catholic doctrine. I am doing no more than explaining myself in my opinions and actions. I wish, as far as I am able, simply to state facts, whether they are ultimately determined to be for me or against me. Of course there will be room enough for contrariety of judgment among my readers as to the necessity, or appositeness, or value, or good taste, or religious prudence of the details which I shall introduce. I may be accused of laying stress on little things, of being beside the mark, of going into impertinent or ridiculous details, of sounding my own praise, of giving scandal. But this is a case, above all others, in which I am bound to follow my own lights, and to speak out my own heart. It is not at all pleasant for me to be egotistical, not to be criticized for being so. It is not pleasant to reveal to high and low, young and old, what has gone on within me from my early years. It is not pleasant to be giving to every shallow or flippant disputant the advantage over me of knowing my most private thoughts, I might even say the intercourse between myself and my Maker. But I do not like to be called to my face a liar and a knave, nor should I be doing my duty to my faith or to my name, if I were to suffer it. I know I have done nothing to deserve such an insult, and if I prove this, as I hope to do, I must not care for such incidental annoyances as are involved in the process. End of Preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. History of my religious opinions to the year 1833. It may easily be conceived how great a trial it is for me to write the following history of myself, but I must not shrink from the task. The words secretum meum mihi keep ringing in my ears, but as men draw towards their end, they care less for disclosures. Nor is it the least part of my trial to anticipate that, upon first reading what I have written, my friends may consider much in it irrelevant to my purpose, yet I cannot help thinking that, viewed as a whole, it will affect what I propose to myself in giving it to the public. I was brought up from a child to take great delight in reading the Bible, but I had no formed religious conviction till I was 15. Of course I had perfect knowledge of my catechism. After I was grown up, I put on paper my recollections of the thoughts and feelings on religious subjects, which I had at the time that I was a child and a boy, such as has remained on my mind with sufficient prominence to make me then consider them worth recording. Out of these, written in the long vacation of 1820, and transcribed with additions in 1823, I select two which are at once the most definite among them, and also have a bearing on my later convictions. 1. I used to wish the Arabian tales were true. My imagination ran on unknown influences, on magical powers, and talismans. I thought life might be a dream, or I an angel, and all this world a deception, my fellow angels by a playful device concealing themselves from me, and deceiving me with the semblance of a material world. Again, reading in the spring of 1816 a sentence from Dr. Watts' Remnants of Time, entitled The Saints Unknown to the World, to the effect that there is nothing in their figure or countenance to distinguish them, etc., etc., I suppose he spoke of angels who lived in the world, as it were disguised. 2. The other remark is this. I was very superstitious, and for some time previous to my conversion, when I was 15, used constantly to cross myself on going into the dark. Of course, I must have got this practice from some external source or other, but I can make no sort of conjecture whence, and certainly no one had ever spoken to me on the subject of the Catholic religion, which I only knew by name. The French master was an émigré priest, but he was simply made a butt, as French masters too commonly were in that day, and spoke English very imperfectly. There was a Catholic family in the village, old maiden ladies we used to think, but I knew nothing about them. I have of late years heard that there were 1 or 2 Catholic boys in the school, but either we were carefully kept from knowing this, or the knowledge of it made simply no impression on our minds. My brother will bear witness how free the school was from Catholic ideas. I had once been into Warwick Street Chapel with my father, who, I believe, wanted to hear some pieces of music. All that I bore away from it was the recollection of a pulpit and a preacher and a boy swinging a censer. When I was at Littlemore, I was looking over old copy books of my school days, and I found among them my first Latin verse book, and in the first page of it there was a device which almost took my breath away with surprise. I have the book before me now, and have just been showing it to others. I have written in the first page, in my schoolboy hand, John H. Newman, February 11th, 1811, verse book. Then follow my first verses. Between verse and book I have drawn the figure of a solid cross upright, and next to it is what may indeed be meant for a necklace, but what I cannot make out to be anything else than a set of beads suspended, with a little cross attached. At this time I was not quite 10 years old. I supposed I got these ideas from some romance, Mrs. Radcliffe's or Miss Porter's, or from some religious picture. But the strange thing is, how among the 1,000 objects which meet a boy's eyes, these in particular should so have fixed themselves in my mind, that I made them thus practically my own. I am certain there was nothing in the churches I attended, or the prayer books I read, to suggest them. It must be recollected that Anglican churches and prayer books were not decorated in those days, as I believe they are now. When I was 14, I read Paine's tracts against the Old Testament, and found pleasure in thinking of the objections which were contained in them. Also I read some of Hume's essays, and perhaps that on miracles. So at least I gave my father to understand, but perhaps it was a brag. Also I recollect copying out some French verses, perhaps Voltaire's, in denial of the immortality of the soul, and saying to myself something like, "How dreadful, but how plausible." When I was 15, in the autumn of 1816, a great change of thought took place in me. I fell under the influence of a definite creed, and received into my intellect impressions of dogma, which, through God's mercy, have never been effaced or obscured. Above and beyond the conversions and sermons of the excellent man, long dead, the Reverend Walter Mayers, of Pembroke College, Oxford, who was the human means of this beginning of divine faith in me, was the effect of the books which he put into my hands, all the school of Calvin. One of the first books I read was a work of Romaine's. I neither recollect the title nor the contents, except one doctrine, which of course I do not include among these which I believe to have come from a divine source, namely, the doctrine of final perseverance. I received it at once, and believed that the inward conversion of which I was conscious, and of which I still am more certain than that I have hands and feet, would last into the next life, and that I was elected to eternal glory. I have no conscience that this belief had any tendency whatever to lead me to be careless about pleasing God. I retained it till the age of 21, when it gradually faded away, but I believe that it had some influence on my opinions in the direction of those childish imaginations which I have already mentioned, namely, in isolating me from the objects which surrounded me, in confirming me in my mistrust of the reality of material phenomena, and making me rest in the thought of two and two only absolute and luminous self-evident beings, myself and my Creator. For while I considered myself predestined to salvation, my mind did not dwell upon others, as fancying them simply passed over, not predestined to eternal death. I only thought of the mercy to myself. The detestable doctrine last mentioned is simply denied and abjured, unless my memory strangely deceives me, by the writer who made a deeper impression on my mind than any other, and to whom, humanly speaking, I almost owe my soul, Thomas Scott of Aston, Sandford. I so admired and delighted in his writings, that when I was an undergraduate, I thought of making a visit to his parsonage, in order to see a man whom I so deeply revered. I hardly think I could have given up the idea of this expedition, even after I had taken my degree, for the news of his death in 1821 came upon me as a disappointment as well as a sorrow. I hung upon the lips of Daniel Wilson, afterwards Bishop of Calcutta, as in 2 sermons at St. John's Chapel he gave the history of Scott's life and death. I had been possessed of his Force of Truth and Essays from a Boy. His commentary I bought when I was an undergraduate. What, I suppose, will strike any reader of Scott's history and writings is his bold unworldliness and vigorous independence of mind. He followed truth wherever it led him, beginning with Unitarianism, and ending in a zealous faith in the Holy Trinity. It was he who first planted deep in my mind that fundamental truth of religion, with the assistance of Scott's essays, in the admirable work of Jones of Nayland. I made a collection of Scripture texts in proof of the doctrine, with remarks, I think, of my own upon them, before I was 16. And a few months later I drew up a series of texts in support of each verse of the Athanasian Creed. These papers I have still. Besides his unworldliness, what I also admired in Scott was his resolute opposition to antinomianism in the minutely practical character of his writings. They show him to be a true Englishman, and I deeply felt his influence, and for years I used almost as proverbs what I considered to be the scope and issue of his doctrine: holiness rather than peace, and growth the only evidence of life. Calvinists make a sharp separation between the elect and the world. There is much in this that is cognate, or parallel to the Catholic doctrine, but they go on to say, as I understand them, very differently from Catholicism, that the converted and the unconverted can be discriminated by man, that the justified are conscious of their state of justification, and that the regenerate cannot fall away. Catholics, on the other hand, shade and soften the awful antagonism between good and evil, which is one of their dogmas, by holding that there are different degrees of justification, that there is a great difference in point of gravity between sin and sin, that there is the possibility and the danger of falling away, and that there is no certain knowledge given to any one that he is simply in the state of grace, and much less that he is to persevere to the end. Of the Calvinistic tenets, the only one which took root in my mind was the fact of heaven and hell, divine favor and divine wrath, of the justified and of the unjustified. The notion that the regenerate and the justified were one and the same, and that the regenerate, as such, had the gift of perseverance, remained with me not many years, as I have said already. This main Catholic doctrine of the warfare between the city of God and the powers of darkness was also deeply impressed upon my mind by the work of a character very opposite of Calvinism, Law's Serious Call. From this time I have held with a full inward assent and belief of the doctrine of eternal punishment, as delivered by our Lord Himself. in as true a sense as I hold that of eternal happiness, though I have tried in various ways to make their truth less terrible to the imagination. Now I come to two other works, which produced a deep impression on me in the same autumn of 1816, when I was 15 years old, each contrary to each, and planting in me the seeds of an intellectual inconsistency which disabled me for a long course of years. I read Joseph Milner's Church History, and was nothing short of enamored of the long extracts from St. Augustine, St. Ambrose, and other Fathers, which I found there. I read them as being the religion of the primitive Christians, but simultaneously with Milner I read Newton on the prophecies, and in consequence became most firmly convinced that the Pope was the Antichrist predicted by Daniel, St. Paul, and St. John. My imagination was stained by the effects of this doctrine up to the year 1843. It had been obliterated from my reason and judgment at an earlier date, but the thought remained upon me as a sort of false conscience. Hence came that conflict of mind, which so many have felt besides myself, leading some men to make a compromise between two ideas so inconsistent with each other, driving others to beat out the one idea or the other from their minds, and ending in my own case, after many years of intellectual unrest, in the gradual decay and extinction of one of them. I do not say in its violent death, for why should I not have murdered it sooner, if I murdered it at all? I am obliged to mention, though I do it with great reluctance, another deep imagination, which at this time, the autumn of 1816, took possession of me. There can be no mistake about the fact, namely, that it would be the will of God that I should lead a single life. This anticipation, which has held its ground almost continuously ever since, with the break of a month now and a month then, up to 1829, and after that date, without any break at all, was more or less connected in my mind with the notion that my calling in life would require such a sacrifice as celibacy involved, as, for instance, missionary work among the heathens, to which I had a great drawing for some years. It also strengthened my feeling of separation from the visible world, of which I have spoken above. In 1822 I came under very different influences from those to which I had hitherto been subjected. At that time, Mr. Whately, as he was then, afterwards Archbishop of Dublin, for the few months he remained in Oxford, which he was leaving for good, showed great kindness to me. He renewed it in 1825, when he became principal of Alban Hall, making me his vice-principal and tutor. Of Dr. Whately I will speak presently, for from 1822 to 1825 I saw most of the present Provost of Oriel, Dr. Hawkins, at that time Vicar of St. Mary's, and when I took orders in 1824 and had a curacy in Oxford, then during the long vacations, I was especially thrown into his company. I can say with full heart that I love him, and have never ceased to love him, and I thus preface, what otherwise might sound rude, that in the course of many years in which we were together afterwards, he provoked me very much from time to time, though I am perfectly certain that I have provoked him a great deal more. Moreover, in me such provocation was unbecoming, both because he was the head of my college, and because, in the first years that I knew him, he had been in many ways of great service to my mind. He was the first who taught me to weigh my words, and to be cautious in my statements. He led me to that mode of limiting and clearing my senses in discussion and in controversy, and of distinguishing between cognate ideas, and of obviating mistakes by anticipation, which to my surprise has been since considered, even in quarters friendly to me, to savour of the polemics of Rome. He is a man of most exact mind himself, and he used to snub me severely, on reading, as he was kind enough to do, the first sermons that I wrote, and other compositions which I was engaged upon. Then, as to doctrine, he was the means of great addition to my belief. As I have noticed elsewhere, he gave me the treatise on Apostolical Preaching by Sumner, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, from which I was led to give up my remaining Calvinism, and to receive the doctrine of baptismal regeneration. In many other ways, too, he was of use to me on subjects semi-religious and semi-scholastic. It was Dr. Hawkins, too, who taught me to anticipate that before many years were over, there would be an attack made upon the books and the canon of Scripture. I was brought to the same belief by the conversation of Mr. Blanco White, who also led me to have freer views on the subject of inspiration than were usual in the Church of England at the time. There is one other principle which I gained from Dr. Hawkins, more directly bearing upon Catholicism than any that I have mentioned, and that is the doctrine of tradition. When I was an undergraduate, I heard him preach in the university pulpit his celebrated sermon on the subject, and recollect how long it appeared to me, though he was at that time a very striking preacher, but when I read it and studied it as his gift, it made a most serious impression upon me. He does not go one step, I think, beyond the high Anglican doctrine, nay, he does not reach it, but he does his work thoroughly, and his view was in him original, and his subject was a novel one at the time. He lays down a proposition, self-evident as soon as stated, to those who have all examined the structure of Scripture, namely, that the sacred text was never intended to teach doctrine, but only to prove it, and that, if we would learn doctrine, we must have recourse to the formularies of the Church, for instance to the Catechism, and to the creeds. He considers that after learning from them the doctrine of Christianity, the inquirer must verify them by Scripture. This view, most true in the outline, most fruitful in its consequence, opened upon me a large field of thought. Dr. Whately held it too. One of its effects was to strike at the root of the principle on which the Bible Society was set up. I belonged to its Oxford Association. It became a matter of time when I should withdraw my name from its subscription list, though I did not do so at once. It is with pleasure that I pay here a tribute to the memory of the Reverend William James, then Fellow of Oriel, who, about the year 1823, taught me the doctrine of apostolical succession. In the course of a walk, I think, round Christ Church Meadow, I recollect being somewhat impatient of the subject at the time. It was about this date, I suppose, that I read Bishop Butler's Analogy, the study of which has been to so many, as it was to me, an error in the religious opinions. Its inculcation of a visible Church, the oracle of truth and a pattern of sanctity, of the duties of external religion, and of the historical character of revelation, are characteristics of this great work, which strike the reader at once. For myself, if I may attempt to determine what I most gained from it, it lay in 2 points, which I shall have an opportunity of dwelling on in the sequel. They are the underlying principles of a great portion of my teaching. First, the very idea of an analogy between the separate works of God leads to the conclusion that the system which is of less importance is economically or sacramentally connected with the more momentous system, and of this conclusion the theory to which I was inclined as a boy, namely the unreality of material phenomena, is an ultimate resolution. At this time I did not make the distinction between matter itself and its phenomena, which is so necessary and so obvious in discussing the subject. Secondly, Butler's doctrine that probability is the guide of life led me, at least under the teachings to which a few years later I was introduced, to the question of the logical cogency of faith on which I have written so much. Thus, to Butler I trace those two principles of my teaching, which have led to a charge against me, both of fancifulness and of skepticism. And now, as to Dr. Whately, I owe him a great deal. He was a man of generous and warm heart. He was particularly loyal to his friends, and, to use the common phrase, all his geese were swans. While I was still awkward and timid in 1822, he took me by the hand and acted towards me the part of a gentle and encouraging instructor. He emphatically opened my mind, and taught me to think and to use my reason. After being first noticed by him in 1822, I became very intimate with him in 1825, when I was his vice-principal of Alban Hall. I gave up that office in 1826, when I became tutor of my college, and his hold upon me gradually relaxed. He had done his work towards me, or nearly so, when he had taught me to see with my own eyes, and to walk with my own feet. Not that I had not a good deal to learn from others still, but I influenced them as well as they me, and cooperated rather than merely concurred with them. As to Dr. Whately, his mind was too different from mine for us to remain long on one line. I recollected how dissatisfied he was with an article of mine in the London Review, which Blanco White good-humouredly only called Platonic. When I was diverging from him in opinion, which he did not like, I thought of dedicating my first book to him, in words to the effect that he had not only taught me to think, but to think for myself. He left Oxford in 1831. After that, as far as I can recollect, I never saw him but twice, when he visited the University, once in the street in 1834, once in a room in 1838. From the time that he left, I have always felt a real affection for what I must call his memory, for at least from the year 1834 he made himself dead to me. He had practically indeed given me up from the time that he became Archbishop in 1831, but in 1834 a correspondence took place between us, which, though conducted especially on his side in a friendly spirit, was the expression of differences of opinion, which acted as a final close to our intercourse. My reason told me that it was impossible we could have got on together longer, had he stayed in Oxford. Yet I loved him too much to bid him farewell without pain. After a few years had passed, I began to believe that his influence on me in a higher respect than intellectual advance, I will not say through his fault, had not been satisfactory. I believe that he had inserted sharp things in his later works about me. They have never come in my way, and I have not thought it necessary to seek out what would pain me so much in the reading. What he did for me in point of religious opinion was first to teach me the existence of the Church as a substantive body or corporation; next, to fix in me those anti-Erastian views of Church polity, which were one of the most prominent features of the Tractarian movement. On this point, and as far as I know, on this point alone, he and Hurrell Froude intimately sympathized, though Froude's development of opinion here was of a later date. In the year 1826, in the course of a walk, he said much to me about a work then just published, called Letters on the Church by an Episcopalian. He said that it would make my blood boil. It was certainly a most powerful composition. One of our common friends told me that after reading it, he could not keep still, but went on walking up and down his room. It was ascribed at once to Whately. I gave eager expression to the contrary opinion, but I found the belief of Oxford in the affirmative to be too strong for me. Rightly or wrongly, I yield to the general voice, and I have never heard then or since of any disclaimer of authorship on the part of Dr. Whately. The main position of this able essay are these. First, that Church and State should be independent of each other. He speaks of the duty of protesting against the profanation of Christ's kingdom by that double usurpation, the interference of the Church in temporals and the State in spirituals. And secondly, that the Church may justly and by right retain its property, though separate from the State. The clergy, he says, though they ought not to be hired servants of the civil magistrate, may justly retain their revenues, and the State, though it has no right of interference in spiritual concerns, not only is justly entitled to support from the ministers of religion and from all other Christians, but would, under the system I am recommending, obtain it much more effectually. The author of this work, whoever he may be, argues out of both these points with great force and ingenuity, and with a thorough-going vehemence, which perhaps we may refer to the circumstances that he wrote not in propria persona, and as thereby answerable for every sentiment that he advanced, but in the professed character of a Scottish Episcopalian. His work had a gradual but a deep effect on my mind. I am not aware of any other religious opinion which I owe to Dr. Whately. In his special theological tenet, I had no sympathy. In the next year, 1827, he told me he considered that I was Arianizing. The case was this: though at that time I had not read Bishop Bull's Defensio, nor the Fathers, I was just then very strong for that ante-Nicene view of the Trinitarian doctrine, which some writers, both Catholic and non-Catholic, have accused of wearing a sort of Arian exterior. This is the meaning of a passage in Froude's Remains, in which he seems to accuse me of speaking against the Athanasian Creed. I had contrasted the two aspects of the Trinitarian doctrine, which are respectively presented by the Athanasian Creed and the Nicene. My criticism were to the effect that some of the verses of the former creed were unnecessarily scientific. This is a specimen of a certain disdain for antiquity, which had been growing on me now for several years. It showed itself in some flippant language against the Fathers in the Encyclopaedia Metropolitana, about whom I knew little at the time, except what I had learnt as a boy from Joseph Milner. In writing on the Scripture Miracles in 1825-1826, I had read Middleton on the miracles of the early Church, and had imbibed a portion of his spirit. The truth is, I was beginning to prefer intellectual excellence to moral. I was drifting in the direction of the liberalism of the day. I was rudely awakened from my dream at the end of 1827 by two great blows, illness and bereavement. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 1. History of my religious opinions to the year 1833, Part 2. In the beginning of 1829 came the formal break between Dr. Whately and me. The fear of Mr. Peel's re-election was the occasion of it. I think in 1828 or 1827 I had voted in the minority, when the petition to Parliament against the Catholic claims was brought into convocation. I did so mainly on the views suggested to me in the letters of an Episcopalian. Also I shrank from the bigoted two-bottle Orthodox, as they were individually called. When then I took part against Mr. Peel, it was on an academical, not at all an ecclesiastical or a political ground, and this I professed at the time. I considered that Mr. Peel had taken the University by surprise, that his friends had no right to call upon us to turn round on a sudden, and to expose ourselves to the imputation of time-serving, and that a great University ought not to be bullied, even by a great Duke of Wellington. Also, by this time, I was under the influence of Keble and Froude, who, in addition to the reason I have given, disliked the Duke's change of policy, as dictated by liberalism. Whately was considerably annoyed at me, and he took a humorous revenge, of which he had given me due notice beforehand. As head of a house, he had duties of hospitality to men of all parties. He asked a set of the least intellectual men in Oxford to dinner, and men most fond of port. He made me one of his party, placed me between provost this and principal that, and then asked me if I was proud of my friends. However, he had a serious meaning in his act. He saw more clearly than I could do that I was separating from his own friends for good and all. Dr. Whately attributed my leaving his clientela to a wish on my part to be the head of a party myself. I do not think that this charge was deserved. My habitual feeling then and since has been that it was not I who sought friends, but friends who sought me. Never man had kinder or more indulgent friends than I have had, but I express my own feelings as to the mode in which I gained them. In this very year 1829, in the course of a copy of verses. Speaking of my blessings, I said, "Blessings of friends, which to my door unasked, unhoped, have come. They have come, they have gone, they came to my great joy, they went to my great grief. He who gave took away." Dr. Whately's impression about me, however, admits of this explanation. During the first years of my residence at Oriel, though proud of my college, I was not quite at home there. I was very much alone, and I used often to take daily walks by myself. I recollect once meeting Dr. Copleston, then provost, with one of the fellows. He turned round, and with a kind courteousness, which sat so well on him, made me a bow and said, "Nunquam minus solus, quam cum solus." At that time, indeed, from 1823, I had the intimacy of my dear and true friend, Dr. Pusey, and could not fail to admire and revere a soul so devoted to the cause of religion, so full of good works, so faithful in his affections. But he left residence when I was getting to know him well. As to Dr. Whately himself, he was too much my superior to allow of my being at my ease with him, and to no one in Oxford at this time did I open my heart fully and familiarly. But things changed in 1826. At that time I became one of the tutors of my college, and this gave me position. Besides, I had written one or two essays, which had been well received. I began to be known. I preached my first university sermon. Next year I was one of the public examiners for the B.A. degree. In 1828 I became Vicar of St. Mary's. It was to me like the feeling of spring weather after winter, and, if I may so speak, I came out of my shell. I remained out of it till 1841. The two persons who knew me best at that time are still alive, beneficed clergymen, no longer my friends. They could tell better than any one else what I was in those years. From this time my tongue was, as it were, loosened, and I spoke spontaneously and without effort. One of the two, Mr. Rickards, said of me, I have been told, "Here is a fellow who, when he is silent, will never begin to speak, and when he once begins to speak, will never stop." It was at this time that I began to have influence, which steadily increased for a course of years. I gained upon my pupils, and was in particular intimate and affectionate with two of our probationer fellows, Robert Isaac Wilberforce, afterwards Archdeacon, and Richard Hurrell Froude. Whately then, an acute man, perhaps saw around me the signs of an incipient party, of which I was not conscious myself. And thus we discern the first element of that movement afterwards called Tractarian. The true and primary author of it, however, as is usual with great motive powers, was out of sight. having carried off as a mere boy the highest honors of the university, he had turned from the admiration which haunted his steps, and sought for a better and holier satisfaction in pastoral work in the country. Need I say that I am speaking of John Kingsley? The first time that I was in a room with him was an occasion of my election to a fellowship at Oriel, when I was sent for into the Tower, to shake hands with the Provost and Fellows. How is that hour fixed in my memory after the changes of 42 years? 42 this very day of which I write. I have lately had a letter in my hand, which I sent at the time to my great friend John William Bowden, with whom I passed almost exclusively my undergraduate years. I had to hasten to the Tower, I say to him, to receive the congratulations of all the Fellows. I bore it till Kingsley took my hand, and then felt so abashed and unworthy of the honour done me, that I seemed desirous of quite sinking into the ground. His had been the first name which I had heard spoken of, with reverence rather than admiration, when I came to Oxford. When one day I was walking in High Street, with my dear earliest friend just mentioned, with what eagerness did he cry out, "There's Kingsley!" and with what awe did I look at him! Then at another time I heard a Master of Arts of my college give an account how he had just then had occasion to introduce himself on some business to Kingsley, and how gentle, courteous, and unaffected Kingsley had been, so as almost to put him out of countenance. Then too it was reported, truly or falsely, how a rising man of brilliant reputation, the present Dean of St. Paul's, Dr. Milman, admired and loved him, adding that somehow he was strangely unlike any one else. However, at the time when I was elected Fellow of Oriel, he was not in residence, and he was shy of me for years in consequence of the marks which I bore upon me of the Evangelical and Liberal schools. At least so I have ever thought. Hurrell Froude brought us together about 1828. It is one of the sayings preserved in his remains. Do you know the story of the murderer who had done one good thing in his life? Well, if I was ever asked what good deed I had ever done, I should say that I had brought Kingsley and Newman to understand each other. The Christian year made its appearance in 1827. It is not necessarily and scarcely becoming to praise a book which has already become one of the classics of the language. When the general tone of religious literature was so nerveless and impotent as it was at that time, Kingsley struck an original note and woke up in the hearts of thousands a new music, the music of a school long unknown in England. Nor can I pretend to analyze in my own instance the effect of religious teaching so deep, so pure, so beautiful. I have never till now tried to do so, yet I think I am not wrong in saying that the two main intellectual truths which it brought home to me were the same two which I had learned from Butler, though recast in the creative mind of my new master. The first of those was what may be called, in a large sense of the word, the sacramental system, that is, the doctrine that material phenomena are both the types and instruments of real things unseen, a doctrine which embraces in its fullness not only what Anglicans as well as Catholics believe about sacraments properly so called, but also the article of the communion of saints, and likewise the mysteries of the faith. The connection of this philosophy of religion with what is sometimes called Berkeleyism has been mentioned above. I knew little of Berkeley at this time, except by name, nor have I ever studied him. On the second intellectual principle which I gained from Mr. Kingsley, I could say a great deal, if this were the place for it. It runs through very much that I have written, and has gained for me many hard names. Butler teaches us that probability is the guide of life. The danger of this doctrine, in the case of many minds, is its tendency to destroy in them absolute certainty, leading them to consider every conclusion as doubtful, and resolving truth into an opinion, which it is safe indeed to obey or to profess, but not possible to embrace with full internal assent. If this were to be allowed, then the celebrated saying, "O God, if there be a God, save my soul, if I have a soul," would be the highest measure of devotion. But who can really pray to a being, about whose existence he is seriously in doubt? I consider that Mr. Keble met this difficulty by ascribing the firmness of assent which we give to religious doctrine, not to the probabilities which introduce it, but to the living power of faith and love, which accepted it. In matters of religion, he seemed to say, it is not merely probability which makes us intellectually certain, but probability as it is put to account by faith and love. It is faith and love which give to probability a force which it has not in itself. Faith and love are directed towards an object. In the vision of that object they live. It is that object, received in faith and love, which renders it reasonable to take probability as sufficient for internal conviction. Thus the argument from probability in the matter of religion became an argument from personality, which in fact is one form of the argument from authority. In illustration, Mr. Keble used to quote the words of the psalm, "I will guide thee with mine eye, but ye not like to horse and mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held with bit and bridle, lest they fall upon thee." This is the very difference he used to say between slaves and friends or children. Friends do not ask for literal commands, but from their knowledge of the speaker, they understand his half-words, and from love of him they anticipate his wishes. Hence it is that in the poem of St. Bartholomew's Day he speaks of the eye of God word, and in the note from Mr. Miller of Worcester College, who remarks in his Bampton Lectures on the special power of Scripture as having this eye like that of a portrait, uniformly fixed upon us, turn where we will. The view thus suggested by Mr. Keble is brought forward in one of the earliest of the Tracts for Our Times. In number 8, I say, the Gospel is a law of liberty. We are treated as sons, not as servants, not subjected to a code of formal commandments, but addressed as those who love God and wish to please Him. I did not at all dispute this view of the matter, for I made use of it myself, but I was dissatisfied because it did not go to the root of the difficulty. It was beautiful and religious, but it did not even profess to be logical, and accordingly I tried to complete it by considerations of my own, which are to be found in my university sermons, essays on ecclesiastical miracles, and essays on development of doctrine. My argument is in outline as follows: that absolute certitude which we are able to possess, whether as to the truth of natural theology or as to the fact of a revelation, was the result of an assemblage of concurring and converging probabilities, and that both according to the constitution of the human mind and the will of its Maker, that certitude was a habit of mind, that certainty was a quality of propositions, that probability which did not reach to logical certainty might suffice for mental certitude, that the certitude thus brought about might equal in measure and strength the certitude which was created by the strictest scientific demonstration, and that to possess such certitude might in given cases and to given individuals be a plain duty, though not to others in other circumstances. Moreover, that as there were probabilities which sufficed for certitude, so there were other probabilities which were legitimately adapted to create opinion, that it might be quite as much a matter of duty in given cases and to given persons to have about a fact an opinion of a definite strength and consistency, as in the case of greater or of more numerous probabilities it was a duty to have a certitude, that accordingly we were bound to be more or less sure on a sort of, as it were, graduated scale of assent, namely, according as the probability attaching to a professed fact were brought home to us, and as the case might be, to entertain about it a pious belief, or a pious opinion, or a religious conjecture, or at least a tolerance of such belief, or opinion, or conjecture in others. That, on the other hand, as it was a duty to have a belief, of more or less strong texture, in given cases, so in other cases it was a duty not to believe, not to opine, not to conjecture, not even to tolerate the notion that a professed fact was true, inasmuch as it would be credulity, or superstition, or some other moral fault to do so. This was the region of private judgment in religion, that is, of a private judgment not formed arbitrarily and according to one's fancy or liking, but conscientiously and under a sense of duty. Considerations such as these throw a new light on the subject of miracles, and they seem to have led me to reconsider the view which I had taken of them in my essay in 1825-1826. I do not know what was the date of this change in me, nor of the train of ideas on which it was founded. That there had been already great miracles, as those of Scriptures, as the resurrection, was a fact establishing the principle that the laws of nature had sometimes been suspended by their divine author, and since what had happened once might happen again, a certain probability, at least no kind of improbability, was attached to the idea taken in itself, of miraculous intervention in later times, and miraculous accounts were to be regarded in connection with the verisimilitude, scope, instrument, character, testimony, and circumstances with which they presented themselves to us. And, according to the final results of those various considerations, it was our duty to be sure, or to believe, or to opine, or to surmise, or to tolerate, or to reject, or to denounce. The main difference between my essay on miracles in 1826 and my essay in 1842 is this, that in 1826 I considered that miracles were sharply divided into two classes, those which were to be received and those which were to be rejected, whereas in 1842 I saw that they were to be regarded according to their greater or lesser probability, which was in some cases sufficient to create certitude about them, in other cases only belief or opinion. Moreover, the argument from analogy, on which this view of the question was founded, suggested to me something besides in recommendation of the ecclesiastical miracles. It fastened itself upon the theory of church history, which I had learned as a boy from Joseph Milner. It is Milner's doctrine that upon the visible church come down from above, at certain intervals, large and temporary effusions of divine grace. This is the leading idea of his work. He begins by speaking of the day of Pentecost, as marking the first of those effusions of the Spirit of God, which from age to age have visited the earth since the coming of Christ. Volume I, page 3. In a note he adds that in the term effusion, there is not here included the idea of the miraculous or extraordinary operations of the Spirit of God. But still it was natural for me, admitting Milner's general theory, and applying it to the principle of analogy, not to stop short at his abrupt ipse dixit, but boldly to pass forward to the conclusion, on other grounds plausible, that as miracles accompany the first effusion of grace, so they might accompany the latter. It is surely a natural and on the whole a true anticipation, though of course there are exceptions in particular cases, that gifts and graces go together. Now, according to the ancient Catholic doctrine, the gift of miracles was viewed as the attendant and shadow of transcendent sanctity, and moreover, since such sanctity was not of every day's occurrence, nay, further, since one period of church history differed widely from another, and, as Joseph Milner would say, there have been generations or centuries of degeneracy or disorder, and times of revival, and since one region might be in the midday of religious fervor, and another in twilight or gloom, there was no force in the popular argument that, because we did not see miracles with our own eyes, miracles had not happened in former times, or were not now at this very time taking place in distant places. But I must not dwell longer on a subject to which in a few words it is impossible to do justice. Hurrell Froude was a pupil of Keble's, formed by him and in turn reacting upon him. I knew him first in 1826 and was in the closest and most affectionate friendship with him from about 1829 till his death in 1836. He was a man of the highest gifts, so truly many-sided that it would be presumptuous in me to attempt to describe him except under those aspects in which he came before me. Nor have I here to speak of the gentleness and tenderness of nature, the playfulness, the free elastic forces and graceful versatility of mind, and the patient winning considerateness in discussion, which endeared him to those to whom he opened his heart, for I am all along engaged upon matters of belief and opinion, and am introducing others into my narrative, not for their own sake or because I love and have loved them, so much as because and so far as they have influenced my theological views. In this respect, then, I speak of Hurrell Froude in his intellectual aspect, as a man of high genius, brimful and overflowing with ideas and views, in him original, which were too many and strong even for his bodily strength, and which crowded and jostled against each other in their effort after distinct shape and expression. And he had an intellect as critical and logical as it was speculative and bold. Dying prematurely as he did, and in the conflict and transition state of opinion, his religious views never reached their ultimate conclusion, by the very reason of their multitude and their depth. His opinions arrested and influenced me even when they did not gain my assent. He professed openly his admiration of the Church of Rome, and his hatred of the Reformers. He delighted in the notion of a hierarchical system, of sacerdotal power, and of full ecclesiastical liberty. He felt scorn of the maxim, "The Bible and the Bible only is the religion of Protestants," and he gloried in accepting tradition as a main instrument of religious teaching. He had a high, severe idea of the intrinsic excellence of virginity, and he considered the Blessed Virgin its great pattern. He delighted in thinking of the saints. He had a vivid appreciation of the idea of sanctity, its possibilities and its heights, and he was more than inclined to believe a large amount of miraculous interference as occurring in the early and Middle Ages. He embraced the principle of penance and mortification. He had a deep devotion to the real presence in which he had a firm faith. He was powerfully drawn to the medieval church, but not to the primitive. He had a keen insight into abstract truths, but he was an Englishman to the backbone, in his severe adherence to the real and the concrete. He had a most classical taste and a genius for philosophy and art, and he was fond of a historical inquiry and the politics of religion. He had no turn for theology as such. He set no sufficient value on the writings of the Fathers, on the detail or development of doctrine, on the definite traditions of the Church viewed in their matter, on the teachings of the ecumenical councils, or on the controversies out of which they arose. He took an eager, courageous view of things on the whole. I should say that his power of entering into the minds of others did not equal his other gifts. He could not believe, for instance, that I really held the Roman Church to be anti-Christian. On many points he would not believe but that I agreed with him, when I did not. He seemed not to understand my difficulties. His were of a different kind, the contrariety between theory and fact. He was a high Tory of the Cavalier stamp, and was disgusted with the Toryism of the opponents of the Reform Bill. He was smitten with the love of the theocratic Church. He went abroad and was shocked by the degeneracy which he thought he saw in the Catholics of Italy. It is difficult to enumerate the precise additions to my theological creed which I derived from a friend to whom I owe so much. He taught me to look with admiration towards the Church of Rome, and in the same degree to dislike the Reformation. He fixed deep in me the idea of devotion to the Blessed Virgin, and he led me gradually to believe in the real presence. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, Part 3 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. There is one remaining source of my opinions to be mentioned, and that far from the least important. In proportion as I moved out of the shadow of that liberalism which had hung over my course, my early devotion towards the Fathers returned, and in the long vacation of 1828 I set about to read them chronologically, beginning with St. Ignatius and St. Justin. About 1830 a proposal was made to me by Mr. Hugh Rose, who with Mr. Lyell, afterwards Dean of Canterbury, was providing writers for a theological library to furnish them with a history of the principal councils. I accepted it, and at once set to work on the Council of Nicaea. It was to launch myself on an ocean with currents innumerable, and I was drifted back first to the ante-Nicaean history, and then to the Church of Alexandria. The work at least appeared under the title of The Arians of the Fourth Century, and of its 422 pages, the first 117 consisted of introductory matter, and the Council of Nicaea did not appear till the 254th, and then occupied at most 20 pages. I do not know when I first learned to consider that antiquity was the true exponent of the doctrine of Christianity, and the basis of the Church of England. But I take it for granted that the works of Bishop Bull, which at this time I read, were my chief introduction to this principle. The course of reading which I pursued in the composition of my volume was directly adapted to develop it in my mind. What principally attracted me in the ante-Nicene period was the great Church of Alexandria, the historical centre of teaching in those times. Of Rome, for some centuries, comparatively little is known. The battle of Arianism was first fought in Alexandria. Athanasius, the champion of the truth, was the Bishop of Alexandria, and in his writings he refers to the great religious names of an earlier date, to Origen, Dionysius, and others who were the glory of its see, or of its school. The broad philosophy of Clement and Origen carried me away, the philosophy, not the theological doctrine, and I have drawn out some features of it in my volume, with the zeal and freshness, but with the partiality of a neophyte. Some portions of their teaching, magnificent in themselves, came like music to my inward ear, as if the response to ideas, which, with little external to encourage them, I had cherished so long. These were based on the mystical or sacramental principle, and spoke of the various economies or dispensations of the eternal. I understood these passages to mean that the exterior world, physical and historical, was but the manifestation to our sense of realities greater than itself. Nature was a parable, Scripture was an allegory, pagan literature, philosophy, and mythology properly understood were but a preparation for the gospel. The Greek poets and sages were in a certain sense prophets, for thoughts beyond their thought to those high bards were given. There had been a directly divine dispensation granted to the Jews, but there had been in some sense a dispensation carried on in favour of the Gentiles. He who had taken the seed of Jacob for his elect people had not therefore cast the rest of mankind out of his sight. In the fullness of time both Judaism and paganism had come to naught. The outward framework, which concealed yet suggested the living truth, had never been intended to last, and it was dissolved under the beams of the sun of justice, which shone behind it and through it. The process of changes had been slow. It had been done not rashly, but by rule and measure, at sundry times and in divers manners, first one disclosure and then another, till the whole evangelical doctrine was brought into full manifestation, and thus room was made for the anticipation of further and deeper disclosures, of truth still under the veil of the letter, and in their season to be revealed. The visible world still remains without its divine interpretation. Holy Church in her sacraments and her hierarchical appointments will remain even to the end of the world, after all but a symbol of those heavenly facts which fill eternity. Her mysteries are but the expression in human language of truths to which the human mind is unequal. It is evident how much there was in all this correspondence with the thoughts which had attracted me when I was young, and with the doctrine which I have already associated with the Analogy and the Christian Year. It was, I suppose, to the Alexandrian school and to the early Church that I owe in particular what I definitely held about the angels. I viewed them not only as the ministers employed by the Creator in the Jewish and Christian dispensations, as we find on the face of Scripture, but as carrying on, as Scripture also implies, the economy of the visible world. I consider them as the real cause of motion, light, and life, and of those elementary principles of the physical universe, which, when offered in their development to our senses, suggest to us the notion of cause and effect, and of what are called the laws of nature. This doctrine I have drawn out of my sermon for Michaelmas Day, written in 1831. I say of the angels, every breath of air and ray of light and heat, every beautiful prospect is, as it were, the skirts of their garments, the waving of the robes of those whose faces see God. Again I ask, what would be the thought of a man who, when examining a flower, or a herb, or a pebble, or ray of light, which he treats as something so beneath him in the scale of existence, suddenly discovered that he was in the presence of some powerful being, who was hidden behind the visible things he was inspecting, who, though concealing his wise hand, was giving them their beauty, grace, and perfection, as being God's instrument for the purpose, nay, whose robe and ornaments those objects were, which he was so eager to analyze. And I therefore remark that we may say with grateful and simple hearts, with the three holy children, O all ye works of the Lord, etc., etc. Bless ye the Lord, praise him, and magnify him forever. Also, besides the host of evil spirits, I considered there was a middle race, Oovia, neither in heaven nor in hell, partially fallen, capricious, wayward, noble or crafty, benevolent or malicious, as the case might be. These beings gave a sort of inspiration or intelligence to races, nations, and classes of men. Hence the action of body politics and associations, which is often so different from that of individuals who compose them. Hence the character and the instinct of states and governments, of religious communities and communions. I thought these assemblages had their life in certain unseen powers. My preference of the personal to the abstract would naturally lead me to this view. I thought it countenanced by the mention of the Prince of Persia in the prophet Daniel, and I think I considered that it was of such intermediate beings that the Apocalypse spoke in its notice of the angels of the seven churches. In 1837 I made a further development of this doctrine. I said to an intimate and dear friend, Samuel Francis Wood, in a letter which came into my hands on his death, I have an idea. The Mass of the Fathers, Justin, Athenagoras, Irenaeus, Clement, Tertullian, Origen, Lactantius, Sulpicius, Ambrose, Nazianzen, hold that, though Satan fell from the beginning, the angels fell before the deluge, falling in love with the daughters of men. This has lately come across me as a remarkable solution of a notion which I cannot help holding. Daniel speaks as if each nation had its guardian angel. I cannot but think that there are beings with a great deal of good in them, yet with great defects, who are the animating principles of certain institutions, etc., etc. Take England, with many high virtues, and yet a low Catholicism. It seems to me that John Bull is a spirit neither of heaven nor hell. Has not the Christian Church in its parts surrendered itself to one or other of these simulations of the truth? How are we to avoid Scylla and Charybdis, and go straight on to the very image of Christ, etc., etc.? I am aware that what I have been saying will, with many men, be doing credit to my imagination at the expense of my judgment. Hippocrates doesn't care. I am not setting myself up as a pattern of good sense or of anything else. I am but giving a history of my opinions, and that with the view of showing that I have come by them through intelligible process of thought and honest external means. The doctrine indeed of the economy has in some quarters been itself condemned as intrinsically pernicious, as if leading to lying and equivocation, when applied, as I have applied it in my remarks upon it in my History of the Arians, to matters of conduct. My answer to this imputation I postpone to the concluding pages of my volume. While I was engaged in writing my work upon the Arians, great events were happening at home and abroad, which brought out into form and passionate expression the various beliefs which had so gradually been winding their way into my mind. Shortly before there had been a revolution in France, the Bourbons had been dismissed, and I held that it was unchristian for nations to cast off their governors, and much more sovereigns who had the divine right of inheritance. Again the great reform agitation was going on around me as I wrote. The Whigs had come into power. Lord Grey had told the bishops to set their house in order, and some of the prelates had been insulted and threatened in the streets of London. The vital question was, how were we to keep the Church from being liberalized? There was such apathy on the subject in some quarters, such imbecile alarm in others. The true principles of churchmanship seemed so radically decayed, and there was such distraction in the councils of the clergy. Bloomfield, the Bishop of London of the day, an active and open-hearted man, had been for years engaged in diluting the high orthodoxy of the Church by the introduction of members of the Evangelical body into places of influence and trust. He had deeply offended men who agreed in opinion with myself by an off-handed saying, as it was reported, to the effect that belief in the apostolical succession had gone out with the non-jurors. "We can count you," he said to some of the gravest and most venerated persons of the old school. And the Evangelical party itself, with their late successes, seemed to have lost that simplicity and unworldliness which I admired so much in Milner and Scott. It was not that they did not venerate such men as Ryder, the then Bishop of Lichfield, and others of similar sentiments, who were not yet promoted out of the ranks of the clergy, but I thought little of the Evangelicals as a class. I thought they played into the hands of the Liberals. With the Establishment thus divided and threatened, thus ignorant of its true strength, I compared that fresh vigorous power of which I was reading in the first centuries. In her triumphant zeal on behalf of that primeval mystery, to which I had had so great a devotion from my youth, I recognized the movement of my spiritual mother. Incessu patuit die, the self-conquest of her ascetics, the patience of her martyrs, the irresistible determination of her bishops, the joyous swing of her advance both exalted and abashed me. I said to myself, "Look on this picture and on that." I felt affection for my own Church, but not tenderness. I felt dismay at her prospects, anger and scorn at her do-nothing perplexity. I thought that if Liberalism once got a footing within her, it was sure of the victory in the event. I saw that Reformation principles were powerless to rescue her. As to leaving her, the thought never crossed my imagination. Still I ever kept before me that there was something greater than the Established Church, and that that was the Church Catholic and Apostolic, set up from the beginning, of which she was but the local presence and the organ. She was nothing unless she was this. She must be dealt with strongly, or she would be lost. There was need for a second Reformation. At this time I was disengaged from college duties, and my health had suffered from labour involved in the composition of my volume. It was ready for the press in July, 1832, though not published till the end of 1833. I was easily persuaded to join Hurrell Froude and his father, who were going to the south of Europe for the health of the former. We set out in December 1832. It was during this expedition that my verses, which are in the Lyra Apostolica, were written. A few indeed before it, but not more than one or two of them after it. Exchanging, as I was, definite tutorial work, and the literary quiet and pleasant friendship of the last 6 years, for foreign countries and an unknown future, I naturally was led to think that some inward changes, as well as some larger course of action, was coming upon me. At Whitchurch, while waiting for the down mail to Falmouth, I wrote the verses about my guardian angel, which began with the words, "Are these the tracks of some unearthly friend?" and which go on to speak of the vision which haunted me. That vision is more or less brought out in the whole series of these compositions. I went to various coasts of the Mediterranean, parted with my friends at Rome, went down for the second time to Sicily without companion at the end of April, and got back to England by Palermo in the early part of July. The strangeness of foreign life threw me back into myself. I found pleasure in historical sites and beautiful scenes, not in men and manners. We kept clear of Catholics throughout our tour. I had a conversation with the Dean of Malta, a most pleasant man, lately dead, but it was about the Fathers and the library of the great Church. I knew the Abbot Santini at Rome, who did no more than copy for me the Gregorian tones. Froude and I made 2 calls upon Monsignore, now Cardinal Wiseman, at the Collegio Inglese, shortly before we left Rome. Once we heard him preach at the church in the Corso. I do not recollect being in a room with any other ecclesiastics except a priest at Castro Giovanni in Sicily, who called on me when I was ill, and with whom I wished to hold a controversy. As to church services, we attended the Tenebrae at the Sestine for the sake of the Miserere, and that was all. My general feeling was, all, save the spirit of man, is divine. I saw nothing but what was external of the hidden life of Catholics. I knew nothing. I was still more driven back into myself, and felt my isolation. England was in my thoughts solely, and the news from England came rarely and imperfectly. The bill for the suppression of the Irish sees was in progress, and filled my mind. I had fierce thoughts against the Liberals. It was the success of the Liberals' cause which fretted me inwardly. I became fierce against its instruments and its manifestations. A French vessel was at Algiers. I would not even look at the tricolour. On my return, though forced to stop 24 hours at Paris, I kept indoors the whole time, and all that I saw of that beautiful city was what I saw from the diligence. The Bishop of London had already sounded me as to my filling one of the Whitehall preacherships, which he had just then put on a new footing, but I was indignant at the line which he was taking, and from my steamer I had sent him a letter declining the appointment by anticipation, should it be offered to me. At this time I was specially annoyed with Dr. Arnold, though it did not last into latter years. Some one, I think, asked in conversation at Rome, whether a certain interpretation of Scripture was Christian. It was answered that Dr. Arnold took it. I interposed, "But is he a Christian?" The subject went out of my head at once. When afterwards I was taxed with it, I could say no more in explanation than, what I believe was the fact, that I must have had in mind some free views of Dr. Arnold about the Old Testament. I thought I must have meant, Arnold's answer for the interpretation, but who is to answer for Arnold? It was at Rome too that we began the Lyra Apostolica, which appeared monthly in the British Magazine. The motto shows the feeling of both Froude and myself at the time. We borrowed from M. Bunsen a Homer, and Froude chose the words in which Achilles, on returning to the battle, says, "You shall know the difference, now that I am back again." Especially when I was left by myself, the thoughts came upon me that deliverance is wrought, not by the many, but by the few; not by bodies, but by persons. Now it was, I think, that I repeated to myself the words which had ever been dear to me from my school days, exoriare aliquis. Now too, that Southey's beautiful poem of Thalaba, for which I had an immense liking, came forcibly to my mind. I begin to think that I had a mission. There are sentences of my letters to my friends to this effect, if they are not destroyed. When we took leave of Monsignore Wiseman, we had courteously expressed a wish that we might make a second visit to Rome. I said with great gravity, "We have work to do in England." I went down at once to Sicily, and the presentiment grew stronger. I struck into the middle of the island, and fell ill of a fever at Leonforte. My servant thought that I was dying, and begged for my last directions. I gave them as he wished, but I said, "I shall not die." I repeated, "I shall not die, for I have not sinned against light. I have not sinned against light." I never have been able to quite make out what I meant. I got to Castro Giovanni, and was laid up there for nearly 3 weeks. Towards the end of May I left for Palermo, taking 3 days for the journey. Before starting from my inn in the morning of May 26th or 27th, I sat down on my bed and began to sob violently. My servant, who had acted as my nurse, asked what ailed me. I could only answer him, "I have a work to do in England." I was aching to get home, yet for want of a vessel I was kept at Palermo for 3 weeks. I began to visit the churches, and they calmed my impatience, though I did not attend any services. I knew nothing of the presence of the Blessed Sacrament there. At last I got off in an orange boat bound for Marseilles. Then it was that I wrote the lines, "Lead kindly light," which have since become well known. We were becalmed a whole week in the Straits of Bonifacio. I was writing verses the whole time of my passage. At length I got to Marseilles, and set off for England. The fatigue of travelling was too much for me, and I was laid up for several days at Lyons. At last I got off again, and did not stop night or day, except a compulsory delay at Paris, till I reached England, and my mother's house. My brother had arrived from Persia only a few hours before. This was on the Tuesday. The following Sunday, July 14th, Mr. Keble preached the Assize Sermon in the University pulpit. It was published under the title of National Apostasy. I have ever considered and kept the day as the start of the religious movement of 1833. End of Chapter 1, Part 3. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 2, History of my Religious Opinions, from 1833 to 1839. In spite of the foregoing pages, I have no romantic story to tell, but I have written them because it is my duty to tell things as they took place. I have not exaggerated the feelings with which I returned to England, and I have no desire to dress up the events which followed, so as to make them in keeping with the narratives which has gone before. I soon relapsed into everyday life, which I had hitherto led, and all things the same, except that a new object was given me. I had employed myself in my own room in reading and writing, and in the care of the Church before I left England, and I returned to the same occupation when I was back again. And yet perhaps those most vehement feelings which carried me on were necessary for the beginning of the movement, and afterwards, when it was once begun, the special need of me was over. When I got home from abroad, I found that already a movement had commenced in opposition to the specific danger which at that time was threatening the religion of the nation and its Church. Several zealous and able men had united their counsel and were in correspondence with each other. The principal of these were Mr. Keble, Hurrell Froude, who had reached home long before me, Mr. William Palmer of Dublin and Worcester College, not Mr. William Palmer of Magdalen, who is now a Catholic, Mr. Arthur Percival, and Mr. Hugh Rose. To mention Mr. Hugh Rose's name is to kindle in the minds of those who knew him a host of pleasant and affectionate remembrances. He was the man above all fitted by his cast of mind and literary powers to make a stand, if a stand could be made, against the calamity of the times. He was gifted with a high and large mind, and a true sensibility of what was great and beautiful. He wrote with warmth and energy. He had a cool head and cautious judgment. He spent his strength and shortened his life, pro ecclesiaste die, as he understood that Southern idea. Some years earlier he had been the first to give warning, I think from the University pulpit at Cambridge, of the perils to England which lay in the biblical and theological speculations of Germany. The Reform agitation followed, and the Whig government came into power, and he anticipated in their distribution of church patronage the authoritative introduction of liberal opinions into the country. He feared that by the Whig party a door would be opened in England to the most grievous of heresies, which never could be closed again. In order, under such grave circumstances, to unite churchmen together and to make a front against the coming danger, he had in 1832 commenced the British Magazine, and in the same year he came to Oxford in the summer term in order to beat up for writers for his publication. On that occasion I became known to him through Mr. Palmer. His reputation and position came in aid of his obvious fitness, in point of character and intellect, to become the centre of an ecclesiastical movement, if such a movement were to depend on the action of a party. His delicate health, his premature death, would have frustrated the expectation, even though the new school of opinion had been more exactly thrown into the shape of a party than in fact was the case. But he zealously backed up the first efforts of those who were principals in it, and when he went abroad to die in 1838, he allowed me the solace of expressing my feelings of attachment and gratitude to him by addressing him in the dedication of a volume of my sermons, as the man who, when hearts were failing, bade us stir up the gifts that was in us, and betake ourselves to our true mother. But there were other reasons beside Mr. Rose's state of health which hindered those who so much admired him from availing themselves of his close cooperation in the coming fight. United as both he and they were in the general scope of the movement, they were in discordance with each other from the first in their estimate of the means to be adopted for attaining it. Mr. Rose had a position in the Church, a name, and serious responsibilities. He had direct ecclesiastical superiors. He had intimate relations with his own university, and a large clerical connection through the country. Froude and I were nobodies, with no characters to lose and no antecedents to fetter us. Rose could not go ahead across country, as Froude had no scruples in doing. Froude was a bold rider, as on horseback, so also in his speculations. After a long conversation with him on the logical bearing of his principles, Mr. Rose said of him with quiet humour that he did not seem to be afraid of inferences. It was simply the truth. Froude had that strong hold on first principles, and that keen perception of their value, that he was comparatively indifferent to the revolutionary action which would attend on their application to a given state of things, whereas in the thoughts of Rose, as a practical man, existing facts had the precedence of every other idea, and the chief test of the soundness of the line of policy lay in the consideration whether it would work. This was one of the first questions which, as it seemed to me, on every occasion occurred to his mind. With Froude, Erastianism, that is, the union, so he viewed it, of Church and State, was the parent, or if not the parent, the serviceable and sufficient tool of Liberalism. Till that union was snapped, Christian doctrine never could be safe, and while he well knew how high and unselfish was the temper of Mr. Rose, yet he used to apply to him an epithet reproachful in his own mouth. Rose was a conservative. By bad luck I brought out this word to Mr. Rose in a letter of my own, which I wrote to him in criticism of something he had inserted in his magazine. I got a vehement rebuke for my pains, for though Rose pursued a conservative line, he had as high a disdain as Froude could have of worldly ambitions, and an extreme sensitiveness of such an imputation. But there was another reason still, and a more elementary one, which served Mr. Rose from the Oxford movement. Living movements do not come of committees, nor are great ideas worked out through the post, even though it had been the penny post. This principle deeply penetrated both Froude and myself from the first, and recommended to us the course which things soon took spontaneously, and without set purpose of our own. Universities are the natural centres of intellectual movements. How could men act together, whatever was their zeal, unless they were united in a sort of individuality? Now first, we had no unity of place. Mr. Rose was at Suffolk, Mr. Perceval in Surrey, Mr. Keble in Gloucestershire. Perdell Froude had to go for his health to Barbadoes. Mr. Palmer was indeed in Oxford. This was an important advantage, and took well in the first months of the movement, but another condition besides that of place was required. A far more essential unity was that of antecedents, a common history, common memories, an intercourse of mind with mind in the past, and a progress and increase in the intercourse in the present. Mr. Perceval, to be sure, was a pupil of Mr. Keble's, but Keble, Rose, and Palmer represented distinct parties, or at least tempers, in the establishment. Mr. Palmer had many conditions of authority and influence. He was the only really learned man among us. He understood theology as a science. He was practised in the scholastic mode of controversial writings, and I believe was as well acquainted as he was dissatisfied with the Catholic schools. He was as decided in his religious views as he was cautious and even subtle in their expression, and gentle in their enforcement. But he was deficient in depth, and besides, coming from a distance, he never had really grown into an Oxford man, nor was he generally received as such, nor had he any insight into the force of personal influence and congeniality of thought in carrying out a religious theory, a condition which Froude and I considered essential to any true success in the stand which had to be made against Liberalism. Mr. Palmer had a certain connection, as it may be called, in the establishment, consisting of high church dignitaries, archdeacons, London rectors, and the like, who belonged to what was commonly called the high and dry school. They were far more opposed than even he was to the irresponsible action of individuals. Of course, their beau ideal in ecclesiastical action was a board of safe, sound, sensible men. Mr. Palmer was their organ and representative, and he wished for a committee, an association, with rules and meetings, to protect the interest of the Church in its existing peril. He was in some measure supported by Mr. Perceval. I, on the other hand, had out of my own head begun the Tracts, and these, as representing the antagonistic principles of personality, were looked upon by Mr. Palmer's friends with considerable alarm. The great point at the time with the good men in London, some of them men of the highest principle, and far from influenced by what we used to call Erastianism, was to put down the Tracts. I, as their editor and mainly their author, was of course willing to give way. Keble and Froude advocated their continuance strongly, and were angry with me for consenting to stop them. Mr. Palmer shared the anxiety of his own friends, and, kind as were his thoughts of us, he still not unnaturally felt, for reasons of his own, some fidget and nervousness at the course which his Oriel friends were taking. Froude, for whom he had a real liking, took a high tone in his project of measures for dealing with bishops and clergy, which must have shocked and scandalized him considerably. As for me, there was matter enough in the early Tracts to give him equal disgust, and doubtless I much tasked his generosity when he had to defend me, whether against the London dignitaries or the country clergy. Oriel, from the time of Dr. Copleston to Dr. Hampden, had had a name far and wide for liberality of thought. It had received a formal recognition from the Edinburgh Review, if my memory serves me truly, as a school of speculative philosophy in England, and on one occasion in 1833, when I presented myself with some of the first papers of the movement to a country clergyman in Northamptonshire, he paused a while, and then, eyeing me with significance, asked whether Whately was at the bottom of them. Mr. Perceval wrote to me in support of the judgment of Mr. Palmer and the dignitaries. I replied in a letter, which he afterwards published. As to the Tracts, I said to him, I quote my own words from his pamphlet. Every one has his own taste. You object to some things, another to others. If we altered to please every one, the effect would be spoiled. They were not intended as symbols, e cathedra, but as expressions of individual minds, and individuals feeling strongly, while on the other hand, they are incidentally faulty in mode or language, are still particularly effective. No great work was done by a system, whereas systems rise out of individual exertions. Luther was an individual. The very fault of an individual excites attention. He loses, but his cause, if good and he powerful-minded, gains. This is the way of things. We promote truth by a self-sacrifice. The visit which I made to the Northamptonshire rector was only one of a series of similar expedients, which I adopted during the year 1833. I called upon clergy in various parts of the country, whether I was acquainted with them or not, and I attended at the house of friends where several of them were from time to time assembled. I do not think that much came of such attempts, nor were they quite in my way. Also I wrote various letters to clergymen, which fared not much better, except that they advertised the fact that a rally in favour of the Church was commencing. I did not care whether my visits were made to High Church or Low Church. I wished to make a strong pull in union with all who were opposed to the principles of liberalism, whoever they might be. Giving my name to the editor, I commenced a series of letters in the Record newspaper. They ran to a considerable length, and were borne by him with great courtesy and patience. The heading given to them was, Church Reform. The first was on the revival of Church discipline, the second on its Scripture proof, the third on the application of the doctrine, the fourth was an answer to objections, The fifth was on the benefits of discipline, and then the series was abruptly brought to a termination. I had said what I really felt, and what was also in keeping with the strong teachings of the Tracts, but I suppose the editor discovered in me some divergence from his own line of thought, for at length he sent a very civil letter, apologizing for the non-appearance of my sixth communication, on the ground that it contained an attack upon temperance societies, about which he did not wish a controversy in his columns. He added, however, his serious regrets at the theological views of the Tracts. I had subscribed a small sum in 1828 towards the first start of the Record. Acts of the officious character which I have been describing were uncongenial to my natural temper, to the genius of the movement, and to the historical mode of its success. They were the fruit of that exuberant and joyous energy with which I had returned from abroad, and which I never had before or since. I had the exaltation of health restored and home regained. While I was at Palermo, and thought of the breadth of the Mediterranean, and the wearisome journey across France, I could not imagine how I was ever to get to England; but now I was amid familiar scenes and faces once more, and my health and strength came back to me with such a rebound, that some friends at Oxford, on seeing me, did not well know that it was I, and hesitated before they spoke to me; and I had the consciousness that I was employed in that work which I had been dreaming about, and which I felt to be so momentous and inspiring. I had a supreme confidence in our cause. We were upholding that primitive Christianity, which was delivered for all time by the early teachers of the Church, and which was registered and attested in the Anglican formularies and by the Anglican divines. That ancient religion had well nigh faded away out of the land through the political changes of the last 150 years, and it must be restored. It would be in fact a second Reformation, a better Reformation, for it would be a return not to the 16th century, but to the 17th. No time was to be lost, for the Whigs had come to do their worst, and the rescue might come too late. Bishoprics were already in course of suppression. Church property was in course of confiscation. Sees would soon be receiving unsuitable occupants. We knew enough to begin preaching upon, and there was no one else to preach. I felt as on board a vessel, which first gets under way, and then the deck is cleared out, and luggage and livestock stowed away into their proper receptacles. Nor was it only that I had confidence in our cause, both in itself and in its polemical force, but also, on the other hand, I despised every rival system of doctrine and its arguments too. As to the High Church and the Low Church, I thought that the one had not much more of a logical basis than the other, while I had a thorough contempt for the controversial position of the latter. I had a real respect for the character of many of the advocates of each party, but that did not give cogency to their arguments, and I thought, on the contrary, that the apostolical form of doctrine was essential and imperative, and its ground of evidence impregnable. Owing to this supreme confidence, it came to pass at that time that there was a double aspect in my bearing towards others, which it is necessary for me to enlarge upon. My behaviour had a mixture in it both of fierceness and of sport, and on this account, I dare say, it gave offence to many, nor am I here defending it. I wish men to agree with me, and I walked with them step by step as far as they would go. This I did sincerely, but if they would stop, I did not much care about it, but walked on, with some satisfaction that I had brought them so far. I liked to make them preach the truth without knowing it, and encourage them to do so. It was a satisfaction to me that the Record had allowed me to say so much in its columns without remonstrance. I was amused to hear of one of the bishops, who, on reading the early tract on the Apostolical Succession, could not make up his mind whether he held the doctrine or not. I was not distressed at the wonder or anger of dull and self-conceited men, at propositions which they did not understand. When a correspondent in good faith wrote to a newspaper to say that the sacrifice of the Holy Eucharist, spoken of in the tract, was false print for sacrament, I thought the mistake too pleasant to be corrected before I was asked about it. I was not unwilling to draw an opponent on step by step, by virtue of his own opinions, to the brink of some intellectual absurdity, and to leave him to get back as he could. I was not unwilling to play with a man who asked me impertinent questions. I think I had in my mouth the words of the wise man, "Answer a fool according to his folly," especially if he was prying or spiteful. I was reckless of the gossip which was circulated about me, and, when I might easily have set it right, did not deign to do so. Also, I used irony in conversation when matter-of-fact men would not see what I meant. This kind of behaviour was a sort of habit with me. If I have ever trifled with my subject, it was a more serious fault. I never used arguments which I saw clearly to be unsound. The nearest approach which I remember to such conduct, but which I consider was clear of it nevertheless, was in the case of Tract 15. The matter of this tract was furnished to me by a friend, to whom I had applied for assistance, but who did not wish to be mixed up with the publication. He gave it to me, that I might throw it into shape, and I took his arguments as they stood. In the chief portion of the tract I fully agreed, for instance, as to what it says about the Council of Trent. But there were arguments, or some argument, in which I did not follow. I do not recollect what it was. Froude, I think, was disgusted with the whole tract, and accused me of economy in publishing it. It is principally through Mr. Froude's remains that this word has got into our language. I think I defend myself with arguments such as these, that, as every one knew, the tracts were written by various persons who agreed together in their doctrine, but not always in the arguments by which it was to be proved, that we must be tolerant of differences of opinion among ourselves, that the author of the tract had a right to his own opinion, that the argument in question was ordinarily received, that I did not give my own name or authority, nor was asked for my personal belief, but only acted instrumentally, as one might translate a friend's book into a foreign language. I account these to be good arguments. Nevertheless, I feel also that such practices admit of easy abuse, and are consequently dangerous. But then again, I feel also this, that if all such mistakes were to be severely visited, not many men in public life would be left with a character for honour and honesty. This absolute confidence in my cause, which led me to the negligence or wantonness which I have been instancing, also laid me open, not unfairly, to the opposite charge of fierceness in certain steps which I took, or words which I published. In the Lyra Apostolica I have said that, before learning to love, we must learn to hate, though I had explained my words by adding hatred of sin. In one of my first sermons I said, I do not shrink from uttering my firm convictions that it would be a gain to the country were it vastly more superstitious, more bigoted, more gloomy, more fierce in its religion, than at present it shows itself to be. I added, of course, that it would be an absurdity to suppose such tempers of mind desirable in themselves. The corrector of the press bore these strong epithets till he got to more fierce, and then he put in the margin a query. In the very first page of the first tract, I said of the bishops, that black event, though it would be for the country, yet we could not wish them a more blessed termination of their course, than the spoiling of their goods and martyrdom. In consequence of a passage in my work upon the Arian history, a northern dignitary wrote to accuse me of wishing to re-establish the blood and torture of the Inquisition. Contrasting heretics and heresiarchs, I had said, the latter should meet with no mercy. He assumes the office of the tempter, and, so far as his error goes, must be dealt with by the competent authority, as if he were embodied evil. To spare him is a false and dangerous pity. It is to endanger the souls of thousands, and it is uncharitable towards himself. I cannot deny that this is a very fierce passage, but Arius was banished, not burned, and it is only fair to myself to say that neither at this nor any other time of my life, not even when I was fiercest, could I have even cut off a Puritan's ears, and I think the sight of a Spanish Autobiography would have been the death of me. Again, when one of my friends of liberal and evangelical opinions wrote to expostulate with me on the course I was taking, I said that we would ride over him and his, as Othniel prevailed over Cushan Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia. Again, I would have no dealings with my brother, and I put my conduct upon a syllogism. I said, St. Paul bids us avoid those who cause divisions. You cause divisions, therefore I must avoid you. I dissuaded a lady from attending a marriage of a sister who had seceded from the Anglican Church. No wonder that Blanco White, who had known me under such different circumstances, now hearing the general course that I was taking, was amazed at the change which he recognized in me. He speaks bitterly and unfairly of me in his letters contemporaneously with the first years of the movement. But in 1839, on looking back, he uses terms of me which it would be hardly modest in me to quote, were it not that what he says of me in praise occurs in the midst of blame. He says, in this party, the Anti-Peel in 1829, I found to my great surprise my dear friend Mr. Newman of Oriel. As he had been one of the annual petitioners to Parliament for Catholic emancipation, his sudden union with the most violent bigots was inexplicable to me. That change was the first manifestation of the mental revolution which has suddenly made him one of the leading prosecutors of Dr. Hampden, and the most active and influential member of that association called the Puseyite Party, from which we have those very strange productions entitled Tracts for the Times. While stating these public facts, my heart feels a pang at the recollection of the affectionate and mutual friendship between that excellent man and myself, a friendship which his principle of orthodoxy could not allow him to continue in regard to one, whom he now regards as inevitably doomed to eternal perdition. Such is the venomous character of orthodoxy. What mischief must it create in a bad heart and narrow mind, when it can work so effectually for evil in one of the most benevolent of bosoms, and one of the ablest of minds, in the amiable, the intellectual, the refined John Henry Newman. He adds that I would have nothing to do with him, a circumstance which I do not recollect and very much doubt. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. I have spoken of my firm confidence in my position, and now let me state more definitely what the position was which I took up, and the proposition about which I was so confident. These were three. 1. First was the principle of dogma. My battle was with liberalism. By liberalism I mean the anti-dogmatic principle and its developments. This was the first point on which I was certain. Here I make a remark. Persistence in a given belief is no sufficient test of its truth, but departure from it is at least a slur upon the man who has felt so certain about it. In proportion, then, as I had in 1832 a strong persuasion of the truth of opinions which I have since given up. So far a sort of guilt attaches to me, not only for that vain confidence, but for all the various proceedings which were the consequence of it. But under the first head, I have the satisfaction of feeling that I have nothing to retract and nothing to repent of. The main principle of the movement is as dear to me now as it ever was. I have changed in many things, in this I have not. From the age of 15, dogma has been the fundamental principle of my religion. I know no other religion. I cannot enter into the idea of any other sort of religion. Religion, as a mere sentiment, is to me a dream and a mockery. As well can there be filial love without the fact of a father, as devotion without the fact of a supreme being. What I held in 1816 I held in 1833, and I hold in 1864. Please God, I shall hold it to the end. Even when I was under Dr. Whately's influence, I had no temptation to be less zealous for the great dogmas of the faith, and at various times I used to resist such trains of thought on his part as seemed to me, rightly or wrongly, to obscure them. Such was the fundamental principles of the movement of 1833. 2. Secondly, I was confident in the truth of a certain definite religious teaching based upon this foundation of dogma, namely, that there was a visible Church, with sacraments and rites, which are the channels of invisible grace. I thought that this was the doctrine of Scripture, of the early Church, and of the Anglican Church. Here again I have not changed in opinion. I am as certain now on this point as I was in 1833, and have never ceased to be certain. In 1834 and the following years, I put this ecclesiastical doctrine on a broader basis. After reading Laud, Bramhall, and Stillingfleet, and other Anglican divines on the one hand, and after prosecuting the study of the Fathers on the other, but the doctrine of 1833 was strengthened in me, not changed. When I began the Tracts for the Times, I rested the main doctrine, of which I am speaking, upon the Scripture, on the Anglican Prayer Book, and on St. Ignatius' epistles. 1. As to the existence of a visible Church, I especially argued out the point from Scripture, in Tract 11, namely, from the Acts of the Apostle and the Epistles. 2. As to the sacraments and sacramental rites, I stood on the Prayer Book. I appealed to the ordination service, in which the bishop says, "Receive the Holy Ghost," to the visitation service, which teaches confession and absolution, to the baptismal service, in which the priest speaks of the child after baptism as regenerate, to the catechism, in which the sacramental communion is receiving verily and indeed the body and blood of Christ, to the commination service, in which we are told to do works of penance, to the collects, epistles, and gospels, to the calendar and rubric portions of the prayer book, wherein we find the festivals of the apostles, notice of certain other saints, and days of fasting and abstinence. 3. And further, as to the episcopal system, I founded upon the Epistle of St. Ignatius, which inculcated it in various ways. One passage especially impressed itself upon me. Speaking of cases of disobedience to ecclesiastical authority, he says, "A man does not deceive that bishop whom he sees, but he practices rather with the bishop invisible, and so the question is not with flesh, but with God, who knows the secret heart." I wish to act on the principle to the letter, and I may say with confidence that I never consciously transgressed it. I love to act as feeling myself in my bishop's sight, as if I were in the sight of God. It was one of my special supports and safeguards against myself. I could not go very wrong while I had reason to believe that I was in no respect displeasing him. It was not a mere formal obedience to rule that I put before me, but I desired to please him personally, as I considered him set out over me by the divine hand. I was strict in observing my clerical engagements, not only because they were engagements, but because I considered myself simply as a servant and instrument of my bishop. I did not care much for the bench of bishops, except as they might be the voice of my church, nor should I have cared much for a provincial council, nor for the diocesan synod presided over by my bishop. All these matters seemed to me to be jure ecclesiastico, but what to me was jure divino was the voice of my bishop in his own person. My own bishop was my pope. I knew no other, the successor of the apostles, the vicar of Christ. This was but a practical exhibition of the Anglican theory of church government, as I had already drawn it out myself after various Anglican divines. This continued all through my course, when at length in 1845 I wrote to Bishop Wiseman, in whose vicariate I found myself, to announce my conversion. I could find nothing better to say to him than that I would obey the Pope as I had obeyed my own bishop in the Anglican Church. My duty to him was my point of honour. His disapprobation was the one thing which I could not bear. I believe it to have been a generous and honest feeling, and in consequence I was rewarded by having all my time for ecclesiastical superior a man whom, had I had a choice, I should have preferred, out and out, to any other bishop on the bench, and for whose memory I have a special affection. Dr. Bagot, a man of noble mind, and as kind-hearted and as considerate as he was noble, he ever sympathized with me in my trials which followed. It was my own fault that I was not brought into more familiar personal relations with him than it was my happiness to be. May his name be ever blessed. And now, in concluding my remarks on the second point on which my confidence rested, I repeat that here again I have no retraction to announce as to its main outline. While I am now as clear in my acceptance of the principle of dogma as I was in 1833 and 1816, so again I am now as firm in my belief of a visible Church, of the authority of bishops, of the grace of the sacraments, of the religious worth of works of penance, as I was in 1833. I have added articles to my creed, but the old ones, which I then held with a divine faith, remain. 3. But now, as to the third point on which I stood in 1833, and which I have utterly renounced and trampled upon since, my then view of the Church of Rome, I will speak about it as exactly as I can. When I was young, as I have said already, and after I was grown up, I thought the Pope to be Antichrist. At Christmas 1824-25, I preached a sermon to that effect, but in 1827 I accepted eagerly the stanza of the Christian Year, which many people thought too charitable. Speak gently of thy sister's fall. From the time that I knew Froude, I got less and less bitter on the subject. I spoke successively, but I cannot tell on what order or at what dates, of the Roman Church as being bound up with the cause of Antichrist, as being one of the many Antichrists foretold by St. John, as being influenced by the spirit of Antichrist, and as having something very anti-Christian or unchristian about her. From my boyhood and in 1824 I considered after Protestant authorities that St. Gregory I, about A.D. 600, was the first Pope that was Antichrist, though in spite of this he was also a great and holy man. But in 1832-33 I thought the Church of Rome was bound up with the cause of Antichrist by the Council of Trent. When it was that in my deliberate judgment I gave up the notion altogether in any shape, that some special reproach was attached to her name, I cannot tell, but I had a shrinking from renouncing it, even when my reason so ordered me, from a sort of conscience or prejudice, I think up to 1843. Moreover, at least during the tract movement, I thought the essence of her offence to consist in the honours which she paid to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints; and the more I grew in devotion, both to the Saints and to Our Lady, the most impatient was I at the Roman practices, as if glorified creations of God must be gravely shocked, if pain could be theirs, at the undue veneration of which they were the objects. On the other hand, Hurrell Froude, in his familiar conversations, was always tending to rub the idea out of my mind. In a passage of one of his letters from abroad, alluding, I suppose, to what I used to say in opposition to him, he observed, "I think people are injudicious who talk against the Roman Catholics for worshipping saints and honouring the Virgin, and images, etc. These things may perhaps be idolatrous. I cannot make up my mind about it, but to my mind it is the Carnival which is the real practical idolatry. As it is written, the people sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play." The Carnival, I observed in passing, is in fact one of those very excesses to which, for at least 3 centuries, religious Catholics have ever opposed themselves, as we see in the life of St. Philip, to say nothing of the present day. But this we did not then know. Moreover, from Froude I learned to admire the great medieval pontiffs, and, of course, when I had come to consider the Council of Trent to be the turning point of the history of Christian Rome, I found myself as free as I was rejoiced to speak in their praise. Then, when I was abroad, the sight of so many great places, venerable shrines, the noble churches, much impressed my imagination, and my heart was touched also. Making an expedition on foot across some wild country in Sicily, at 6 in the morning, I came upon a small church. I heard voices, and I looked in. It was crowded, and the congregation was singing. Of course it was the Mass, though I did not know it at this time, and in my weary days at Palermo I was not ungrateful for the comfort which I had received in frequenting the church, nor did I ever forget it. Then again her zealous maintenance of the doctrine and the rule of celibacy, which I recognized as apostolic, and her faithful agreement with antiquity in so many other points which were dear to me, was an argument as well as a plea in favour of the great Church of Rome. Thus I learned to have tender feelings towards her, but still my reason was not affected at all. My judgment was against her, when viewed as an institution, as truly as it ever had been. This conflict between reason and affection I expressed in one of the early tracts, published in July 1834. Considering the high gifts and the strong claims of the Church of Rome, and its dependencies on our admiration, reverence, love, and gratitude, how could we withstand it, as we do? How could we refrain from being melted into tenderness, and rushing into communion with it, but for the words of truth itself, which bid us prefer it to the whole world? "He that loveth father and mother more than me is not worthy of me." How could we learn to be severe and execute judgment, but for the warnings of Moses against even a divinely gifted teacher, who should preach new gods, and the anathema of St. Paul even against angels and apostles who should bring in a new doctrine? Records, No. 24. My feeling was something like that of a man who is obliged in a court of justice to bear witness against a friend, or like my own now, when I have said, and shall say, so many things on which I had rather be silent. As a matter then of simple conscience, though it went against my feelings, I felt it to be a duty to protest against the Church of Rome. But besides this, it was a duty, because the prescription of such a protest was a living principle of my own Church, as expressed not simply in a catena, but by a consensus of her divines, and by the voice of her people. Moreover, such a protest was necessary, as an integral portion of her controversial basis. For I adopted the arguments of Bernard Gilpin, that Protestants were not able to give any firm and solid reasons of the separation besides this, to wit, that the Pope is Antichrist, But while I thus thought such a protest to be based upon truth, and to be a religious duty, and a rule of Anglicanism, and a necessity of the case, I did not at all like the work. Hurrell Froude attacked me for doing it, and, besides, I felt that my language had a vulgar and rhetorical look about it. I believed and really measured my words when I used them, but I knew that I had a temptation, on the other hand, to say against Rome as much as ever I could, in order to protect myself against the charge of Popery. And now I come to the very point for which I have introduced the subject of my feelings about Rome. I felt such confidence in the substantial justice of the charges which I advanced against her, that I considered them to be a safeguard, and an assurance that no harm could ever arise from the freest exposition of what I used to call Anglican principles. All the world was astounded at what Froude and I were saying. Men said that it was sheer Popery. I answered, "True, we seem to be making straight for it, but go on a while, and you will come to a deep chasm across the path, which makes real approximation impossible." And I urged in addition that many Anglican divines had been accused of Popery, yet had died in their Anglicanism. Now the ecclesiastical principles which I professed, they had professed also, and the judgment against Rome which they had formed, I had formed also. Whatever deficiencies then had to be supplied in the existing Anglican system, and however boldly I might point them out, anyhow that system would not in the process be brought nearer to the special creed of Rome, and might be mended in spite of her. In that very agreement of the two forms of faith, close as it might seem, would really be found, on examination, the elements and principles of an essential discordance. It was with absolute persuasion on my mind that I fancied that there could be no rashness in giving to the world in fullest measure the teaching and writings of the Fathers. I thought that the Church of England was substantially founded upon them. I did not know all that the Fathers had said, but I felt that, even when their tenets happened to differ from the Anglican, no harm could come of reporting them. I set out what I was clear they had said. I spoke vaguely and imperfectly of what I thought they said, or what some of them had said. Anyhow, no harm could come of bending the crooked stick the other way in the process of straightening it. It was impossible to break it. If there was anything in the Fathers of a startling character, this would be only for a time. It would admit of explanation, or it might suggest something profitable to Anglicans. It could not lead to Rome. I expressed this view of the matter in the passage of the Preface to the first volume, which I edited, of the Library of the Fathers. Speaking of the strangeness at first sight, in the judgment of the present day, of some of their principles and opinions, I bid the reader go forward hopefully, and not indulge his criticism till he knows more about them than he will learn at the outset. Since the evil, I say, is in the nature of the case itself, we can do no more than have patience and recommend patience to others, and with the racer in the tragedy, look forward steadily and hopefully to the event. Ta foye, ta feli, pesta ine, fish oriene. When, as we trust, all that is inharmonious and anomalous in the details will at length be practically smoothed. Such was the position, such the deference, such the tactics by which I thought that it was both incumbent on us and possible for us to meet that onset of liberal principles of which we were all in immediate anticipation, whether in the Church or in the University. And during the first year of the Tracts, the attack upon the University began. In November 1834 was sent to me by Dr. Hampton the second edition of his pamphlet entitled Observations on Religious Dissent, with particular reference to the use of religious tests in the University. In this pamphlet it was maintained that religion is distinct from theological opinion, pages 1, 28, 30, etc. That it is but a common prejudice to identify theological propositions, methodically deduced and stated, with the simple religion of Christ, page 1. That under theological opinions were to be placed the Trinitarian doctrine, page 27, and the Unitarian, page 19. That a dogma was a theological opinion formally insisted on, pages 20 and 21. That speculation always left an opening for improvement, page 22. That the Church of England was not dogmatic in its spirit, though the wording of its formularies might often carry the sound of dogmatism, page 23. I acknowledge the receipt of this work in the following letter. The kindness which has led to your presenting me with your late pamphlet encourages me to hope that you will forgive me, if I take the opportunity it affords of expressing to you my very sincere and deep regret that it has been published. Such an opportunity I could not let slip without being unfaithful to my own serious thoughts on the subject. While I respect the tone of piety which the pamphlet displays, I dare not trust myself to put on paper my feelings about the principles contained in it, tending as they do, in my opinion, altogether to make shipwreck of Christian faith. I also lament that, by its appearance, the first step has been taken towards interrupting that peace and mutual good understanding which has prevailed so long in this place, and which, if once seriously disturbed, will be succeeded by dissensions the more intractable, because justified in the minds of those who resist innovation by a feeling of imperative duty. Since that time Phaeton has got into the chariot of the sun, we, alas, can only look on and watch him down the steep of heaven. Meanwhile the lands which he is passing over suffer from his driving. Such was the commencement of the assault of Liberalism upon the old orthodoxy of Oxford and England, and it could not have been broken, as it was, for so long a time, had not a great change taken place in the circumstances of that counter-movement which had already started with the view of resisting it. For myself, I was not the person to take the lead of a party. I never was, from first to last, more than a leading author of a school, nor did I ever wish to be anything else. This is my own account of the matter, and I say it neither as intending to disown the responsibility of what was done, or as if ungrateful to those who at that time made more of me than I deserved, and did more for my sake and at my bidding than I realized myself. I am giving my history from my own point of sight, and it is as follows. I had lived for 10 years among my personal friends. The greater part of the time I had been influenced, not influencing, and at no time have I acted on others without their acting upon me. As is the custom of a university, I had lived with my private, nay, with some of my public pupils, and with the junior fellows of my college, without form or distance, on a footing of equality. Thus it was through friends, younger, for the most part, than myself, that my principles were spreading. They heard what I said in conversation, and told it to others. Undergraduates in due time took the degree and became private tutors themselves. In their new status, they in turn preached the opinions, with which they had already become acquainted. Others went down to the country, and became curates of parishes. Then they had down from London parcels of the tracts and other publications. They placed them in the shops of local booksellers, got them into newspapers, introduced them to clerical meetings, and converted more or less their rectors and their brother curates. Thus the movement, viewed with relation to myself, was but a floating opinion. It was not a power. It never would have been a power, if it had remained in my hands. Years after, a friend, writing to me in remonstrance of the excesses, as he thought them, of my disciples, applied to me my own verse about St. Gregory Nazianzen, "Thou couldst a people raise, but couldst not rule." At the time that he wrote to me, I had special impediments in the way of such an exercise of power, but at no time could I exercise over others that authority, which under the circumstances was imperatively required. My great principle ever was, live and let live. I never had a staidness or dignity necessary for a leader. To the last I never recognized the hold I had over young men. Of late years I have read and heard that they even imitated me in various ways. I was quite unconscious of it, and I think my immediate friends knew too well how disgusted I should be at such proceedings to have the heart to tell me. I felt great impatience at our being called a party, and would not allow that we were such. I had a lounging, free and easy way of carrying things on. I exercised no sufficient censorship upon the tracts. I did not confine them to the writings of such persons as agreed in all things with myself, and as to my own tracts. I printed on them a notice to the effect that any one who pleased might make what use he would of them, and reprint them with alterations if he chose, under the conviction that if their main scope could not be damaged by such a process. It was the same with me afterwards, as regards other publications. For 2 years I furnished a certain number of sheets for the British Critic, from myself and my friends, while a gentleman was editor, a man of splendid talent, who, however, was scarcely an acquaintance of mine, and had no sympathy with the tracts. When I was editor myself, from 1838 to 1841, in my very first number, I suffered to appear a critique unfavourable to my work on Justification, which had been published a few months before, from a feeling of propriety, because I had put the book into the hands of the writer who so handled it. Afterwards I suffered an article against the Jesuits to appear in it, of which I did not like the tone. When I had to provide a curate for my new church at Littlemore, I engaged a friend, by no fault of his, who before he had entered into his charge, preached a sermon either in depreciation of baptismal regeneration, or of Dr. Pusey's view of it. I showed a similar easiness as to the editors who helped me in the separate volumes of Fleury's Church History. They were able, learned, and excellent men, but their after history has shown how little my choice of them was influenced by any notion I could have had of any intimate agreement of opinion between them and myself. I shall have to make the same remarks in its place concerning the lives of the English saints, which subsequently appeared. All this may seem inconsistent with what I have said of my fierceness. I am not bound to account for it, but there have been men before me, fierce in act, yet tolerant and moderate in their reasoning, at least so I read history. However, such was the case, and such its effects upon the tracts. These at first starting were short, hasty, and some of them ineffective, and at the end of the year, when collected into a volume, they had a slovenly appearance. It was under these circumstances that Dr. Pusey joined us. I had known him well since 1827-28, and had felt for him an enthusiastic admiration. I used to call him a Mahagazda. His great learning, his immense diligence, his scholar-like mind, his simple devotion to the cause of religion, overcame me, and great of course was my joy when in the last days of 1833 he showed a disposition to make common cause with us. His tract on Fasting appeared as one of the series, with the date of December 21. He was not, however, I think, fully associated in the movement till 1835 and 1836, when he published his tract on Baptism, and started the Library of the Fathers. He at once gave to us a position and a name. Without him we should have had little chance, especially at the early date of 1834, of making any serious resistance to the liberal aggression. But Dr. Pusey was a professor and canon of Christ Church. He had a vast influence in consequence of his deep religious seriousness, the munificence of his charities, his professorship, his family connections, and his easy relations with the University authorities. He was to the movement all that Mr. Rose might have been, with that indispensable addition which was wanting to Mr. Rose, the intimate friendship and familiar daily society of the person who had commenced it. And he had that special claim on their attachment, which lies in the living presence of a faithful and loyal affectionateness. There was henceforth a man who could be the head and centre of the zealous people in every part of the country, who were adopting the new opinions; and not only so, but there was one who furnished the movement with a front to the world, and gained for it a recognition from other parties in the University. In 1829, Mr. Froude, or Mr. Robert Wilberforce, or Mr. Newman, were but individuals; and when they ranged themselves in the contest of that year on the side of Sir Robert Inglis, men on either side only asked with surprise how they got there, and attached no significance to the fact. But Dr. Pusey was, to use the common expression, a host in himself. He was able to give a name, a form, and a personality to what was without him a sort of mob. And when various parties had to meet together in order to resist the liberal acts of the government, we of the movement took our place by right among them. Such was the benefit which he conferred on the movement externally, nor were the internal advantages at all inferior to it. He was a man of large designs. He had a hopeful, sanguine mind. He had no fear of others. He was haunted by no intellectual perplexity. People are apt to say that he was once nearer to the Catholic Church than he is now. I pray God that he may be one day far nearer to the Catholic Church than he was then; for I believe that, in his reason and judgment, all the time that I knew him, he never was near to it at all. When I became a Catholic, I was often asked, what of Dr. Pusey? When I said that I did not see symptoms of his doing as I had done, I was sometimes thought uncharitable. If confidence in his position is, as it is, a first essential in the leader of a party, this Dr. Pusey possessed preeminently. The most remarkable instance of this was his statement, in one of his subsequent defences of the movement, when moreover it had advanced a considerable way in the direction of Rome, that among its more hopeful peculiarities was its stationariness. He made it in good faith. It was his subjective view of it. Dr. Pusey's influence was felt at once. He saw that there ought to be more sobriety, more gravity, more careful pains, more sense of responsibility in the Tracts and in the whole movement. It was through him that the character of the Tracts was changed. When he gave to us his tract on fasting, he put his initials to it. In 1835 he published his elaborate treatise on baptism, which was followed by other tracts from different authors, if not of equal learning, yet of equal power and appositeness. The Catenas of Anglican divines, projected by me, which occur in the series, were executed with a like aim at greater accuracy and method. In 1836 he advertised his great project for a translation of the Fathers. But I must return to myself. I am not writing the history either of Dr. Pusey or of the movement, but it is a pleasure to me to have been able to introduce here reminiscences of the place which he held in it, which have so direct a bearing on myself, that they are no digression from my narrative. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McIlvray. I suspect it was Dr. Pusey's influence and example which set me, and made me set others, on the larger and more careful works in defence of the principles of the movement, which followed in a course of years. some of them demanding and receiving from their authors such elaborate treatment that they did not make their appearance till both its temper and its fortunes had changed. I set about a work at once, one in which was brought out with precision the relation in which we stood to the Church of Rome. We could not move a step in comfort till this was done. It was of absolute necessity, and a plain duty from the first, to provide as soon as possible a large statement, which would encourage and reassure our friends, and repel the attacks of our opponents. A cry was heard on all sides of us, that the Tracts and the writings of the Fathers would lead us to become Catholics, before we were aware of it. This was loudly expressed by members of the Evangelical party, who in 1836 had joined us in making a protest in Convocation against a memorable appointment of the Prime Minister. These clergymen even then avowed their desire that the next time they were brought up to Oxford to give a vote, it might be in order to put down the Popery of the movement. There was another reason still, and quite as important. Monsignor Wiseman, with the acuteness and zeal which might be expected from that great prelate, had anticipated what was coming, had returned to England by 1836, had delivered lectures in London on the doctrine of Catholicism, and created an impression through the country, shared in by ourselves, that we had for our opponents in controversy not only our brethren, but our hereditary foes. These were the circumstances which led to my publication of The Prophetical Office of the Church viewed relatively to Romanism and Popular Protestantism. This work employed me for 3 years, from the beginning of 1834 to the end of 1836, and was published in 1837. It was composed after a careful consideration and comparison of the principal Anglican divines of the 17th century. It was first written in the shape of controversial correspondence with a learned French priest. Then it was recast and delivered in lectures at St. Mary's. Lastly, with considerable retrenchments and additions, it was rewritten for publication. It attempts to trace out the rudimental lines on which Christian faith and teaching proceed, and to use them as means of determining the relation of Roman and Anglican systems to each other. In this way, it shows that to confuse the two together is impossible, and that the Anglican can be as little said to tend to the Roman as the Roman to the Anglican. The spirit of the volume is not so gentle to the Church of Rome as Tract 71 published the year before. On the contrary, it is very fierce, and this I attribute to the circumstances that the volume is theological and didactic, whereas the tract, being controversial, assumes as little and grants as much as possible on the points in dispute, and insists on points of agreement as well as of difference. A further and more direct reason is, that in my volume I deal with Romanism, as I call it, not so much in its formal decree and in the substance of its creed, as in its traditional action and its authorized teaching as represented by its prominent writers, whereas the tract is written as if discussing the differences of the churches with a view to a reconciliation between them. There is further reason, too, which I will state presently. But this volume had a larger scope than that of opposing the Roman system. It was an attempt at commencing a system of theology on the Anglican idea, and based upon Anglican authorities. Mr. Palmer, about the same time, was projecting a work of similar nature in his own way. It was published, I think, under the title, A Treatise on the Christian Church. As was to be expected from the author, it was a most learned, most careful composition, and in its form, I should say, polemical. So happily at least did he follow the logical method of the Roman schools, that Father Perrone, in his Treatise on Dogmatic Theology, recognized in him a combatant of the true caste, and saluted him as a foe worthy of being vanquished. Other soldiers in that field he seems to have thought little better than the Landsknechts of the Middle Ages, and I dare say with very good reason. When I knew that excellent and kind-hearted man at Rome at a later time, he allowed me to put him to ample penance for those light thoughts of me, which he had once had, by encroaching on his valuable time with my theological questions. As to Mr. Palmer's book, it was one which no Anglican could write but himself; in no sense, if I recollect aright, a tentative work. The ground of controversy was cut into squares, and then every objection had its answer. This is the proper method to adopt in teaching authoritatively young men, and the work in fact was intended for students in theology. My own book, on the other hand, was of a directly tentative and empirical character. I wished to build up an Anglican theology out of the stores which had already lain cut and hewn upon the ground, the past toil of great divines. To do this could not be the work of one man, much less could it be once received into Anglican theology, however well it was done. This I fully recognized, and while I trusted that my statements of doctrine would turn out to be true and important, still I wrote, to use the common phrase, under correction. There was another motive for my publishing, of a personal nature, which I think I should mention. I felt then, and all along felt, that there was an intellectual cowardice in not finding a basis in reason for my belief, and a moral cowardice in not avowing that basis. I should have felt myself less than a man if I did not bring it out, whatever it was. This is one principal reason why I wrote and published the Prophetical Office. It was from the same feeling that in the spring of 1836, at a meeting of residents on the subject of struggle then proceeding against a Whig appointment, when some one wanted us all merely to act on college and conservative grounds, as I understood him, with as few published statements as possible, I answered, that the person whom we were resisting had committed himself in writing, and that we ought to commit ourselves too. This again was the main reason for the publication of Tract 90. Alas! it was my portion for whole years to remain without any satisfactory basis for my religious profession, in a state of moral sickness, neither able to acquiesce in Anglicanism, nor able to go to Rome. But I bore it, till in course of time my way was made clear to me. If here it be objected to me, that as time went on, I often in my writing hinted at things which I did not fully bring out, I submit for consideration whether this occurred except when I was in great difficulties, how to speak, or how to be silent, with due regard for the position of mine or the feeling of others. However, I may have an opportunity to say more on this subject. But to return to the Prophetical Office, I thus speak in the introduction to my volume. It is proposed, I say, to offer helps towards the formation of a recognized Anglican theology in one of its departments. The present state of our divinity is as follows. The most vigorous, the clearest, the most fertile minds have through God's mercy been employed in the service of our Church. Minds too as reverential and holy, and as fully imbued with ancient truths, and as well versed in the writings of the Fathers as they were intellectually gifted. This is God's great mercy indeed, for which we must ever be thankful. Primitive doctrine has been explored for us in every direction, and the original principles of the Gospel and the Church patiently brought to light. But one thing is still wanting. Our champions and teachers have lived in stormy times. Political and other influences have acted upon them variously in their day, and have since obstructed a careful consolidation of their judgments. We have a vast inheritance, but no inventory of our treasures. All is given us in profusion. It remains for us to catalogue, sort, distribute, select, harmonize, and complete. We have more than we know how to use, stores of learning, but little that is precise and serviceable. Catholic truth and individual opinion, first principles, and the guesses of genius, all mingle in the same works, and requiring to be discriminated. We meet with truth overstated or misdirected, matters of detail variously taken, facts incompletely proved or applied, and rules inconsistently urged or discordantly interpreted. Such indeed is the state of every deep philosophy in the first stages, and therefore of theological knowledge. What we need at present for our Church's well-being is not invention, nor originality, nor sagacity, nor even learning in our divines, at least in the first place, though all gifts of God are in a measure needed, and never can be unreasonable when used religiously. But we need particularly a sound judgment, patient thought, discrimination, a comprehensive mind, and abstinence from all private vanities and caprices and personal tastes, in a word, divine wisdom. The subject of the volume is the doctrine of the Via Media, a name which had already been applied to the Anglican system by writers of repute. It is an expressive title, but not altogether satisfactory, because it is at first sight negative. This had been the reason of my dislike of the word Protestant, namely, it did not denote the profession of any particular religion at all, and was compatible with infidelity. A via media was but a receding from extremes. Therefore it needed to be drawn out into a definite shape and character, before it could have claims on our respect. It must first be shown to be one, intelligible and consistent. This was the first condition of any reasonable treatise of the Via Media. The second condition, and necessary too, was not in my power. I could only hope that it would one day be fulfilled. Even if the Via Media were ever so positive a religious system, it was not as yet objective and real. It had no original anywhere of which it was the representative. It was at present a paper religion. This I confess in my introduction. I say, Protestantism and Popery are real religions, but the Via Media, viewed as an integral system, has scarcely had existence except on paper. I grant the objection, though I endeavour to lessen it. It still remains to be tried, whether what is called Anglo-Catholicism, the religion of Andrews, Laud, Hammond, Butler, and Wilson, is capable of being professed, acted on, and maintained on a large sphere of action, or whether it be a mere modification or transition state of either Romanism or popular Protestantism. I trusted that some day it would prove to be a substantive religion. Lest I should be misunderstood, let me observe that this hesitation about the validity of the theory of the Via Media implied no doubt of the three fundamental points on which it was based, as I have described them above: dogma, the sacramental system, and anti-Romanism. Other investigations which had to be followed up were of still more tentative character. The basis of the Via Media, consisting of the three elementary points which I have just mentioned, was clear enough, but not only had the house itself to be built upon them, but it had also to be furnished. And it is not wonderful if, after building it, both I and others erred in detail in determining what its furniture should be, what was consistent with the style of building, and what was in itself desirable. I will explain what I mean. I had brought out in the Prophetical Office, in what the Roman and the Anglican systems differ from each other, but less distinctly in what they agreed. I had indeed enumerated the fundamentals, common to both, in the following passage. In both systems the same creeds were acknowledged. Besides other points in common, we both hold that certain doctrines are necessary to be believed for salvation. We both believe in the doctrines of Trinity, Incarnation, and Atonement, in original sin, in the necessity of regeneration, in the supernatural grace of the sacraments, in the apostolical succession, in the obligation of faith and obedience, and in the eternity of future punishments. So much I had said, but I had not said enough. This enumeration implied a great many more points of agreement than were found in those very articles which were fundamental. If the two churches were thus the same in fundamentals, they were also one and the same in such plain consequences as were contained in those fundamentals, and such natural observance as outwardly represented them. It was an Anglican principle that the abuse of a thing does not take away the lawful use of it, and an Anglican canon in 1603 had declared that the English Church had no purpose to forsake all that was held in the churches of Italy, France, and Spain, and reverence those ceremonies and particular points which were apostolic. Excepting, then, such exceptional matters as are implied in this avowal, whether they were many or few, all these churches were evidently to be considered as one with the Anglican. The Catholic Church in all lands had been one from the first for many centuries. Then various portions had followed their own way to the injury, but not to the destruction, whether of truth or of charity. These portions or branches were mainly three: the Greek, Latin, and Anglican. Each of these inherited the early undivided Church in solido as its own possession. Each branch was identical with that early undivided Church, and in the unity of that Church it had unity with the other branches. The three branches agreed together in all but their later accidental errors. Some branches had retained in detail portions of apostolical truth and usage which the others had not, and these portions might be and should be appropriated again by the others which had let them slip. Thus the Middle Age belonged to the Anglican Church, and much more did the Middle Age of England. The Church of the 12th century was the Church of the 19th. Dr. Howley sat in the seat of St. Thomas the Martyr. Oxford was a medieval university. Saving our engagements to prayer book and articles, we might breathe and live and act and speak as in the atmosphere and climate of Henry III's day, or the Confessors, or of Alfred's. And we ought to be indulgent to all that Rome taught now, as to what Rome taught then, saving our protest. We might boldly welcome even what we did not ourselves think right to adopt, and when we were obliged, on the contrary, boldly to denounce, we should do so with pain, not with exultation. By very reason of our protest, which we had made, and made ex animo, we could agree to differ. What the members of the Bible Society did on the basis of Scripture, we could do on the basis of the Church. Trinitarian and Unitarian were further apart than Roman and Anglican. Thus we had a real wish to cooperate with Rome in all lawful things, if she would let us, and if the rules of our own Church let us, and we thought there was no better way towards the restoration of doctrinal purity and unity. And we thought that Rome was not committed by her formal decrees to all that she actually taught. And again, if her disputants had been unfair to us, or her rulers tyrannical, we bore in mind that on our side, too, there had been rancor and slander in our controversial attacks upon her, and violence in our political measures. As to ourselves being direct instruments in improving her belief or practice, I used to say, "Look at home, let us first, or at least let us the while, supply our own shortcomings, before we attempt to be physicians to anyone else." This is very much the spirit of Tract 71, to which I referred just now. I am well aware that there is a paragraph inconsistent with it in the Prospectus to the Library of the Fathers, but I do not consider myself responsible for it. Indeed, I have no intention whatever of implying that Dr. Pusey concurred in the ecclesiastical theory which I have been drawing out, nor that I took it up myself, except by degrees in the course of 10 years. It was necessarily the growth of time. In fact, hardly any two persons who took part in the movement agreed in their view of the limit to which our general principles might religiously be carried. And now I have said enough on what I consider to have been the general objects of the various works which I wrote, edited, or prompted in the years which I am reviewing. I wanted to bring out in substantive form a living Church of England, in a position proper to herself and founded on distinct principles, as far as paper could do it, as far as earnestly preaching it and influencing others towards it, could tend to make it a fact. A living Church made of flesh and blood, with voice, complexion, and motion, and action, and a will of its own. I believe I had no private motive and no personal aim, nor did I ask for more than a fair stage and no favour, nor expect the work would be accomplished in my days, but I thought that enough would be secured to continue it in the future, under, perhaps, more hopeful circumstances and prospects than the present. I will mention in illustration some of the principal works, doctrinal and historical, which originated in the object which I have stated. I wrote my essay on justification in 1837. It was aimed at the Lutheran dictum that justification by faith only was the cardinal doctrine of Christianity. I considered this doctrine was either a paradox or a truism. A paradox in Luther's mouth, a truism in Melanchthon's. I thought that the Anglican Church followed Melanchthon, and that in consequence, between Rome and Anglicanism, between High Church and Low Church, there was no real intellectual difference on the point. I wished to fill up a ditch, the work of man. In this volume again I express my desire to build up a system of theology out of the Anglican divines, and imply that my dissertation was a tentative inquiry. I speak in the preface of offering suggestions towards a work which must be uppermost in the mind of every true son of the English Church of this day. The consolidation of a theological system, which, built upon those formularies to which all clergymen are bound, may tend to inform, persuade, and absorb into itself religious minds, which hitherto have fancied that, on the particular Protestant question, they were seriously opposed to each other. In my University sermons there is a series of discussions upon a subject of faith and reason. These again were the tentative commencement of a grave and necessary work, namely an inquiry into the ultimate basis of religious faith, prior to the distinction into creeds. In like manner, in a pamphlet which I published in the summer of 1838, is an attempt at placing the doctrine of the real presence on an intellectual basis. The fundamental idea is consonant to that to which I had been so long attached. It is the denial of the existence of space except as a subjective idea of our minds. The Church of the Fathers is one of the earliest productions of the movement, and appeared in numbers in the British Magazine, being written with the aim of introducing the religious sentiments, views, and customs of the first ages into the modern Church of England. The translation of Floré's Church History was commenced under these circumstances. I was fond of Floré for a reason which I expressed in the advertisement, because it presented a sort of photograph of ecclesiastical history without any comment upon it. In the event that simple representation of the early centuries had a good deal to do with the unsettling me in my Anglicanism, but how little I could anticipate this will be seen in the fact that publication of Floré was a favourite scheme with Mr. Rose. He proposed it to me twice, between the years 1834 and 1837, and I mentioned it as one out of many particulars curiously illustrated how truly my change of opinion arose, not from foreign influences, but from the working of my own mind and the accidents around me. The date from which the portion actually translated began was determined by the publisher on reasons with which we were not concerned. Another historical work, but drawn from original sources, was given to the world by my old friend Mr. Bowden, being a Life of Pope Gregory VII. I need scarcely recall to those who have read it the power and the liveliness of the narrative. This composition was the author's relaxation on evenings and in his summer vacation from his ordinary engagements in London. It had been suggested to him originally by me at the instance of Hurrell Froude. The series of the lives of the English saints was projected at a later period, under circumstances which I shall have in the sequel to describe. Those beautiful compositions have nothing in them, as far as I recollect, simply inconsistent with the general objects which I had been assigning to my labours in these years, though the immediate occasion which led to them, and the tone in which they were written, had little that was congenial with Anglicanism. At a comparatively early date I drew up the tract on the Roman Breviary. I frightened my own friends on its first appearance, and several years afterwards, when younger men began to translate for publication the 4 volumes in extenso, they were dissuaded from doing so by advice to which, from a sense of duty, they listened. It was an apparent accident which introduced me to the knowledge of that most wonderful and most attractive monument of the devotion of saints. On Hurrell Froude's death in 1836, I was asked to select one of his books as a keepsake. I selected Butler's Analogy, finding that it had already been chosen. I looked with some perplexity along the shelves as they stood before me, when an intimate friend at my elbow said, "Take that." It was the Breviary, which Hurrell had had with him at Barbadoes. Accordingly I took it, studied it, wrote my tract from it, and have it on my table in constant use till this day. That dear and familiar companion, who thus put the Breviary into my hands, is still in the Anglican Church. So too is the early venerated long-loved friend, together with whom I edited a work, which, more perhaps than any other, caused disturbance and annoyance in the Anglican world, Froude's Remains. Yet, however judgments might run as to the prudence of publishing it, I never heard any one impute to Mr. Keble the very shadow of dishonesty or treachery towards his Church in so acting. The annotated translation of the Treatise of St. Athanasius was of course in no sense of a tentative character. It belongs to another order of thought. This historico-dogmatic work employed me for years. I had made preparation for following it up with a doctrinal history of the heresies which succeeded to the Arian. I should make mention also of the British Critic. I was editor of it for 3 years, from July 1838 to July 1841. My writers belong to various schools, some to none at all. The subjects are various: classical, academical, political, critical, and artistic, as well as theological, and upon the movement none are to be found which do not keep quite clear of advocating the cause of Rome. So I went on for years up to 1841. It was, in a human point of view, the happiest time of my life. I was truly at home. I had in one of my volumes appropriated to myself the words of Bramhall: "Bees, by the instinct of nature, do love their hives, and birds their nests." I did not suppose that such sunshine would last, though I knew not what would be its termination. It was the time of plenty, and during its 7 years I tried to lay up as much as I could for the dearth which was to follow it. We prospered and spread. I had spoken of the doings of these years, since I was a Catholic, in a passage, part of which I will here quote. "From beginnings so small," I said, "from elements of thought so fortuitous, with prospects so unpromising, the Anglo-Catholic party suddenly became a power in the national Church, and an object of alarm to her rulers and friends. Its originators would have found it difficult to say what they aimed at of a practical kind. Rather they put forth views and principles for their own sake, because they were true, as if they were obliged to say them, and, as they might be themselves surprised at their earnestness in uttering them, they had as great cause to be surprised at the successes which attended their propagation. And in fact they could only say that those doctrines were in the air, that to assert was to prove, and to explain was to persuade, and that the movement in which they were taking part was the birth of a crisis rather than of a place. In a very few years a school of opinion was formed, fixed in its principles, indefinite and progressive in their range, and it extended itself into every part of the country. If we inquire what the world thought of it, we have still more to raise our wonder, for, not to mention the excitement it caused in England, The movement and its party names were known to the police of Italy and to the backwoodsmen of America. And so it proceeded, getting stronger and stronger every year, till it came into collision with the nation, and that church of the nation, which it began by professing especially to serve. The greater its success, the nearer was that collision at hand. The first threatening of what was coming was heard in 1838. At that time my bishop, in a charge, made some light animadversions, but they were animadversions, on the tract for the times. At once I offered to stop them. What took place on the occasion I prefer to state in the words in which I related it in a pamphlet addressed to him in a later year, when the blow actually came down upon me. In your Lordship's charge in 1838, I said, an allusion was made to the tract for the times. Some opponents of the tract said that you treated them with undue indulgence. I wrote to the Archdeacon on the subject, submitting the tracts entirely to your Lordship's disposal. What I thought about your charge will appear from the words I then used to him. I said, a bishop's lightest word, ex cathedra, is heavy. His judgment on a book cannot be light. It is a rare occurrence, and I offered to withdraw any of the tracts over which I had control, if I were informed which were those to which your Lordship had objections. I afterwards wrote to your Lordship to this effect, that I trusted I might say sincerely that I should feel a more lively pleasure in knowing that I was submitting myself to your Lordship's expressed judgment in a matter of that kind, than I could have even in the widest circulation of the volumes in question. Your Lordship did not think it necessary to proceed in such a measure, but I felt and always have felt that, if ever you determined on it, I was bound to obey. That day at length came, and I concluded this portion of my narrative with relating the circumstances of it. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 2, Part 4 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. From the time that I had entered upon the duties of public tutor at my college, when my doctrinal views were very different from what they were in 1841, I had meditated a comment upon the Articles. Then, when the movement was in its swing, friends had said to me, "What will you make of the Articles?" But did I not share the apprehension which their question implied? Whether, as time went on, I should have been forced, by the necessities of the original theory of the movement, to put on paper the speculation which I had about them, I am not able to conjecture. The actual cause of my doing so, in the beginning of 1841, was the restlessness, actual and prospective, of those who neither liked the via media nor my strong judgment against Rome. I had been enjoined, I think, by my bishop, to keep these men straight. I wished so to do, but their tangible difficulty was subscription to the Articles, and thus the question of the Articles came before me. It was thrown in our teeth. How can you manage to sign the Articles? They are directly against Rome. Against Rome, I made answer? What do you mean by Rome? Then I proceeded to make distinctions, of which I shall now give an account. By Roman doctrine might be meant one of three things: 1. The Catholic teaching of the early centuries, or 2. The formal dogmas of Rome, as contained in the later councils, especially the Council of Trent, and as condensed in the Creed of Pope Pius IV. 3. The actual popular beliefs and usages sanctioned by Rome in the countries in communion with it, over and above the dogma, and these I call dominant errors. Now Protestants commonly thought that in all three senses Roman doctrine was condemned in the Articles. I thought that the Catholic teaching was not condemned, that the dominant errors were, and as to the formal dogmas, that some were not, and that the line had to be drawn between them. Thus, 1. The use of prayers for the dead was a Catholic doctrine, not condemned in the Articles. 2. The prison of purgatory was a Roman dogma, which was condemned in them, but the infallibility of ecumenical councils was a Roman dogma, not condemned. And 3. The fire of purgatory was an authorized and popular error, not a dogma, which was condemned. Further, I consider that the difficulties felt by the persons whom I have mentioned mainly lay in their mistaking 1. Catholic teaching, which was not condemned in the Articles, for Roman dogma, which was condemned, and 2. Roman dogma, which was not condemned in the Articles, for dominant error, which was. If they went further than this, I had nothing more to say to them. A further motive which I had for my attempt was the desire to ascertain the ultimate points of contrariety between the Roman and Anglican creeds, and to make them as few as possible. I thought that each creed was obscured and misrepresented by a dominant circumambient Popery and Protestantism. The main thesis, then, of my essay was this: the Articles do not oppose Catholic teaching. They but partially oppose Roman dogma. They, for the most part, oppose the dominant errors of Rome, and the problem was, as I have said, to draw the line as to what they allowed and what they condemned. Such being the object which I had in view, what were my prospects of widening and defining the meaning? The prospects were encouraging. There was no doubt at all of the elasticity of the Articles. To take a palmary instance, the 17th was assumed by one party to be Lutheran, by another Calvinistic, though the two interpretations were contradictory of each other. Why then should not other Articles be drawn up with a vagueness of equally intense character? I wanted to ascertain what was the limit of that elasticity in the direction of Roman dogma. But next I had a way of inquiry of my own, which I state without defending. I instanced it afterward in my Essay on Doctrinal Development. That work, I believe, I have not read since I published it, and I do not doubt at all I have made many mistakes in it, partly from my ignorance of the details of doctrine, as the Church of Rome holds them, but partly from my impatience to clear as large a range for the principle of doctrinal development, waiving the question of historical fact, as was consistent with the strict apostolicity and identity of the Catholic Creed. In like manner, as regards the 39 Articles, my method of inquiry was to leap in medias res. I wished to institute an inquiry how far, in critical fairness, the text could be opened. I was aiming far more at ascertaining what a man who subscribed it might hold than what he must, so that my conclusions were negative rather than positive. It was but a first essay, and I made it with the full recognition and consciousness which I had already expressed in my prophetical office as regards the Via Media, that I was making only a first approximation of the required solution, a series of illustrations supplying hints for the removal of a difficulty, and with full acknowledgment that in minor points, whether in question of fact or of judgment, there was room for differences or error of opinion, and that I should not be ashamed to own a mistake if it were proved against me, nor reluctant to bear the just blame of it. Prophetical Office, page 31. I will add I was embarrassed in consequence of my wish to go as far as was possible in interpreting the Articles in the direction of Roman dogma, without disclosing what I was doing to the parties whose doubt I was meeting, who, if they understood at once the full extent of the license which the Articles admitted, might be thereby encouraged to proceed still further than at the present they found in themselves any call to go. 1. But in the way of such an attempt comes the prompt objection that the Articles were actually drawn up against Popery, and therefore it was transcendently absurd and dishonest to suppose that Popery, in any shape, patristic belief, Tridentine dogma, or popular corruption authoritatively sanctioned, would be able to take refuge under their text. This premise I denied. Not any religious doctrine at all, but a political principle, was the primary English idea of Popery at the date of the Reformation. And what was that political principle, and how could it best be suppressed in England? What was the great question of the day of Henry and Elizabeth? The supremacy. Now, was I saying one single word in favor of the supremacy of the Holy See, in favor of the foreign jurisdiction? No, I did not believe in it myself. Did Henry VIII religiously hold justification by faith only? Did he disbelieve purgatory? Was Elizabeth zealous for the marriage of the clergy, or had she a conscience against the Mass? The supremacy of the Pope was the essence of the Popery, to which, at the time of the composition of the Articles, the supreme head or governor of the English Church was so violently hostile. 2. But again I said this: let Popery mean what it would in the mouths of the compilers of the Articles. Let it even, for argument's sake, include the doctrines of that Tridentine Council, which was not yet over when the Articles were drawn up, and against which they could not be simply directed. Yet, consider, what was the object of the government in their imposition? Merely to get rid of Popery? No. It had the further objection of gaining the Papists. What then was the best way to induce reluctant or wavering minds, and these, I supposed, were the majority, to give in their adhesion to the new symbol? How had the Arians drawn up their creeds? Was it not the principle of using vague, ambitious language, which to the subscribers would seem to bear a Catholic sense, but which, when worked out on the long run, would prove to be heterodox? Accordingly, there was great antecedent probability that, fierce as the Articles might look at first sight, their bark would prove worse than their bite. I say antecedent probability, for to what extent that surmise might be true could only be ascertained by investigation. 3. But a consideration came at once, which threw light on this surmise. What if it should turn out that the very men who drew up the Articles, in the very act of doing so, had avowed, or rather in one of those very Articles themselves, had imposed on subscribers a number of those very papistical doctrines which they were now thought to deny, as part and parcel of that very Protestantism which they were now thought to consider divine? And this was the fact, and I showed it in my essays. Let the reader observe, the 35th Article says, "The second book of Homilies does contain a godly and wholesome doctrine, and necessary for these times, as doth the former book of Homilies." Here the doctrine of the Homilies is recognized as godly and wholesome, and concurrence of that recognition is imposed on all subscribers of the Articles. Let us then turn to the Homilies, and see what this godly doctrine is. I quoted from them to the following effect. 1. They declare that the so-called Apocryphal Book of Tobit is the teaching of the Holy Ghost, and is Scripture. 2. That the so-called Apocryphal Book of Wisdom is Scripture, and the infallible and indeceivable Word of God. 3. That the primitive Church, next to the Apostles' time, and, as they imply, for almost 700 years, is no doubt most pure. 4. That the primitive Church is specially to be followed. 5. That the 4 first General Councils belong to the primitive Church. 6. That there are 6 Councils which are allowed and received by all men. 7. Again, they speak of certain truth, and say that it is declared by God's Word, the sentence of the ancient doctors, and judgment of the primitive Church. 8. Of the learned and holy bishops and doctors of the Church of the first 8 centuries being of great authority and credit with the people. 9. Of the declaration of Christ and His Apostles, and all the rest of the Holy Fathers. 10. Of the authority both of Scripture and also of Augustine. 11. Of Augustine, Chrysostom, Ambrose, Jerome, and about 30 other Fathers, to some of whom they give the title of saint, to others of ancient Catholic fathers and doctors, etc. 12. They declare that not only the holy apostles and disciples of Christ, but the godly fathers also, before and since Christ, were endued without doubt with the Holy Ghost. 13. That the ancient Catholic fathers say that the Lord's Supper is the salve of immortality, the sovereign preservative against death, the food of immortality, the healthful grace. 14. That the Lord's blessed body and blood are received under the form of bread and wine. 15. That the meat in the sacrament is an invisible meat and a ghostly substance. 16. That the holy body and blood of God ought to be touched with the mind. 17. That ordination is a sacrament. 18. That matrimony is a sacrament. 19. That there are other sacraments besides baptism and the Lord's Supper, though not such as they. 20. That the souls of the saints are reigning in joy and in heaven with God. 21. That alms deeds purge the soul from the infection and filthy spots of sin, and are a precious medicine, an inestimable jewel. 22. That mercifulness wipes out and washes away sins as salves and remedies to heal sores and grievous disease. 23. That the duty of fasting is a truth more manifest than it should need to be proved. 24. That fasting used with prayer is of great efficacy and weighted much with God, so the angel Raphael told Tobias. 25. That the puissant and mighty Emperor Theodosius was, in the primitive Church, which was most holy and godly, excommunicated by St. Ambrose. 26. That Constantine, Bishop of Rome, did condemn Philippicus, then emperor, not without a cause indeed, but very justly. Putting altogether aside the question how far these separate theses came under the matter to which subscription was to be made, it was quite plain that in the minds of men who wrote the homilies, and who thus incorporated them into the Anglican system of doctrine, there was no such nice discrimination between the Catholic and the Protestant faith, no such clear recognition of formal Protestant principles and tenets, no such accurate definition of Roman doctrine as is received at the present day. Hence, great probability accrued to my presentment that the Articles were tolerant not only of what I call Catholic teaching, but of much that was Roman. 4. And here was another reason against the notion that the Articles directly attacked the Roman dogmas as declared at Trent and as promulgated by Pius IV. The Council of Trent was not over, nor its canons promulgated at the date when the Articles were drawn up, that those Articles must be aiming at something else. What was that something else? The homilies tell us. The homilies are the best comment upon the Articles. Let us turn to the homilies, and we shall find from first to last that not only is not the Catholic teaching of the first centuries, but neither again are the dogmas of Rome the object of the protest of the compilers of the Articles, but the dominant errors, the popular corruptions, authorized or suffered by the high name of Rome. The eloquent declamation of the homilies finds its matters almost exclusively in dominant errors. As to Catholic teachings, nay, as to Roman dogma of such theology, those homilies, as I have shown, contain no small portion themselves. The Pope confirmation of the Council, by which its canons became de fide, and his bull Super Confirmatione, by which they were promulgated to the world, are dated January 26, 1564. The Articles are dated 1562. 5. So much of the writers of the Articles and homilies, they were witnesses, not authorities, and I use them as such, but in the next place, who were the actual authorities imposing them? I reasonably consider the authority imponens to be the Convocation of 1571, but here again it would be found that the very Convocation which received and confirmed the 39 Articles, also enjoined by canon that preachers should be careful that they should never teach aught in a sermon to be religiously held and believed by the people, except that which is agreeable to the doctrine of the Old and New Testament, and which the Catholic Fathers and ancient bishops have collected from that very doctrine. Here, let it be observed, an appeal is made by the Convocation Imponens to the very same ancient authorities as had been mentioned with such profound veneration by the writers of the Homilies and the Articles, and thus, if the Homilies contained views of doctrine which now would be called Roman, there seems to me to be an extreme probability that the Convocation of 1571 also countenanced and received, or at least did not reject, those doctrines. 6. And further, when at length I came actually to look into the text of the Articles, I saw in many cases a patent justification of all that I had surmised as to their vagueness and indecisiveness, and that not only on questions which lay between Lutherans, Calvinists, and Zwinglians, but on Catholic questions also, and I have noticed them in my tract. In the conclusion of my tract I observed, the Articles are evidently framed on the principles of leaving open large questions on which the controversy hinges. They state broadly extreme truths, and are silent about their adjustment. For instance, they say that all necessary faith must be proved from Scripture, but do not say who is to prove it. They say that the Church has authority in controversies. They do not say what authority. They say that it may enforce nothing beyond Scripture, but do not say where the remedy lies when it does. They say that works before grace and justification are worthless and worse, and that works after grace and justification are acceptable. But they do not speak at all of works with God's aid before justification. They say that men are lawfully called and sent to minister and preach, who are chosen and called by men who have public authority given them in the congregation. But they do not add by whom the authority is to be given. They say that councils called by princes may err. They do not determine whether councils called in the name of Christ may err. Such were the considerations which weighed with me in my inquiry how far the Articles were tolerant of a Catholic or even a Roman interpretation, and such was the defense which I made in my tract for having attempted it. From what I have already said, it will appear that I have no need or intention at this day to maintain every particular interpretation which I suggested in the course of my tract, nor indeed had I then. Whether it was prudent or not, whether it was sensible or not, anyhow I attempted only a first essay of a necessary work, an essay which, as I was quite prepared to find, would require revisions and modifications by means of the lights which I should gain from the criticism of others. I should have gladly withdrawn any statement which could be proved to me to be erroneous. I considered my work to be faulty and open to objection in the same sense in which I now consider my Anglican interpretations of Scripture to be erroneous, but in no other sense. I am surprised that men do not apply the interpreters of Scripture generally the hard names which they apply to the author of Tract 90. He held a large system of theology and applied it to the Articles. Episcopalians or Lutherans or Presbyterians or Unitarians hold a large system of theology and apply it to Scripture. Every theology has its difficulties. Protestants hold justification by faith only, though there is no text in St. Paul which enunciates it, and though St. James expressly denies it. Do we therefore call Protestants dishonest? They deny that the Church has a divine mission, though St. Paul says that it is the pillar and ground of truth. They keep the Sabbath, though St. Paul says, "Let no man judge you in meat or drink, or in respect of the Sabbath days." Every creed has text in its favor, and again texts which run counter to it, and this is generally confessed. And this is what I felt keenly. How had I done worse in Tract 90 than Anglicans, Wesleyans, and Calvinists did daily in their sermons and their publications? How had I done worse than the Evangelical party in their ex animo reception of the services for baptism and visitation of the sick? Why was I to be dishonest and they immaculate? There was an occasion on which our Lord gave an answer, which seemed to be appropriate to my own case, when the tumult broke out against my tracts. "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at him." I could have fancied that a sense of their own difficulties of interpretation would have persuaded the great party I have mentioned to some prudence, or at least moderation, in opposing a teacher of an opposite school. But I suppose their alarm and their anger overcame their sense of justice. For instance, let candid men consider the form of absolution contained in that prayer book, of which all clergymen, Evangelical and Liberal, as well as High Church, and, I think, all persons in University office, declared that it containeth nothing contrary to the Word of God. I challenge, in the sight of all England, Evangelical clergymen generally, to put on paper an interpretation of this form of words, consistent with their sentiments, which shall be less forced than the most objectionable of the interpretations which Tract 90 puts upon any passage in the Article. Our Lord Jesus Christ, who has left power to His Church to absolve all sinners, who truly repent and believe in Him, of His great mercy forgive thee thine offence, and by His authority committed to me, I absolve thee from all thy sins, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. I subjoin the Roman form, as used in England and elsewhere. Dominus noster Jesus Christus, te absolvet, et ego auctoritate ipsus te absolvo ab omni vincolo excommunicationis et indictate, in quantum possum et tu indiges, deinde ego te absolvo a peccatis tuis, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. In the sudden storm of indignation with which the tract was received throughout the country on its appearance, I recognized much of real religious feeling, much of honest and true principle, much of straightforward, ignorant common sense. In Oxford there was a genuine feeling too, but there had been a smouldering, stern, energetic animosity, not at all unnatural, partly rational, against its author. A false step had been made; now was the time for action. I am told that even before the publication of the tract, rumours of its content had got into the hostile camp in an exaggerated form, and not a moment was lost in proceeding to action. When I was actually fallen into the hands of the Philistines, I was quite unprepared for the outbreak, and was startled at its violence. I do not think I had any fear; nay, I will add, I am not sure that it was not, in one point of view, a relief to me. I saw indeed clearly that my place in the movement was lost. Public confidence was at an end. My occupation was gone. It was simply an impossibility that I could say anything henceforth to good effect, when I had been posted up by the Marshal on the buttery hatch of every college of my University, after the manner of discommended pastry cooks, and when in every part of the country, in every class of society, through every organ and opportunity of opinion, in newspapers, in periodicals, at meetings, in pulpits, at dinner tables, in coffee rooms, in railway carriages, I was denounced as a traitor, who had laid his train and was detected in a very act of firing it against the time-honoured establishment. There was indeed men beside my own immediate friends, men of name and position, who gallantly took my part, as Dr. Hook, Mr. Palmer, and Mr. Percival. It must have been a grievous trial for themselves, yet what after all could they do for me? Confidence in me was lost, but I had already lost full confidence in myself. Thoughts had passed over me a year and a half before in respect to the Anglican claims, which for the time had profoundly troubled me. They had gone. I had not less confidence in the power and the prospects of the Apostolical movement than before, not less confidence than before in the grievousness of what I called the dominant errors of Rome. But how was I any more to have absolute confidence in myself? How was I to have confidence in my present confidence? How was I to be sure that I should always think as I thought now? I felt that by this event a kind of providence had saved me from an impossible position in the future. First, if I remember right, they wished me to withdraw the tract. This I refused to do. I would not do so for the sake of those who were unsettled or in danger of unsettlement. I would not do so for my own sake, for how could I acquiesce in a mere Protestant interpretation of the Articles? How could I range myself among the professors of a theology, of which it put my teeth on edge even to hear the sound? Next they said, "Keep silence, do not defend the tract." I answered, "Yes, if you will not condemn it, if you will allow it to continue on sale." They pressed on me whenever I gave way. They fell back when they saw me obstinate. Their line of action was to get out of me as much as they could, but upon the point of their tolerating the tract I was obstinate. So they let me continue it on sale, and they said they would not condemn it. But they said that this was on condition that I did not defend it, that I stopped the series, and that I myself published my own condemnation in a letter to the Bishop of Oxford. I impute nothing whatever to him; he was ever most kind to me. Also, they said they could not answer for what some individual bishops might perhaps say about the tract in their own charges. I agreed to their conditions. My one point was to save the tract. Not a line in writing was given me, as a pledge of the observance of the main article on their side of the engagement. Parts of letters from them were read to me, without being put into my hands. It was an understanding. A clever man had warned me against understanding some 13 years before. I have hated them ever since. In the last words of my letter to the Bishop of Oxford, I thus resigned my place in the movement. "I have nothing to be sorry for," I say to him, "except having made your Lordship anxious, and others whom I am bound to revere. I have nothing to be sorry for, but everything to rejoice in and be thankful for. I have never taken pleasure in seeming to be able to move a party, and whatever influence I have had has been found, not sought after. I have acted because others did not act, and have sacrificed a quiet which I prized. May God be with me in time to come, as He has been hitherto, and He will be, if I can but keep my hands clean and my heart pure. I think I can bear, or at least will try to bear, any personal humiliation, so that I am preserved from betraying sacred interest, which the Lord of grace and power has given into my charge." *7. To the pamphlets published in my behalf at this time I should add one tract more, an able and generous defence of Tractarianism, in number 90, by the present Lord Houghton. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 3, History of my Religious Opinions from 1839 to 1841. And now that I am about to trace, as far as I can, the course of that great revolution of mind, which led me to leave my own home, to which I was bound by so many strong and tender ties, I feel overcome with the difficulty of satisfying myself in my account of it, and have recoiled from the attempt, till the near approach of the day on which these lines must be given to the world forces me to set about the task. For who can know himself, and the multitude of subtle influences which act upon him? And who can recollect, at the distance of 25 years, all that he once knew about his thoughts and his deeds, and that, during a portion of his life, when, even at the time, his observations, whether of himself or of the external world was less than before or after, by very reason of the perplexity and dismay which weigh upon him, when, in spite of the light given to him according to his need amid his darkness, yet a darkness it emphatically was. And who can suddenly gird himself to a new and anxious undertaking, which he might be able indeed to perform well, were full and calm leisure allowed him to look through everything that he had written, whether in published work or private letters? Yet again, granting that calm contemplation of the past, in itself so desirable, who could afford to be leisurely and deliberate, while he practices on himself a cruel operation, the ripping up of old griefs, and the venturing again upon the infandum dolorum of years in which the stars of his lower heaven were one by one going out? I could not, in cool blood, nor except upon the imperious call of duty, attempt what I have set myself to do. It is both to head and heart an extreme trial, thus to analyze what has so long gone by, and to bring out the results of that examination. I have done various bold things in my life. This is the boldest, and were I not sure I should after all succeed in my object, it would be madness to set about it. In the spring of 1839, my position in the Anglican Church was at its height. I had supreme confidence in my controversial status, and I had a great and still growing success in recommending it to others. I had in the foregoing autumn been somewhat sore at the Bishop's charge, but I have a letter which shows that all annoyance had passed from my mind. In January, if I recollect aright, in order to meet the popular clamour against myself and others, and to satisfy the Bishop, I had collected into one all the strong things which they, and especially I, had said against the Church of Rome, in order to their insertion among the advertisements appended to our publications. Conscious as I was that my opinion in religion were not gained, as the world said, from Roman sources, but were, on the contrary, the birth of my own mind, and of the circumstances in which I had been placed, I had a scorn of the imputations which were heaped upon me. It was true that I had held a large, bold system of religion, very unlike the Protestantism of the day, but it was the concentration and adjustment of the statements of great Anglican authorities, and I had as much right to hold it as the Evangelical, and more right than the Liberal party could show, for asserting their own respective doctrines. As I declared on occasion of Tract 90, I claimed, in behalf of who would in the Anglican Church, the right of holding with Bramhall a comprecation with the saints, and the Mass all but transubstantiation with Andrews, or with Hooker that transubstantiation itself is not a point for churches to part communion upon, or with Hammond that a general council truly such never did, never shall err in a matter of faith, or with Bull that man had in paradise and lost on the fall a supernatural habit of grace, or with Thorndike that penance is a propitiation for post-baptismal sin, or with Pearson that the all-powerful name of Jesus is no otherwise given than in the Catholic Church. Two can play at that, was often in my mouth, when men of Protestant sentiments appealed to the Articles, homilies, or Reformers, in their sense that, if they had a right to speak loud, I had the liberty to speak out as well as they, and had the means, by the same or parallel appeals, of giving them tit for tat. I thought that the Anglican Church was tyrannicized over by a mere party, and I aimed at the bringing into effect the promise contained in the motto to the Lyra, "They shall know the difference now." I only asked to be allowed to show them the difference. What will best describe my state of mind at the early part of 1839, is an article in the British Critic for that April. I have looked over it now for the first time since it was published, and have been struck by it for this reason. It contains the last words which I ever spoke as an Anglican to Anglicans. It may now be read as my parting address and valediction made to my friends. I little knew it at the time. It reviews the actual state of things, and it ends by looking towards the future. It is not altogether mine, for my memory goes to this, that I had asked a friend to do the work, that then the thought came on me that I would do it myself, and that he was good enough to put it into my hands what he had with great appositeness written, and that I embodied it in my article. Every one, I think, will recognize the greater part of it as mine. It was published 2 years before the affair of Tract 90, and was entitled The State of Religious Parties. In this article, I begin by bringing together testimonies from our enemies to the remarkable success of our exertions. One writer said, "Opinions and views of a theology of a very marked and peculiar kind have been extensively adopted and strenuously upheld, and are daily gaining ground among a considerable and influential portion of the members, as well as ministers of the Established Church." Another, "The movement has manifested itself with the most rapid growth of the hotbed of these evil days." Another, "The Via Media is crowded with young enthusiasts who never presume to argue except against the propriety of arguing at all." Another, "Were I to give you a full list of the works which they have produced within the short space of 5 years, I should surprise you. You would see what a task it would be to make yourself complete master of their system, even in its present probably immature state. The writers have adopted the motto, 'In quietness and confidence shall be your strength.' With regard to confidence, they have justified their adopting it; but as to quietness, it is not very quiet to pour forth such a succession of controversial publications." Another, "The spread of these doctrines is in fact now having the effect of rendering all other distinctions obsolete, and of severing the religious community into two portions, fundamentally and vehemently opposed one to the other. Soon there will be no middle ground left, and every man, and especially every clergyman, will be compelled to make his choice between the two." Another, "The time has gone by, when those unfortunate and deeply regretted publications can be passed over without notice, and the hope that their influence would fail is now dead." Another, "These doctrines had already made fearful progress. One of the largest churches in Brighton is crowded to hear them. So is the church at Leeds. There are few towns of note to which they have not extended. They are preached in small towns in Scotland. They obtain in Angleshire, 600 miles north of London. I found them myself in the heart of the Highlands of Scotland. They are advocated in the newspaper and periodical press. They have even insinuated themselves into the House of Commons. And lastly, a bishop in a charge. It is daily assuming a more serious and alarming aspect. Under the specious pretense of deference to antiquity and respect for primitive models, the foundation of the Protestant Church are undermined by men who dwell within her walls, and those who sit in the Reformer's seat are traducing the Reformation." After thus stating the phenomenon of the time, as it presented itself to those who did not sympathize in it, the article proceeded to account for it, and this it does by considering it as a reaction from the dry and superficial character of the religious teaching in the literature of the last generation or century, and as a result of the need which was felt both by the hearts and the intellects of the nation for a deeper philosophy, and as the evidence and as the partial fulfilment of that need to which even the chief authors of the then generation had borne witness. First, I mention the literary influence of Walter Scott, who turned men's minds in the direction of the Middle Ages. The general need, I said, of something deeper and more attractive than what had offered itself elsewhere may be considered to have led to his popularity, and by means of his popularity he reacted on his readers, stimulating their mental thirst, feeding their hopes, setting before them visions which, when once seen, are not easily forgotten, and silently indoctrinating them with nobler ideas, which might afterwards be appealed to as first principles. Then I spoke of Coleridge thus: "While history in prose and verse was thus made the instrument of church feelings and opinions, A philosophical basis from the same was laid in England by a very original thinker, who, while he indulged a liberty of speculation which no Christian can tolerate, and advocated conclusions which were often heathen rather than Christian, yet after all installed a higher philosophy into inquiring minds than they had hitherto been accustomed to accept. In this way he made trial of his age, and succeeded in interesting its genius in the cause of Catholic truth. Then came Southey and Wordsworth, two living poets, one of whom in the department of fantastic fiction, the other in that philosophical meditation, have addressed themselves to the same high principles and feelings, and carried forward their readers in the same direction. Then comes a prediction of this reaction hazarded by a sagacious observer withdrawn from the world, and surveying its movement from a distance, Mr. Alexander Knox. He had said 20 years before the date of my article, "No church on earth has more intrinsic excellence than the English Church, yet no church probably has less practical influence. The rich provision, made by the grace and providence of God, for habits of a noble kind, is evidence that men shall arise, fitted both by nature and ability, to discover for themselves and to display to others whatever yet remains undiscovered, whether in the words or works of God." Also I referred to a much venerated clergyman of the last generation, who said shortly before his death, "Depend on it, the day will come when those great doctrines, now buried, will be brought out to the light of day, and then the effect will be fearful." I remarked upon this, that they who now blame the impetuosity of the current should rather turn their animadversions upon those who have dammed up a majestic river till it has become a flood. These being the circumstances under which the movement began and progressed, it was absurd to refer it to the act of 2 or 3 individuals. It was not so much a movement as a spirit afloat. It was within us, rising up in hearts where it was least suspected, and working itself, though not in secret, yet so subtly and impalpably as hardly to admit of precautions or encounter on any ordinary human rules of opposition. It is, I continued, an adversary in the year, a something one and entire, a whole, wherever it is, unapproachable and incapable of being grasped, as being the result of cause far deeper than political or other visible agencies, the spiritual awakening of spiritual wants. To make this clear, I proceed to refer to the chief preachers of the revived doctrines at that moment, and to draw attention to the variety of their respective antecedents. Dr. Hook and Mr. Churton represented the high church dignitaries of the last century. Mr. Perceval, the Tory aristocracy. Mr. Keble came from a country parsonage. Mr. Palmer from Ireland. Dr. Pusey from the universities of Germany and the study of Arabic, MSS. Mr. Dodsworth from the study of prophecy. Mr. Oakley had gained his views, as he himself expressed it, partly by study, partly by reflection, partly by conversation with 1 or 2 friends, inquirers like himself, while I speak of myself as being much indebted to the friendship of Archbishop Whately. And thus I am led on to ask, what head of a sect is there? What march of opinions can be traced from mind to mind among preachers such as these? They are one and all, in their degree, the organs of one sentiment, which has risen up simultaneously in many places, very mysteriously. My train of thought next led me to speak of the disciples of the movement, and I freely acknowledged and lamented that they needed to be kept in order. It is very much to the purpose to draw attention to this point now, when such extravagancies as then occurred, whatever they were, are simply laid to my door, or to the charge of the doctrines which I advocated. A man cannot do more than freely confess what is wrong, say that it need not be, that it ought not to be, and that he is very sorry that it should be. Now I said in the articles, which I am reviewing, that the great truths themselves, which we were preaching, must not be condemned on account of such abuse of them. Aberrations there must ever be, whatever the doctrine is, while the human heart is sensitive, capricious, and wayward. A mixed multitude went out of Egypt with the Israelites. There will ever be a number of persons, I continued, professing the opinions of a movement party, who talk loudly and strangely, do odd or fierce things, display themselves unnecessarily, and disgust other people, persons too young to be wise, too generous to be cautious, too warm to be sober, or too intellectual to be humble. Such persons will be very apt to attach themselves to particular persons, to use particular names, to say things merely because others do, and to act in a party-spirited way. While I thus republish what I then said about such extravagancies as occurred in these years, at the same time I have a very strong conviction that those extravagancies furnished quite as much the welcome excuse for those who were jealous or shy of us, as the stumbling blocks of those who were well inclined to our doctrine. This too we felt at the time, but it was our duty to see that our good should not be evil spoken of, and accordingly 2 or 3 of the writers of the tracts for the Times had commenced a series of what they called plain sermons, with the avowed purpose of discouraging and correcting whatever was uppish or extreme in our followers. To this series I contributed a volume myself. Its conductors say in their preface, "If therefore as time goes on, there shall be found persons who, admiring the innate beauty and majesty of the fuller system of primate Christianity, and seeing the transcendent strength of its principles, shall become loud and voluble advocates in their behalf, speaking the more freely, because they do not feel them deeply as founded in divine and external truth, of such persons it is our duty to declare plainly, that as we should contemplate their condition with serious misgivings, so would they be the last persons from whom we should seek support. But if, on the other hand, there shall be any who, in the silent humility of their lives, and their unaffected reverence for holy things, show that they in truth accept these principles as real and substantial, and by habitual purity of heart and serenity of temper, give proof of their deep veneration for sacraments and sacramental ordinances, those persons, whether our professed adherents or not, best exemplify the kind of character which the writers of the tracts for the Times have wished to form." These clergymen had the best of claims to use their beautiful words, for they were themselves, all of them, important writers of the tracts. The 2, Mr. Kebles and Mr. Isaac Williams. In this passage, with which they ushered their series into the world, I quoted in the Articles, of which I am giving an account, and I added, "What more can be required of the preachers of neglected truth, than that they should admit that some who do not assent to their preaching are holier and better men than some who do? They were not answerable for the intemperance of those who dishonoured a true doctrine, providing they protest as they did against such intemperance. They were not answerable for the dust and din which attends any great moral movement. The truer doctrines are, the more liable they are to be perverted." The notice of these incidental faults of opinion or temper in adherents of the movement led on to a discussion of the secondary causes, by means of which a system of doctrine may be embraced, modified, or developed, of the variety of schools which may all be in the one Church, and of the succession of one phase of doctrine to another, while that doctrine is ever one and the same. Thus I was brought on to the subject of Antiquity, which was the basis of the doctrine of the Via Media, and by which was not to be understood a servile imitation of the past, but such a reproduction of it as is really new, while it is old. We have good hope, I say, that a system will be rising up, superior to the age, yet harmonizing with and carrying out its higher points, which will attract to itself those who are willing to make a venture and to face difficulties, for the sake of something higher in prospect. On this, As on other subjects, the proverb will apply, fortis fortuna adjuvat. Lastly, I proceed to the question of that future of the Anglican Church, which was to be a new birth of the ancient religion. And I did not venture to pronounce upon it. About the future, we have no prospect before our minds, whatever good or bad. Ever since that great luminary, Augustine, proved to be the last bishop of Hippo, Christians have had a lesson against attempting to foretell how Providence will prosper and bring to an end what it begins. Perhaps the lately revived principles would prevail in the Anglican Church. Perhaps they would be lost in some miserable schism, or some more miserable compromise, but there was nothing rash in venturing to predict that neither Puritanism nor Liberalism had any permanent inheritance within her. Then I went on. As to Liberalism, we think the formularies of the Church will ever, with the aid of a good Providence, keep it from making any serious inroads upon the clergy. Besides, it is too cold a principle to prevail with the multitude. But as regards what was called Evangelical religion or Puritanism, there was more to cause alarm. I observed upon its organization, but on the other hand it had no intellectual basis, no internal idea, no principle of unity, no theology. Its adherents, I said, are already separating from each other. They will melt away like a snowdrift. It has no straightforward view on any one point, on which it professes to teach and to hide its poverty. It has dressed itself out in a maze of words. We have no dread of it at all. We only fear what it may lead to. It does not stand on an entrenched ground, or make any pretense to be a position. It does but occupy the space between contending powers, Catholic truth and rationalism. Then indeed will be the stern encounter, when two real and living principles, simple, entire, and consistent, one in the Church and the other out of it, at length rush upon each other, contending not for the names and words, or half-views, but for elementary notions and distinctive moral characters. Whether the idea of the coming age upon religion were true or false, at least they would be real. In the present day, I said, mistiness is the mother of wisdom. A man can set down half a dozen general propositions, which escape from destroying one another, only by being diluted into truisms, who can hold the balance between the opposites so skilfully as to do without fulcrum or beam, who never enunciates the truth without guarding himself against being supposed to exclude the contradictory, who holds that Scripture is the only authority, yet that the Church is to be deferred to, that faith only justifies, yet that it does not justify without works, that grace does not depend on the sacraments, yet is not given without them, that bishops are a divine ordinance, yet those who have them not are in the same religious condition as those who have. This is your safe man, and the hope of the Church. This is what the Church is said to want, not party men, but sensible, temperate, sober, well-judging persons, to guide it through the channel of no meaning, between the Scylla and Charybdis of A and No. This state of things, however, I said could not last, if men were to read and think. They will not keep in that very attitude which you call sound Church of Englandism or orthodox Protestantism. They cannot go on forever standing on one leg, or sitting without a chair, or walking with their feet tied, or like Tityrus's stags grazing in the air. They will take one view or another, but it will be a consistent view. It may be Liberalism, or Erastianism, or Popery, Catholicity, but it will be real. I concluded the article by saying that all who did not wish to be democratic, or pantheistic, or popish, must look out for some via media which will preserve us from what threatens, though it cannot restore the dead. The spirit of Luther is dead, but Hildebrand and Loyola are alive. Is it sensible, sober, judicious, to be so very angry with those writers of the day, who point to the fact that our divines of the 17th century have occupied a ground which is the true and intelligible mean between extremes? Is it wise to quarrel with this ground, because it is not exactly what we should choose, had we the power to choose? Is it true moderation, instead of trying to fortify a middle doctrine, to fling stones at those who do? Would you rather have your sons and daughters members of the Church of England, or of the Church of Rome? And thus I left the matter. But while I was speaking of the future of the movement, I was in truth winding up my accounts with it, little dreaming that it was so to be. While I was still, in some way or other, feeling about for an available via media, I was soon to receive a shock which was to cast out of my imagination all middle courses and compromises forever. As I have said, this article appeared in the April number of the British Critic. In the July number, I cannot tell why, there is no article of mine. Before the number of October, the event had happened to which I have alluded. But before I proceed to describe what happened to me in the summer of 1839, I must detain the reader for a while, in order to describe the issue of the controversy between Rome and the Anglican Church, as I viewed it. This will involve some dry discussion, but it is necessary for my narrative, as plans of buildings and homesteads are at times needed in the proceeding of our law courts. I have said already that, though the object of the movement was to withstand the liberalism of the day, I found and felt this could not be done by mere negatives. It was necessary for us to have a positive Church theory erected on a definite basis. This took me to the great Anglican divines, and then of course I found at once that it was impossible to form any such theory, without cutting across the teaching of the Church of Rome. Thus came in the Roman controversy. When I first turned myself to it, I had neither doubt on the subject, nor suspicions that doubt would ever come upon me. It was in this state of mind that I began to read up Bellarmine on the one hand, and numberless Anglican writers on the other. But I soon found, as others had found before me, that it was a tangled and manifold controversy, difficult to master, more difficult to put out of hand with neatness and precision. It was easy to make points, not easy to sum up and settle. It was not easy to find a clear issue for the dispute, and still less by a logical process to decide it in favour of Anglicanism. This difficulty, however, had no tendency whatever to harass or perplex me. It was a matter which bore not on convictions, but on proofs. First, I saw, as all see who study the subject, that a broad distinction had to be drawn between the actual state of belief and of usage in the countries which were in communion with the Roman Church and her formal dogmas. The latter did not cover the former. Sensible pain, for instance, is not implied in the Tridentine decree upon purgatory, but it was the tradition of the Latin Church, and I had seen pictures of souls in flames in the streets of Naples. Bishop Lloyd had brought this distinction out strongly in an article in the British Critic in 1825. Indeed, it was one of the most common objections made to the Church of Rome, that she did not commit herself by formal decree to what nevertheless she sanctioned and allowed. Accordingly, in my prophetical office, I viewed as simply separate ideas Rome quiescent and Rome in action. I contrasted her creed on the one hand with her ordinary teachings, her controversial tone, her political and social bearing, and her popular beliefs and practices on the other. While I made this distinction between the decree and the traditions of Rome, I drew a parallel distinction between Anglicanism quiescent and Anglicanism in action. In its formal creed, Anglicanism was not a great distance from Rome. Far otherwise, when viewed in its insular spirit, the tradition of its establishment, its historical characteristics, its controversial rancour, and its private judgment, I disavowed and condemned those excesses, and called them Protestantism or ultra-Protestantism. I wished to find a parallel disclaimer on the part of Roman controversialists of that popular system of belief and usage in their own Church, which I call Popery. When that hope was a dream, I saw that the controversy lay between the book theology of Anglicanism on the one side, and the living system of what I called Roman corruption on the other. I could not get further than this. With this result I was forced to content myself. These then were the parties in the controversy, the Anglican via media and the popular religion of Rome. And next, as to the issue to which the controversy between them was to be brought, it was this: the Anglican disputant took his stand upon antiquity or apostolicity, the Roman upon Catholicity. The Anglican said to the Roman, "There is but one faith, the ancient, and you have not kept it." The Roman retorted, "There is but one Church, the Catholic, and you are out of it." The Anglican urged, "Your special beliefs, practices, modes of action are nowhere in antiquity." The Roman objected, "You do not communicate with any one Church besides your own and its offshoots, and you have discarded principles, doctrines, sacraments, and usages, which are and ever have been received in the East and the West." The true Church, as defined in the creeds, was both Catholic and Apostolic. Now, as I viewed the controversy in which I was engaged, England and Rome had divided these notes or prerogatives between them. The cause lay thus: Apostolicity versus Catholicity. However, in thus stating the matter, of course I do not wish to suppose that I allowed the note of Catholicity really to belong to Rome, to the disparagement of the Anglican Church, but I considered that the special point or plea of Rome in the controversy was Catholicity, as the Anglican plea was antiquity. Of course I contend that the Roman idea of Catholicity was not ancient and apostolic. It was, in my judgment, at the utmost, only natural, becoming expedient, that the whole of Christendom should be united in one visible body, while such a unity might, on the other hand, be nothing more than a mere heartless and political combination. For myself, I held with the Anglican divines, that in the primitive Church there was a very real mutual independence between its separate parts, though from a dictate of charity there was in fact a close union between them. I considered that each see and diocese might be compared to a crystal, and that each was similar to the rest, and that the sum total of them all was only a collection of crystals. The unity of the Church lay not in it being a polity, but in its being a family, a race, coming down by apostolical descents from its first founders and bishops. And I consider this truth brought out beyond the possibilities of dispute in the Epistles of St. Ignatius, in which the bishop is represented as the one supreme authority in the Church, that is, in his own place, with no one above him, except as, for the sake of ecclesiastical order and expedience, arrangements had been made by which one was put over or under another. So much for our claim to Catholicity, which was so perversely appropriated by our opponents to themselves. On the other hand, as to our special strong point, antiquity, while of course by means of it we were able to condemn most emphatically the novel claim of Rome to domineer over other churches, which were in truth her equals. Further than that, we thereby especially convicted her of the intolerable offence of having added to the faith. This was the critical head of accusation urged against her by the Anglican disputant, and as he referred to St. Ignatius in proof that he himself was a true Catholic, in spite of being separated from Rome, so he triumphantly referred to the treatise of Vincentius of Lerins upon the quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus. In proof of that, the controversialists of Rome, in spite of their possession of the Catholic name, were separated in their creed from the apostolical and primitive faith. Of course, those controversialists had their own mode of answering him, with which I am not concerned in this place. Here I am only concerned with the issue itself, between the one party and the other, antiquity versus Catholicity. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Now I will proceed to illustrate what I have been saying of the status of the controversy as it presented itself to my mind by extracts from my writings of the dates of 1836, 1840, and 1841. And I introduce them with a remark, which especially applies to the paper, from which I shall quote first, of the date 1836. That paper appeared in the March and April numbers of the British Magazine of that year, and was entitled Home Thoughts Abroad. Now it will be found that, in the discussion which it contains, as in various other writings of mine, when I was in the Anglican Church, the arguments in behalf of Rome is stated with considerable perspicuity and force. And at the time my friends and supporters cried out, "How imprudent!" And both at the time and especially in a later date, my enemies have cried out, "How insidious!" Friends and foes virtually agreed in their criticism. I had set out the cause which I was combating to the best advantage. This was an offence. It might be from imprudence, it might be with a traitorous design. It was from neither the one nor the other, but for the following reasons. First, I had a great impatience, whatever was the subject, of not bringing out the whole of it as clearly as I could. Next, I wished to be as fair to my adversaries as possible. And thirdly, I thought that there was a great deal of shallowness among our friends, and that they undervalued the strength of the argument in behalf of Rome, and that they ought to be roused to a more exact apprehension of the position of the controversy. At a later date, 1841, when I really felt the force of Roman's side of the question myself, as a difficulty which had to be met, I had a fourth reason for such frankness in argument, and that was because a number of persons were unsettled far more than I was as to the Catholicity of the Anglican Church. It was quite plain that unless I was perfectly candid in stating what could be said against it, there was no chance that any representations which I felt to be in its favour, or at least to be adverse to Rome, would have had any success with the persons in question. At all times I had a deep conviction, to put the matter on the lowest ground, that honesty was the best policy. Accordingly, in July 1841, I expressed myself thus on the Anglican difficulty. This is an objection which we must honestly say is deeply felt by many people, and not inconsiderable ones, and the more it is openly avowed to be a difficulty, the better, for there is then the chance of its being acknowledged, and in the course of time obviated, as far as may be, by those who have the power. Flagrant evils cure themselves by being flagrant, and we are sanguine that the time is come when so great an evil as this is cannot stand its ground against the good feelings and common sense of religious persons. It is the very strength of Romanism against us, and unless the proper persons take it into their serious consideration, they may look for certain to undergo the loss, as time goes on, of some whom they would least like to be lost to our Church. The measure which I had especially in view in this passage was the project of a Jerusalem bishopric, which the then Archbishop of Canterbury was at the time concocting with M. Bunsen, and of which I shall speak more in the sequel. And now to return to the Home Thoughts Abroad of the spring of 1836. The discussion contained in the composition runs in the form of a dialogue. One of the disputants says, "You say to me that the Church of Rome is corrupt. What then? To cut off a limb is a strange way of saving it from the influence of some constitutional ailment. Indigestion may cause a cramp in the extremities, yet we spare our poor feet notwithstanding. Surely there is such a religious fact as the existence of a great Catholic body, union with which is a Christian privilege and duty. Now we English are separate from it. The other answers, the present is an unsatisfactory, miserable state of things, yet I can grant no more. The Church is founded on a doctrine, on the gospel of truth. It is a means to an end. Perish the Church, though blessed be the promise, this cannot be. Yet let it perish rather than the truth should fail. Purity of faith is more precious to the Christian than unity itself. If Rome has erred grievously in doctrine, then it is a duty to separate even from Rome. His friend, who takes the Roman side of the argument, refers to the image of the vine and its branches, which is found, I think, in St. Cyprian, as if a branch cut from the Catholic vine must necessarily die. Also he quotes the passage from St. Augustine in controversy with the Donatists to the same effect, namely that as being separated from the body of the Church, they were ipso facto cut off from the heritage of Christ. And he quotes St. Cyril's argument drawn from the very title Catholic, which no body or communion of men has ever dared or been able to appropriate besides one. He adds, "Now I am only contending for the fact that the communion of Rome constitutes the main body of the Church Catholic, and that we are split off from it, and in the condition of the Donatists." The other replies by denying the fact that the present Roman communion is like St. Augustine's Catholic Church, inasmuch as there must be taken into account the large Anglican and Greek communions. Presently he takes the offensive, naming distinctly the points in which Rome has departed from the primitive Christianity, namely, the practical idolatry, the virtual worship of the Virgin and saints, which are the offences of the Latin Church, and degradation of moral truth and duty, which follow from these. And again, we cannot join a Church, did we wish it ever so much, which does not acknowledge our orders, refuses us the cup, demands our acquiescence in image worship, and excommunicates us, if we do not receive it and all other decisions of the Tridentine Council. His opponent answers these objections by referring to the doctrine of developments of gospel truth. Besides, the Anglican system itself is not found completely in those early centuries, so that the Anglican principle of antiquity is self-destructive. When a man takes up this via media, he is a mere doctrinaire. He is like those who in some matter of business start up to suggest their own little crotchet, and are ever measuring mountains with a pocket ruler, or improving the planetary courses. The via media has slept in libraries. It is a substitute of infancy for manhood. It is plain, then, that at the end of 1835, or the beginning of 1836, I had the whole state of the question before me, on which, to my mind, the decision between the Churches depended. It is observable that the question of the position of the Pope, whether as the centre of unity or as the source of jurisdiction, did not come into my thoughts at all, nor did it, I think I may say, to the end. I doubt whether I ever distinctly held any of his powers to be de jure divino while I was in the Anglican Church. Not that I saw any difficulties in the doctrine, not that in connexion with the history of St. Leo, of which I shall speak by and by, the idea of its infallibility did not cross my mind, for it did. But after all, in my view, the controversy did not turn upon it. It turned upon the faith in the Church. This was my issue of the controversy from the beginning to the end. There was a contrariety of claims between the Roman and Anglican religions, and the history of my conversation is simply the process of working it out to a solution. In 1838 I illustrated it by the contrast presented to us between the Madonna and Child and a Calvary. The peculiarity of the Anglican theology was this, that it supposed the truth to be entirely objective and detached, not, as the theology of Rome, lying hid in the bosom of the Church, as if one of her clinging to and, as it were, lost in her embrace, but as being sole and unapproachable, as on the cross or at the resurrection, with the Church close by, but in the background. As I viewed the controversy in 1836 and 1838, so I viewed it in 1840 and 1841. In the British Critic of January 1840, after gradually investigating how the matter lies between the Churches by means of a dialogue, I end thus: "It would seem that in the above discussion each disputant has a strong point. Our strong point is the argument from primitiveness, that of Romanists from universality. It is a fact, however, it is to be accounted for, that Rome has added to the Creed; and it is a fact, however we justify ourselves, that we are estranged from the great body of Christians over the world. And each of these two facts is at first sight a grave difficulty in the respective systems to which they belong. Again, while Rome, though not deferring to the Fathers, recognizes them, and England, not deferring to the large body of the Church, recognizes it, both Rome and England have a point to clear up." And still more strongly in July 1841, "If the note of schism, on the one hand, lies against England, an antagonist disgrace lies upon Rome, the note of idolatry. Let us not be mistaken here. We are neither accusing Rome of idolatry, nor ourselves of schism. We think neither charge tenable. But still the Roman Church practices what is so like idolatry, and the English Church makes much of what is very like schism, that without deciding what is the duty of the Roman Catholic towards the Church of England in her present state, we do seriously think that members of the English Church have a providential direction given them, how to comport themselves towards the Church of Rome, while she is what she is." One remark more about antiquity and the Via Media. As time went on, without doubting the strength of the Anglican argument from antiquity, I felt also that it was not merely our special plea, but our only one. Also I felt that the Via Media, which was to represent it, was to be a sort of remodelled and adapted antiquity. This I advanced both in Home Thoughts Abroad and in the articles of the British Critic, which I have analyzed above. But this circumstance that, after all, we must use private judgment upon antiquity, created a sort of distrust of my theory altogether, which in the conclusion of my volume on the Prophetical Office, 1836-37, I expressed thus: "Now that our discussions draw to a close, the thought with which we entered the subject is apt to recur, when the excitement of the inquiry has subsided, and weariness has succeeded, that what has been said is but a dream, the wanton exercise, rather than the practical conclusion, of the intellect." And I concluded the paragraph by anticipating a line of thought into which I was, in event, almost obliged to take refuge. After all, I say, the Church is ever invisible in its day, and faith only apprehends it. What was this but to give up the notes of a visible Church altogether, whether the Catholic note or the Apostolic? The long vacation of 1839 began early. There had been a great many visitors to Oxford, from Easter to Commemoration, and Dr. Pusey's party had attracted attention, more, I think, than in any former year. I had put away from me the controversies with Rome for more than 2 years. In my parochial sermons the subject had at no time been introduced. There had been nothing for 2 years, either in my tract or in the British Critic, of a polemical character. I was returning for the vacation to the course of reading which I had many years before chosen as especially my own. I have no reason to suppose that the thought of Rome came across my mind at all. About the middle of June I began to study and master the history of the Monophysites. I was absorbed in the doctrinal question. This was from about June 13th to August 30th. It was during this course of reading that for the first time a doubt came upon me of the tenableness of Anglicanism. I recollect on the 30th of July mentioning to a friend, whom I had accidentally met, how remarkable the history was. but by the end of August I was seriously alarmed. I have described in a former work how the history affected me. My stronghold was antiquity. Now here, in the middle of the 5th century, I found, as it seemed to me, Christendom of the 16th and 19th centuries reflected. I saw my face in that mirror, and I was a monophysite. The Church of the Via Media was in the position of the Oriental Communion. Rome was where she now is, and the Protestants were the Eutychians. Of all the passages of history, since history has been, who would have thought of going to the sayings and doings of old Eutychus, that Delirus Senex, as I think Petavius calls him, and to the enormities and unprincipled Dioscorus, in order to be converted to Rome? Now let it be simply understood that I am not writing controversially, but with the one object of relating things as they happened to me in the course of my conversion. With this view I will quote a passage from the account which I gave in 1850 of my reasoning and feeling in 1839. It was difficult to make out how the Eutychians or Monophysites were heretics, unless Protestants and Anglicans were heretics also. Difficult to find arguments against the Tridentine Fathers, which did not tell against the Fathers of Chalcedon. Difficult to condemn the Popes of the 16th century without condemning the Popes of the 5th. The drama of religion and the combat of truth and error were ever one and the same. The principles and proceedings of the Church now were those of the Church then. The principles and proceedings of heretics then were those of Protestants now. I found it so, almost fearfully. There was an awful similitude, more awful because so silent and unimpassioned, between the dead records of the past and the feverish chronicle of the present. The shadow of the 5th century was on the 16th. It was like a spirit rising from the troubled waters of the Old World, with the shape and lineaments of the New. The Church then and now might be called peremptory and stern, resolute, overbearing, and relentless. The heretics were shifting, changeable, reserved, and deceitful, ever counting civil power, and never agreeing together except by its aid. And the civil power was ever aiming at comprehensions, trying to put the invisible out of view, and substituting expediency for faith. What was the use of continuing the controversy, or defending my position, if, after all, I was foregoing arguments for Arius or Eutychus, and turning devil's advocates against the much-enduring Athanasius and the majestic Leo? Be my soul with the saints, and shall I lift up my hand against them? Sooner may my right hand forget her cunning, and wither outright, as his whose once stretched it out against a prophet of God. Anathema to a whole tribe of Cranmers, Riddles, Latimers, and Jewels. Perish the names of Bramhall, User, Taylor, Stillingfleet, and Barrow, from the face of the earth, ere I should do aught but fall at the feet in love and in worship, whose image was continually before my eyes, and whose musical words were ever in my ears and on my tongue. Hardly had I brought my course of reading to a close, when the Dublin Review of that same August was put into my hands, by friends who were more favourable to the cause of Rome than I was myself. There was an article in it on the Anglican claim by Dr. Wiseman. This was about the middle of September. It was on Donatus, with an application of Anglicanism. I read it, and did not see much in it. The Donatus controversy was known to me for some years, as has appeared already. The case was not parallel to that of the Anglican Church. St. Augustine in Africa wrote against the Donatists in Africa. They were a furious party who made a schism with the African Church, and not beyond its limits. It was a case of altar against altar, of two occupants of the same see, as that between the non-jurors in England and the established Church, not the case of one Church against another, as of Rome against the Oriental Monophysites. But my friend and anxiously religious man now, as then, very dear to me, a Protestant still, pointed out the palmary words of St. Augustine, which were contained in one of the extracts made in the Review, and which had escaped my observation. Securus judicat orbis terrarum. He repeated these words again and again, and when he was gone they kept ringing in my ears. Securus judicat orbis terrarum. They were words which went beyond the occasion of the Donatists. They applied to that of the Monophysites. They gave a cogency to the article, which had escaped me at first. They decided ecclesiastical questions on a simpler rule than that of antiquity. Nay, St. Augustine was one of the prime oracles of antiquity. Here, then, antiquity was deciding against itself. What a light was hereby thrown upon every controversy in the Church! Not that, for the moment, the multitude may not falter in their judgment, not that, in the Arian hurricane, seas more than can be numbered did not bend before its fury, and fall off from St. Athanasius, not that the crowd of Oriental bishops did not need to be sustained during the contest by the voice and the eye of St. Leo, but that deliberate judgment, in which the whole Church at length rests and acquiesces, is an infallible prescription and a final sentence against such portions of it as protest and secede. Who can account for the impressions which are made on him? For a mere sentence, the words of St. Augustine struck me with a power which I never had felt from any words before. To take a familiar instance, they were like the turn against Whittington of the chime, or, to take a more serious one, they were like the tolle lege of the child, which converted St. Augustine himself. Securus judicat orbis terrarum. By those great words of the ancient Father, interpreting and summing up the long and varied course of ecclesiastical history, the theory of the Via Media was absolutely pulverized. I became excited at the view thus opened upon me. I was just starting on a round of visits, and I mentioned my state of mind to two most intimate friends, I think to no others. After a while I got calm, and at length the vivid impression upon my imagination faded away. What I thought about it on reflection, I will attempt to describe presently. I had to determine its logical value and its bearing upon my duty. Meanwhile, so far as this was certain, I had seen the shadow of my hand upon the wall. It was clear that I had a good deal to learn on the question of the churches, and that perhaps some new light was coming upon me. He who had seen a ghost cannot be as if he had never seen it. The heavens had opened and closed again. The thought of the moment had been, the Church of Rome will be found right after all. And then it had vanished. My old convictions remained as before. At this time I wrote my Sermon on Divine Calls, which I published in my volume of Plain Sermons. It ends thus: "Oh, that we could take the simple view of things, as to feel that one thing which lies before us is to please God. What gain is it to please the world, to please the great, nay, even to please those whom we love, compared with this? What gain is it to be applauded, admired, courted, followed, compared with this one aim, of not being disobedient to a heavenly vision? What can this world offer comparable with that insight into spiritual things, that keen faith, that heavenly peace, that high sanctity, that everlasting righteousness, that hope of glory, which they have who in sincerity love and follow our Lord Jesus Christ? Let us beg and pray Him day by day to reveal Himself to our souls more fully, to quicken our senses, to give us sight and hearing, taste and touch of the world to come, so to work within us that we may sincerely say, Thou shalt guide me with Thy counsel, and after that receive me with glory. Whom have I in heaven but Thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire in comparison of Thee. My flesh and my heart faileth, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever." Now to trace the succession of thoughts, and the conclusions and the consequent innovations of my previous belief, and the general conduct to which I was led upon this sudden visitation. And first I will say whatever comes of saying it, for I leave inferences to others that for years I must have had something of a habitual notion, though it was latent, and had never led me to distrust my own convictions, that my mind had not found its ultimate rest, and that in some sense or other I was on journey. During the same passage across the Mediterranean, in which I wrote, "Lead, kindly light," I also wrote the verses which are found in the Lyra under the head of Providences, beginning, "When I look back." This was in 1833, and since I have begun this narrative, I have found a memorandum, under the date of September 7th, 1829, in which I speak of myself as "now in my rooms in Oriel College, slowly advancing," etc., and led on by God's hand blindly, not knowing whither He is taking me. But whatever this presentiment be worth, it was no protection against the dismay and disgust which I felt in consequence of the dreadful misgivings of which I have been relating the history. The one question was, what was I to do? I had to make up my mind for myself, and others could not help me. I determined to be guided, not by my imagination, but by my reason. And this I said over and over again in the years which followed, both in conversation and in private letters. Had it not been for this severe resolve, I should have been a Catholic sooner than I was. Moreover, I felt on consideration a positive doubt, on the other hand, whether the suggestion did not come from below. Then I said to myself, time alone can solve that question. It was my business to go on as usual, to obey those convictions to which I had so long surrendered myself, which still had possession of me, and on which my new thoughts had no direct bearing. That new conception of things should only so far influence me, as it had a logical claim to do so. If it came from above, it would come again, so I trusted, and with more definite outlines and greater cogency and consistency of proof. I thought of Samuel, before he knew the word of the Lord, and therefore I went and lay down to sleep again. This was my broad view of the matter, in my prima facie conclusion. However, my new historical fact had already to a certain point a logical force. Down had come the Via Media as a definite theory or scheme under the blows of St. Leo. My prophetical office had come to pieces, not indeed as an argument against Roman errors, not against Protestantism, but as in behalf of England. I had no longer a distinctive plea for Anglicanism, unless I would be a monophysite. I had most painfully to fall back upon my three original points of belief, which I have spoken so much of in a former passage: the principle of dogma, the sacramental system, and anti-Romanism. Of these three, the first two were better secured in Rome than in the Anglican Church. The apostolical succession, the two prominent sacraments, and the primitive creeds belonged indeed to the latter, but there had been and was far less strictness on matters of dogma and ritual in the Anglican system than in the Roman. In consequence, my main argument for the Anglican claims lay in the positive and special charges which I could bring against Rome. I had no positive Anglican theory. I was very nearly a pure Protestant. Lutherans had a sort of theology, so had Calvinists. I had none. However, this pure Protestantism, to which I was gradually left, was really a practical principle. It was strong, though it was only a negative ground, and it still had a great hold on me. As a boy of 15, I had so fully imbibed it, that I had actually erased in my Gradus ad Parnassum such titles under the word Papa as Christe Vicaris, Sacer Interpres, and Sceptra Gerens, and substituted epithets so vile that I cannot bring myself to write them down here. The effect of this early persuasion remained as what I have already called it, a stain upon my imagination. As regards my reason, I began in 1833 to form theories on the subject, which tended to obliterate it. Yet by 1838 I had got no further than to consider Antichrist as not the Church of Rome, but the spirit of the old pagan city, the fourth monster of Daniel, which was still alive, and which had corrupted the Church which was planted there. Soon after this indeed, and before my attention was directed to the Monophysite controversy, I underwent a great change of opinion. I saw that, from the nature of the case, the true Vicar of Christ must ever to the world seem like Antichrist, and be stigmatized as such, because a resemblance must ever exist between an original and a forgery, and thus the fact of such a calumny was almost one of the notes of the Church. But we cannot unmask ourselves or change our habits in a moment. Though my reason was convinced, I did not throw off, for some time after, I could not have thrown off, the unreasoned prejudice and suspicion which I cherished about her at least by fits and starts, in spite of this conviction of my reason. I cannot prove this, but I believe it to have been the case from what I recollect of myself. Nor was there anything in the history of St. Leo and the Monophysites to undo the firm belief I had in the existence of what I call the practical abuses and excesses of Rome. To her inconsistencies then, to her ambition and intrigue, to her sophistries, as I consider them to be, I now had recourse in my opposition to her, both public and personal. I did so by way of a relief. I had a great and growing dislike, after the summer of 1839, to speak against the Roman Church herself or her formal doctrines. I was very averse to speaking against doctrines which might possibly turn out to be true, though at the time I had no reason for thinking they were, or against the Church which had preserved them. I began to have misgivings that, strong as my own feelings had been against her, yet in some things which I had said, I had taken the statements of Anglican divines for granted, without weighing them for myself. I said to a friend in 1840, in a letter which I shall use presently, I am troubled by doubts whether, as it is, I have not in what I have published spoken too strongly against Rome, though I think I did it in a kind of faith, being determined to push myself into the English system, and say all that our divines said, whether I had fully weighed it or not. I was sore about the great Anglican divines, as if they had taken me in, and made me say strong things which facts did not justify. Yet I did still hold in substance all that I had said against the Church of Rome in my prophetical office. I felt the force of the usual Protestant objections against her. I believed that we had the apostolic succession in the Anglican Church, and the grace of the sacraments. I was not sure that the difficulty of its isolation might not be overcome, though I was far from sure that it could. I did not see any clear proof that it had committed itself to any heresy, or had taken part against the truth, and I was not sure that it would not revive into full apostolic purity and strength, and grow into union with Rome herself, Rome explaining her doctrines and guarding against their abuse. That is, if we were but patient and hopeful. I began to wish for union between the Anglican Church and Rome, if and when it was possible, and I did what I could to gain weekly prayers for that object. The ground which I felt to be good against her was the moral ground. I felt I could not be wrong in striking at her political and social line of action. The alliance of a dogmatic religion with liberals, high or low, seemed to me a providential direction against moving towards Rome, and a better preservative against Popery, than the 3 volumes in folio in which, I think, that prophylactic is to be found. However, on occasion which demanded it, I felt it a duty to give out plainly all that I thought, though I did not like to do so. One such instance occurred when I had to publish a letter about Tract 90. In that letter I said, instead of setting before the soul the Holy Trinity, in heaven and hell, the Church of Rome does seem to me, as a popular system, to preach the Blessed Virgin and the Saints in purgatory. On this occasion I recollect expressing to a friend the distress it gave me thus to speak, but I said, how can I help saying it? If I think it, and I do think it, my bishop calls on me to say out what I think, and that is the long and short of it. But I recollected Hurrell Froude's words to me, almost his dying words. I must enter another protest against your cursing and swearing. What good can it do? And I call it uncharitable to an excess. How mistaken we may ourselves be on many points that are only gradually opening on us. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Instead then of speaking of errors in doctrine, I was driven by my state of mind to insist upon the political conduct, the controversial bearing, and the social methods and manifestations of Rome. And here I found a matter ready to my hand, which affected me the more sensibly for the reason that it lay at our very doors. I can hardly describe too strongly my feeling upon it. I had an unspeakable aversion to the policy and acts of Mr. O'Connell, because, as I thought, he associated himself with men of all religions and no religion against the Anglican Church, and advanced Catholicism by violence and intrigue. When then I found him taken up by the English Catholics, and, I suppose, at Rome, I considered I had a fulfilment before my eyes how the court of Rome played fast and loose, and justified the serious charges which I had seen put down in books against it. Here we saw what Rome was in action, whatever she might be when quiescent. Her conduct was simply secular and political. This feeling led me into the excesses of being very rude to that zealous and most charitable man, Mr. Spencer, when he came to Oxford in January 1840 to get Anglicans to set about praying for unity. I myself at the time, or soon after, drew up such prayers. Their desirableness was one of the first thoughts which came upon me after my shock. But I was too much annoyed with the political action of the Catholic body in these islands to wish to have anything to do with them personally. So glad in my heart was I to see him, when he came to my room with Mr. Palmer of Magdalen, that I could have laughed for joy. I think I did laugh, but I was very rude to him. I would not meet him at dinner, and that, though I did not say so, because I considered him in loco apostate from the Anglican Church, and I hereby beg his pardon for it. I wrote afterwards with a view to apologize, but I dare say he must have thought that I made the matter worse, for these were my words to him. The news that you are praying for us is most touching, and raises a variety of indescribable emotions. May their prayers return abundantly into their own bosoms. Why then do I not meet you in a manner comfortable with these first feelings? For this single reason, if I may say it, that your acts are contrary to your words. You invite us to a union of hearts, at the same time that you are doing all you can, not to restore, not to reform, not to reunite, but to destroy our Church. You go further than your principles require. You are leagued with our enemies. The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. This is what especially distresses us. This is what we cannot understand, how Christians, like yourselves, with the clear view you have that a warfare is ever waging in the world between good and evil, should, in the present state of England, ally yourself with the side of evil against the side of good. Of parties now in the country, you cannot but allow that next to yourselves we are nearest to revealed truth. We maintain great and holy principles, we profess Catholic doctrine. So near are we as a body to yourselves in modes of thinking, as even to have been taunted with the nicknames which belongs to you. And on the other hand, if there are professed infidels, scoffers, skeptics, unprincipled men, rebels, they are found among our opponents. And yet you take part with them against us. You consent to act hand in hand with these and others for our overthrow. Alas, all this it is that impresses us irresistibly with the notion that you are a political, not a religious party; that in order to gain an end on which you set your hearts, an open stage for yourselves in England, you ally yourselves with those who hold nothing against those who hold something. This is what distresses my own mind so greatly. To speak of myself, that, with limitations which need not now be mentioned, I cannot meet familiarly with leading persons in the Roman communion, and least of all when they come on a religious errand. Break off, I would say, with Mr. O'Connell in Ireland, and the Liberal parties in England, or come not to us with overtures for mutual prayer and religious sympathy. And here came in another feeling of a personal nature, which had little to do with the argument against Rome, except that in my prejudice I viewed what happened to myself in the light of my own ideas of the traditionary conduct of her advocates and instruments. I was very stern in the case of any interference in our Oxford matters on the part of charitable Catholics, and of any attempt to do me good personally. There was nothing, indeed, at the time more likely to throw me back. Why do you meddle? Why cannot you let me alone? You can do me no good. You know nothing on earth about me. You may actually do me harm. I am in better hands than yours. I know my own sincerity of purpose, and I am determined upon taking my time. Since I have been a Catholic, people have sometimes accused me of backwardness in making converts, and Protestants have argued from it that I have no great eagerness to do so. It would be against my nature to act otherwise than I do, but besides, it would be to forget the lessons which I gained in the experience of my own history in the past. This is the account which I have to give of some savage and ungrateful words in the British Critic of 1840 against the controversialists of Rome. By their fruits ye shall know them. We see it attempting to gain converts among us by unreal representations of its doctrines, plausible statements, bold assertions, appeals to the weakness of human nature, to our fancies, our eccentricities, our fears, our frivolities, our false philosophies. We see its agents smiling and nodding, and ducking to attract attention, as gypsies make up to truant boys, holding out tales for the nursery, and pretty pictures, and gilt gingerbread, and physic concealed in jam, and sugar plums for good children. Who can but feel shame when the religion of Ximenes, Borromeo, and Pascal is so overlaid? Who can but feel sorrow when its devout and earnest defenders so mistake its genius and its capabilities? We Englishmen like manliness, openness, consistency, truth. Rome will never gain on us till she learns these virtues and uses them, and then she may gain on us, but it will be by ceasing to be what we now mean by Rome, by having a right, not to have dominion over our faith, but to gain and possess our affections in the bonds of the gospel. Till she ceases to be what she practically is, a union is impossible between her and England. But if she does reform, and who can presume to say that so large a part of Christendom never can, then it will be our Church's duty at once to join in communion with the continental churches, whatever politicians at home may say to it, and whatever steps the civil powers may take in consequence. And though we may not live to see that day, at least we are bound to pray for it. We are bound to pray for our brethren that they and we may be led together into a pure light of the gospel, and be one as we once were one. It was most touching news to be told, as we were lately, that Christians on the continent were praying together for the spiritual well-being of England. May they gain light while they aim at unity, and grow in faith while they manifest their love. We too have our duties to them, not of reviling, not of slandering, not of hating, though political interests require it, but the duty of loving brethren still more abundantly in spirit, whose faces, for our sins and their sins, we are not allowed to see in the flesh. No one ought to indulge in insinuations. It certainly diminishes my right to complain of slander uttered against myself, when, as in this passage, I had already spoken in disparagement of the controversialists of that religious body to which I myself now belong. I have thus put together as well as I can what has to be said about my general state of mind for the autumn of 1839 to the summer of 1841. And having done so, I go on to narrate how my new misgivings affected my conduct in my relations towards the Anglican Church. When I got back to Oxford in October 1839, after the visits which I had been paying, it so happened there had been in my absence occurrences of an awkward character, compromising me both with my bishop and also with the authorities of the University, and this drew my attention at once to the state of the movement party there, and made me very anxious for the future. In the spring of the year, as has been seen in the articles analyzed above, I had spoken of the excesses which were to be found among persons commonly included in it. At that time I thought little of such evil, but the new views which had come on me during the long vacation, on the one hand made me comprehend it, and on the other took away my power of effectively meeting it. A firm and powerful control was necessary to keep men straight. I never had a strong wrist, but at the very time when it was most needed, the reins had broken in my hands. With an anxious presentiment on my mind of the upshot of the whole inquiry, which it was almost impossible for me to conceal from men who saw me day by day, who heard my familiar conversations, who came perhaps for the express purpose of pumping me, and having a categorical yes or no to their questions, how could I expect to say anything about my actual, positive, present beliefs, which would be sustaining or consoling to such persons as were haunted already by doubts of their own? Nay, how could I, with satisfaction to myself, analyze my own mind, and say what I held and what I did not hold? Or how could I say with what limitations, shades of difference, or degrees of belief, I still held that body of Anglican opinions which I had openly professed and taught? How could I deny or assert this point or that, without injustice to the new light in which the whole evidence for those old opinions presented itself to my mind? However, I had to do what I could, and what was best under the circumstances. I found a general talk on the subject of the article in the Dublin Review, and, if it had affected me, it was not wonderful that it affected others also. As to myself, I felt no kind of certainty that the argument in it was conclusive. Taking it at the worst, granting that the Anglican Church had not the note of Catholicity, yet there were many notes of the Church. Some belonged to one age or place, some to another. Bellarmine had reckoned temporal prosperity among the notes of the Church, but the Roman Church had not any great popularity, wealth, glory, power, or prospects in the 19th century. It was not at all certain as yet, even that we had not the note of Catholicity, but if not this, we had others. My first business then was to examine the questions carefully, and see whether a great deal could not be said after all for the Anglican Church, in spite of its acknowledged shortcomings. This I did in an article on the Catholicity of the English Church, which appeared in the British Critic of January 1840. As to my personal distress on the point, I think it had gone by February 21st in that year, for I wrote then to Mr. Bowden about the important article in the Dublin. Thus, it made a great impression here, Oxford, and, I say what of course I would only say to such as yourself, it made me for a while very uncomfortable in my own mind. The great suspiciousness of his argument is one of the things which have made me despond so much, that is, as anticipating its effect upon others. But, secondly, the great stumbling block lay in the 39 Articles. It was urged that here was a positive note against Anglicanism. Anglicanism claimed to hold that the Church of England was nothing else than a continuation in this country, (as the Church of Rome might be in France or Spain), of that one Church of which in old times Athanasius and Augustine were members. But, if so, the doctrine must be the same, The doctrine of the old Church must live and speak in Anglican formularies, in the 39 Articles. Did it? Yes, it did. That is what I maintained. It did in substance, in a true sense. Man had done his worst to disfigure, to mutilate the old Catholic truth, but there it was, in spite of them, in the Articles still. It was there, but this must be shown. It was a matter of life and death to us to show it. And I believe that it could be shown. I consider that those grounds of justification, which I gave above, when I was speaking of Tract 90, were sufficient for the purpose, and therefore I set about showing it at once. This was in March 1840, when I went up to Littlemore, and, as it was a matter of life and death with us, all risks must be run to show it. When the attempt was actually made, I had got reconciled to the prospect of it, and had no apprehensions as to the experiment. But in 1840, while my purpose was honest, and my grounds of reason satisfactory, I did nevertheless recognize that I was engaged in an experimentum crucis. I have no doubt that then I acknowledged to myself that it would be a trial of the Anglican Church, which it had never undergone before, not that the Catholic sense of the Articles had not been held, or at least suffered, by their framers and promulgators, not that it was not implied in the teaching of Andrews or Beveridge, but that it had never been publicly recognized, while the interpretation of the day was Protestant and exclusive. I observed also that though my tract was an experiment, it was, as I said at the time, no feeler. The event shows this, for when my principle was not granted, I did not draw back, but gave up. I would not hold office in a Church which would not allow my sense of the Articles. My tone was, "This is necessary for us, and have it we must and will, and if it tends to bring men to look less bitterly on the Church of Rome, so much the better." This then was the second work to which I set myself, though, when I got to Littlemore, other things interfered to prevent my accomplishing it at the moment. I had in mind to remove all such obstacles as lay in the way of holding the Apostolic and Catholic character of the Anglican teaching, to assert the right of all who chose to say in the face of day, "Our Church teaches the primitive ancient faith." I did not conceal this. In Tract 90 it is put forward as the first principle of all. It is a duty which we owe both to the Catholic Church and to our own, to take our Reformed confessions in the most Catholic sense they will admit. We have no duties towards their framers. And still more pointedly in my letter, explanatory of the tract, addressed to Dr. Jelf, I say, "The only peculiarity of the view I advocate, if I must so call it, is this, that whereas it is usual at this day to make the particular belief of their writers their true interpretation, I would make the belief of the Catholic Church such. That is, as it is often said that infants are regenerated in baptism, not on the faith of their parents, but of the Church, so in like manner I would say that the Articles are received, not in the sense of their framers, but (as far as the wording will admit, or any ambiguity require it) in the one Catholic sense. A third measure, which I distinctly contemplated, was the resignation of St. Mary's, whatever became of the question of 39 Articles; and as a first step I meditated a retirement to Littlemore. Littlemore was an integral part of St. Mary's Parish, and between 2 and 3 miles distant from Oxford. I had built a church there several years before, and I went there to pass the Lent of 1840, and gave myself up to teaching in the parish school, and practising the choir. At the same time I had a view of monastic house there. I bought 10 acres of ground, and began planting, but this great design was never carried out. I mention it because it shows how little I had really the idea at the time of ever leaving the Anglican Church. That I contemplated as early as 1839 the further step of giving up St. Mary's appears from a letter which I wrote in October, 1840, to Mr. Keble, the friend whom it was most natural for me to consult on such a point. It ran as follows: For a year past a feeling has been growing on me that I ought to give up St. Mary's, but I am no fit judge in the matter. I cannot ascertain accurately my own impressions and convictions, which are the basis of the difficulty; and though you cannot of course do this for me, yet you may help me generally, and perhaps supersede the necessity of my going by them at all. First, it is certain that I do not know my Oxford parishioners. I am not conscious of influencing them, and certainly I have no insight into their spiritual state. I have no personal, no pastoral acquaintance with them. To very few have I any opportunity of saying a religious word. Whatever influence I exert on them is precisely that which I may be exerting on persons out of my parish. In my excuse I am accustomed to say to myself that I am not adapted to get on with them, while others are. On the other hand, I am conscious that by means of my position at St. Mary's, I do exert a considerable influence on the University, whether on undergraduates or graduates. It seems then on the whole that I am using St. Mary's to the neglect of its direct duties, for objects not belonging to it. I am converting a parochial charge into a sort of University office. I think I may say truly that I have begun scarcely any plan but for the sake of my parish, but every one has turned independently of me into the direction of the University. I began Saints' Day services, daily services, and lectures in Adam de Broom's chapel for my parishioners, but they have not come to them. In consequence, I dropped the last mentioned, having, while it lasted, been naturally led to direct it to the instruction of those who did come, instead of those who did not. The weekly communion, I believed, I did begin for the sake of the University. Added to this, the authorities of the University, the appointed guardians of those who form great part of the attendance on my sermons, have shown a dislike of my preaching. One dissuades men from coming. The late Vice-Chancellor threatens to take his own children away from the Church, and the present, having an opportunity last spring of preaching in my parish pulpit, gets up and preaches against doctrine with which I am in good measure identified. No plainer proof can be given of the feeling in these quarters than the absurd myth, now a second time put forward, that Vice-Chancellors cannot be got to take the office on account of Puseyism. But further than this, I cannot disguise from myself that my preaching is not calculated to defend that system of religion which has been received for 300 years, and of which the heads of house are the legitimate maintainers in this place. They exclude me, as far as may be, from the University pulpit, and though I never have preached strong doctrines in it, they do so rightly, so far as this, that they understand that my sermons are calculated to undermine things established. I cannot disguise from myself that they are. No one will deny that most of my sermons are on moral subjects, not doctrinal. Still I am leading my hearers to the primitive Church, if you will, but not to the Church of England. Now, ought one to be disgusting the minds of young men with the received religion, in the exercise of a sacred office, yet without commission, and against the wish of their guides and governors? But this is not all. I fear I must allow that whether I will or no, I am deposing them towards Rome. First, because Rome is the only representative of the primitive Church besides ourselves. In proportion then as they are loosened from the one, they will go to the other. Next, because many doctrines which I have held have far greater, or their only scope in the Roman system. And moreover, if, as is not unlikely, we have in process of time heretical bishops or teachers among us, an evil which ipso facto infects the whole community to which they belong, and if again, what there are at this moment symptoms of, there be a movement in the English Roman Catholics to break the alliance of O'Connell and of Exeter Hall, strong temptations will be placed in the way of individuals already imbued with a tone of thought congenial to Rome, to join her communion. People tell me, on the other hand, that I am, whether by sermons or otherwise, exerting at St. Mary's a beneficial influence on our prospective clergy. But what if I take to myself the credit of seeing further than they, and of having in the course of the last year discovered that what they approve so much is very likely to end in Romanism? The arguments which I have published against Romanism seem to myself as cogent as ever, but men go by their sympathies, not by arguments; and if I feel the force of this influence myself, who bow to the arguments, why may not others still more, who never have in the same degree admitted the arguments? Nor can I counteract the danger by preaching or writing against Rome. I seem to myself almost to have shot my last arrow in the article on English Catholicity. It must be added that the very circumstances that I have committed myself against Rome has the effect of setting to sleep people suspicious about me, which is painful now that I begin to have suspicions about myself. I mentioned my general difficulty to Rogers a year since, than whom I know no one of a more fine and accurate conscience, and it was his spontaneous idea that I should give up St. Mary's, if my feelings continue. I mentioned it again to him lately, and he did not reverse his opinion, only expressed great reluctance to believe it must be so. Mr. Kebley's judgment was in favour of my retaining my living, at least for the present. What weighed with me most was his saying, "You must consider whether your retiring either from the pastoral care only, or from writing and printing and editing in the cause, would not be a sort of scandalous thing, unless it were done very warily. It would be said, you see he can go on no longer with the Church of England, except in mere lay communion. Or people might say you repented on the cause altogether, till you see your way to mitigation, if not remove this evil. I certainly should advise you to stay." I answered as follows: "Since you think I may go on, it seems to follow that, under the circumstances, I ought to do so. There are plenty of reasons for it, directly it is allowed to be lawful. The following considerations have much reconciled my feelings to your conclusion. 1. I do not think that we have yet made fair trial how much the English Church will bear. I know it is a hazardous experiment, like proving cannon. Yet we must not take it for granted that the metal will burst in operation. It has borne at various times, not to say at this time, a great infusion of Catholic truth without damage. As to the result, namely, whether the process will not approximate the whole English Church, as a body, to Rome, that is nothing to us. For what we know, it may be the provincial means of uniting the whole Church in one, without fresh schismatizing or use of private judgment. Here I observe that what was contemplated was the bursting of the Catholicity of the Anglican Church, that is, my subjective idea of that Church. Its bursting would not hurt her with the world, but would be a discovery that she was purely and essentially Protestant, and would be really the hoisting of the engineer with his own petard, and this was the result. I continue. 2. Say that I move sympathies for Rome, in the same sense does Hooker, Taylor, Bull, etc. Their arguments may be against Rome, but the sympathies they raise must be towards Rome, so far as Rome maintains truth which our Church does not teach or enforce. Thus it is a question of degree between our divines and me. I may, if so be, go further. I may raise sympathies more, but I am urging mine in the same direction as they do. I am doing just the very thing which all our doctors have ever been doing. In short, would not Hooker, if Vicar of St. Mary's, be in my difficulty? Here it may be objected that Hooker could preach against Rome, and I could not, but I doubt whether he could have preached effectively against transubstantiation better than I, though neither he nor I held that doctrine. 3. Rationalism is the great evil of the day. May not I consider my post at St. Mary's as a place of protest against it? I am more certain that the Protestant spirit which I oppose leads to infidelity than that which I recommend leads to Rome. Who knows what the state of the University may be as regards divinity professors in a few years hence? Anyhow, a great battle may be coming on, of which Milman's book is a sort of earnest. The whole of our day may be a battle with the Spirit. May we not leave to another age its own evil, to settle the question of Romanism? I may add that from this time I had a curate at St. Mary's, who gradually took more and more of my work. Also, this same year, 1840, I made arrangements for giving up the British Critic in the following July, which were carried into effect at that date. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 4 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Such was about my state of mind on the publication of Tract 90 in February 1841. I was indeed in prudence taking steps towards eventually withdrawing from St. Mary's, and I was not confident about my permanent adhesion to the Anglican creed, but I was in no actual perplexity or trouble of mind. Nor did the immense commotion consequent upon the publication of the Tract unsettle me again, for I fancied I had weathered the storm. As far as the bishops were concerned, the Tract had not been condemned. That was the great point, and I made much of it. To illustrate my feelings during this trial, I will make extracts from my letters addressed severally to Mr. Bowden and another friend, which have come into my possession. 1. March 15th. The heads, I believe, have just done a violent act. They have said that my interpretation of the Articles is an evasion. Do you think this will pain me? You see, no doctrine is censured, and my shoulders should manage to bear the charge. If you knew all, or were here, you would see that I have asserted a great principle, and I ought to suffer for it, that the Articles are to be interpreted not according to the meaning of the writers, but, as far as the wording will admit, according to the sense of the Catholic Church. 2. March 25th. I do trust I shall make no false steps, and hope my friends will pray for me to this effect. If, as you say, a density hangs over us, a single false step may ruin all. I am very well and comfortable, but we are not yet out of the wood. 3. April 1st. The Bishop sent me word on Sunday to write a letter to him instanter, so I wrote it on Monday. On Tuesday it passed through the press, on Wednesday it was out, and today, Thursday, it is in London. I trust that things are smoothing now, and that we have made a great step is certain. It is not right to boast, till I am clear out of the wood, that is, till I know how the letter is received in London. You know, I suppose that I am to stop the Tracts, but you will see in the letter, though I speak quite what I feel, yet I have managed to take out on my side my snubbing worth, and this makes me anxious how it will be received in London. I have not had a misgiving for 5 minutes from the first, but I do not like to boast, lest some harm come. 4. April 4th. Your letter of this morning was an exceedingly great gratification to me, and it is confirmed, I am thankful to say, by opinion of others. The Bishop sent me a message that my letter had his unqualified approbation, and since that he has sent me a note to the same effect, only going more into detail. It is most pleasant, too, to my feelings to have such a testimony to the substantial truth and importance of No. 90, as I have had from so many of my friends, from those who, from their cautious turn of mind, I was least sanguine about. I have not had one misgiving myself about it throughout, and I do trust that what has happened will be overruled to subvert the great cause we all have at heart. May 9th. The bishops are very desirous of hushing the matter up, and I certainly have done my utmost to cooperate with them, on the understanding that the Tract is not to be withdrawn or condemned. Upon this occasion several Catholics wrote to me. I answered one of my correspondents in the same tone. April 8th. You have no cause to be surprised at the discontinuance of the Tracts. We feel no misgivings about it whatever, as if the cause of what we hold to be Catholic truth would suffer thereby. My letter to my Bishop has, I trust, had the effect of bringing the preponderating authority of the Church on our side. No stopping of the Tracts can, humanly speaking, stop the spread of the opinions which they have inculcated. The Tracts are not suppressed. No doctrine of principle has been conceded by us, or condemned by authority. The Bishop has but said that a certain tract is objectionable, no reason being stated. I have no intention whatever of yielding any one point which I hold on conviction, and that the authorities of the Church know full well. In the summer of 1841 I found myself at Littlemore without any harass or anxiety on my mind. I had determined to put aside all controversy, and I set myself down to my translation of St. Athanasius, but between July and November I received 3 blows which broke me. 1. I had got but a little way in my work when my trouble returned on me. The ghost had come a second time. In the Arian history I found the very same phenomena in a far bolder shape, which I had found in the Monophysites. I had not observed it in 1832. Wonderful that this should come upon me. I had not sought it out. I was reading and writing in my own line of study, far from the controversies of the day, on what is called a metaphysical subject. But I saw clearly that in the history of Arianism, the pure Arians were the Protestants, the semi-Arians were the Anglicans, and that Rome now was what it was then. The truth lay not with the via media, but with what was called the extreme party. As I am not writing a work of controversy, I need not enlarge upon the argument. I have said something on the subject in a volume, from which I have already quoted. 2. I was in the misery of this new unsettlement when a second blow came to me. The Bishop, one after another, began to charge against me. It was a formal, determined movement. This was the real understanding, that, on which I had acted on the first appearance of Tract 90, had come to naught. I think the words which had been used to me were that perhaps 2 or 3 of them might think it necessary to say something in their charges. But this time they had tided over the difficulty of the Tract, and there was no one to enforce the understanding. They went on this way, directing charges at me, for 3 whole years. I recognized it as a condemnation. It was the only one that was in their power. At first I intended to protest, but I gave up the thought in despair. On October 17th I wrote thus to a friend: I suppose it will be necessary in some shape or other to reassert Tract 90, else it will seem after these Bishops' charges as if it were silenced, which it has not been, nor do I intend it should be. I wish to keep quiet, but if bishops speak, I will speak too. If the view were silenced, I could not remain in the Church, nor could many others, and therefore, since it is not silenced, I shall take care to show that it isn't. A day or 2 after October 22nd, a stranger wrote to me to say that the Tracts for the Times had made a young friend of his a Catholic, and to ask, would I be so good as to convert him back? I made answer: if conversions to Rome take place in consequence of the Tracts for the Times, I do not impute blame to them, but to those who, instead of acknowledging such Anglican principles of theology and ecclesiastical polity as they contain, set themselves to oppose them. Whatever be the influence of the Tracts, great or small, they may become just as powerful for Rome, if our Church refuses them, as they would be for our Church if she accepted them. If our rulers speak either against the Tracts or not at all, if any number of them not only do not favour, but even do not suffer the principles contained in them, it is plain that our members may easily be persuaded either to give up those principles or to give up the Church. If this state of things goes on, I mournfully prophesy, not 1 or 2, but many secessions to the Church of Rome. 2 years afterwards, looking back on what I had passed, I said, there were no converts to Rome till after the condemnation of No. 90. 3. As if all this were not enough, there came the affair of the Jerusalem bishopric, and with a brief mention of it I shall conclude. I think I am right in saying that it had been long a desire of the Prussian court to introduce episcopacy into a new evangelical religion, which was intended in that country to embrace both the Lutheran and Calvinistic bodies. I almost think I heard of the project when I was at Rome in 1833, at the hotel of the Prussian minister M. Bunsen, who was most hospitable and kind as to other English visitors, so also to my friends and myself. The idea of episcopacy, as the Prussian king understood it, was, I suppose, very different from that taught in the Tractarian school, but still I suppose also that the chief authors of that school would have gladly seen such a measure carried out in Prussia, had it been done without compromising those principles which were necessary to the being of a church. About the time of the publication of Tract 90, M. Bunsen and the then Archbishop of Canterbury were taking steps for its execution, by appointing and consecrating a bishop for Jerusalem. Jerusalem, it would seem, was considered a safe place for the experiment. It was too far from Prussia to awaken the susceptibilities of any party at home. If the project failed, it failed without a harm to any one, and if it succeeded, it gave Protestantism a status in the East, which, in association with the Monophysites, or Jacobite, and the Nestorian bodies, formed a political instrument for England, parallel to that which Russia had in the Greek Church, and France in the Latin. Accordingly, in July 1841, full of the Anglican difficulties on the question of Catholicity, I thus spoke of the Jerusalem scheme in an article in the British Critic. When our thoughts turn to the East, instead of reconciling that there are Christian churches there, we leave it to the Russians to take care of the Greeks, and the French to take care of the Romans, and we content ourselves with erecting a Protestant church at Jerusalem, or with helping the Jews to rebuild their temple there, or with becoming the august protector of the Nestorians, Metaphysites, and all the heretics we can hear of, or with forming a league with the Mussulmen against Greeks and Romans together. I do not pretend so long after the time to give a full or exact account of this measure in detail. I will but say that the Act of Parliament under the date of October 5, 1841, if the copy from which I quote contains the measure, as it passed the House, provision is made for the consecration of British subjects, or the subjects or citizens of any foreign state, to be bishops in any foreign country, whether such foreign subjects or citizens be, or be not subjects or citizens of the country in which they are to act, and without requiring such of them as may be subjects or citizens of any foreign kingdom or state to take the oath of allegiance and supremacy, and the oath of due obedience to the Archbishop for the time being. Also, that such bishop or bishops so consecrated may exercise, within such limits as may from time to time be assigned for that purpose in such foreign countries by Her Majesty, spiritual jurisdiction over the ministries of British congregations of the United Church of England and Ireland, and over such other Protestant congregations as may be desirous of placing themselves under his or their authority. Now here at the very time that the Anglican bishops were directing their censure upon me for avowing an approach to the Catholic Church, not closer than I believe the Anglican formularies would allow, they were, on the other hand, fraternizing by their act or by their sufferance with Protestant bodies, and allowing them to put themselves under an Anglican bishop, without any renunciation of their errors or regard to their due reception of baptism and confirmation, while there was great reason to suppose that said bishop was intended to make converts from the Orthodox Greeks and the schismatical Oriental bodies, by means of the influence of England. This was the third blow, which finally shattered my faith in the Anglican Church. That Church was not only forbidding any sympathy or concurrence with the Church of Rome, but it actually was courting an intercommunion with the Protestant Prussia and the heresy of the Orientals. The Anglican Church might have the apostolical succession, as had the Monophysites, but such acts as were in progress led me to the gravest suspicions, not that it would soon cease to be a Church, but that since the 16th century it had never been a Church all along. On October 12th I thus wrote to Mr. Bowden: "We have not a single Anglican in Jerusalem, so we are sending a bishop to make a communion, not to govern our own people. Next, the excuse is, that there are converted Anglican Jews there who require a bishop. I am told there are not half a dozen. But for them the bishop is sent out, and for them he is a bishop of the circumcision." (I think he was a converted Jew who boasted of his Jewish descent), against the Epistle to the Galileans pretty nearly. Thirdly, for the sake of Prussia, he is to take unto him all the foreign Protestants who will come, and the political advantage will be so great from the influence of England, that there is no doubt they will come. They are to sign the Confession of Augsburg, and there is nothing to show that they will hold the doctrine of baptismal regeneration. As to myself, I shall do nothing whatever publicly, unless indeed it were to give my signature to a protest. But I think it would be out of place in me to agitate, having been in a way silenced. But the Archbishop is really doing most grave work, of which we cannot see the end. I did make a solemn protest, and sent it to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and also sent it to my own Bishop, with the following letter: "It seems as if I were never to write to your Lordship without giving you pain, and I know that my present subject does not specially concern your Lordship, yet after a great deal of anxious thought I lay before you the enclosed protest. Your Lordship will observe that I am not asking for any notice of it, unless you think that I ought to receive one. I do this very serious act in obedience to my sense of duty. If the English Church is to enter on a new course and assume a new aspect, it will be more pleasant to me hereafter to think that I did not suffer so grievous an event to happen, without hearing witness against it. May I be allowed to say that I augur nothing but evil, if we in any respect prejudice our title to be a branch of the Apostolic Church. That article of the Creed, I need hardly observe to your Lordship, is of such constraining power, that if we will not claim it, and use it for ourselves, others will use it in their own behalf against us. Men who learn, whether by means of documents or measures, whether from the statements or the acts of persons in authority, that our communion is not a branch of the one Church, I foresee with much grief will be tempted to look out for that Church elsewhere. It is to me a subject of great dismay, that as far as the Church has lately spoken out on the subject of the opinions which I and others hold, those opinions are not merely not sanctioned, for that I do not ask, but not even suffered. I earnestly hope that your Lordship will excuse my freedom in thus speaking to you of some members of your most reverend and right reverend body, with every feeling of reverent attachment to your Lordship. I am, etc. Protest. Whereas the Church of England has claimed on the allegiance of Catholic believers only on the ground of her own claim to be considered a branch of the Catholic Church, and whereas the recognition of heresy, indirect as well as direct, goes far to destroy such claim in the case of any religious body, and whereas to admit maintainers of heresy to communion without formal renunciation of their errors goes far towards recognizing the same, and whereas Lutheranism and Calvinism are heresies repugnant to Scripture, springing up 3 centuries since and anathematized by East as well as West, and whereas it is reported that the most reverend primate and other right reverend rulers of our Church have consecrated a bishop with a view of exercising spiritual jurisdiction over Protestant, that is, Lutheran and Calvinist congregations in the East, under the provisions of an Act made in the last session of Parliament to amend an Act made in the 26th year of the reign of His Majesty King George III, entitled An Act to empower the Archbishop of Canterbury or the Archbishop of York for the time being to consecrate to the office of bishop persons being subject or citizens of countries out of His Majesty's dominions, dispensing at the same time, not in particular cases and accidentally, but as if on principle and universally, with any abjuration of error on the part of such congregations, and with any reconciliations to the Church on the part of the presiding bishop, thereby giving some sort of formal recognition to the doctrines which such congregations maintain, and whereas the dioceses in England are connected together by so close an intercommunion, that what is done by authority in one immediately affects the rest, on these grounds, I, in my place, being a priest of the English Church and vicar of St. Mary's the Virgin, Oxford, by way of relieving my conscience, do hereby solemnly protest against the measure aforesaid, and disown it, as removing our Church from her present ground and tending to her disorganization. John Henry Newman, November 11th, 1841. Looking back 2 years afterwards on the above-mentioned and other acts on the part of Anglican ecclesiastical authorities, I observed, many a man might have held an abstract theory about the Catholic Church, to which it was difficult to adjust the Anglican, might have admitted a suspicion, or even painful doubts about the latter, yet never have been impelled onward, had our rulers preserved the quiescence of former years. But it is the corroboration of a present, living, and energetic heterodoxy that realizes and makes such doubts practical. It has been the recent speeches and acts of authorities, who had so long been tolerant of Protestant error, which has given to inquiry and to theory its force and its edge. As to the project of a Jerusalem bishopric, I never heard of any good or harm it has ever done, except what it has done for me, which many think a great misfortune, and I one of the greatest of mercies. It brought me on to the beginning of the end. End of Chapter 3, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 4, History of my Religious Opinions from 1841 to 1845. Section 1. From the end of 1841 I was on my deathbed as regards my membership with the Anglican Church, though at the time I became aware of it only by degrees. I introduced what I have to say with this remark, by way of accounting for the character of this remaining portion of my narrative. A deathbed has scarcely a history. It is a tedious decline, with seasons of rallying and seasons of falling back, and since the end is foreseen, or what is called a matter of time, it has little interest for the reader, especially if he has a kind heart. Moreover, it is a season when doors are closed and curtains drawn, and when the sick man neither cares nor is able to record the stages of his malady. I was in these circumstances, except so far as I was not allowed to die in peace, except so far as friends, who had still a full right to come in upon me, and the public world which had not, have given a sort of history to those last 4 years. But in consequence, my narrative must be in great measure documentary, as I cannot rely on my memory, except for definite particulars, positive or negative. Letters of mine to friends since dead have come into my hands. Others have been kindly lent me for the occasion, and I have some drafts of others, and some notes which I made, though I have no strictly personal or continuous memoranda to consult, and have unluckily mislaid some valuable papers. And first, as to my position in the view of duty, it was this. 1. I had given up my place in the movement in my letter to the Bishop of Oxford in the spring of 1841, but 2. I could not give up my duties towards the many and various minds who had more or less been brought into it by me. 3. I expected or intended gradually to fall back into lay communion. 4. I never contemplated leaving the Church of England. 5. I could not hold office in its service if I were not allowed to hold the Catholic sense of the Articles. 6. I could not go to Rome, while she suffered honours to be paid to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints, which I thought in my conscience to be incompatible with the supreme, incommunicable glory of the One, Infinite, and Eternal. 7. I desired a union with Rome under conditions, Church with Church. 8. I called Littlemore my Torres Vedras, and thought that some day we might advance again with the Anglican Church, as we had been forced to retire. 9. I kept back all persons who were disposed to go to Rome with all my might. And I kept them back for 3 or 4 reasons. 1. Because what I could not in conscience do myself, I could not suffer them to do. 2. Because I thought that in various cases they were acting under excitement. 3. Because I had duties to my bishop and to the Anglican Church. And 4. In some cases, because I had received from their Anglican parents or superiors direct charge of them. This was my view of my duty from the end of 1841 to my resignation of St. Mary's in the autumn of 1843. And now I shall relate my view during that time of the state of controversy between the churches. As soon as I saw the hitch in the Anglican argument, during my course of reading in the summer of 1839, I began to look about, as I have said, for some ground which might supply a controversial basis for my need. The difficulty in question had affected my view both of antiquity and Catholicity, for, while the history of St. Leo showed me that the deliberate and eventual consent of the great body of the Church ratified a doctrinal decision as a part of revealed truth, it also showed that the rule of antiquity was not infringed, though a doctrine had not been publicly recognized as so revealed, till centuries after the time of the Apostles. Thus, whereas the creeds tell us that the Church is one, holy, Catholic, and Apostolic, I could not prove that the Anglican communion was an integral part of the one Church, on the ground of its teaching being Apostolic or Catholic, without reasoning in favour of what are commonly called the Roman corruptions. And I could not defend our separation from Rome and her faith without using arguments prejudicial to those great doctrines concerning our Lord, which are the very foundation of the Christian religion. The Via Media was an impossible idea. It was what I had called standing on one leg, and it was necessary, if my old issue of the controversy was to be retained, to go further either one way or the other. Accordingly, I abandoned that old ground and took another. I deliberately quitted the old Anglican ground as untenable, though I did not do so all at once, but as I became more and more convinced of the state of the case. The Jerusalem bishopric was the ultimate condemnation of the old theory of the Via Media. If its establishment did nothing else, at least it demolished the sacredness of diocesan rights. If England could be in Palestine, Rome might be in England. But its bearing upon the controversy, as I have shown in the foregoing chapter, was much more serious than this technical ground. For that time the Anglican Church was, in my mind, either not a normal portion of that one Church to which the promise were made, or at least in an abnormal state, and from that time I said boldly, as I did in my protest, and as indeed I have even intimated in my letter to the Bishop of Oxford, that the Church in which I found myself had no claim on me, except on condition of it being a portion of the one Catholic communion, and that that condition must ever be borne in mind as a practical matter, and had to be distinctly proved. All this is not inconsistent with my saying above that, at this time, I had no thought of leaving the Church of England, because I felt some of my old objections against Rome as strongly as ever. I had no right, I had no leave to act against my conscience. That was a higher rule than any argument about the notes of the Church. Under these circumstances I turned my protection to the note of sanctity, with the view of showing that we had at least one of the necessary notes as fully as the Church of Rome, or at least, without entering into comparisons, that we had it in such a sufficient sense as to reconcile us to our position, and to supply full evidence and a clear direction on the point of practical duty. We had the note of life, not any sort of life, not such only as can come of nature, but a supernatural Christian life, which could only come directly from above. Thus, in my article in the British Critic, to which I have so often referred in January 1840, before the time of Tract 90, I said of the Anglican Church that she has the note of possession, the note of freedom from party titles, the note of life, a tough life and a vigorous. She has ancient descents, unbroken continuance, agreement in doctrine with the ancient Church. Presently I go on to speak of sanctity. Much as Roman Catholics may denounce us at present as schismatical, they could not resist us if the Anglican communion had but that one note of the Church upon it, sanctity. The Church of the day, 4th century, could not resist Meletius. His enemies were fairly overcome by him, by his meekness and holiness, which melted the most jealous of them. And I continue, we are almost content to say to Romanists, account us not yet as a branch of the Catholic Church, though we be a branch, till we are like a branch, provided that when we do become like a branch, then you consent to acknowledge us, etc. And so I was led on in the Articles to the sharp attack on English Catholics, for their shortcomings as regard this note, a good portion of which I had already quoted in another place. It is therefore that I speak of the great scandal which I took at their political, social, and controversial bearing, and this was the second reason why I fell back upon the note of sanctity, because it took me away from the necessity of making any attack upon the doctrines of the Roman Church, nay, from the consideration of her popular beliefs, and brought me upon a ground on which I felt I could not make a mistake. For what is a higher guide for us in speculation and in practice, than that conscience of right and wrong, of truth and falsehood, those sentiments of what is decorous, consistent, and noble, which our Creator has made a part of our original nature? Therefore I felt I could not be wrong in attacking what I fancied was a fact, the unscrupulousness, the deceit, and the intriguing spirit of the agents and representatives of Rome. This reference to holiness as the true test of a Church was steadily kept in view in what I wrote in connection with Tract 90. I say in its introduction, the writer can never be a party to forcing the opinions or projects of one school upon another. Religious changes should be the act of the whole body. No good can come of a change which is not a development of feeling springing up freely and calmly within the bosoms of the whole body itself. Every change in religion must be attended by a deep repentance. Changes must be nurtured in mutual love. We cannot agree without a supernatural influence. We must come together to God to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. In my letter to the Bishop I said, I have set myself against suggestions for considering the differences between ourselves and the foreign churches, with a view to their adjustment. I meant in the way of a negotiation, conference, agitation, or the like. Our business is with ourselves, to make ourselves more holy, more self-denying, more primitive, more worthy of our high calling. To be anxious for our composition of differences is to begin at the end. Political reconciliations are but outward and hollow and fallacious. Until Roman Catholics renounce political efforts and manifest in their public measure the light of holiness and truth, perpetual war is our only prospect. According to this theory, a religious body is part of the one Catholic and Apostolic Church, if it has the succession and the creed of the Apostles, with the note of holiness of life, and there is much in such a view to approve itself to the direct common sense and practical habits of an Englishman. However, with the events consequent upon Tract 90, I sunk my theory to a lower level. For what could be said in apology, when the bishops and the people of my Church not only did not suffer, but actually rejected primitive Catholic doctrine, and tried to eject from their communion all who held it? After the bishops' charges, after the Jerusalem abomination, Matthew 24:15, while this could be said, still we were not nothing. We could not be as if we never had been a Church. We were Samaria. This then was the lower level on which I placed myself and all who felt with me at the end of 1841. To bring out this view was the purpose of 4 sermons preached at St. Mary's in December of that year. Hitherto I had not introduced the exciting topics of the day into the pulpit. Footnote: vide Note C, Sermon on Wisdom and Innocence. End of footnote. On this occasion I did. I did so for the moment was urgent. There was great unsettlement of mind among us in consequence of those same events which had unsettled me. One special anxiety, very obvious, which was coming on me now, was, that what was one man's meat was another man's poison. I had said even of Tract 90, it was addressed to one set of persons, and has been used and commented on by another. Still more, was it true now that whatever I wrote for the service of those whom I knew to be in trouble of mind, would become on the one hand matter of suspicion and slander in the mouth of my opponents, and of distress and surprise to those on the other hand who had no difficulties of faith at all. Accordingly, when I published these 4 sermons at the end of 1843, I introduced them with a recommendation that none should read them who did not need them. But in truth the virtual condemnation of Tract 90, after that the whole difficulty seemed to have been weathered, was an enormous disappointment and trial. My protest also against the Jerusalem bishopric was an unavoidable cause of excitement in the case of many, but it calmed them too, for the very fact of a protest was a relief to their impatience. And so, in like manner, as regards the 4 sermons of which I speak, though they acknowledge freely the great scandal which was involved in the recent Episcopal doings, yet at the same time they might be said to bestow upon the multiplied disorders and shortcomings of the Anglican Church a sort of place in the revealed dispensation, and an intellectual position in the controversy, and the dignity of a great principle for unsettled minds to take and use, a principle which might teach them to recognize their own consistency, and to be reconciled to themselves, and which might absorb and dry up a multitude of their grudgings, discontents, misgivings, and questionings, and lead the way to humble, thankful, and tranquil thoughts. And this was the effect which certainly it produced on myself. The point of these sermons is, that in spite of the rigid character of the Jewish law, the formal and literal force of its precepts, and the manifest schism, and worse than schism, of the 10 tribes, yet in fact they were still recognized as a people by the divine mercy; that the great prophets Elias and Lysis were sent to them, and not only so, but were sent to preach to them and reclaim them, without any intimidation that they must be reconciled to the line of David in the Aaronic priesthood, or go up to Jerusalem to worship. They were not in the Church, yet they had the means of grace and the hope of acceptance with their Maker. The application of all this to the Anglican Church was immediate. Whether, under the circumstances, a man could assume or exercise ministerial functions or not, might not clearly appear, though it must be remembered that England had the Apostolic priesthood, whereas Israel had no priesthood at all. But so far was clear, that there was no call at all for an Anglican to leave his Church for Rome, though he did not believe his own to be part of the one Church. And for this reason, because it was a fact that the kingdom of Israel was cut off from the temple, and yet its subjects, neither in a mass nor as individuals, neither the multitudes on Mount Carmel, nor the Shunammite and her household, had any command given them, though miracles were displayed before them, to break off from their own people and to submit themselves to Judah. Footnote: as I am not writing controversially, I will only here remark upon this argument, that there is a great difference between a command which presupposes physical, material, and political conditions, and one which is moral. To go to Jerusalem was a matter of the body, not of the soul. End of footnote. It is plain that a theory such as this, whether the marks of a divine presence and life in the Anglican Church were sufficient to prove that she was actually with the covenant, or only sufficient to prove that she was at least enjoying extraordinary and uncovenanted mercies, not only lowered her level in a religious point of view, but weakened her controversial basis. Its very novelty made it suspicious, and there was no guarantee that the process of subsistence might not continue, and that it might not end in a submersion. Indeed, to many minds, to say that England was wrong was even to say that Rome was right, and no ethical or casuistic reasoning whatever could overcome in their case the argument from prescription and authority. To this objection, as made to my new teaching, I could only answer that I did not make my circumstances. I fully acknowledged the force and effectiveness of the genuine Anglican theory, and that it was all but proof against the disputants of Rome; but still, like Achilles, it had a vulnerable point, and that St. Leo had found it out for me, and that I could not help it; that were it not for a matter of fact, the theory would be great indeed. It would be irresistible, if it were only true. When I became a Catholic, the editor of the Christian Observer, Mr. Wilkes, who had in former days accused me, to my indignation, of tending towards Rome, wrote to me to ask which of the two was now right, he or I. I answered him in a letter, part of which I here insert, as it will serve as a sort of leave-taking of the great theory, which is so specious to look upon, so difficult to prove, and so hopeless to work. November 8, 1845. I do not think, at all more than I did, that the Anglican principles which I advocated at the date you mention lead men to the Church of Rome. If I must specify what I mean by Anglican principles, I should say, for example, taking antiquity, not the existing Church, as the oracle of truth, and holding that the apostolical succession is a sufficient guarantee of sacramental grace, without union with the Christian Church throughout the world. I think these still the finest, strongest ground against Rome, that is, if they can be held, as truth or facts. They have been held by many, and are far more difficult to refute in the Roman controversy than those of any other religious body. For myself I found I could not hold them. I left them. From the time I began to suspect their unsoundness, I ceased to put them forward. When I was fairly sure of their unsoundness, I gave up my living. When I was fully confident that the Church of Rome was the only true Church, I joined her. I have felt all along that Bishop Bull's theology was the only theology on which the English Church could stand. I have felt that opposition to the Church of Rome was part of that theology, and that he who could not protest against the Church of Rome was no true divine in the English Church. I have never said, nor attempted to say, that any one in office in the English Church, whether bishop or incumbent, could be otherwise than in hostility to the Church of Rome. The Via Media then disappeared forever, and a theory made expressly for the occasion took its place. I was pleased with my new view. I wrote to an intimate friend, Samuel F. Wood, December 13, 1841, "I think you will give me the credit, Carissimi, of not undervaluing the strength of the feeling which draw one to Rome, and yet I am, I trust, quite clear about my duty to remain where I am, indeed much clearer than I was some time since. If it is not presumptuous to say, I have a much more definite view of the promised inward presence of Christ with us in the sacraments, now that the outward notes of it are being removed. And I am content to be with Moses in the desert, or with Elijah excommunicated from the temple. I say this, putting things at the strongest. However, my friends of the moderate apostolical party, who were my friends for the very reason of my having been so moderate and Anglican myself in general tone in times past, who had stood up for Tract 90 partly from faith in me, and certainly from generous and kind feelings, and had thereby shared an obloquy which was none of theirs, were naturally surprised and offended at a line of argument, novel, and, as it appeared to them, wanton, which threw the whole controversy into confusion, stultified my former principles, and substituted, as they would consider, a sort of Methodistic self-contemplation, especially abhorrent both to my nature and to my past professions, for the plain and honest tokens, as they were commonly received, of a divine mission in the Anglican Church. They could not tell whither I was going, and were still further annoyed when I persisted in viewing the condemnation of Tract 90 by the public and the bishops as so grave a matter, and when I threw about what they considered mysterious hints of eventualities, and would not simply say, "An Anglican I was born, and an Anglican I will die," one of my familiar friends, Mr. Church, who was in the country at Christmas, 1841-1842, reported to me the feeling that prevailed about me, and how I felt towards it will appear in the following letter of mine, written in answer. Oriel, December 24, 1841. Carissimi, you cannot tell how your sad account of Moberly has made me. His view of the sinfulness of the Decree of Trent is as much against union of churches as against individual conversions. To tell the truth, I never have examined those decrees with this object, and have no view, but that is very different from having a deliberate view against them. Could not he say which they are? I suppose transubstantiation is one. Charles Marriott, though of course he would not like to have it repeated, as things stand now, I do not think he would have objected to his opinion being generally known, does not scruple at that. I have not my mind clear. Moberly must recollect that Palmer, of Worcester, thinks that they all bear a Catholic interpretation. For myself, this only I see, that there is indefinitely more in the Fathers against our own state of alienation from Christendom than against the Tridentine decrees. The only thing I can say of that I can have said of a startling character is this, that there were persons who, if our Church committed herself to heresy sooner than think there was no Church anywhere, would believe the Roman to be the Church, and therefore would on faith accept what they could not otherwise acquiesce in. I suppose it would be no relief to him to insist upon the circumstance that there is no immediate danger. Individuals can never be answered for, of course, but I should think lightly of that man who, for some act of the bishops, should all at once leave the Church. Now, considering how the clergy really are improving, considering that this row is even making them read the tracts, is it not possible we may all be in a better state of mind 7 years hence to consider these matters, and may we not leave them meanwhile to the will of Providence? I cannot believe this work has been of man. God has a right to His own work, to do what He will with it. May we not try to leave it in His hands, and be content? If you learn anything about Barter, which leads you to think that I can relieve him by a letter, let me know. The truth is this: our good friends do not read the Fathers, they assent to us from the common sense of the case. Then, when the Fathers and we say more than their common sense, they are dreadfully shocked. The Bishop of London has rejected a man: 1. For holding any sacrifice in the Eucharist; 2. The real presence; 3. That there is a grace in ordination. I cannot prove this at this distance of time, but I do not think it wrong to introduce here the passage containing it, as I am imputing to the Bishop nothing which the world would think disgraceful, but on the contrary, what a large religious body would approve. Are we quite sure that the bishops will not be drawing up some stringent declaration of faith? Is this what Moberly fears? Would the Bishop of Oxford accept them? If so, I should be driven into the refuge for the destitute (Littlemore). But I promise Moberly I would do my utmost to catch all dangerous persons and clap them into confinement there. Christmas Day, 1841. I have been dreaming of Moberly all night. Should not he and the like see that it is unwise, unfair, and impatient to ask others, "What will you do under circumstances which have not, which may never come?" Why bring fear, suspicion, and disunion into the camp about things which are merely in posse? Natural and exceedingly kind as Barter's and another friend's letters were, I think they have done great harm. I speak most sincerely when I say, that there are things which I neither contemplate nor wish to contemplate, but when I am asked about them 10 times, at length I begin to contemplate them. He surely does not mean to say that nothing could separate a man from the English Church, for example, its avowing Socinianism, its holding the Holy Eucharist in a Socinian sense, yet he would say it was not right to contemplate such things. Again, our case is diverging from that of Ken's, to say nothing of the last miserable century, which has given us to start from a much lower level and with much less to spare than a churchman in the 17th century. Questions of doctrine are now coming in. With him it was a question of discipline. If such a dreadful event were realized, I cannot help thinking we should all be vastly more agreed than we think now. Indeed, is it possible, humanly speaking, that those who have so much the same heart should widely differ? But let this be considered as to alternatives. What communion could we join? Could the Scotch or American sanction the presence of its bishop and the congregations in England without incurring the imputation of schism, unless indeed, and is that likely, they renounce the English as heretical? Is not this a time of strange providences? Is it not our safest course, without looking to consequence, to do simply what we think right day by day? Shall we not be sure to go wrong, if we attempt to trace by anticipation the course of divine providence? Has not all our misery as a Church arisen from people being afraid to look difficulties in the face? They have palliated acts when they should have denounced them. There is that good fellow, Worcester Palmer, can whitewash the Ecclesiastical Commission and the Jerusalem Bishopric. And what is the consequence? That our Church has, through centuries, ever been sinking lower and lower, till good part of its pretensions and professions is a mere sham, though it be a duty to make the best of what we have received. Yet though bound to make the best of other men's shams, let us not incur any of our own. The truest friends of our Church are they who say boldly when her rulers are going wrong, and the consequence, and to speak catachrestically, they are most likely to die in the Church, who are, under these black circumstances, most prepared to leave it. And I will add, that considering the traces of God's grace which surround us, I am very sanguine, or rather confident, if it is right so to speak, that our prayers and our alms will come up as a memorial before God, and that all this miserable confusion tends to good. Let us not then be anxious, and anticipate differences in prospect, when we agree in the present. Postscript. I think when friends, that is, the extreme party, get over their first unsettlement of mind and consequent vague apprehensions which the new attitude of the bishops and our feelings upon it have brought about, they will get contented and satisfied. They will see that they exaggerated things. Of course it would have been wrong to anticipate what one's feelings would be under such a painful contingency as the bishops charging as they have done. So it seems to me nobody's fault, nor is it wonderful that others, moderate men, are startled, that is, at my protest, etc., etc., yet they should recollect that the more implicit the reverence one pays to a bishop, the more keen will be one's perception of heresy in him. The cord is binding and compelling, till it snaps. Men of reflection would have seen this, if they had looked that way. Last spring a very high churchman talked to me of resisting my bishop, of asking him for the canons under which he acted, and so forth. But those who have cultivated a loyal feeling towards their superiors are the most loving servants, or the most zealous protesters. If others became so too, if the clergy of Chester denounced the heresy of their diocesan, they would be doing their duty in relieving themselves of the share which they otherwise have in any possible defection of their brethren. St. Stephen's Day, December 26. How I fidget! I now fear that the note I wrote yesterday only makes matters worse by disclosing too much. This is always my great difficulty. In the present state of excitement on both sides, I think of leaving out altogether my reassertion of number 90 in my Preface to Volume 6 of the Parochial Sermons, and merely saying, as many false reports are at this time in circulation about him, he hopes his well-wishers will take this volume as an indication of his real thoughts and feelings. Those who are not, he leaves in God's hand to bring them to a better mind in his own time. What do you say to the logic, sentiment, and propriety of this? An old friend, at a distance from Oxford, Archdeacon Robert I. Wilberforce, must have said something to me at this time, I do not know what, which challenged a frank reply, for I disclosed to him I did not know in what words my frightful suspicion, hitherto only known to two persons, namely his brother Henry and Mr. Frederick Rogers, that as regard my Anglicanism, perhaps I might break down in the event, that perhaps we were both out of the Church. I think I recollect expressing my difficulty as deriving from the Arian and Monophysite history, in a form in which it would be most intelligible to him, as being in fact an admission of Bishop Bull's, namely, that in the controversies of the early centuries of the Roman Church was ever on the right side, which was of course a prima facie argument in favour of Rome and against Anglicanism now. He answered me thus, under date of January 29, 1842. I don't think that I ever was so shocked by any communication which was ever made to me as by your letter of this morning. It has quite unnerved me. I cannot but write to you, though I am at a loss where to begin. I know of no act by which we have dissevered ourselves from the communion of the Church universal. The more I study Scripture, the more I am impressed with the resemblance between the Romanish principles in the Church and the Babylon of St. John. I am ready to grieve that I ever direct my thoughts to theology, if it is indeed so uncertain as your doubts seem to indicate. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. While my old and true friends were thus in trouble about me, I suppose they felt not only anxiety but pain, to see that I was gradually surrendering myself to the influence of others, who had not their own claims upon me, younger men, and of a cast of mind in no small degree uncongenial to my own. A new school of thought was rising, as is usual in doctrinal inquiries, and was sweeping the original party of the movement aside, and was taking its place. The most prominent person in it was a man of elegant genius, of classical mind, of rare talent in literary composition, Mr. Oakeley. He was not far from my own age. I had long known him, though of late years he had not been in residence at Oxford, and quite lately he has been taking several signal occasions of renewing that kindness which he ever showed towards me when we were both in the Anglican Church. His tone of mind was not unlike that which gave a character to the early movement. He was almost a typical Oxford man, and as far as I recollect, both in political and ecclesiastical views, would have been of one spirit with the Oriel party of 1826-1833. But he had entered late into the movement. He did not know its first years, and beginning with a new start, he was naturally thrown together with the body of eager, acute, resolute minds who had begun their Catholic life about the same time as he. He knew nothing about the Via Media, but had heard much about Rome. This new party rapidly formed and increased in and out of Oxford, and, as it so happened, contemporaneously with that very summer, when I received so serious a blow to my ecclesiastical views from the study of the Monophysite controversy. These men cut into the original movement at an angle, fell across its line of thought, and then set about turning that line in its own direction. They were most of them keenly religious men, with a true concern for their souls as the first matter of all, with a great zeal for me, but giving little certainty at the time as to which way they could ultimately turn. Some in the event had remained firm to Anglicanism, some have become Catholics, and some have found a refuge in liberalism. Nothing was clearer concerning them than that they needed to be kept in order, and on me, who had had so much to do with the making of them, that duty was as clearly incumbent; and it is equally clear, from what I have already said, that I was just the person, above all others, who could not undertake it. There are no friends like old friends; but of those old friends, few could help me, few could understand me, many were annoyed with me, some were angry, because I was breaking up a compact party, and some, as a matter of conscience, could not listen to me. When I looked around for those whom I might consult in my difficulties, I found the very hypothesis of those difficulties acting as a bar to their giving me their advice. Then I said bitterly, "You are throwing me on others, whether I will or no." Yet still I had good and true friends around me, of the old sort, in and out of Oxford too, who were a great help to me. But on the other hand, though I neither was so fond, with a few exceptions, of the persons, nor of the methods of thought which belonged to this new school, as of the old set, though I could not trust in their firmness of purpose, for, like a swarm of flies, they might come and go, and at length be divided and dissipated, yet I had an intense sympathy in their object and in the direction in which their path lay, in spite of my old friends, in spite of my old lifelong prejudices, in spite of my ingrained fears of Rome, and the decision of my reason and conscience against her usage, in spite of my affection for Oxford and Oriel, yet I had a secret longing love of Rome, the mother of English Christianity, and I had true devotion to the Blessed Virgin, in whose college I lived, whose altar I served, and whose immaculate purity I had in one of my earliest printed sermons made much of. And it was the consciousness of this bias in myself, if it is so to be called, which made me preach so earnestly against the danger of being swayed in religious inquiry by our sympathy rather than by our reason. And moreover, the members of this new school looked up to me, as I have said, and did me true kindness, and really loved me, and stood by me in trouble, when others went away, and for all this I was grateful. Nay, many of them were in trouble themselves, and in the same boat with me, and that was a further cause of sympathy between us; and hence it was, when the new school came on in force, and into collision with the old, I had not the heart, any more than the power, to repel them. I was in great perplexity, and hardly knew where I stood. I took their part, and, when I wanted to be in peace and silence, I had to speak out, and I incurred the charge of weakness from some men, and of my mysteriousness, shuffling, and underhand dealing from the majority. Now I will say here frankly, that this sort of charge is a matter which I cannot properly meet, because I cannot duly realize it. I have never had any suspicion of my own honesty, and, when men say I was dishonest, I cannot grasp the accusation as a distinct conception, such as it is possible to encounter. If a man said to me, "On such a day and before such persons you said a thing was white, when it was black," I understand what is meant well enough, and I can set myself to prove an alibi or to explain the mistake. Or if a man said to me, "You tried to gain me over to your party, intending to take me with you to Rome, but you did not succeed," I can give him the lie, and lay down an assertion of my own, as firm and as exact as his, that not from the time that I was first unsettled did I ever attempt to gain any one over to myself or to my Romanizing opinions, and that it is only his own coxcombical fancy which has bred such a thought in him. But my imagination is at a loss in pretence of those vague charges which have been commonly brought up against me, charges which are made up of impressions and understandings and inferences and hearsay and surmises. Accordingly, I shall not make the attempt, for, in doing so, I should be dealing blows in the air. What I shall attempt is to state what I know of myself and what I recollect, and leave to others its application. While I had confidence in the Via Media, and thought that nothing could overset it, I did not mind laying down large principles which I saw would go further than was commonly perceived. I consider that to make the Via Media concrete and substantive, it must be much more than it was in outline, that the Anglican Church must have a ceremonial, a ritual, and a fullness of doctrine and devotion, which it had not at present, if it were to compete with the Roman Church, with any prospect of success. Such addition would not remove it from its proper basis, but would merely strengthen and beautify it. Such, for instance, would be confraternities, particular devotions, reverences for the Blessed Virgin, prayers for the dead, beautiful churches, munificent offerings to them and in them monastic houses, and many other observances and institutions, which I used to say belonged to us as much as to Rome, though Rome had appropriated them and boasted of them, by reason of our having let them slip from us. The principle on which all this turned, I brought out in one of the letters I published on occasion of Tract 90. The age is moving, I said, towards something, and most unhappily the one religious communion among us, which has of late years been practically in possession of this something, is the Church of Rome. She alone, amid all the errors and evils of her practical system, has given free scope to the feelings of awe, mystery, tenderness, reverence, devotedness, and other feelings which may be especially called Catholic. The question then is, whether we shall give them up to the Roman Church, or claim them for ourselves. But if we do give them up, we must give up the men who cherish them. We must consent either to give up the men, or to admit their principles. With these feelings I frankly admit that while I was working simply for the sake of the Anglican Church, I did not at all mind, though I found myself laying down principles in its defence, which went beyond that particular kind of defence which high and dry men thought perfection, and even though I ended in framing a kind of defence which they might call a revolution, while I thought it a restoration. Thus, for illustration, I might discourse upon the communion of saints in such a manner, though I do not recollect doing so, as might lead the way towards devotion to the Blessed Virgin and the saints on the one hand, and towards prayers for the dead on the other. In a memorandum in the year 1844 or 1845, I thus speak on this subject: If the Church be not defended on establishment grounds, it must be upon principles, which go far beyond their immediate object. Sometimes I saw these further results, sometimes not, though I saw them. I sometimes did not say that I saw them, so long as I thought they were inconsistent, not with our Church, but only with the existing opinions. I was not unwilling to insinuate truth into our Church, which I thought had a right to be there. To so much I confess, but I do not confess. I simply deny that I ever said anything which secretly bore against the Church of England, knowing it myself, in order that others might unwarily accept it. It was indeed one of my great difficulties and causes of reserve, as time went on, that I at length recognized in principles which I had honestly preached as if Anglican, conclusions favourable to the cause of Rome. Of course I did not like to confess this, and, when interrogated, was in consequence in perplexity. The prime instance of this was the appeal to antiquity. St. Leo had overset, in my own judgment, its force as the special argument for Anglicanism. Yet I was committed to antiquity, together with the whole Anglican school. What then was I to say, when acute minds urged this or that application of it against the Via Media? It was impossible that in such circumstances any answer could be given which was not unsatisfactory, or any behaviour adopted which was not mysterious. Again, sometimes in what I wrote I went just as far as I saw, and could as little say more, as I could see what is below the horizon, and therefore, when asked as to the consequence of what I had said, I had no answer to give. Again, sometimes when I was asked, whether certain conclusions did not follow from a certain principle, I might not be able to tell at the moment, especially if the matter were complicated, and for this reason, if for no other, because there is great difference between a conclusion in the abstract and a conclusion in the concrete, and because a conclusion may be modified in fact by a conclusion from some opposite principle. Or it might so happen that my head got simply confused by the very strength of the logic which was administered to me, and thus I gave my sanction to conclusions which really were not mine, and when the report of those conclusions came round to me through others, I had to unsay them. And then again, perhaps I did not like to see men scared or scandalized by unfeeling logical inferences, which would not have troubled them to the day of their death, had they not been forced to recognize them. And then I felt altogether the force of the maxim of St. Ambrose, Non in dialectica complicuit Deo salvum farce populum suum. I had a great dislike of paper logic. For myself, it was not logic that carried me on, as well might one say that the quicksilver in the barometer changes the weather. It is a concrete being that reasons. Pass a number of years, and I find my mind in a new place. How? The whole man moves, paper logic is but the record of it. All the logic in the world would not have made me move faster toward Rome than I did. As well as might you say that I have arrived at the end of my journey because I see the village church before me, as venture to assert that the miles over which my soul had to pass before it got to Rome could be annihilated, even though I had been in possession of some far clearer view than I had, that Rome was my ultimate destination. Great acts take time. At least this is what I felt in my own case, and therefore to come to me with methods of logic had in it the nature of a provocation, and, though I do not think I ever showed it, made me somewhat indifferent how I met them, and perhaps led me, as a means of relieving my impatience, to be mysterious or irrelevant, or to give in because I could not meet them to my satisfaction. And a greater trouble still than these logical mazes was the introduction of logic into every subject whatever, so far, that is, as this was done. Before I was at Oriel, I recollect an acquaintance saying to me that the Oriel common room stank of logic. One is not at all pleased when poetry, or eloquence, or devotion is considered as if chiefly intended to feed syllogisms. Now, in saying all this, I am saying nothing against the deep piety and earnestness which were characteristic of this second phase of the movement, in which I had taken so prominent a part. What I have been observing is, that this phase had a tendency to bewilder and to upset me, and that, instead of saying so, as I ought to have done, perhaps from a sort of laziness, I gave answer at random, which have led to my appearing close or inconsistent. I have turned up 2 letters of this period, which in a measure illustrates what I have been saying. The first was written to the Bishop of Oxford on occasion of Tract 90. March 20th, 1841. No one can enter into my situation but myself. I see a great many minds working in various directions and a variety of principles with multiplied bearings. I act for the best. I sincerely think that matters would not have gone better for the Church had I never written. And if I write, I have a choice of difficulties. It is easy for those who do not enter into those difficulties to say, he ought to say this and not say that, but things are wonderfully linked together, and I cannot, or rather I would not, be dishonest. When persons too interrogate me, I am obliged in many cases to give an opinion, or I seem to be underhand. Keeping silence looks like artifacts, and I do not like people to consult or respect me, from thinking differently of my opinion from what I know them to be. And again, to use the proverb, what is one man's food is another man's poison. All these things make my situation very difficult, but that collision must at some time ensue between members of the Church of opposite sentiments, I have long been aware. The time and mode has been in the hand of Providence. I do not mean to exclude my own great imperfections in bringing it about, yet I still feel obliged to think the tract necessary. The second is taken from the notes of a letter which I sent to Dr. Pusey in the next year. October 16, 1842. As to my being entirely with Ward, I do not know the limits of my own opinions. If Ward says that this or that is a development from which I have said, I cannot say yes or no. It is plausible, it may be true. Of course, the fact that the Roman Church has so developed and maintained adds great weight to the antecedent plausibility. I cannot assert that it is not true, but I cannot with that keen perception which some people have appropriated it. It is a nuisance to me to be forced beyond what I can fairly accept. There was another source of the perplexity with which at this time I was encompassed, and the reserve and mysteriousness of which that perplexity gained for me the credit. After Tract 90, the Protestant world would not let me alone. They pursued me in the public journals to Littlemore. Reports of all kinds were circulated about me. Imprimis, why did I go up to Littlemore at all? For no good purpose, certainly. I dared not tell why. Why, to be sure? It was hard that I should be obliged to say to the editors of newspapers that I went up there to say my prayers. It was hard to have to tell the world in confidence that I had a certain doubt about the Anglican system, and could not at that moment resolve it, or say what could come of it. It was hard to have to confess that I had thought of giving up my living a year or two before, and that this was a first step to it. It was hard to have to plead that, for what I knew, my doubts would vanish, if the newspapers would be so good as to give me time and let me alone. Who would ever dream of making the world his confidant? Yet I was considered insidious, sly, dishonest, if I would not open my heart to the tender mercies of the world. But they persisted. What was I doing at Littlemore? Doing there? Have I not retreated from you? Have I not given up my position and my place? Am I alone, of Englishmen, not to have the privilege to go where I will, no questions asked? Am I alone to be followed about by jealous prying eyes, which take note whether I go in at a back door or at the front, and who the men are who happen to call on me in the afternoon? Cowards! If I advance one step, you would run away. It is not you that I fear. Die me terrent et Jupiter hostis. It is because the bishops still go on charging against me, though I have quite given up. It is that secret misgivings of heart which tells me that they do well, for I have neither lot nor part with them. This it is which weighs me down. I cannot walk into or out of my house, but curious eyes are upon me. Why will you not let me die in peace? Wounded brutes creep into some hole to die in, and no one grudges it them. Let me alone. I shall not trouble you long. This was the keen feeling which pierced me, and, I think, these are the very words in which I expressed it to myself. I asked in the words of a great motto, Ubi lapsus quid feci. One day when I entered my house, I found a flight of undergraduates inside. Heads of houses, as mounted patrols, walked their horses around those poor cottages. Doctors of divinity divided into the hidden recesses of that private tenement uninvited, and drew domestic conclusions from what they saw there. I had thought that an Englishman's house was his castle, but the newspapers thought otherwise, and at last the matter came before my good bishop. I insert his letter and a portion of my reply to him. April 12, 1842. So many of the charges against yourself and your friends, which I have seen in the public journals, have been, with my own knowledge, false and calumnious, that I am not apt to pay much attention to what is asserted with respect to you in the newspapers. In a newspaper, however, on April 9th, there appears a paragraph in which it is asserted as a matter of notoriety that a so-called Anglo-Catholic monastery is in process of erection at Littlemore, and that the cells of dormitories, the chapel, the refectory, the cloister, all may be seen advancing to perfection under the eye of a parish priest of the diocese of Oxford. Now, as I have understood that you really are possessed of some tenement at Littlemore, as it is generally believed that you are destined for the purposes of study and devotion, and as much suspicion and jealousies are felt about the matter, I am anxious to afford you an opportunity of making me an explanation on the subject. I know you too well not to be aware that you are the last man living to attempt in my diocese a revival of the monastic orders, in anything approaching to the Romanist sense of the term, without previous communications with me, or indeed that you should take upon yourself to originate any measure of importance without authority from the heads of the Church. And therefore I at once exonerate you from the accusations brought against you by the newspaper I have quoted, but I feel it nevertheless a duty to my diocese and myself, as well as to you, to ask you to put it in my power to contradict what, if uncontradicted, would appear to imply a glaring invasion of all ecclesiastical discipline on your part, or of inexcusable neglect and indifference to my duties on mine. I wrote an answer as follows: April 14, 1842. I am very much obliged by your Lordship's kindness in allowing me to write to you on the subject of my house at Littlemore. At the same time I feel it hard both on your Lordship and myself that the restlessness of the public mind should oblige you to require an explanation of me. It is now a whole year that I have been the subject of incessant misrepresentation, a year since I submitted entirely to your Lordship's authority, and, with the intention of following out the particular acts enjoined upon me, I not only stopped the series of tracts on which I was engaged, but withdrew from all public discussion of church matters of the day, or what may be called ecclesiastical politics. I turned myself at once to the preparation for the press of the translations of St. Athanasius, to which I had long wished to devote myself, and I intended and intend to employ myself in the like theological studies, and in the concerns of my own parish, and in practical works. With the same view of personal improvement, I was led more seriously to a design which had long been on my mind. For many years, at least 13, I have wished to give myself to a life of greater religious regularity than I have hitherto led, but it is very unpleasant to confess such a wish even to my bishop, because it seems arrogant, and because it is committing me to a profession which may come to nothing. For what have I done, that I am to be called to account by the world for my private actions, in a way in which no one else is called? Why may I not have that liberty, which all others are allowed? I am often accused of being underhand and uncandid in respect to the intentions to which I have been alluding, but no one likes his own good resolutions noised about, both from mere common delicacy, and from fear lest he should not be able to fulfil them. I feel it very cruel, though the parties in fault do not know what they are doing, that very sacred matter between me and my conscience are made a matter of public talk. May I take a case parallel, though different? Suppose a person in prospect of marriage, would he like the subject discussed in newspapers, and parties, circumstances, etc., etc., publicly demanded of him, at the penalty of being accused of craft and duplicity? The resolution I speak of has been taken with reference to myself alone, and has been contemplated quite independent of the cooperation of any other human being, and without reference to success or failure other than personal, and without regard to the blame or appropriation of man. And being a resolution of years, and one to which I feel God has called me, and in which I am violating no rule of the Church any more than if I married, I should have to answer for it, if I did not pursue it, as a good providence made opening for it. In pursuing it then, I am thinking of myself alone, not aiming at any ecclesiastical or external effects. At the same time, of course, it would be a great comfort to me to know that God had put into the hearts of others to pursue their personal edification in the same way, and unnatural not to wish to have the benefits of their presence and encouragement, or not to think it a great infringement on their rights of conscience, if such personal and private resolutions were interfered with. Your Lordship will allow me to add my firm conviction that such religious resolutions are most necessary for keeping a certain class of mind firm in the allegiance of our Church. But still I can as truly say that my own reason for anything I have done has been a personal one, without which I should not have entered upon it, and which I hope to pursue whether with or without the sympathies of others pursuing a similar course. As to my intentions, I propose to live there myself a good deal, as I have a resident curate in Oxford. In doing this, I believe I am consulting for the good of my parish, as my population at Littlemore is at least equal to that of St. Mary's in Oxford, and the whole of Littlemore is double of it. It has been very much neglected, and in providing a parsonage house at Littlemore, as this will be, and will be called, I conceive I am doing a very great benefit to my people. At the same time, it has appeared to me that a partial or temporary retirement from St. Mary's Church might be expedient under the prevailing excitement. As to the quotation from the newspaper, which I have not seen, your Lordship will perceive from what I have said that no monastery is in process of erection. There is no chapel, no refectory, hardly a dining room or parlour. The cloisters are my shed connecting the cottages. I do not understand what cells of dormitories means. Of course I can repeat your Lordship's words that I am not attempting a revival of the monastic orders, in anything approaching to the Romanist sense of the term, or taking on myself to originate any measure of importance without authority from the heads of the Church. I am attempting nothing ecclesiastical, but something personal and private, and which can only be made public, not private, by newspapers and letter writers, in which sense the most sacred and conscientious resolves and acts may certainly be made the objects of an unmannerly and unfeeling curiosity. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. One calumny there was which the bishops did not believe, and of which of course he had no idea of speaking. It was that I was actually in the service of the enemy. I had forsooth been already received into the Catholic Church, and was rearing at Littlemore a nest of Papists, who, like me, were to take the Anglican oath which they disbelieved, by virtue of a dispensation from Rome, and thus in due time were to bring over to that unprincipled Church great numbers of the Anglican clergy and laity. Bishops gave their countenance to this imputation against me. The case was simply this: as I made Littlemore a place of retirement for myself, so did I offer it to others. There were young men in Oxford whose testimonials for orders had been refused by their colleges. There were young clergymen who had found themselves unable from conscience to go on with their duties, and had thrown up their parochial engagements. Such men were already going straight to Rome, and I interposed. I interposed for the reasons I have given in the beginning of this portion of my narrative. I interposed from fidelity to my clerical engagements, and from duty to my bishop, and from the interest which I was bound to take in them, and from belief that they were premature or excited. Their friends besought me to quiet them, if I could. Some of them came to live with me at Littlemore. They were laymen, or in the place of laymen. I kept some of them back for several years from being received into the Catholic Church. Even when I had given up my living, I was still bound by my duty to their parents or friends, and I did not forget still to do what I could for them. The immediate occasion of my resigning St. Mary's was the unexpected conversion of one of them. After that, I felt it was impossible to keep my post there, for I had been unable to keep my word with my bishop. The following letters refer more or less to these men, whether they were actually with me at Littlemore or not. 1. March 6, 1842. Church doctrines are a powerful weapon. They were not sent into the world for nothing. God's word does not return unto him void. If I have said, as I have, that the doctrines of the Tracts for the Times would build up our Church and destroy parties, I meant, if they were used, not if they were denounced. Else they will be as powerful against us as they might be powerful for us. If people who have a liking for another hear him called a Roman Catholic, they will say, then after all Romanism is no such bad thing. All these persons who are making the cry are fulfilling their own prophecy. If all the world agrees in telling a man he has no business in our Church, he will at length begin to think he has none. How easy is it to persuade a man of anything, when numbers affirm it? So great is the force of imagination. Did every one who met you in the streets look hard at you, you would think you were somehow in fault. I do not know anything so irritating, so unsettling, especially in the case of young persons, as when they are going on calmly and unconsciously, obeying their Church and following its divines, I am speaking from facts, as suddenly to their surprise to be conjured not to make a leap, of which they have not a dream, and from which they are far removed. 2. 1843 or 1844. I did not explain to you sufficiently the state of mind of those who were in danger. I only spoke of those who were convinced that our Church was external to the Church Catholic, though they felt it unsafe to trust their own private convictions. But there are two other states of mind. One, that of those who are unconsciously near Rome, and whose despair about our Church would at once develop into a state of conscious approximation, or a quasi-resolution to go over. 2. Those who feel they can with a safe conscience remain with us while they are allowed to testify in behalf of Catholicism. That is, as if by such acts they were putting our Church, or at least that portion of it in which they were included, in the position of catechumens. 3. June 20, 1843. I return the very pleasing letter you have permitted me to read. What a sad thing it is that it should be a plain duty to restrain one's sympathies, and to keep them from boiling over, but I suppose it is a matter of common prudence. Things are very serious here, but I should not like you to say so, as it might do no good. The authorities find that by the statutes they have more than military power, and the general impression seems to be that they intend to exert it, and put down Catholicism at any risk. I believe that by the statutes they can pretty nearly suspend a preacher, as seditious or causing dissension, without assigning their grounds in the particular case, nay, banishing him or imprison him. If so, all holders of preferment in the University should make as quiet an exit as they can. There is more exasperation on both sides at this moment, as I am told, than ever there was. 4. July 16, 1843. I assure you that I feel, with only too much sympathy, what you say. You need not be told that the whole subject of our position is a subject of anxiety to others besides yourself. It is no good attempting to offer advice, when perhaps I might raise difficulties instead of removing them. It seems to me quite a case in which you should, as far as may be, make up your mind for yourself. Come to Littlemore by all means. We shall all rejoice in your company, and, if quiet and retirement are able, as they very likely will be, to reconcile you to things as they are, you shall have your fill of them. How distressed poor Henry Wilberforce must be! Knowing how he values you, I feel for him, but alas, he has his own position, and every one else has his own, and the misery is that no two of us have exactly the same. It is very kind of you to be so frank and open with me, as you are, but this is a time which throws together persons who feel alike. May I, without taking a liberty, sign myself, yours affectionately, etc. 5. August 30, 1843. A.B. has suddenly conformed to the Church of Rome. He was away for 3 weeks. I suppose I must say, in my defence, that he promised me distinctly to remain in our Church 3 years, before I received him here. 6. June 17, 1845. I am concerned to find you speak of me in a tone of distrust. If you knew me ever so little, instead of hearing of me from persons who do not know me at all, you would think differently of me, whatever you thought of my opinions. 2 years since, I got your son to tell you my intention of resigning St. Mary's, before I made it public, thinking you ought to know it. when you expressed some painful feelings upon it, I told him I could not consent to his remaining here, painful as it would be to me to part with him, without your written sanction, and this you did me the favour to give. I believe you will find that it has been merely a delicacy on your son's part, which has delayed his speaking to you about me for 2 months past, a delicacy lest he should say either too much or too little about me. I have urged him several times to speak to you. Nothing can be done after your letter but to recommend him to go to A.B., his home, at once. I am very sorry to part with him. 7. The following letter is addressed to Cardinal Wiseman, then Vicar Apostolic, who accused me of coolness in my conduct towards him. April 16, 1845. I was at that time in charge of a ministerial office in the English Church, with persons entrusted to me, and a bishop to obey. How could I possibly write otherwise than I did without violating sacred obligations and betraying momentous interests which were upon me? I felt that my immediate, undeniable duty, clear if any was clear, was to fulfil that trust. It might be right indeed to give it up, that was another thing, but it never could be right to hold it, and to act as if I did not hold it. If you knew me, you would acquit me, I think, of having ever felt towards your Lordship in an unfriendly spirit, or ever having had a shadow on my mind, as far as I dare witness about myself, of what might be called controversial rivalry, or desire of getting the better, or fear lest the world should think I had got the worst, or irritation of any kind. You are too kind indeed to imply this, and yet your words lead me to say it. And now in like manner, pray believe, though I cannot explain it to you, that I am encompassed with responsibilities so great and so various, as utterly to overcome me, unless I have mercy from Him who all through my life has sustained and guided me, and to whom I can now submit myself, though men of all parties are thinking evil of me. Such fidelity, however, was taken in malum partem by the high Anglican authorities. They thought it insidious. I happen still to have a correspondence which took place in 1843, in which the chief place is filled by one of the most eminent bishops of the day, a theologian and reader of the Fathers, a moderate man, who at one time was talked of as likely on a vacancy to succeed to the primacy. A young clergyman in his diocese became a Catholic. The papers at once reported on authority from a very high quarter, that after his reception, the Oxford men had been recommending him to retain his living. I had reasons for thinking that the allusion was made to me, and I authorized the editor of a paper, who had inquired of me on the point, to give it, as far as I was concerned, an unqualified contradiction. When from a motive of delicacy he hesitated, I added, my direct and indignant contradiction. Whoever is the author of it, I continued to the editor, no correspondence or intercourse of any kind, direct or indirect, has passed between Mr. S. and myself since his conforming to the Church of Rome, except my formally and merely acknowledging the receipt of his letter, in which he informed me of the fact, without, as far as I recollect, my expressing any opinion upon it. You may state this as broadly as I have set it down. My denial was told to the Bishop. What took place upon it is given in a letter from which I copy. My father showed the letter to the Bishop, who, as he laid it down, said, "Ah, those Oxford men are not ingenuous." "How do you mean?" asked my father. "Why," said the Bishop, "they advised Mr. B.S. to retain his living after he turned Catholic. I know that to be a fact, because A.B. told me so. The Bishop," continues the letter, "who is perhaps the most influential man in reality on the bench, evidently believes it to be the truth." Upon this Dr. Pusey wrote in my behalf to the Bishop, and the Bishop instantly beat a retreat. "I have the honour," he said, in the autograph which I transcribe, "to acknowledge the receipt of your note, and to say in reply that it has not been stated by me, though such a statement has, I believe, appeared in some of the public prints. that Mr. Newman had advised Mr. B.S. to retain his living after he had forsaken our Church; but it has been stated to me that Mr. Newman was in close correspondence with Mr. B.S., and, being fully aware of his state of opinions and feelings, yet advised him to continue in our communion. "Allow me to add," he says to Dr. Pusey, "that neither your name nor that of Mr. Keble was mentioned to me in connection with that of Mr. B.S." I was not going to let the Bishop off on this evasion, so I wrote to him myself. After quoting his letter to Dr. Pusey, I continued: "I beg to trouble your Lordship with my own account of the two allegations, close correspondence and fully aware, etc., which are contained in your statement, and which have led to your speaking to me in terms which I hope never to deserve. 1. Since Mr. B.S. has been in your Lordship's diocese, I have seen him in common rooms or private parties in Oxford 2 or 3 times, when I never, as far as I can recollect, had any conversation with him. During the same time I have, to the best of my memory, written to him 3 letters. One was lately in acknowledgment of his informing me of his change of religion. Another was last summer, when I asked him to no purpose to come and stay with me in this place. The earliest of the 3 letters was written just a year since, as far as I can recollect, and it certainly was on the subject of his joining the Church of Rome. I wrote this letter at the earnest wish of a friend of his. I cannot be sure that, on his replying, I did not send him a brief note in explanation of points in my letter which he had misapprehended. I cannot recollect any other correspondence between us. 2. As to my knowledge of his opinions and feelings, as far as I remember, the only point of perplexity which I knew, the only point which to this hour I know as pressing upon him, was that of the Pope's supremacy. He professed to be searching antiquity whether the See of Rome had formerly that relation to the whole Church which Roman Catholics now assign to it. My letter was directed to the point that it was his duty not to perplex himself with arguments on such a question, and to put it altogether aside. It is hard that I am put upon my memory, without knowing the details of the statement made against me. Considering the various correspondence in which I am from time to time unavoidably engaged, be assured, my Lord, that there are very definite limits beyond which persons like me would never urge another to retain preferment in the English Church, nor would retain it themselves, and that the censure which has been directed against them by so many of its rulers has a very grave bearing upon those limits. The Bishop replied in a civil letter, and sent my own letter to his original informant, who wrote to me the letter of a gentleman. It seems that an anxious lady had said something or other which had been misinterpreted, against her real meaning, into the calumny which was circulated, and so the report vanished into thin air. I close the correspondence with the following letter to the Bishop: "I hope your Lordship will believe me when I say, that statements about me, equally incorrect with that which has come to your Lordship's ears, are from time to time reported to me as credited and repeated by the highest authorities in our Church, though it is very seldom that I have the opportunity of denying them. I am obliged by your Lordship's letter to Dr. Pusey as giving me such an opportunity." Then I added, with a purpose, "Your Lordship will observe that in my letter I had no occasion to proceed to the question, whether a person holding Roman Catholic opinions can in honesty remain in our Church. Lest then any misconception should arise from my silence, I here take the liberty of adding, that I see nothing wrong in such persons continuing in communion with us, provided he holds no preferment or office, abstains from the management of ecclesiastical matters, and is bound by no subscription or oath to our doctrines." This was written on March 8, 1843, and was in anticipation of my own retirement into lay communion. This again leads me to a remark. For 2 years I was in lay communion, not indeed being a Catholic in my convictions, but in a state of serious doubt, and with the probable prospect of becoming some day what as yet I was not. Under these circumstances I thought the best thing I could do was to give up duty and to throw myself into lay communion, remaining an Anglican. I could not go to Rome while I thought what I did of the devotion she sanctioned to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints. I did not give up my fellowship, for I could not be sure that my doubts would not be reduced or overcome, however unlikely I might consider such an event. But I gave up my living, and, for 2 years before my conversion, I took no clerical duty. My last sermon was in September 1843. Then I remained at Littlemore in quiet for 2 years. But it was made a subject of reproach to me at the time, and is at this day, that I did not leave the Anglican Church sooner. To me this seems a wonderful charge. Why, even had I been quite sure that Rome was the true Church, the Anglican bishops would have had no just subject of complaint against me, provided I took no Anglican oath, no clerical duty, no ecclesiastical administration. Do they force all men who go to their churches to believe in the 39 Articles, or to join in the Athanasian Creed? However, I was to have other measures dealt to me. Great authorities ruled it so, and a great controversialist, Mr. Stanley Faber, thought it a shame that I did not leave the Church of England as much as 10 years sooner than I did. He said this in print between the years 1847 and 1849. His nephew, an Anglican clergyman, kindly wished to undeceive him on this point. So in the later years, after some correspondence, I wrote the following letter, which will be of service to this narrative, from its chronological notes. December 6, 1849. Your uncle says, if he, Mr. N., will declare sans phrase, as the French say, that I have laboured under an entire mistake, and that he was not a concealed Romanist during the 10 years in question, I suppose the last 10 years of my membership with the Anglican Church, or during any part of the time my controversial antipathy will be at an end, and I will readily express to him that I am truly sorry that I have made such a mistake. So candid an avowal is what I should have expected from a mind like your uncle's. I am extremely glad he has brought it to this issue. By a concealed Romanist, I understand him to mean one who, professing to belong to the Church of England, in his heart and will intends to benefit the Church of Rome, at the expense of the Church of England. He cannot mean by the expression merely a person who in fact is benefiting the Church of Rome, while he is intending to benefit the Church of England, for that is no discredit to him morally, and he, your uncle, evidently means to impute blame. In the sense in which I have explained the words, I can simply and honestly say that I was not a concealed Romanist during the whole or any part of the years in question. For the first 4 years of the 10, up to Michaelmas 1839, I honestly wished to benefit the Church of England at the expense of the Church of Rome. For the second 4 years I wished to benefit the Church of England without prejudice to the Church of Rome. At the beginning of the 9th year, Michaelmas 1843, I began to despair of the Church of England, and gave up all clerical duty, and then what I wrote and did was influenced by a mere wish not to injure it, and not by the wish to benefit it. After the beginning of the 10th year I distinctly contemplated leaving it, but I also distinctly told my friends that it was in my contemplation. Lastly, during the last half of the 10th year, I was engaged in writing a book, Essay on Development, in favour of the Roman Church, and indirectly against the English. But even then, till it was finished, I had not absolutely intended to publish it, wishing to reserve to myself the chance of changing my mind, when the argumentative views which were actuating me had been distinctly brought out before me in writing. I wish this statement, which I make from memory, and without consulting any documents, severely tested by my writing and doings, as I am confident it will, on the whole, be borne out, whatever real or apparent exceptions, I suspect none, have to be allowed by me in detail. Your uncle is at liberty to make what use he pleases of this explanation. I have now reached an important date in my narrative, the year 1843, but before proceeding to the matters which it contains, I will insert portions of my letters from 1841 to 1843, addressed to Catholic acquaintances. 1. April 8, 1841. The unity of the Church Catholic is very near my heart, only I do not see any prospect of it in our time, and I despair of its being effected without great sacrifice on all hands. As to resisting the Bishop's will, I observe that no point of doctrine or principle was in dispute, but a course of action, the publication of certain works. I do not think you sufficiently understood our position. I suppose you would obey the Holy See in such a case, now, when we are separated from the Pope, his authority reverted to our diocesans. Our Bishop is our Pope. It is our theory that each diocese is an integral Church, intercommunion being a duty, and the breach of it a sin, but not essential to Catholicity. To have resisted my Bishop would have been to place myself in an utterly false position, which I never could have recovered. Depend on it, the strength of any party lies in its being true to its theory. Consistency is the life of a movement. I have no misgivings whatever that the line I have taken can be other than a prosperous one, that is, in itself, for of course Providence may refuse to us its legitimate issue for our sins. I am afraid that in one respect you may be disappointed. It is my trust, though I must not be too sanguine, that we shall not have individual members of our communion going over to yours. What one's duty would be under other circumstances, what our duty would have been 10 or 20 years ago, I cannot say. But I do think that there is less of a private judgment in going with one's Church than in leaving it. I can earnestly desire a union between my Church and yours. I cannot listen to the thought of your being joined by individuals among us. 2. April 26, 1841. My only anxiety is, lest your branch of the Church should not meet us by those reforms which surely are necessary. It never could be that so large a portion of Christendom should have split off from the communion of Rome, and kept up a protest for 300 years for nothing. I think I never shall believe that so much piety and earnestness would be found among Protestants, if there were not some very grave errors on the side of Rome. To suppose the contrary is most unreal, and violates all one's notion of moral probabilities. All aberrations are founded on, and have their life in some truth or other, and Protestantism, so widely spread and so long enduring, must have in it, and must be witness for, a great truth or much truth. That I am an advocate for Protestantism you cannot suppose, but I am forced into the via media, short of Rome, as it is at present. 3. May 5, 1841. While I most sincerely hold that there is in Roman Church a traditionary system, which is not necessarily connected with her essential formularies, yet were I ever so much to change my mind on this point, this would not tend to bring me from my present position, providentially appointed in the English Church. That your communion was unassailable would not prove that mine was indefensible, nor would it at all affect the sense in which I received our articles. They would still speak against certain definite errors, though you had reformed them. I say this, lest any lurking suspicion should be left in the mind of your friends that persons who think with me are likely, by the growth of their present views, to find it imperative on them to pass over to your communion. Allow me to state strongly that if you have any such thoughts and proceed to act upon them, your friends will be committing a fatal mistake. We have, I trust, the principle and temperance of obedience too, intimately wrought into us to allow of our separating ourselves from our ecclesiastical superiors, because in many points we have sympathized with others. We have too great a horror of the principle of private judgment to trust it in so immense a matter as that of changing from one communion to another. We may be cast out of our communion, or it may decree heresy to be truth. You shall say whether such contingencies are likely, but I do not see other conceivable causes of our leaving the Church in which we were baptized. For myself, persons must be well acquainted with what I have written, before they venture to say whether I have much changed my main opinions and cardinal views in the course of the last 8 years. That my sympathies have grown towards the religion of Rome, I do not deny. That my reasons for shunning her communion have lessened or altered, it would be difficult perhaps to prove, and I wish to go by reason, not by feeling. 4. June 18, 1841. You urge persons whose views agree with mine to commence a movement in behalf of a union between the Churches. Now, in the letters I have written, I have uniformly said I do not expect that union in our time, and have discouraged the notion of all sudden proceedings with a view to it. I must ask your leave to repeat on this occasion most distinctly that I cannot be party to any agitation, but mean to remain quiet in my own place, and to do all I can to make others take the same course. This I conceive to be my simple duty, but over and above this, I will not set my teeth on edge with sour grapes. I know it is quite within the range of possibilities that one or another of our people should go over to your communion. However, it would be a greater misfortune to you than grief to us. If your friends wish to put a gulf between themselves and us, let them make converts, but not else. Some months ago I ventured to say that I felt it a painful duty to keep aloof from all Roman Catholics who came with the intention of opening negotiations for the union of the Churches. When you now urge us to petition our bishops for a union, this, I conceive, is very like an act of negotiation. 5. I have the first sketch or draft of a letter which I wrote to a zealous Catholic layman. It runs as follows, as far as I have preserved it, but I think there were various changes and additions. September 12, 1841. It would rejoice all Catholic minds among us, more than words can say, if you could persuade members of the Church of Rome to take the line in politics which you so earnestly advocate. Suspicion and distrust are the main causes at present of the separation between us, and the nearest approaches in doctrine will but increase the hostility which, alas, our people feel towards yours while these causes continue. Depend on it, you must not rely upon our Catholic tendencies till they are removed. I am not speaking of myself, or of any friends of mine, but of our Church generally. Whatever our personal feelings may be, we shall but tend to raise and spread a rival Church to yours in the 4 quarters of the world, unless you do what none but you can do. Sympathies which would flow over the Church of Rome, as a matter of course, did she admit them, will but be developed in the consolidation of our own system, if she continues to be the object of our suspicions and fears. I wish, of course I do, that our own Church may be built up and extended, but still not to the cost of the Church of Rome, not in opposition to it. I am sure that while you suffer, we suffer too from the separation, but we cannot remove the obstacles. It is with you to do so. You do not fear us, we fear you. Till we cease to fear you, we cannot love you. While you are in the present position, the friends of Catholic unity in our Church are but fulfilling the prediction of those of your body who are adverse to them, namely, that they will be merely strengthening a rival communion to yours. Many of you say that we are your greatest enemies. We have said so ourselves. So we are, so we shall be, as things stand at present. We are keeping people from you by supplying their wants in our own Church. We are keeping persons from you. Do you wish to keep them from you for a time or forever? It rests with you to determine. I do not fear that you will succeed among us. You will not supplant our Church in the affections of the English nation. Only through the English Church can you act upon the English nation. I wish, of course, our Church should be consolidated with and through and in your communion, for its sake, and your sake, and for the sake of unity. Are you aware that the more serious thinkers among us are used, as far as they dare form an opinion, to regard the spirit of liberalism as the characteristic of the destined Antichrist? In vain does anyone clear the Church of Rome from the badges of Antichrist in which Protestants would invest her, if she deliberately takes up her position in the very quarter, whither we have cast them, when we took them off from her. Antichrist is described as the Animagsta, as exalting himself above the yoke of religion and law. The spirit of lawlessness came in with the Reformation, and liberalism is its offspring. And now I fear I am going to pain you by telling you that you consider the approaches in doctrine on our part towards you closer than they really are. I cannot help repeating what I have many times said in print, that your services and devotion to St. Mary in matter of fact do most deeply pain me. I am only stating it as a fact. Again, I have nowhere said that I can accept the decree of Trent throughout, nor implied it. The doctrine of transubstantiation is a great difficulty with me, as being, as I think, not primitive. Nor have I said that our articles in all respect admit to a Roman interpretation. The very word transubstantiation is disowned in them. Thus, you see, it is not merely on grounds of expedience that we do not join you. There are positive difficulties in the way of it. And, even if there were not, we shall have no divine warrant for doing so, while we think that the Church of England is a branch of the true Church, and that intercommunion with the rest of Christendom is necessary, not for the life of a particular Church, but for its health only. I have never disguised that there are actual circumstances in the Church of Rome which pain me much. Of the removal of these I see no chance, while we join you one by one. But if our Church were prepared for a union, she might make her terms. She might gain the cup. She might protest against the extreme honours paid to St. Mary. She might make some explanation of the doctrine of transubstantiation. I am not prepared to say that a reform in other branches of the Roman Church would be necessary for our uniting with them, however desirable in itself, so that we were allowed to make a reform in our own country. We do not look towards Rome as believing that its communion is infallible, but that union is a duty. 6. The following letter was occasioned by the present made to me of a book by the friend to whom it is written. More will be said on the subject of it presently. November 22, 1842. I only wish that your Church were more known among us by such writings. You will not interest us in her, till we see her, not in politics, but in her true functions of exhorting, teaching, and guiding. I wish there were a chance of making the leading men among you understand what I believe is no novel thought to yourself. It is not by learned discussions, or acute arguments, or reports of miracles, that the heart of England can be gained. It is by men approving themselves, like the Apostle, ministers of Christ. As to your question, whether the volume you have sent is not calculated to remove my apprehensions that another gospel is substituted for the true one in your practical instructions, before I can answer it in any way, I ought to know how far the sermons which it comprises are selected from a number, or whether they are the whole, or such as the whole, which have been published of the authors. I assure you, or at least I trust, that, if it ever clearly brought home to me that I have been wrong in what I have said on this subject, my public avowal of that conviction will only be a question of time with me. If, however, you saw our Church as we see it, you would easily understand that such a change of feeling, did it take place, would have no necessary tendency, which you seem to expect, to draw a person from the Church of England to that of Rome. There is a divine life among us, clearly manifested, in spite of all our disorders, which is a great note of the Church, as any can be. Why should we seek our Lord's presence elsewhere, when He vouchsafes it to us where we are? What call have we to change our communion? Roman Catholics will find this to be the state of things in time to come. Whatever promises they may fancy, there is of a large secession to their Church. This man or that may leave us, but there will be no general movement. There is, indeed, an incipient movement of our Church towards yours, and this your leading men are doing all they can to frustrate by their unwearied efforts at all risks to carry off individuals. When will they know their position, and embrace a larger and wiser policy? End of chapter 4, part 3. Chapter 4, Part 4 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 4, Section 2. The letter which I have last inserted is addressed to my dear friend Dr. Russell, the present President of Maynooth. He had perhaps more to do with my conversion than anyone else. He called upon me in passing through Oxford in the summer of 1841, and I think I took him over some of the buildings of the University. He called again another summer, on his way from Dublin to London. I do not recollect that he said a word on the subject of religion on either occasion. He sent me at different times several letters. He was always gentle, mild, unobtrusive, uncontroversial. He let me alone. He also gave me one or two books. Veron's Rule of Faith and some treatise of the Wallenboroughs was one. A volume of St. Alfonso Liguori sermons was another, and it is those sermons that my letter to Dr. Russell relates. Now it must be observed that the writings of St. Alfonso, as I knew them by the extracts commonly made from them, prejudiced me as much against the Roman Church as anything else, on account of what was called their Mariolatry, but there was nothing of the kind in this book. I wrote to Dr. Russell whether anything had been left out of the translation. He answered that there certainly were omissions in one sermon about the Blessed Virgin. This omission, in the case of a book intended for Catholics, at least showed that such passages as are found in the works of Italian authors were not acceptable to every part of the Catholic world. Such devotional manifestations in honor of Our Lady had been my great crux as regards Catholicism. I say frankly, I do not fully enter into them now. I trust I do not love her the less, because I cannot enter into them. They may be fully explained and defended, but sentiments and taste do not run with logic. They are suitable for Italy, but they are not suitable for England. But over and above England, my own case was special. From a boy I had been led to consider that my Maker and I, His creature, were the two beings luminescently such in rerum natura. I will not here speculate, however, about my own feelings. Only this I know full well now, and did not know then, that the Catholic Church allowed no image of any sort, material or immaterial, no dogmatic symbols, no rite, no sacrament, no saint, not even the Blessed Virgin herself, to come between the soul and its Creator. It is face to face, solus cum solo, in all matters between man and his God. He alone creates, He alone has redeemed. Before His awful eyes we go in death. In the vision of Him is our eternal beatitude. 1. Solus cum solo. I recollect but indistinctly what I gained from the volume of which I have been speaking, but it must have been something considerable. At least I had got a key to a difficulty. In these sermons, or rather heads of sermons, as they seem to be taken down by a hearer, there is much of what would be called legendary illustration, but the substance of them is plain, practical, awful preaching upon the great truths of salvation. What I can speak of with greater confidence is the effect produced on me a little later by studying the Exercises of St. Ignatius. For here again, in a matter consistent with the purest and most direct acts of religion, in the intercourse between God and the soul, during a season of recollection, of repentance, of good resolution, of inquiry into vocation, the soul was sola cum solo. There was no cloud interposed between the creature and the object of His faith and love. The command practically enforced was, "My son, give me thy heart." The devotion then to angels and saints as little interfered with my intercommunicable glory of the eternal, as the love which we bear our friends and relations, our tender human sympathies, are inconsistent with that supreme homage of the heart to the unseen, which really does but sanctify and exalt, not jealously destroy, what is of earth. At a later date, Dr. Russell sent me a large bundle of penny or halfpenny books of devotion, of all sorts, as they are found in the booksellers' shops at Rome, and on looking them over, I was quite astonished to find how different they were from what I had fancied, how little there was in them to which I could really object. I have given an account of them in my essay on the development of doctrine. Dr. Russell sent me St. Alfonso's book at the end of 1842. However, it was still a long time before I got over my difficulty on the score of devotions paid to the saints. Perhaps, as I judged from a letter I have turned up, it was some way into 1844 before I could be said fully to have got over it. 2. I am not sure that I did not also at this time feel the force of another consideration. The idea of the Blessed Virgin was, as it was magnified in the Church of Rome as time went on, but so were all the Christian ideas, as that of the Blessed Eucharist. The whole scene of pale, faint, distant Apostolic Christianity is seen in Rome, as though a telescope or magnifier. The harmony of the whole, however, is of course what it was. It is unfair then to take one Roman idea, that of the Blessed Virgin, out of what may be called its context. 3. Thus I am brought to the principle of development of doctrine in the Christian Church, to which I gave my mind at the end of 1842. I had made mention of it in the passage, which I quoted many pages back, in Home Thoughts Abroad, published in 1836, and even at an earlier date. I had introduced it into my History of the Arians in 1832. Nor have I ever lost sight of it in my speculations, and it is certainly recognized in the treatise of Vincent of Lerins, which has so often been taken as a basis of Anglicanism. In 1843 I began to consider it attentively. I made it the subject of my last University sermon on February 2nd, and the general view to which I came is stated thus in a letter to a friend of the date of July 14, 1844. It will be observed that, now as before, my issue is still Creed versus Church. The kind of considerations which weigh with me are such as the following. 1. I am far more certain, according to the Fathers, that we are in a state of culpable separation, than that developments do not exist under the Gospel, and that the Roman developments are not the true ones. 2. I am far more certain that our modern doctrines are wrong, than that the Roman modern doctrines are wrong. 3. Granting that the Roman special doctrines are not found drawn out in the early Church, yet I think there is sufficient trace of them in it to recommend and prove them, on the hypothesis of the Church having a divine guidance, though not sufficient to prove them by itself, so that the question simply turns on the nature of the promise of the Spirit made to the Church. 4. The proof of the Roman modern doctrine is as strong or stronger in antiquity as that of certain doctrines which both we and Romans hold. For example, there is more of evidence in antiquity for the necessity of unity than for the apostolical succession, for the supremacy of the See of Rome than for the presence in the Eucharist, for the practice of invocation than for certain books in the present canon of Scripture, etc., etc. 5. The analogy of the Old Testament, and also of the New, leads to the acknowledgment of doctrinal developments. 4. And thus I was led on to a further consideration. I saw that the principle of development not only accounted for certain facts, but was in itself a remarkable philosophical phenomenon, giving a character to the whole course of Christian thought. It was discernible from the first year of the Catholic teachings up to the present day, and gave to that teaching a unity and individuality. It serves as a sort of test, which the Anglicans could not exhibit, that modern Rome was in truth ancient Antioch, Alexandria, and Constantinople, just as a mathematical curve has its own law and expression. 5. And thus again I was led on to examine more attentively what I doubt not was in my thoughts long before, namely, the concatenation of argument by which the mind ascends from its first to its final religious idea, and I came to this conclusion, that there was no medium in true philosophy between atheism and Catholicity, and that a perfectly consistent mind, under those circumstances in which it finds itself here below, must embrace either the one or the other. And I hold this still. I am a Catholic by virtue of my believing in a God, and if I am asked why I believe in a God, I answer that it is because I believe in myself, for I feel it impossible to believe in my own existence, and of that fact I am quite sure, without believing also in the existence of Him, who believes as a personal, all-seeing, all-judging being in my conscience. Now I dare say I have not expressed myself with philosophical correctness, because I am not given myself to the study of what metaphysicians have said on the subject, but I think I have a strong true meaning in what I say which will stand examination. 6. Moreover, I found a corroboration of the fact of the logical connection of Theism with Catholicism in a consideration parallel to that which I had adopted on the subject of development of doctrine. The fact of the operation from first to last of the principle of development of the truth of revelation is an argument in favor of the identity of Roman and primitive Christianity. But as there is a law which acts upon the subject matter of dogmatic theology, so is there a law in the matter of religious faith. In the first chapter of this narrative, I spoke of certitude as the consequence, divinely intended and enjoined upon us, of the accumulative force of certain given reasons, which taken one by one were only probabilities. Let it be recollected that I am historically relating my state of mind at the period of my life which I am surveying. I am not speaking theologically, nor have I any intention of going into the controversy or of defending myself, but speaking historically of what I held in 1843-1844. I say that I believe in a God on the ground of probability, that I believe in Christianity on a probability, and that I believe in Catholicism on a probability, and that these three grounds of probability, distinct from each other, of course, in subject matter, were still all of them one and the same in nature of proof, as being probabilities of a special kind, a cumulative, a transcendent probability, but still probability, inasmuch as He who made us has so willed that in mathematics indeed we should arrive at certitude by rigid demonstration, but in religious inquiry we should arrive at certitude by accumulated probabilities. He has willed, I say, that we should so act, and, as willing it, He cooperates with us in our acting, and thereby enables us to do that which He wills us to do, and carries us on, if our will does not cooperate with His, to a certitude which rises higher than the logical forces of our conclusions. And thus I came to see clearly, and to have a satisfaction in seeing, that in being led on into the Church of Rome, I was not proceeding on any secondary or isolated grounds of reason, or by controversial points in detail, but was protected and justified, even in the use of those secondary or particular arguments, by a great and broad principle. But let it be observed that I am stating a matter of fact, not defending it, and if any Catholic says in consequence that I have been converted in a wrong way, I cannot help that now. I have nothing more to say on the subject of the change of my religious opinions. On the one hand, I came gradually to see that the Anglican Church was formally in the wrong, on the other hand, that the Church of Rome was formally in the right. Then, that no valid reason could be assigned for continuing in the Anglican, and again that no valid objection could be taken to joining the Roman. Then I had nothing more to learn. What still remained for my conversion was not further change of opinion, but to change opinion itself into the clearness and firmness of intellectual conviction. Now I proceed to detail the acts to which I committed myself during the last stage of my inquiry. In 1843 I took two very significant steps. 1. In February I made a formal retraction of all the hard things which I had said against the Church of Rome. 2. In September, I resigned the living of St. Mary's, Littlemore, included. I will speak of these two acts separately. 1. The words in which I made my retractation had given rise to much criticism. After quoting a number of passages from my writings against the Church of Rome, which I withdrew, I ended thus: If you ask me how an individual could venture, not simply to hold, but to publish such views of a communion so ancient, so wide-spreading, so fruitful in saints, I answer that I said to myself, I am not speaking my own words. I am but following almost a consensus of the divines of my own Church. They have ever used the strongest language against Rome, even the most able and learned of them. I wish to throw myself into their system. While I say what they say, I am safe. Such views, too, are necessary for our position. Yet I have reason to fear still that such language is to be ascribed in no small measure to an impetuous temper, a hope of approving myself to persons I respect, and a wish to repel the charge of Romanism. These words have been, and are, again and again, cited against me, as if a confession that, when in the Anglican Church, I said things against Rome which I did not really believe. For myself, I cannot understand how any impartial man can so take them, and I have explained them in print several times. I trust that by this time their plain meaning has been satisfactorily brought out by what I have said in former portions of this narrative. Still I have a word or two to say in addition to my former remarks upon them. In the passage in question I apologize for saying out in controversy charges against the Church of Rome, which withal I affirm that I fully believed at the time when I made them. What is wonderful in such an apology? There are surely many things a man may hold, which at the same time he may feel that he has no right to say publicly, and which may annoy him that he has said publicly. The law recognizes this principle. In our own time men have been imprisoned and fined for saying true things of a bad king. The maxim has been held that the greater the truth, the greater is the libel, and so as to the judgment of society. A just indignation would be felt against a writer who brought forward wantonly the weakness of a great man, though the whole world knew that they existed. No one is at liberty to speak ill of another without a justifiable reason, even though he knows he is speaking truth, and the public knows it too. Therefore, though I believe what I have said against the Roman Church, nevertheless I could not religiously speak it out, unless I was really justified, not only in believing ill, but in speaking ill. I did believe what I said on what I thought to be good reason. But had I also a just cause for saying out what I believed? I thought I had, and it was this, namely that to say out what I believed was simply necessary in the controversy for self-defense. It was impossible to let it alone. The Anglican position could not be satisfactorily maintained without assailing the Roman. In this, as in most cases of conflict, one party was right or the other, not both, and the best defense was to attack. Is not this almost a truism in the Roman controversy? Is it not what everyone says who speaks on the subject at all? Does any serious man abuse the Church of Rome for the sake of abusing her, or because that abuse justifies his own religious position? What is the meaning of the very word Protestantism, but that there is a call to speak out? This then is what I said. I know I spoke strongly against the Church of Rome, but it was no mere abuse, for I had a serious reason for doing so. But not only did I think such language necessary for my Church's religious position, but I recollected that all the great Anglican divines had thought so before me. They had thought so, and they had acted accordingly, and therefore I observed in the passage in question with much propriety that I had not used strong language simply out of my own head, but that in doing so I was following the track, or rather reproducing the teaching of those who had preceded me. I was pleading guilty to using violent language, but was pleading also that there were extenuating circumstances in the case, We all know the story of the convict who on the scaffold bit off his mother's ear. By doing so he did not deny the fact of his own crime, for which he was to hang, but he said that his mother's indulgence when he was a boy had a good deal to do with it. In like manner, I had made a charge, and I had made it ex animo, but I accused others of having by their own example led me into believing it and publishing it. I was in a humour, certainly, to bite off their ears. I will freely confess, indeed I said it some pages back, that I was angry with the Anglican divines. I thought they had taken me in. I had read the Fathers with their eyes. I had sometimes trusted their quotations or their reasoning, and from reliance on them, I had used words or made statements which by right I ought rigidly to have examined myself. I had thought myself safe, while I had their warrant for what I said. I had exercised more faith than criticism in the matter. This did not imply any broad misstatements on my part, arising from reliance on their authority, but it implied carelessness in matters of detail, and this of course was a fault. But there was a far deeper reason for my saying what I said in this matter, on which I have not hitherto touched, and it was this: the most oppressive thought in the whole process of my change of opinion was the clear anticipation, verified by the event, that it would issue in the triumph of Liberalism. Against the anti-dogmatic principles I had thrown my whole mind, yet now I was doing more than any one else could do to promote it. I was one of those who had kept it at bay in Oxford for so many years, and thus my very retirement was its triumph. The men who had driven me from Oxford were distinctly the Liberals. It was they who had opened the attack upon Tract 90, and it was they who would gain a second benefit if I went on to abandon the Anglican Church. But this was not all. As I have already said, there are but two alternatives, the way to Rome and the way to atheism. Anglicanism is the halfway house on the one side, and Liberalism is the halfway house on the other. How many men were there, as I knew full well, who would not follow me now in my advance from Anglicanism to Rome, but would at once leave Anglicanism and me for the Liberal camp? It is not at all easy, humanly speaking, to wind up an Englishman to a dogmatic level. I had done so in good measure, in the case both of young men and of laymen, the Anglican via media being the representative of dogma. The dogmatic and the Anglican principles were one, as I had taught them, but I was breaking the via media to pieces, and would not dogmatic faith altogether be broken up in the minds of a great number by the demolition of the via media? Oh, how unhappy this made me! I heard once from an eye-witness the account of a poor sailor whose legs were shattered by a ball in the action off Algiers in 1816, and who was taken below for an operation. The surgeon and the chaplain persuaded him to have a leg off. It was done, and the tourniquet applied to the wound. Then they broke it to him that he must have the other off too. The poor fellow said, "You should have told me that, gentlemen," and deliberately unscrewed the instrument and bled to death. Would not that be the case with many friends of my own? How could I ever hope to make them believe in a second theology, when I had cheated them in the first? With what face could I publish a new edition of a dogmatic creed, and ask them to receive it as gospel? Would it not be plain to them that no certainty was to be found anywhere? Well, in my defence, I could not but make a lame apology. However, it was the true one, namely, that I had not read the Fathers cautiously enough, that in such nice points as those which determined the angle of divergence between the two churches, I had made considerable miscalculations. But how came this about? Why, the fact was, unpleasant as it was to avow, that I had leaned too much upon assertions of User, Jeremy, Taylor, or Barrow, and had been deceived by them. Valet quantum, it was all that could be said. This then was the chief reason of the wording of the retraction, which has given so much offence, because the bitterness with which it was written was not understood, and the following letter will illustrate it. April 3, 1844. I wish to remark on William's chief distress, that my changing my opinion seemed to unsettle one's confidence in truth and falsehood as external things, and led one to be suspicious of the new opinion as one became distrustful of the old. Now in what I shall say, I am going to speak in favor of my second thoughts in comparison to my first, but against such skepticism and unsettlement about truth and falsehood generally, the idea of which is very painful. The case with me then was this, and not surely an unnatural one. As a matter of feeling and of duty, I threw myself into the system which I found myself in. I saw that the English Church had a theological idea or theory as such, and I took it up. I read Laud on tradition, and thought it, as I still think it, very masterly. The Anglican theory was very distinctive. I admired it and took it on faith. It did not, I think, occur to me to doubt it. I saw that it was able, and supported my learning, and I felt it was a duty to maintain it. Further, on looking into antiquity, and reading the Fathers, I saw such portions of it as I examined, fully confirmed, for example, the supremacy of Scripture. There was only one question about which I had a doubt, namely, whether it would work, for it has never been more than a paper system. So far from my change of opinion having any fair tendency to unsettle persons as to truth and falsehood, viewed as objective realities, it should be considered whether such change is not necessary, if truth be a real objective thing, and be made to confront a person who has been brought up in a system short of truth. Surely the continuance of a person who wishes to go right in a wrong system, and not his giving it up, would be that which militated against the objectiveness of truth, leading, as it would, to the suspicion that one thing and another were equally pleasing to our Maker, where men were sincere. Nor surely is it a thing I need be sorry for, that I defended the system in which I found myself, and thus have had to unsay my words. For is it not one's duty, instead of beginning with criticism, to throw oneself generously into the form of religion which is providentially put before one? Is it right or is it wrong to begin with private judgment? May we not, on the other hand, look for a blessing through obedience even to an erroneous system, and a guidance even by means of it out of it? Were those who were strict and conscientious in their Judaism, or those who were lukewarm and skeptical, more likely to be led into Christianity when Christ came? Yet in proportion to their previous zeal would be their appearance of inconsistency. Certainly I have always contended that obedience even to an erring conscience was the way to gain light, and that it mattered not where a man began, so that he began on what came to hand and in faith, and that anything might become a divine method of truth, that to the pure all things are pure, and have a self-correcting virtue and a power of germinating. And though I have no right at all to assume that this mercy is granted to me, yet the fact that a person in my situation may have it granted to him seems to me to remove the perplexity which my change of opinion may occasion. It may be said, I have said it to myself, why, however, did you publish? Had you waited quietly, you would have changed your opinion without any of the misery which now is involved in the change, of disappointing and distressing people. I answer that things are so bound up together as to form a whole, and one cannot tell what is or is not a condition of what. I do not see how possibly I could have published the tracts or other works professing to defend our Church, without accompanying them with a strong protest or argument against Rome. The one obvious objection against the whole Anglican line is, that it is Roman, so that I really think there was no alternative between silence altogether and forming a theory and attacking the Roman system. 2. And now, in the next place, as to my resignation of St. Mary's, which was the second of the steps which I took in 1843. The ostensible direct and sufficient reason for my doing so was the persevering attack of the bishops on Tract 90. I alluded to it in the letter which I have inserted above, addressed to one of the most influential among them, A series of their ex cathedra judgments, lasting through 3 years, and including a notice of no little severity in a charge of my own bishop, came as near to the condemnation of my tract, and so far to a repudiation of the ancient Catholic doctrine, which was the scope of the tract, as was possible in the Church of England. It was in order to shield the tract from such a condemnation that I had, at the time of its publication, in 1841, so simply put myself at the disposal of the higher powers in London. At that time, all that was distinctly contemplated in the way of censure was contained in the message which my bishop sent me, that the tract was objectionable. That, I thought, was the end of the matter. I had refused to suppress it, and they had yielded that point. Since I published the former portion of this narrative, I have found what I wrote to Dr. Pusey on March 24th, while the matter was in progress. The more I think of it, I said, the more reluctant I am to suppress Tract 90, though of course I will do it if the bishops wish it. I cannot, however, deny that I shall feel it a severe act. According to the notes which I took of the letters or messages which I sent to him on that and the following days, I wrote successively. My first feeling was to obey without a word. I will obey still, but my judgment has steadily risen against it ever since. Then in the postscript, if I have done any good to the Church, I do ask the bishops this favour, as my reward for it, that he would not insist on a measure from which I think good will not come. However, I will submit to him. Afterwards I got stronger still and wrote, I have almost come to the resolution, if the bishop publicly intimates that I must suppress the tract, or speak strongly in his charge against it, to suppress it indeed, but to resign my living also. I could not in conscience act otherwise. You may show this in any quarter you please. All my then hopes, all my satisfaction at the apparent fulfilment of those hopes, was at an end in 1843. It is not wonderful then that in May of that year, when 2 out of 3 years were gone, I wrote on the subject of my retiring from St. Mary's to the same friend, whom I had consulted upon it in 1840. But I did more now. I told him my great unsettlement of mind on the question of the churches. I will insert portions of 2 of my letters. May 4th, 1843. At present I fear, as far as I can analyze my own convictions, I consider the Roman Catholic Communion to be the Church of the Apostles, and that what grace is among us, which through God's mercy is not little, is extraordinary, and from the overflowings of His dispensation. I am very far more sure that England is in schism than that the Roman additions to the primitive creed may not be developments arising out of a keen and vivid realizing of the divine depositum of faith. You will now understand what gives edge to the Bishop's charges, without any undue sensitiveness on my part. They distress me in 2 ways. First, as being in some sense protests and witnesses to my conscience against my own unfaithfulness to the English Church, and next, as being samples of her teaching, and tokens how very far she is from ever aspiring to Catholicity. Of course, my being unfaithful to a trust is my great subject of dread, as it has long been, as you know. When he wrote to make natural objections to my purpose, such as the apprehension that the removal of clerical obligations might have the indirect effect of propelling me towards Rome, I answered, May 18, 1843, My office or charge at St. Mary's is not a mere state, but a continual energy. People assume and assert certain things of me in consequence. With what sort of sincerity can I obey the Bishop? How am I to act in the frequent cases in which one way or another of the Church of Rome comes into consideration? I have to the utmost of my power tried to keep persons from Rome, and with some success. But even a year and a half since, my arguments, though more efficacious with the persons I aimed at than any others could be, were of a nature to infuse great suspicion of me into the minds of lookers-on. By retaining St. Mary's, I am an offence and a stumbling block. Persons are keen-sighted enough to make out what I think on certain points, and then they infer that such opinions are compatible with holding situations of trust in our Church. A number of younger men take the validity of their interpretations of the Articles, etc., from me on faith. Is not my present position a cruelty, as well as a treachery towards the Church? I do not see how I can either preach or publish again while I hold St. Mary's. But consider again the following difficulty in such a resolution, which I must state at some length. Last long vacation, the idea suggested itself to me of publishing the lives of the English saints, and I had a conversation with a publisher upon it. I thought it would be useful, as employing the minds of men who were in danger of running wild, bringing them from doctrine to history, and from speculation to fact. Again, as giving them an interest in the English soil and the English Church, and keeping them from seeking sympathy in Rome, as she is, and further, as tending to promote the spread of right views. But within the last month it has come upon me, that, if the scheme goes on, it will be a practical carrying out of Number 90, from the character of the usages and opinions of ante-Reformation times. It is easy to say, "Why will you do anything? Why won't you keep quiet? What business had you to think of any such plan at all?" But I cannot leave a number of poor fellows in the lurch. I am bound to do my best for a great number of people, both in Oxford and elsewhere. If I did not act, others would find means to do so. Well, the plan has been taken up with great eagerness and interest. Many men are setting to work. I set down the names of men, most of them engaged, the rest half engaged, and probably some actually writing. About 30 names follow, some of them at the time of the school of Dr. Arnold, others of Dr. Pusey's, some my personal friends and of my own standing, others whom I hardly knew, while of course the majority were of the party of the new movement. I continue. The plan has gone so far that it will create surprise and talk, were it now suddenly given over. Yet how is it compatible with my holding St. Mary's, being what I am? End of Chapter 4, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 5 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Such was the object and the origin of the projected series of the English Saints, and since the publication was connected, as has been seen, with my resignation of St. Mary's, I may be allowed to conclude what I have to say on the subject here, though it may read like a digression. As soon then as the first of the series got into print, the whole project broke down. I have already anticipated that some portions of the series would be written in a style inconsistent with the profession of a beneficed clergyman, and therefore I had given up my living. But men of great weight went further in their misgivings than I, when they saw the life of St. Stephen Harding, and decided that it was of a character inconsistent even with its proceedings from an Anglican publisher, and so the scheme was given up at once. After the 2 first numbers, I retired from the editorship, and those lives only were published in addition, which were then already finished, or in advanced preparation. The following passages from what I or others wrote at the time will illustrate what I have been saying. In November 1844, I wrote thus to the author of one of them: "I am not editor. I have no direct control over the series. It is T.'s work. He may admit what he pleases, and exclude what he pleases. I was to have been editor. I did edit the 2 first numbers. I was responsible for them in a way in which an editor is responsible. Had I continued editor, I should have exercised a control over all. I laid down in the preface that doctrinal subjects were, if possible, to be excluded. But even then, I also set down that no writer was to be held answerable for any of the lives but his own. When I gave up the editorship, I had various engagements with friends for separate lives remaining on my hands. I should have liked to have broken up from them all, but there were some from which I could not break, and I let them take their course. Some have come to nothing, others like yours have gone on. I have seen such, either in MS or proof. As time goes on, I shall have less and less to do with the series. I think the engagement between you and me should come to an end. I have, anyhow, abundant responsibility on me, and too much. I shall write to T. that if he wants the advantage of your assistance, he must write to you direct. In accordance with this letter, I had already advertised in January 1844, 10 months before it, that other lives, after St. Stephen Harding, would be published by their respective authors on their own responsibility. This notice was repeated in February, in the advertisement to the second number entitled The Family of St. Richard, though to this number, for some reasons which I cannot now recollect, I also put my initials. In the Life of St. Augustine, the author, a man nearly my own age, says in like manner, "No one but himself is responsible for the way in which these materials have been used." I have in MS another advertisement to the same effect, but I cannot tell whether it ever appeared in print. I will add, since the authors have been considered hot-headed fanatic young men, whom I was in charge of, and whom I suffered to do intemperate things, that, while the writer of St. Augustine was in 1844 past 40, the author of the proposed Life of St. Boniface, Mr. Bowden, was 46, Mr. Johnson, who was to write St. Aldhelm, 43, and most of the others were on one side or the other of 30. 3, I think, were under 25. Moreover, of these writers, some became Catholics, some remained Anglicans, and others have professed what are called free or liberal opinions. Footnote vide Note D, Lives of the English Saints. End of footnote. The immediate cause of my resignation of my living is stated in the following letter, which I wrote to my bishop. August 29, 1843. It is with much concern that I inform your Lordship that Mr. A.B., who has been for the last year an inmate of my house here, has just conformed to the Church of Rome. As I have ever been desirous, not only of faithfully discharging the trust which is involved in holding a living in your Lordship's diocese, but of approving myself to your Lordship, I will for your information state 1 or 2 circumstances connected with this unfortunate event. I received him on condition of his promising me, which he distinctly did, that he would remain quietly in our Church for 3 years. A year has passed since that time, and, though I saw nothing in him which promised that he would eventually be contented with his present position, yet for the time his mind became as settled as one could wish, and he frequently expressed his satisfaction at being under the promise which I had exacted of him. I felt it impossible to remain any longer in the service of the Anglican Church, when such a breach of trust, however little I had to do with it, would be laid at my door. I wrote in a few days to a friend, September 7, 1843. I this day asked the Bishop leave to resign St. Mary's. Men whom you little think, or at least whom I little thought, are in almost a hopeless way. Really we may expect anything. I am going to publish a volume of sermons, including those 4 against moving. I resigned my living on September the 18th. I had not the means of doing it legally at Oxford. The late Mr. Goldsmid was kind enough to aid me in resigning it in London. I found no fault with the Liberals. They had beaten me in a fair field. As to the act of the bishops, I thought, to borrow a scriptural image from Walter Scott, that they had seized the kid in his mother's milk. I said to a friend, Victrix causa dies placut sed victa Catoni. And now I may be almost said to have brought to an end, as far as is necessary, for a sketch such as this is the history both of my changes of religious opinion and of the public acts which they involved. I had one final advance of mine to accomplish, and one final step to take. That further advance of mine was to be able honestly to say that I was certain of the conclusions at which I had already arrived; that further steps, imperative when such certitude was attained, was my submission to the Catholic Church. This submission did not take place till 2 full years after the resignation of my living in September 1843, nor could I have made it at an earlier day, without doubt and apprehension, that is, with any true conviction of mind or certitude. In the interval of which it remains to speak, namely, between the autumns of 1843 and 1845, I was in lay communion with the Church of England, attending its services as usual, and abstaining altogether from intercourse with Catholics, from their places of worship, and from those religious rites and usages, such as the invocation of saints, which are characteristic of their creed. I did all this on principle, for I never could understand how a man could be of two religions at once. What I have to say about myself between these 2 autumns, I shall almost confine to this one point: the difficulty I was in, as to the best mode of revealing the state of my mind to my friends and others, and how I managed to reveal it. Up to January 1842, I had not disclosed my state of unsettlement to more than 3 persons. As has been mentioned above, and as is repeated in the course of the letters which I am now about to give to the reader, to 2 of them, intimate and familiar companions, in the autumn of 1839, to the 3rd, an old friend too, whom I have also named above, I suppose, when I was in great distress of mind upon the affair of the Jerusalem bishopric. In May 1843 I made it known, as has been seen, to the friend, by whose advice I wished as far as possible to be guided. To mention it on set purpose to any one, unless indeed I was asking advice, I should have felt to be a crime. If there is anything that was abhorrent to me, it was the scattering doubts and unsettling conscience without necessity. A strong presentiment that my existing opinions would ultimately give way, and that the grounds of them were unsound, was not a sufficient warrant for disclosing the state of my mind. I had no guarantee yet that that presentiment would be realized. Supposing I were crossing ice, which came right in my way, which I had good reasons for considering sound, and which I saw numbers before me crossing in safety, and supposing a stranger from the bank, in a voice of authority, in an earnest tone, warned me that it was dangerous, and then was silent, I think I should be startled, and should look about me anxiously. But I think too that I should go on, till I had better grounds for doubt, and such was my state, I believe, till the end of 1842. Then again, when my dissatisfaction became greater, it was hard at first to determine the point of time when it was too strong to suppress with propriety. Certitude, of course, is a point, but doubt is a progress. I was not near certitude yet. Certitude is a reflex action. It is to know that one knows. Of that I believe I was not possessed, till close in my reception to the Catholic Church. Again, a practical, effective doubt is a point too, but who can easily ascertain it for himself? Who can determine when it is that the scales of the balance of opinion began to turn, and what was a greater probability in behalf of a belief becomes a positive doubt against it? In considering this question in the bearing upon my conduct in 1843, my own simple answer to my great difficulty had been, do what your present state of opinion requires in the light of duty, and let that doing tell, speak by acts. This I had done. My first act of the year had been in February. After 3 months' deliberation, I had published my retraction of the violent charges which I had made against Rome. I could not be wrong in doing so much as this, but I did no more at the time. I did not retract my Anglican teaching. My second act had been in September in the same year, after much sorrowful lingering and hesitation. I had resigned my living. I tried indeed before I did so to keep little more for myself, even though it was still to remain an integral part of St. Mary's. I had given to it a church and a sort of parsonage. I had made it a parish, and I loved it. I thought in 1843 that perhaps I need not forfeit my existing relations towards it. I could indeed submit to become the curate at will of another, but I hoped an arrangement was possible, by which, while I had the curacy, I might have been my own master in serving it. I had hoped an exception might have been made in my favour under the circumstances, but I did not gain my request. Perhaps I was asking what was impracticable, and it is well for me that it was so. These had been my 2 acts of the year, and I said, I cannot be wrong in making them. Let that follow which must follow in the thoughts of the world about me, when they see what I do. And as time went on, they fully answered my purpose. What I felt it a simple duty to do, did create a general suspicion about me, without such responsibility as would be involved in my initiating any direct act for the sake of creating it. Then, when friends wrote to me on the subject, I either did not deny, or I confessed my state of mind, according to the character and need of their letters. Sometimes, in the case of intimate friends, whom I should otherwise have been leaving in ignorance of what others knew on every side of them, I invited the question. And here comes in another point for explanation. While I was fighting in Oxford for the Anglican Church, then indeed I was very glad to make converts, and, though I never broke away from that rule of my mind, as I may call it, of which I have already spoken, of finding disciples rather than seeking them, yet I made advances to others in a special way, I have no doubt. This came to an end, however, as soon as I fell into misgivings as to the true ground to be taken in the controversy. For then, when I gave up my place in the movement, I ceased from any such proceedings, and my utmost endeavour was to tranquillize such persons, especially those who belonged to the new school, as were unsettled in their religious views, and, as I judged, hasty in their conclusions. This went on until 1843, but, at that date, as soon as I turned my face Romeward, I gave up, as far as ever was possible, the thought of in any respect and in any shape acting upon others. Then I myself was simply my own concern. How could I, in any sense, direct others, who had to be guided in so momentous a matter myself? How could I be considered in a position even to say a word to them, one way or the other? How could I presume to unsettle them, as I was unsettled, when I had no means of bringing them out of such unsettlement? And if they were unsettled already, how could I point to them a place of refuge, when I was not sure that I should choose it for myself? My only line, my only duty, was to keep simple to my own case. I recollected Pascal's words, Je mourrai seul. I deliberately put out of my thoughts all other works and claims, and said nothing to any one, unless I was obliged. But this brought upon me a great trouble. In the newspapers there were continued reports about my intentions. I did not answer them. Presently strangers or friends wrote, begging to be allowed to answer them, and, if I still kept to my resolution and said nothing, then I was thought to be mysterious, and a prejudice was excited against me. But, what was far worse, there were a number of tender, eager hearts, of whom I knew nothing at all, who were watching me, wishing to think as I thought, and to do as I did, if they could but find it out, who in consequence were distressed that in so solemn a matter they could not see what was coming, and who heard reports about me this way or that, on a first day and on a second, and felt the weariness of waiting and the sickness of delayed hope, and did not understand that I was as perplexed as they were, and, being of more sensitive complexion of mind than myself, were made ill by the suspense. And they too, of course, for the time thought me mysterious and inexplicable. I asked their pardon, as far as I was really unkind to them. There was a gifted and deeply earnest lady, who, in a parabolical account of that time, has described both my conduct as she felt it, and her own feelings upon it, in a singularly graphic, amusing vision of pilgrims, who were making their way across a bleak common in great discomfort, and who were ever warned against, yet continually nearing, the King's highway, on the right, she says, All my fears and disquiets were speedily renewed by seeing the most daring of our leaders, the same who had first forced his way through the palisade, and in whose courage and sagacity we all put implicit trust, suddenly stop short, and declare that he would go on no further. He did not, however, take the leap at once, but quietly sat down on the top of the fence, with his feet hanging towards the road, as if he meant to take his time about it, and let himself down easily. I do not wonder at all that I seemed so unkind to a lady who at that time had never seen me. We were both in trial in our different ways. I am far from denying that I was acting selfishly, both in her case and in that of others, but it was a religious selfishness. Certainly to myself my own duty seemed clear. They that are whole can heal others, but in my case it was, "Physician, heal thyself." My own soul was my first concern, and it seemed an absurdity to my reason to be converted in partnership. I wished to go to my Lord by myself, and in my own way, or rather His way. I had neither wish nor, I may say, thought of taking a number with me. Moreover, it is but the truth to say, that it had never been an annoyance to me to seem to be the head of a party, and that even from fastidiousness of mind I could not bear to find a thing done elsewhere, simply or mainly because I did it myself, and that, from distrust of myself, I shrunk from the thought, whenever it was brought home to me, that I was influencing others. But nothing of this could be known to the world. The following 3 letters are written to a friend, who had every claim upon me to be frank with him, Archdeacon Manning. It will be seen that I disclose the real state of my mind in proportion as he presses me. 1. October 14, 1843. I would tell you in a few words why I have resigned St. Mary's, as you seem to wish, were it possible to do so. But it is most difficult to bring out in brief, or even in extenso, any just view of my feelings and reasons. The nearest approach I can give to a general account of them is to say, that it has been caused by the general repudiation of the view contained in No. 90 on the part of the Church. I could not stand against such a unanimous expression of opinion from the bishops, supported as it has been by the concurrence or at least silence of all classes of the Church, lay and clerical. If there ever was a case in which an individual teacher has been put aside and virtually put away by the community, mine is one. No decency has been observed in the attacks upon me from authority. No protests have been offered against them. It is felt, I am far from denying, justly felt, that I am a foreign material, and cannot assimilate with the Church of England. Even my own Bishop has said that my mode of interpreting the Articles makes them mean anything or nothing. When I heard this delivered, I did not believe my ears. I denied to others that it was said. Out came the charge, and the words could not be mistaken. This astonished me the more because I published that letter to him, how unwilling you know, on the understanding that I was to deliver his judgment on No. 90 instead of him. A year elapses, and a second and heavier judgment came forth. I did not bargain for this, nor did he, but the tide was too strong for him. I fear that I must confess that in proportion as I think the English Church is showing herself intrinsically and radically alien from Catholic principles, so do I feel the difficulties of defending her claims to be a branch of the Catholic Church. It seems a dream to call a communion Catholic, when one can neither appeal to any clear statement of Catholic doctrine in its formularities, nor interpret ambiguous formularities by the received and living Catholic sense, whether past or present. Men of Catholic views are too truly but a part of our Church. I cannot deny that many other independent circumstances, which it is not worth while entering into, have led me to the same conclusion. I do not say all this to everybody, as you may suppose, but I do not like to make a secret of it to you. 2. October 25, 1843. You have engaged in a dangerous correspondence. I am deeply sorry for the pain I shall give you. I must tell you then frankly, but I combat arguments which to me, alas, are shadows, that it is not from disappointment, irritation, or impatience that I have, whether rightly or wrongly, resigned St. Mary's, but because I think the Church of Rome the Catholic Church, and ours not part of the Catholic Church, because not in communion with Rome, and because I feel that I could not honestly be a teacher in it any longer. This thought came to me last summer, 4 years. I mentioned it to friends in the autumn. It arose in the first instance from the Monophysite and Donatist controversies, the former of which I was engaged with in the course of theological studies, to which I had given myself. This was at a time when no bishop, I believe, had declared against us, I think Summer, Bishop of Chester, must have done so already, and when all was progress and hope. I do not think I have ever felt disappointment or impatience, certainly not then, for I never looked forward to the future, nor do I realize it now. My first effort was to write that article on the Catholicity of the English Church. For 2 years it quieted me. Since the summer of 1839, I have written little or nothing on modern controversy. You know how unwillingly I wrote my letter to the Bishop, in which I committed myself again, as the safest course under circumstances. The article I speak of quieted me till the end of 1841, over the affair of No. 90, when that wretched Jerusalem bishopric, no personal matter, revived all my alarms. They have increased up to this moment. At that time I told my secret to another person in addition. You see then that the various ecclesiastical and quasi-ecclesiastical acts which have taken place in the course of the last 2 years and a half are not the cause of my state of opinion, but are keen stimulants and weighty confirmations of a conviction forced upon me, while engaged in the course of duty, namely, that theological reading to which I had given myself. And this last mentioned circumstance is a fact, which has never, I think, come before me till now that I write to you. It is 3 years since, on account of my state of opinion, I urged the Provost in vain to let St. Mary's be separated from Littlemore, thinking I might with a safe conscience serve the latter, though I could not comfortably continue in so public a place as a university. This was before No. 90. Finally, I have acted under advice, and that not of my own choosing, but what came to me in the way of duty, not the advice of those only who agree with me, but of near friends who differ with me. I have nothing to reproach myself with, as far as I see, in the matter of impatience, that is, practically or in conduct. And I trust that He who has kept me in the slow course of change hitherto, will keep me still from hasty acts or resolves with a doubtful conscience. This I am sure of, that such interpositions as yours, kind as it is, only does what you would consider harm. It makes me realize my own views to myself. It makes me see their consistency. It assures me of my own deliberateness. It suggests to me the traces of a providential hand. It takes away the pain of disclosures. It relieves me of a heavy secret. You may make what use of my letter you think right. 3. My correspondent wrote to me once more, and I replied this, October 31, 1843. Your letter has made my heart ache more, and caused me more and deeper sighs than any I have had a long while, though I assure you there is much on all sides of me to cause sighing and heartaches. On all sides. I am quite haunted by the one dreadful whisper repeated from so many quarters, and causing the keenest distress to friends. You know but a part of my present trial, in knowing that I am unsettled myself. Since the beginning of this year, I have been obligated to tell the state of my mind to some others, but never, I think, without being in a way obliged, as from friends writing to me as you did, or guessing how matters stood. No one in Oxford knows it or here, Littlemore, but one near friend, whom I felt I could not help telling the other day, but I suppose many more suspect it. On receiving those letters, my correspondent, if I recollect rightly, at once communicated the matter of them to Dr. Pusey, and this will enable me to describe, as nearly as I can, the way in which he first became aware of my changed state of opinion. I had from the first a great difficulty in making Dr. Pusey understand such differences of opinion as existed between myself and him. When there was a proposal about the end of 1838 for a subscription for a Cranmer memorial, he wished us both to subscribe together to it. I could not, of course, and wished him to subscribe by himself. That he would not do. He could not bear the thought of our appearing to the world in separate positions in a matter of importance; and, as time went on, he would not take any hints, which I gave him, on the subject of my growing inclination to Rome. When I found him so determined, I often had not the heart to go on. And then I knew, that from affection to me, he so often took up and threw himself into what I said, that I felt the great responsibility I should incur, if I put things before him just as I might view them myself. And not knowing him so well as I did afterwards, I feared lest I should unsettle him; and moreover I recollected well how prostrated he had been with illness in 1832, and I used always to think that the start of the movement had given him a fresh life. I fancied that his physical energies even depended on the presence of a vigorous hope and bright prospects for his imagination to feed upon; so much so, that when he was so unworthily treated by the authorities of the place in 1843, I recollect writing to the late Mr. Dodsworthy to state my anxiety, lest if his mind became dejected in consequence, his health should suffer seriously also. These were difficulties in my way. And then again another difficulty was, that, as we were not together under the same roof, we only saw each other at set times. Others, indeed, who were coming in or out of my rooms freely, and according to the need of the moment, knew all my thoughts easily; but for him to know them well, formal efforts were necessary. A common friend of ours broke it all to him in 1841, as far as matters had gone at the time, and showed him clearly the logical conclusions which must lie in propositions to which I had committed myself. But somehow or other, in a little while, his mind fell back into its former happy state, and he could not bring himself to believe that he and I should not go on pleasantly together in the end. But that affectionate dream needs must have been broken at last, and 2 years afterwards that friend to whom I wrote the letters which I have just now inserted, set himself, as I have said, to break it. Upon that, I too begged Dr. Pusey to tell in private, to any one he would, that I thought in the event I should leave the Church of England. However, he would not do so, and at the end of 1844 had almost relapsed into the former thoughts about me, if I may judge from a letter of his which I have found. Nay, at the commemoration in 1845, a few months before I left the Anglican Church, I think he said about me to a friend, "I trust, after all, we shall keep him." End of Chapter 4, Part 5. Chapter 4, Part 6 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. In the autumn of 1843, at the time that I spoke to Dr. Pusey, I asked another friend also to communicate in confidence, to whom he would, the prospect which lay before me. To another friend, Mr. James Hope, now Mr. Hope Scott, I gave the opportunity of knowing it, if he would, in the following postscript to a letter. While I write, I will add a word about myself. You may come near a person or two who, owing to circumstances, know more exactly my state of feeling than you do, though they would not tell you. Now I do not like that you should not be aware of this, though I see no reason why you should know what they happen to know. Your wishing it would be a reason. I had a dear and old friend near his death. I never told him my state of mind. Why should I unsettle that sweet, calm tranquillity, when I had nothing to offer him instead? I could not say, "Go to Rome," else I should have shown him the way. Yet I offered myself for his examination. One day he led the way to my speaking out, but rightly or wrongly I could not respond. My reason was, I have no certainty on the matter myself. To say "I think" is to tease and to distress, not to persuade. I wrote to him on Michaelmas Day, 1843, "As you may suppose, I have nothing to write to you about pleasant. I could tell you some very painful things, but it is best not to anticipate trouble, which after all can but happen, and, for what one knows, may be averted. You are always so kind, that sometimes when I part with you, I am nearly moved to tears, and it would be a relief to be so, at your kindness and at my hardness. I think no one ever had such kind friends as I have." The next year, January 22, I wrote to him, "Pusey has quite enough on him, and generously takes on himself more than enough. For me to add burdens when I am not obliged, particularly too when I am very conscious that there are burdens, which I am or shall be obliged to lay upon him some time or other, whether I will or no." And on February 21, 10:30, I am just up, having a bad cold. The like has not happened to me, except twice in January, in my memory. You may think you have been in my thoughts long before my rising. Of course you are so continually, as you well know. I could not come to see you. I am not worthy of friends. With my opinions, to the full of which I dare not confess, I feel like a guilty person with others, though I trust I am not so. People kindly think that I have much to bear externally, disappointment, slander, etc. No, I have nothing to bear, but the anxiety which I feel for my friends' anxiety for me in their perplexity. This is a better Ash Wednesday than birthday present. His birthday was the same day as mine. It was Ash Wednesday that year. But I cannot help writing about what is uppermost. And now, my dear B., all kindness and best wishes to you, my oldest friend, whom I must not speak more about, and with reference to myself, lest you should be angry. It was not in his nature to have doubts. He used to look at me with anxiety, and wonder what had come over me. On Easter Monday, all that's good and gracious descends upon you and yours from the influence of this blessed season. And it will be so, so be it, for what is the life of you all, as day passes after day, but a simple endeavour to serve Him from whom all blessings comes. Though we are separated in place, yet this we have in common, that you are living a calm and cheerful time, and I am enjoying the thoughts of you. It is your blessing to have a clear heaven and peace around, according to the blessing pronounced on Benjamin. Footnote: Deuteronomy 33:12. End of footnote. So it is, my dear B., and so may it ever be. He was in simple good faith. He died in September of the same year. I had expected that his last illness would have brought light to my mind as to what I ought to do. It brought none. I made a note which runs thus: I sobbed bitterly over his coffin, to think that he left me still dark as to what the way of truth was, and what I ought to do in order to please God and fulfill His will. I think I wrote to Charles Marriott to say, that at that moment, with the thought of my friend before me, my strong view in favour of Rome remained just what it was. On the other hand, my firm belief that grace was to be found within the Anglican Church remained too. Footnote: On this subject, vide my third lecture on Anglican difficulties, also Note E, Anglican Church. End of footnote. I wrote to another friend thus: September 16th, 1844. I am full of wrong and miserable feelings, which it is useless to detail, so grudging and sullen, when I should be thankful. Of course, when one sees so blessed an end, and that, the termination of so blameless a life, of one who really fed on our ordinance and got strength from them, and sees the same continued in a whole family, the little children finding quite a solace of their pain in the daily prayer, it is impossible not to feel more at ease in our Church, as at least a sort of Zoar, a place of refuge and temporary rest, because of the steepness of the way. Only may we be kept from unlawful security, lest we have Moab and Ammon for our progeny, the enemies of Israel. I could not continue in this state, either in the light of duty or of reason. My difficulty was this: I had been deceived greatly once. How could I be sure that I was not deceived a second time? I thought myself right then. How was I to be certain that I was right now? How many years had I thought myself sure of what I now rejected? How could I ever again have confidence in myself? As in 1840 I listened to the rising doubt in favour of Rome, now I listen to the waning doubt in favour of the Anglican Church. To be certain is to know that one knows. What inward test had I, that I should not change again? After that I had become a Catholic. I had still apprehension of this, though I thought a time would come when it would depart. However, some limit ought to be put on these vague misgivings. I must do my best, and then leave it to a higher power to prosper it. So at the end of 1844, I came to the resolution of writing an essay on doctrinal development, and then, if at the end of it my conviction in favour of the Roman Church were not weaker, of taking the necessary steps for admission into her fold. By this time the state of my mind was generally known, and I made no great secret of it. I will illustrate it by letters of mine which have been put into my hands. November 16, 1844. I am going through what must be gone through, and my trust only is that every day of pain is so much taken from the necessary draught which must be exhausted. There is no fear, humanly speaking, of my moving for a long time yet. This has got out without my intending it, but it is all well. As far as I know myself, my one great distress is the perplexity, unsettlement, alarm, skepticism, which I am causing to so many, and the loss of kind feelings and good opinion on the part of so many, known and unknown, who have wished well to me. And of these two sources of pain, it is the former that is the constant, urgent, unmitigated one. I had for days a literal ache all about my heart, and from time to time all the complaints of the Psalmist seemed to belong to me. And as far as I know myself, my one paramount reason for contemplating a change is my deep, unvarying conviction that our Church is in schism, and that my salvation depends on my joining the Church of Rome. I may use argumenta ad hominem to this person or that, footnote, vide supra, page 219, etc., letter of October 14, 1843, compared with that of October 25, end of footnote. But I am not conscious of resentment or disgust at anything that has happened to me. I have no vision whatever of hope, no scheme of action, in any other sphere more suited to me. I have no existing sympathies with Roman Catholics. I hardly ever, even abroad, was at one of their services. I know none of them. I do not like what I hear of them. And then, how much am I giving up in so many ways, and to me sacrifices irreparable, not only from my age, when people hate changing, but from my especial love of old associations and the pleasure of memory. Nor am I conscious of any feeling, enthusiastic or heroic, of pleasure in the sacrifice. I have nothing to support me here. What keeps me yet is what has kept me long, a fear that I am under a delusion, but the conviction remains firm under all circumstances, in all frames of mind, and this most serious feeling is growing on me, namely, that the reasons for which I believe as much as our system teaches, must lead me to believe more, and that not to believe more is to fall back into skepticism. 1,000 thanks for your most kind and consoling letter. Though I have not yet spoken of it, it was a great gift. Shortly after I wrote to the same friend thus: "My intention is, if nothing comes upon me, which I cannot foresee, to remain quietly in status quo for a considerable time, trusting that my friends will kindly remember me and my trial in their prayers, and I should give up my fellowship some time before anything further took place." There was a lady, now a nun of the Visitation, to whom at this time I wrote the following letters: 1. November 7, 1844. I am still where I was. I am not moving. Two things, however, seem plain: that every one is prepared for such an event; next, that every one expects it of me. Few, indeed, who do not think it suitable; fewer still who do not think it likely. However, I do not think it either suitable or likely. I have very little reason to doubt about the issue of things, but the when and the how are known to Him, from whom I trust, both the course of things and the issue come. The expression of opinion, and the latent and habitual feeling about me, which is on every side and among all parties, has great force. I insist upon it, because I have a great dread of going by my own feelings, lest they should mislead me. By one's sense of duty one must go, but external facts support one in doing so. 2. January 8, 1845. What am I to say in answer to your letter? I know perfectly well I ought to let you know more of my feelings and state of mind than you do know. But how is it possible in a few words? Anything I say must be abrupt. Nothing can I say which will not leave a bewildering feeling, as needing so much to explain it, and being isolated, and, as it were, unlocated, and not having anything with it to show its bearing upon other parts of the subject. At present, my full belief is, in accordance with your letter, that, if there is a move in our Church, very few persons indeed will be partners to it. I doubt whether one or two at the most among the residents at Oxford, and I don't know whether I can wish it. The state of the Roman Catholic is at present so unsatisfactory. This I am sure of, that nothing but a simple direct call of duty is a warrant for any one leaving our Church, no preference of another Church, no delight in its service, no hope of greater religious advancement in it, no indignation, no disgust at the persons and things among which we may find ourselves in the Church of England. The simple question is, can I, it is personal, not whether another, but can I, be saved in the English Church? Am I in safety were I to die to-night? Is it a mortal sin in me, not joining another communion? P.S. I hardly see my way to concur in attendance, though occasional, in a Roman Catholic chapel, unless a man has made up his mind pretty well to joining it eventually. Invocations are not required in the Church of Rome. Somehow I do not like using them except under the sanction of the Church, and this makes me unwilling to admit them in members of our Church. 3. March 30. Now I will tell you more than any one knows except two friends. My own convictions are as strong as I suppose they can become, only it is so difficult to know whether it is a call of reason or of conscience. I cannot make out if I am impelled by what seems clear, or by a sense of duty. You can understand how painful this doubt is, so I have waited hoping for light, and using the words of the Psalmist, "Show some token upon me." But I suppose I have no right to wait forever for this. Then I am waiting, because friends are most considerately bearing me in mind, and asking guidance for me, and I trust I should attend any new feelings which came upon me, should that be the effect of their kindness. And then this waiting subserves the purpose of preparing men's minds. I dread shocking, unsettling people. Anyhow, I can't avoid giving incalculable pain. So, if I had my will, I should like to wait till the summer of 1846, which would be a full 7 years from the time that my convictions first began to fall on me. but I don't think I shall last so long. My present intention is to give up my fellowship in October, and to publish some work or treatise between that and Christmas. I wish people to know why I am acting, as well as what I am doing. It takes off that vague and distressing surprise. What can have made him? 4. June 1. What you tell me of yourself makes it plain that it is your duty to remain quietly and patiently, till you see more clearly where you are, else you are leaping in the dark. In the early part of this year, if not before, there was an idea afloat that my retirement from the Anglican Church was owing to my distress that I had been so thrust aside, without any one taking my part. Various measures were, I believe, talked of in consequence of this surmise. Coincidentally, with it appeared an exceedingly kind article about me in a quarterly, in its April number. The writer praised me in kind and beautiful language, far above my deserts. In the course of his remarks, he said, speaking of me as Vicar of St. Mary's, he had the future race of clergy hearing him. Did he value and feel tender about and clinging to his position? Not at all. No sacrifice to him, perhaps. He did not care about such things. There was a censure implied, however covertly, in these words, and it is alluded to in the following letter addressed to a very intimate friend. April 3, 1845. Accept this apology, my dear Church, and forgive me. As I say so, tears come into my eyes, that arise from the accident of this time, when I am giving up so much I love. Just now I have been overset by James Moseley's article in the Remembrancer. Yet really, my dear Church, I have never for an instant had even the temptation of repenting my leaving Oxford. The feeling of repentance has not even come into my mind. How could it? How could I remain at St. Mary's a hypocrite? How could I be answerable for souls, and life so uncertain, with the conviction, or at least persuasions, which I had upon me? It is indeed a responsibility to act as I am doing, and I feel His hand heavy on me without intermission, who is all wisdom and love, so that my heart and mind are tired out, just as the limbs might be of a load on one's back. That sort of dull, aching pain is mine, but my responsibility really is nothing to what it would be, to be answerable for souls, for confiding, loving souls in the English Church with my convictions. My love to Marriott, and save me the pain of sending him a line. I am now close upon the date of my reception into the Catholic Church. At the beginning of the year a letter had been addressed to me by a very dear friend, now no more, Charles Marriott. I quote some sentences from it, for the love which I bear him and the value that I set on his good word. January 15, 1845. You know me well enough to be aware that I never see through any things at first. Your letter to Baddeley cast a gloom over the future, which you can understand, if you understood me, as I believe you have. But I may speak out at once, of what I see and feel at once, and doubt not that I shall ever feel, that your whole conduct towards the Church of England, and towards us, who have striven and are still striving to seek after God for ourselves, and to revive true religion among others, under her authority and guidance, has been generous and considerate, and, were the word appropriate, dutiful to a degree that I could scarcely have conceived possible, more unsparing of self than I should have thought nature could sustain. I have felt with pain every link that you have severed, and I have asked no questions, because I felt that you ought to measure the disclosure of your thoughts according to the occasion, and the capacity of those to whom you spoke. I write in haste, in the midst of engagements engrossing in themselves, but partly made tasteless, partially embittered by what I have heard. But I am willing to trust even you, whom I love best on earth, in God's hand, in the earnest prayer that you may be so employed as is best for the Holy Catholic Church. In July, a bishop thought it worth while to give out to the world that the adherents of Mr. Newman's are few in number. A short time will now probably suffice to prove this fact. It is well known that he is preparing for secession, and, when that event takes place, it will be seen how few will go with him. I had begun my essay on the development of doctrines in the beginning of 1845, and I was hard at it all through the year till October. As I advanced, my difficulties so cleared away that I ceased to speak of the Roman Catholics, and boldly called them Catholics. Before I got to the end I resolved to be received, and the book remains in the state in which it was then, unfinished. One of my friends at Littlemore had been received into the Church on Michaelmas Day, at the Passionate House at Aston, near Stone, by Father Dominic, the Superior. At the beginning of October, the latter was passing through London to Belgium, and, as I was in the same perplexity what steps to take for being received myself, I assented to the proposition made to me that the good priest should take Littlemore on his way, with a view to his doing for me the same charitable services as he had done to my friend. On October the 8th, I wrote to a number of friends the following letter: Littlemore, October 8, 1845. I am this night expecting Father Dominic, the Passionist, who, from his youth, has been led to have distinct and direct thoughts, first of the countries of the North, then of England. After 30 years, almost, waiting, he was without his own act sent here, but he has little to do with conversions. I saw him here for a few minutes on St. John Baptist's Day last year. He is a simple, holy man, and withal gifted with remarkable powers. He does not know of my intentions, but I mean to ask of him admission into the one fold of Christ. I have so many letters to write, that this must do for all who choose to ask about me. With my best love to dear Charles Marriott, who is over your head, etc., etc. P.S. This will not go till all is over. Of course it requires no answer. For a while after my reception I proposed to betake myself to some secular calling. I wrote thus in answer to a very gracious letter of congratulations sent me by Cardinal Acton. November 25, 1845. I hope you will have anticipated, before I express it, the great gratification which I received from your Eminence's letter. That gratification, however, was tempered by the apprehension that kind and anxious well-wishers at a distance attach more importance to my step than really belong to it. To me, indeed, personally, it is, of course, an inestimable gain, but persons and things look great at a distance, which are not so when seen close. And did your Eminence know me, you would see that I was one about whom there has been far more talk for good and bad than he deserves, and about whose movement far more expectations has been raised than the event will justify. As I never, I do trust, aimed at anything else than obedience to my own sense of right, and have been magnified into the leader of a party, without my wishing it or acting as such, so now, much as I may wish to the contrary, and earnestly as I may labour, as is my duty, to minister in a humble way to the Catholic Church, yet my powers will, I fear, disappoint the expectations of both my own friends and those who pray for the peace of Jerusalem. If I might ask of your Eminence a favour, it is that you would kindly moderate those anticipations. Would it were in my power to do, what I do not aspire to do, at present certainly I cannot look forward to the future, and, though it would be a good work, if I could persuade others to do as I have done, yet it seems as if I had quite enough to do in thinking of myself. Soon Dr. Wiseman, in whose vicariate Oxford lay, called me to Oscott, and I went there with others. Afterwards he sent me to Rome, and finally placed me in Birmingham. I wrote to a friend, January 20th, 1846. You may think how lonely I am. Obliviscere populum tuum et Dominum Patris tui has been in my ears for the last 12 hours. I realize more that we are leaving Littlemore, and it is like going on the open sea. I left Oxford for good on Monday, February 23, 1846. On the Saturday and Sunday before, I was in my house at Littlemore simply by myself, as I had been for the first day or two when I had originally taken possession of it. I slept on Sunday night at my dear friend's, Mr. Johnson's, at the Observatory. Various friends came to see the last of me: Mr. Copeland, Mr. Church, Mr. Buckley, Mr. Patterson, and Mr. Lewis. Dr. Pusey too came to take leave of me, and I called on Dr. Ogley, one of my very oldest friends, for he was my private tutor when I was an undergraduate. In him I took leave of my first college, Trinity, which was so dear to me, and which held on its foundation so many who had been kind to me both when I was a boy and all through my Oxford life. Trinity had never been unkind to me. There used to be much snapdragon growing on the walls opposite my freshman rooms there, and I had for years taken it as the emblem of my own perpetual residence, even unto the death in my university. On the morning of the 23rd I left the observatory. I have never seen Oxford since, excepting its spires as they are seen from the railways. At length I revisited Oxford on February 26, 1878, after an absence of just 32 years. Vide additional note at the end of the volume. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 5. Position of my mind since 1845. Part 1. From the time that I became a Catholic, of course I have no further history of my religious opinions to narrate. In saying this, I do not mean to say that my mind has been idle, or that I have given up thinking on theological subjects, but that I have no variations to record, and have had no anxiety of heart whatever. I have been in perfect peace and contentment. I never have had one doubt. I was not conscious to myself, on my conversion, of any change, intellectual or moral, wrought in my mind. I was not conscious of firmer faith in the fundamental truth of revelation, or of more self-command. I had not more fervour, but it was like coming into a port after a rough sea, and my happiness on that score remains to this day without interruption. Nor had I any trouble about receiving those additional articles, which are not found in the Anglican Creed. Some of them I believe already, but not any one of them was a trial to me. I made a profession of them upon my reception with the greatest ease, and I have the same ease in believing them now. I am far, of course, from denying that every article of the Christian Creed, whether as held by Catholics or Protestants, is beset with intellectual difficulties. And it is simple fact, that for myself I cannot answer those difficulties. Many persons are very sensitive of the difficulties of religion. I am as sensitive of them as any one, but I have never been able to see a connection between apprehending those difficulties, however keenly, and multiplying them to any extent, and on the other hand, doubting the doctrines to which they are attached. 10,000 difficulties do not make one doubt, as I understand the subject. Difficulty and doubt are incommensurate. There of course may be difficulties in evidence, but I am speaking of difficulties intrinsic to the doctrines themselves, or to their relations with each other. A man may be annoyed that he cannot work out a mathematical problem, of which the answer is or is not given to him, without doubting that it admits of an answer, or that a certain particular answer is the true one. Of all points of faith, the being of a God is, to my own apprehension, encompassed with most difficulty, and yet borne in upon our minds with most power. People say that the doctrine of transubstantiation is difficult to believe. I did not believe the doctrine till I was a Catholic. I had no difficulty in believing it as soon as I believed that the Catholic Roman Church was the oracle of God, and that she had declared this doctrine to be part of the original revelation. It is difficult, impossible to imagine, I grant, but how is it difficult to believe? Yet Macaulay thought it was so difficult to believe that he had need of a believer in it of talents as eminent as Sir Thomas More, before he could bring himself to conceive that the Catholics of an enlightened age could resist the overwhelming force of the arguments against it. Sir Thomas More, he says, is one of the choice specimens of wisdom and virtue, and the doctrine of transubstantiation is a kind of proof charge. A faith which stands that test will stand any test. But for myself I cannot indeed prove it. I cannot tell how it is, but I say, why should it not be? What's to hinder it? What do I know of substance or matter? Just as much as the greatest philosophers, and that is nothing at all. So much is this the case, that there is a rising school of philosophy now, which considers phenomena to constitute the whole of our knowledge in physics. The Catholic doctrine leaves phenomena alone. It does not say that the phenomena go; on the contrary, it says that they remain. Nor does it say that the same phenomena are in several places at once. It deals with what no one on earth knows anything about, the material substance themselves. And, in like manner, of that majestic article of the Anglican, as well as of the Catholic Creed, the doctrine of the Trinity in unity. What do we know of the essence of the Divine Being? I know that my abstract idea of three is simply incompatible with my idea of one, but when I come to the question of concrete fact, I have no means of proving that there is not a sense in which one and three can equally be predicated of the incommunicable God. But I am going to take upon myself the responsibility of more than the mere creed of the Church, as the parties accusing me are determined I shall do. They say that now, in that I am a Catholic, though I may not have offences of my own against honesty to answer for, yet, at least, I am answerable for the offences of others, of my co-religionists, of my brother priests, of the Church herself. I am quite willing to accept the responsibility, and, as I have been able, as I trust, by means of a few words, to dissipate in the minds of all, those who do not begin with disbelieving me, the suspicion with which so many Protestants start in forming their judgment of Catholics, namely, that our creed is actually set up in inevitable superstition and hypocrisy, as the original sin of Catholicism. So now I will proceed as before, identifying myself with the Church and vindicating it, not of course denying the enormous mass of sin and error which exists of necessity in that worldwide multiform communion, but going to the proof of this one point, that its system is in no sense dishonest, and that therefore the upholders and teachers of that system, as such, have a claim to be acquitted in their own persons of that odious imputation. Starting then with the being of a God, which, as I have said, is as certain to me as the certainty of my own existence, though when I try to put the grounds of that certainty into logical shape, I find a difficulty in doing so in mood and figure to my satisfaction. I look out of myself into the world of men, and there I see a sight which fills me with unspeakable distress. The world seems simply to give the lie to that great truth of which my whole being is so full, and the effect upon me is, in consequence, as a matter of necessity, as confusing as if it denied that I am in existence myself. If I looked into a mirror and did not see my face, I should have the sort of feeling which actually comes upon me, when I look into this living, busy world, and see no reflection of its Creator. This is, to me, one of those great difficulties of this absolute primary truth to which I referred just now. Were it not for this voice speaking so clearly in my conscience and my heart, I should be an atheist, or a pantheist, or a polytheist, when I looked into the world. I am speaking for myself only, and I am far from denying the real force of the argument in proof of a God, drawn from the general facts of human society in the course of history. But these do not warm me or enlighten me, they do not take away the winter of my desolation, or make the buds unfold and the leaves grow within me, and my moral being rejoice. The sight of the world is nothing else than the prophet's scroll, full of lamentations and mournings and woe. To consider the world in its length and breadth, its various history, the many races of man, their starts, their fortunes, their mutual alienations, their conflicts, and then their ways, habits, governments, forms of worship, their enterprises, their aimless courses, their random achievements and acquirements, the impotent conclusions of long-standing facts, the tokens so faint and broken of superintending design, the blind evolution of what turns out to be great powers or truth, the progress of things as if from unreasoning elements not towards final causes, the greatness and littleness of man, his far-reaching aims, his short duration, the curtain hung over his futurity, the disappointments of life, the defeat of good, the success of evil, physical pain, mental anguish, the prevalence and intensity of sin, the pervading idolatries, the corruptions, the dreary, hopeless irreligion, that condition of the whole race so fearfully yet exactly described in the Apostle's words, having no hope and without God in the world. All this is a vision to dizzy and appall, and inflict upon the mind the sense of a profound mystery which is absolutely beyond human solution. What shall be said to this heart-piercing, reason-bewildering fact? I can only answer that either there is no Creator, or this living society of men is in a true sense discarded from His presence. Did I see a boy of good make and mind, with the tokens on him of a refined nature, cast upon the world without provision, unable to say whence he came, his birthplace or his family connections, I should conclude that there was some mystery connected with his history, and that he was one of whom, from one cause or another, his parents were ashamed. Thus only should I be able to account for the contrast between the promise and the condition of his being. And so I argue about the world. If there be a God, since there is a God, the human race is implicated in some terrible aboriginal calamity. It is out of joint with the purpose of its Creator. This is a fact as true as the fact of its existence. And thus the doctrine of what is theologically called original sin becomes to me almost as certain as that the world exists and as the existence of God. And now, supposing it were a blessed and loving will of the Creator to infer in this anarchical condition of things, what are we to suppose would be the methods which might be necessarily or naturally involved in His purpose of mercy? Since the world is in so abnormal a state, surely it would be no surprise to me if the interposition were of necessity equally extraordinary, or what is called miraculous. But this subject does not directly come into the scope of my present remarks. Miracles as evidence involve a process of reason, or an argument, and of course I am thinking of some mode of inference which does not immediately run into argument. I am rather asking what must be the face-to-face antagonist, by which to withstand and baffle the fierce energy of passion and the all-corroding, all-dissolving skepticism of the intellect in religious inquiries. I have no intention at all of denying that truth is the real object of our reason, and that if it does not attain to truth, either the premise or the process is in fault. But I am not speaking here of right reason, but of reason as it acts in fact and concretely in fallen man. I know that even the unaided reason, when correctly exercised, leads to a belief in God, in the immortality of the soul, and in a future retribution, but I am considering the faculty of reason actually and historically, and in this point of view I do not think I am wrong in saying that its tendency is towards a simple unbelief in matters of religion. No truth, however sacred, can stand against it in the long run, and hence it is that in the pagan world, when our Lord came, the last traces of the religious knowledge of the former times were all but disappearing from those portions of the world in which the intellect had been active and had had a career. And in these latter days, in like manner, outside the Catholic Church, things are tending, with far greater rapidity than in the old time from the circumstances of the age, to atheism in one shape or other. What a scene, what a prospect, does the whole of Europe present at this day, and not only Europe, but every government and every civilization through the world, which is under the influence of the European mind. Especially, for it most concerns us, how sorrowful in the view of religion, even taken in its most elementary, most attenuated form, is the spectacle presented to us by the educated intellect of England, France, and Germany. Lovers of their country and of their race, religious men, external to the Catholic Church, have attempted various expedients to arrest fierce, wilful human nature in its onward course, and to bring it into subjection. The necessity of some form of religion for the interest of humanity has been generally acknowledged, but where was the concrete representation of things invisible, which would have the force and the toughness necessary to be a breakwater against the deluge? 3 centuries ago the establishment of religion, material, legal, and social, was generally adopted as the best expedient for the purpose, in those countries which separated from the Catholic Church, and for a long time it was successful. But now the crevices of those establishments are admitting the enemy. 30 years ago, education was relied upon. 10 years ago, there was a hope that wars would cease forever, under the influence of commercial enterprise and the reign of the useful and fine arts. But will anyone venture to say that there is anything anywhere on this earth which will afford a fulcrum for us, whereby to keep the earth from moving onwards? The judgment which experience passes, whether on establishments or on education, as a means of maintaining religious truth in this anarchical world, must be extended even to Scripture, though Scripture be divine. Experience proves surely that the Bible does not answer a purpose for which it was never intended. It may be accidentally the means of the conversion of individuals, but a book, after all, cannot make a stand against the wild living intellect of man. And in this day it begins to testify, as regards its own structure and contents, to the power of that universal solvent which is so successfully acting upon religious establishments. Supposing then it to be the will of the Creator to interfere in human affairs, and to make provisions for retaining in the world a knowledge of Himself, so definite and distinct as to be proof against the energy of human skepticism. In such a case, I am far from saying that there was no other way, but there is nothing to surprise the mind. If He should think fit to introduce a power into the world invested with the prerogative of infallibility in religious matters, such a provision would be a direct, immediate, active, and prompt means of withstanding the difficulty. It would be an instrument suited to the need, and when I find that this is the very claim of the Catholic Church, not only do I feel no difficulty in admitting the idea, but there is a fitness in it which recommends it to my mind. And thus I am brought to speak of the Church's infallibility as a provision adapted by the mercy of the Creator to preserve religion in the world, and to restrain that freedom of thought, which of course in itself is one of the greatest of our natural gifts, and to rescue it from its own suicidal excesses. And let it be observed that neither here nor in what follows shall I have occasion to speak directly of revelation in its subject matter, but in reference to the sanction which it gives to truth, which may be known independently of it, as it bears upon the defense of natural religion. I say that the power possessed of infallibility in religious teachings is happily adapted to be a working instrument in the course of human affairs, for smiting hard and throwing back the immense energy of the aggressive, capricious, untrustworthy intellect. And in saying this, as in the other things that I have to say, it must still be recollected that I am all along bearing in mind my main purpose, which is a defense of myself. I am defending myself here from a plausible charge brought against Catholics, as will be seen better as I proceed. The charge is this, that I, as a Catholic, not only make profession to hold doctrines which I cannot possibly believe in my heart, but that I also believe in the existence of a power on earth which at its own will impose upon men any new set of credenda when it pleases, by a claim to infallibility. In consequence that my own thoughts are not my own property, that I cannot tell that tomorrow I may not have to give up what I hold today, and that the necessary effect of such a condition of mind must be a degrading bondage, or a bitter inward rebellion relieving itself in secret infidelity, or the necessity of ignoring the whole subject of religion in a sort of disgust, and of mechanically saying everything that the Church says, and leaving to others the defense of it. As then I have spoken of the relation of my mind towards the Catholic Creed, So now I shall speak of the attitude which it takes up in view of the Church's infallibility. And first, the initial doctrine of the infallible teacher must be emphatic protest against the existing state of mankind. Man had rebelled against his Maker. It was this that caused the divine interposition, and to proclaim it must be the first act of the divinely accredited messenger. The Church must denounce rebellion as of all possible evils the greatest. She must have no terms with it. If she would be true to her Master, she must ban and anathemize it. This is the means of the statement of mine, which has furnished matter for one of those special accusations to which I am at present replying. I have, however, no fault at all to confess in regard to it. I have nothing to withdraw, and in consequence I here deliberately repeat it. I said the Catholic Church holds it better for the sun and moon to drop from heaven, for the earth to fail, and for all the many millions on it to die of starvation in extremest agony, as far as temporal affliction goes, than that one soul, I will not say should be lost, but should commit one single venial sin, should tell one wilful untruth, or should steal one poor farthing without excuse. I think the principle here enunciated to be the mere preamble in the formal credentials of the Catholic Church, and as an Act of Parliament might begin with a "whereas," it is because of the intensity of the evil which has possession of mankind that a suitable antagonist has been provided against it, and the initial act of that divinely commissioned power is of course to deliver her challenge and to defy the enemy. Such a preamble then gives a meaning to her position in the world, and an interpretation to her whole course of teaching and action. In like manner she has ever put forth, with most energetic distinctness, those other great elementary truths, which either are an explanation of her mission or give a character to her work. She does not teach that human nature is irreclaimable, else wherefore should she be sent? Not that it is to be shattered and reversed, but to be extracted, purified, and restored. Not that it is a mere mass of hopeless evil, but that it has the promise upon it of great things, and even now, in its present state of disorder and excess, has a virtue and a praise proper to itself. But in the next place she knows, and she preaches, that such a restoration, as she aims at effecting in it, must be brought about, not simply through certain outward provisions of preaching and teaching, even though they be her own, but from an inward spiritual power or grace imparted directly from above, and of which she is the channel. She has it in charge to rescue human nature from its misery, but not simply by restoring it on its own level, but by lifting it up to a higher level than its own. She recognizes in it real moral excellence, though degraded, but she cannot set it free from earth except by exalting it towards heaven. It was for this end that a renovating grace was put into her hands, and therefore, from the nature of the gift, as well as from the reasonableness of the case, she goes on, as a further point, to insist that all true conversions must begin with the first springs of thought, and to teach that each individual man must be in his own person one whole and perfect temple of God, while he is also one of the living stones which build up a visible religious community. And thus the distinctions between nature and grace, and between outward and inward religion, become two further articles in what I have called the preamble of her divine commission. Such truths as these she vigorously reiterates and pertinaciously inflicts upon mankind. As to such she observes no half measure, no economical reserve, no delicacy or prudence. "Ye must be born again," is the simple direct form of words which she uses after her divine Master. Your whole nature must be reborn, your passions and your affections, and your aims and your conscience, and your will must all be bathed in a new element and reconsecrated to your Maker, and, the last not the least, your intellect. It was for repeating these points of her teaching in my own way that certain passages of one of my volumes have been brought into the general accusations which has been made against my religious opinions. The writer has said that I was demented if I believed, and unprincipled if I did not believe, in my own statement, that a lazy, ragged, filthy, story-telling beggar-woman, if chaste, sober, cheerful, and religious, had a prospect of heaven, such as was absolutely closed to an accomplished statesman, or lawyer, or noble, be he ever so just, upright, generous, honourable, and conscientious, unless he had also some portion of the divine Christian graces. Yet I should have thought myself defended from criticism by the words which our Lord used to the chief priests: "The publicans and harlots go into the kingdom of God before you." And I was subjected again to the same alternative of imputations for having ventured to say that consent to an unchaste wish was indefinitely more heinous than any lie viewed apart from its causes, its motives, and its consequences; though a lie viewed under the limitation of these conditions is a random utterance, an almost outward act, not directly from the heart, however disgraceful and despicable it may be, however prejudicial to the social contract, however deserving of public reprobation, whereas we have the express words of our Lord to the doctrine that "whoso looketh on a woman to lust after her, has committed adultery with her already in his heart." On the strength of these texts, I have surely as much right to believe in these doctrines, which have caused so much surprise, as to believe in original sin, or that there is a supernatural revelation, or that a divine person suffered, or that punishment is eternal. Passing now from what I have called the preamble of that grant of power which is made to the Church, to that power itself, infallibility, I premise two brief remarks. 1. On the one hand, I am not here determining anything about the essential seat of that power, because that is a question doctrinal, not historical and practical. 2. Nor, on the other hand, am I extending the direct subject matter over which that power of infallibility has jurisdiction beyond religious opinion. And now as to the power itself. This power, viewed in its fullness, is as tremendous as the giant evil which has called for it. It claims, when brought into exercise but in the legitimate manner, for otherwise, of course, it is but quiescent, to know for certain the very meaning of every portion of that divine message in detail, which was committed by our Lord to His Apostles. It claims to know its own limit, and to decide what it can determine absolutely, and what it cannot. It claims, moreover, to have a hold upon statements not directly religious, so far as this: to determine whether they indirectly relate to religion, and according to its own definitive judgment, to pronounce whether or not, in a particular case, they are simply consistent with revealed truth. It claims to decide magisterially, whether as within its own province or not, that such and such statements are or are not prejudicial to the depositum of faith, in their spirit or in their consequence, and to allow them or to condemn and forbid them accordingly. It claims to impose silence at will on any matters or controversies of doctrine, which on its own ipse dixit it pronounces to be dangerous or inexpedient or inopportune. It claims that whatever may be the judgments of Catholics upon such acts, these acts should be received by them with those outward marks of reverence, submission, and loyalty, which Englishmen, for instance, pay to the presence of their sovereign, without expressing any criticism on them, on the ground that in their matter they are inexpedient, or in their manner violent or harsh. And lastly, it claims to have the right of inflicting spiritual punishment, of cutting off from the ordinary channels of the divine life, and of simply excommunicating those who refuse to submit themselves to its formal declarations. Such is the infallibility lodged in the Catholic Church, viewed in the concrete as closed and surrounded by the appendages of its high sovereignty. It is, to repeat what I have said above, a supereminent prodigious power sent upon earth to encounter and master a giant evil. And now, having thus described it, I profess my own absolute submission to its claim. I believe the whole revealed dogma as taught by the Apostles, as committed by the Apostles to the Church, and as declared by the Church to me. I receive it as it is infallibly interpreted by the authority to whom it is thus committed, and implicitly, as it shall be, in like manner, further interpreted by that same authority till the end of time. I submit moreover to the universally received tradition of the Church, in which lies the matter of those new dogmatic definitions, which are from time to time made, and which in all times are the clothing and the illustration of the Catholic dogma as already defined. And I submit myself to those other decisions of the Holy See, theologically or not, through the organs which it has itself appointed, which, waiving the question of their infallibility on the lowest ground, come to me with a claim to be accepted and obeyed. Also I consider that gradually, and in the course of ages, Catholic inquiry has taken certain definite shapes, and has thrown itself into the form of a science, with a method and a phraseology of its own, under the intellectual handling of great minds, such as St. Athanasius, St. Augustine, and St. Thomas. And I feel no temptation at all to break in pieces the great legacy of thought thus committed to us for these later days. All this being considered as the profession which I made ex animo, as for myself, so also on the part of the Catholic body, as far as I know, it will at first sight be said that the restless intellect of our common humanity is utterly weighed down to the repression of all independent effort and action whatever, so that, if this is to be the mode of bringing it into order, it is brought into order only to be destroyed. But this is far from the result, far from what I conceive to be the intention of that high Providence, who has provided a great remedy for a great evil, far from born out of the history of the conflict between infallibility and reason in the past, and the prospect of it in the future. The energy of the human intellect does from opposition grow. It strives and is joyous, with a tough elastic strength, under the terrible blows of the divinely fashioned weapon, and is never so much itself as when it has lately been overthrown. It is the custom with the Protestant writers to consider that, whereas there are two great principles in action in the history of religion, authority and private judgment, they have all the private judgment to themselves, and we have the full inheritance and the superincumbent oppression of authority. But this is not so. It is the vast Catholic body itself, and it only, which affords an arena for both combatants in that awful, never-dying duel. It is necessary for the very life of religion, viewed in its large operations and its history, that the warfare should be incessantly carried on. Every exercise of infallibility is brought out into act by an intense and varied operation of the reason, both as its ally and as its opponent, and provokes again, when it has done its work, a reaction of reason against it. And, as in a civil polity, the state exists and endures by means of the rivalry and collision, the encroachments and defeats of its constituent parts, so in like manner Catholic Christendom is no simple exhibition of religious absolutism, but presents a continuous picture of authority and private judgment alternately advancing and retracting as the ebb and flow of the tide. It is a vast assemblage of human beings with wilful intellects and wild passions, brought together into one by the beauty and the majesty of a superhuman power, into what may be called a large reformatory or training school, not as if into a hospital or into a prison, not in order to be sent to bed, not to be buried alive, but, if I may change my metaphor, brought together as if into some moral factory, for the melting, refining, and moulding, by the incessant noisy process of the new material of human nature, so excellent, so dangerous, so capable of divine purposes. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. St. Paul says in one place that his apostolical power is given him to edification and not to destruction. There can be no better account of the infallibility of the Church. It is its supply for a need, and it does not go beyond that need. Its object is, and its effect also, not to enfeeble the freedom or vigor of human thought in religious speculation, but to resist and control its extravagance. What have been its great works? All of them in the distinct province of theology: to put down Arianism, Eutychianism, Pelagianism, Manichaeism, Lutheranism, Jansenism. Such is the broad result of its actions in the past. And now as to the securities which are given to us that so it ever will act in time to come. First, infallibility cannot act outside of a definite circle of thought, and it must, in all its decisions or definitions, as they are called, profess to be keeping within it. The great truths of the moral law, of natural religion, and of apostolical faith are both its boundary and its foundation. It must not go beyond them, and it must ever appeal to them. Both its subject matter and its articles in that subject matter are fixed, and it must ever profess to be guided by Scripture and by tradition. It must refer to the particular apostolic truth which it is enforcing, or what is called defining. Nothing, then, can be presented to me in time to come as part of the faith but what I ought already to have received, and hitherto have been kept from receiving, if so, merely because it has not been brought home to me. Nothing can be imposed upon me different in kind from what I hold already, much less contrary to it. The new truth which is promulgated, if it is to be called new, must be at least homogeneous, cognate, implicit, viewed relatively to the old truth. It must be, what I may even have guessed, or wished, to be included in the apostolic revelation, and at least it will be of such a character that my thoughts readily concur in it or coalesce with it as soon as I hear it. Perhaps I and others actually have always believed it, and the only question which is now decided in my behalf is that I have henceforth the satisfaction of having to believe that I have only been holding all along what the Apostles held before me. Let me take the doctrine which Protestants consider our greatest difficulty, that of Immaculate Conception. Here I entreat the reader to recollect my main drift, which is this: I have no difficulty in receiving the doctrine, and that because it so intimately harmonizes with that circle of recognized dogmatic truths in which it has been recently received. But if I have no difficulty, why may not another have no difficulty also? Why may not 100, 1,000? Now, I am sure that Catholics in general have not any intellectual difficulties at all on the subject of the Immaculate Conception, and that there is no reason why they should. Priests have no difficulty. You tell me that they ought to have a difficulty, but they have not. Be large-minded enough to believe that men may reason and feel very differently from yourselves. How is it that men, when left to themselves, fall into such various forms of religion, except that there are various types of minds among them, very distinct from each other? For my testimony, then, about myself, if you believe it, judge of others also who are Catholic. We do not find the difficulties which you do in the doctrines which we hold. We have no intellectual difficulty in that doctrine in particular, which you call a novelty of this day. We priests need not be hypocrites, though we be called upon to believe in the Immaculate Conception. To that large class of minds who believe in Christianity after our manner, in the particular temper, spirit, and light, whatever word is used, in which Catholics believe it, there is no burden at all in holding that the Blessed Virgin was conceived without original sin. Indeed, it is a simple fact to say that Catholics have not come to believe it because it is defined, but that it was defined because they believe it. So far from the definition in 1854 being a tyrannical infliction on the Catholic world, it was received everywhere on the promulgation with the greatest enthusiasm. It was in consequence of the unanimous petition presented from all parts of the Church to the Holy See, in behalf of an ex cathedra declaration that the doctrine was apostolic, that it was declared so to be. I never heard one Catholic having difficulties in receiving the doctrine, whose faith on other grounds was not already suspicious. Of course there were grave and good men, who were made anxious by the doubt whether it could be formally approved to be apostolical, either by Scripture or tradition, and who, accordingly, though believing it themselves, did not see how it could be defined by authority and imposed upon all Catholics as a matter of faith. But this is another matter. The point in question is whether the doctrine is a burden. I believe it to be none. So far from it being so, I sincerely think that St. Bernard and St. Thomas, who scrupled at it in their day, had they lived into this, would have rejoiced to accept it for its own sake. Their difficulty, as I view it, consists in matters of words, ideas, and arguments. They thought the doctrine inconsistent with other doctrines, and those who defended it in that age had not that precision in their view of it, which has been attained by means of the long disputes of the centuries which followed. And in this want of precision lay the differences of opinion and the controversy. Now the instance which I have been taking suggests another remark. The number of those so-called new doctrines will not oppress us, if it takes 8 centuries to promulgate even one of them. Such is about the length of time through which the preparation has been carried on for the definition of the Immaculate Conception. This, of course, is an extraordinary case, but it is difficult to say what is ordinary, considering how few are the formal occasions on which the voice of infallibility has been solemnly lifted up. It is to the Pope in ecumenical council that we look as to the normal seat of infallibility. Now there have been only 18 such councils since Christianity was, an average of 1 to a century, and of those councils some passed no doctrinal decree at all, others were employed on only one, and many of them were concerned with only elementary points of the Creed. The Council of Trent embraced a large field of doctrine certainly, but I should apply to its canons a remark contained in the University sermon of mine, which has been so ignorantly criticized in the pamphlet, which has been the occasion of this volume. I there have said that the various verses of the Athanasian Creed are only repetitions in various shapes of one and the same idea, and in like manner that Tridentine decrees are not isolated from each other, but are occupied in bringing out in detail by a number of separate declarations, as if into bodily form, a few necessary truths. I should make the same remark on the various theological censures promulgated by popes which the Church has received, and on their dogmatic decisions generally. I own that at first sight those decisions seem from their number to be a greater burden on the faith of individuals than are the canons of the councils. Still, I do not believe that in matter of fact they are so at all, and I give this reason for it. It is not that a Catholic layman or priest is indifferent to the subject, or, from a sort of recklessness, will accept anything that is placed before him, or is willing, like a lawyer, to speak according to his brief, but that in such condemnations the Holy See is engaged for the most part in repudiating 1 or 2 great lines of error, such as Lutheranism or Jansenism, principally ethical, not doctrinal, which are divergent from the Catholic mind, and that it is but expressing what any good Catholic of fair abilities, though unlearned, would say himself from common and sound sense, if the matter could be put before him. Now I will go on in fairness to say what I think is the great trial to the reason. When confronted with that august prerogative of the Catholic Church, of which I have been speaking, I enlarged just now upon the concrete shape and circumstances under which pure infallible authority presents itself to the Catholic. That authority has the prerogative of an indirect jurisdiction on subject matters which lie beyond its own proper limits, and it most reasonably has such a jurisdiction. It could not act in its own province unless it had a right to act out of it. It could not properly defend religious truth without claiming for that truth what may be called its pomeria, or, to take another illustration, without acting as we act as a nation, and claiming as our own not only the land in which we live, but what we call British waters. The Catholic Church claims not only to judge infallibility on religious questions, but to animadvert on opinions in secular matters which bear upon religion, on matters of philosophy, of science, of literature, of history, and it demands our submission to her claim. It claims to censure books, to silence authors, and to forbid discussions. In this province, taken as a whole, it does not so much speak doctrinally as enforce measures of discipline. It must of course be obeyed without a word, and perhaps in process of time it will tacitly recede from its own injunctions. In such cases, the question of faith does not come in at all, for what is a matter of faith is true for all times, and never can be unsaid. Nor does it at all follow, because there is a gift of infallibility in the Catholic Church, that therefore the parties who are in possession of it are in all their proceedings infallible. "Oh, it is excellent," says the poet, "to have a giant's strength, but tyrannous to use it like a giant." I think history supplies us with instances in the Church where legitimate power has been harshly used. To make such admission is no more than saying that the divine treasure, in the words of the Apostle, is in earthen vessels. Nor does it follow that the substance of the acts of the ruling power is not right and expedient, because its manner may have been faulty. Such high authorities act by means of instruments. We know how such instruments claim for themselves the name of their principals, who thus get the credit of faults which really are not theirs. But granting all this to an extent greater than can, with any show of reason, be imputed to the ruling power in the Church, what difficulty is there in the fact of this want of prudence or moderation more than can be urged, with far greater justice, against Protestant communities and institutions? What is there to make us hypocrites, if it has not that effect upon Protestants? We are all called upon, not to profess anything, but to submit and be silent, as Protestant churchmen have before now obeyed the royal command to abstain from certain theological questions. Such injunctions as I have been contemplating are laid merely upon our actions, not upon our thoughts. How, for instance, does it tend to make a man a hypocrite to be forbidden to publish a libel? His thoughts are as free as before. Authoritative prohibitions may tease and irritate, but they have no bearing whatever upon the exercise of reason. So much at first sight, but I will go on to say further, that in spite of all that the most hostile critic may urge about the encroachments or severities of high ecclesiastics in times past in the use of their power, I think that the event has shown, after all, that they were mainly in the right, and that those whom they were hard upon were mainly in the wrong. I love, for instance, the name of Origen. I will not listen to the notion that so great a soul was lost, but I am quite sure that in the contest between his doctrine and followers and the ecclesiastical power, his opponents were right and he was wrong. Yet who can speak with patience of his enemy, and the enemy of St. John Chrysostom, that Theophilus, Bishop of Alexandria? Who can admire or revere Pope Vigilius? And here another consideration presents itself to my thought. In reading ecclesiastical history, when I was an Anglican, it used to be forcibly brought home to me how the initial error of what afterwards became heresy was the urging forward some truth against the prohibition of authority at an unseasonable time. There is a time for everything, and many a man desires a reformation of an abuse, or the fuller developments of a doctrine, or the adoption of a particular policy, but forgets to ask himself whether the right time for it is come. And, knowing that there is no one who will be doing anything towards its accomplishments in his own lifetime, unless he does it himself, he will not listen to the voice of authority, and he spoils a good work in his own century, in order that another man, as yet unborn, may not have the opportunity of bringing it happily to perfection in the next. He may seem to the world to be nothing else than a bold champion for the truth, and a martyr to free opinion, when he is just one of those persons whom the competent authority ought to silence. And, though the case may not fall within the subject matter in which that authority is infallible, or the formal conditions of the exercise of the gift may be wanting, it is clearly the duty of authority to act vigorously in the case. Yet its act will go down to posterity as an instance of a tyrannical interference with private judgment, and of the silencing of a reformer, and of a base love of corruption or error, and it will show still less to advantage if the ruling power happens in its proceeding to evince any defect of prudence or consideration. And all those who take the part of that ruling authority will be considered as time-servers, or indifferent to the cause of uprightness and truth, while on the other hand the said authority may be accidentally supported by a violent ultra-party, which exalts opinions into dogmas, and has it principally at heart to destroy every school of thought but its own. Such a state of things may be provoking and discouraging at the time, in the case of two classes of persons, of moderate men who wish to make differences in religious opinion as little as they fairly can be made, and of such as keenly perceive and are honestly eager to remedy existing evils, evils of which divines in this or that foreign country know nothing at all, and which even at home, where they exist, it is not every one who has the means of estimating. This is the state of things both of past time and of the present. We live in a wonderful age. The enlargement of the circle of secular knowledge just now is simply a bewilderment, and the more so, because it has the promise of continuing, and that with greater rapidity and more signal results. Now these discoveries, certain or probable, have in matter of fact an indirect bearing upon religious opinions, and the question arises, how are the respective claims of revelation and of natural science to be adjusted? Few minds in earnest can remain at ease without some sort of rational grounds for their religious belief. To reconcile theory and fact is almost an instinct of the mind. When then a flood of facts, ascertained or suspected, comes pouring in upon us, with a multitude of others in prospect, all believers in revelation, be they Catholic or not, are roused to consider their bearings upon themselves, both for the honour of God, and from tenderness for those many souls who, in consequence of the confident tone of the school of secular knowledge, are in danger of being led away into a bottomless liberalism of thought. I am not going to criticize here that vast body of men in the mass, who at this time would profess to be liberals in religion, and who look towards the discoveries of the age, certain or in progress, as their informants, direct or indirect, as to what they shall think about the unseen and the future. The liberalism which gives a colour to society now is very different from that character of thought which bore the name 30 or 40 years ago. Now it is scarcely a party. It is the educated lay world. When I was young, I knew the word first as giving name to a periodical, set up by Lord Byron and others. Now as then I have no sympathy with the philosophy of Byron. Afterwards, liberalism was the badge of theological school, of a dry and repulsive character, not very dangerous in itself, though dangerous as opening the door to evils which it did not itself either anticipate or comprehend. At present it is nothing else than the deep, plausible skepticism of which I spoke above, as being the development of human reason, as practically exercised by the natural man. The liberal religionists of this day are a very mixed body, and therefore I am not intending to speak against them. There may be, and doubtless is, in the hearts of some or many of them, a real antipathy or anger against revealed truth, which it is distressing to think of. Again, in many men of science or literature, there may be an animosity rising from almost a personal feeling, it being a matter of party, a point of honour, the excitement of a game, or a satisfaction to the soreness or annoyance occasioned by the acrimony or narrowness of apologists for religion, to prove that Christianity or that Scripture is untrustworthy. Many scientific and literary men, on the other hand, go on, I am confident, in a straightforward, impartial way, in their own province and on their own line of thought, without any disturbance from religious difficulties in themselves, or any wish at all to give pain to others by the result of their investigations. It would ill become me, as if I were afraid of truth of any kind, to blame those who pursue secular facts by means of the reason which God has given them to their logical conclusions, or to be angry with science because religion is bound in duty to take cognizance of its teaching. But putting these particular classes of men aside, as having no special call on the sympathy of the Catholic, of course he does most deeply enter into the feeling of a fourth and larger class of men, in the educated portions of society, of religious and sincere minds, who are simply perplexed, frightened or rendered desperate as the case may be, by the utter confusion into which late discoveries or speculations have thrown their most elementary ideas of religion. Who does not feel for such men? Who can have one unkind thought of them? I take up in their behalf St. Augustine's beautiful words, Ille in vos saviant, etc. Let them be fierce with you who have no experience of the difficulty with which error is discriminated from truth, and the way of life is found amid the illusions of the world. How many a Catholic has in his thought followed such men, many of them so good, so true, so noble? How often has the wish risen in his heart that some one from among his own people should come forward as the champion of revealed truth against its opponents? Various persons, Catholic and Protestant, have asked me to do so myself, but I had several strong difficulties in the way. One of the greatest is this, that at the moment it is so difficult to say precisely what it is that is to be encountered and overthrown. I am far from denying that scientific knowledge is really growing, but it is by fits and starts. Hypotheses rise and fall. It is difficult to anticipate which of them will keep their ground, and what the state of knowledge in relation to them will be from year to year. In this condition of things, it has seemed to me to be very undignified for a Catholic to commit himself to the work of chasing what might turn out to be phantoms, and, in behalf of some special objections, to be ingenious in devising a theory, which before it was completed might have to give place to some theory newer still, from the fact that those former objections had already come to naught under the uprising of others. It seemed to be specially a time in which Christians had a call to be patient, in which they had no other way of helping those who were alarmed than that of exhorting them to have a little faith and fortitude, and to beware, as the poet says, of dangerous steps. This seemed so clear to me, the more I thought of the matter, as to make me surmise that, if I attempted what had so little promise in it, I should find that the highest Catholic authority was against the attempt, and that I should have spent my time and my thought in doing what either it would be imprudent to bring before the public at all, or what, did I do so, would only complicate matters further which were already complicated without my interference more than enough. And I interpret recent acts of the authority as fulfilling my expectation. I interpret them as tying the hands of a controversialist, such as I should be, and teaching us that true wisdom, which Moses inculcated on his people, when the Egyptians were pursuing them. Fear ye not, stand still, the Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And so far from finding a difficulty in obeying in this case, I have cause to be thankful and to rejoice to have so clear a direction in a matter of difficulty. But if we would ascertain with correctness the real course of a principle, we must look at it at a certain distance, and as history represents it to us. Nothing carried on by human instruments but has its irregularities, and affords ground for criticism when minutely scrutinized in matters of detail. I have been speaking of that aspect of the action of an infallible authority, which is most open to invidious criticism from those who view it from without. I have tried to be fair in estimating what can be said to its disadvantage, as witnessed at a particular time in the Catholic Church, and now I wish its adversaries to be equally fair in their judgment upon its historical character. Can, then, the infallible authority, with any show of reason, be said in fact to have destroyed the energy of the Catholic intellect? Let it be observed, I have not here to speak of any conflict which ecclesiastical authority has had with science, for this simple reason, that conflict there has been none, and that, because the secular science, as they now exist, are a novelty in the world, and there has been no time yet for a history of relations between theology and these new methods of knowledge, and indeed the Church may be said to have kept clear of them, as is proved by the constantly cited case of Galileo. Here exceptio probat regulam, for it is the one stock argument. Again, I have not to speak of any relations of the Church to the new sciences, because my simple question all along has been whether the assumption of infallibility by the proper authority is adapted to make me a hypocrite, until that authority passes decree on pure physical subjects and calls on me to subscribe them, which it never will do, because it has not the power. It has no tendency to interfere by any of its acts with my private judgment on those points. The simple question is, whether authority has so acted upon the reason of individuals that they can have no opinion of their own, and have but an alternative of slavish superstition or secret rebellion of heart. And I think the whole history of theology puts an absolute negative upon such a supposition. It is hardly necessary to argue out so plain a point. It is individuals and not the Holy See that have taken the initiative and given the lead to the Catholic mind in theological inquiry. Indeed, it is one of the reproaches urged against the Roman Church, that it has originated nothing and has only served as a sort of remora or break in the development of doctrine. And it is an objection which I really embrace as truth, for such I conceive to be the main purpose of its extraordinary gift. It is said, and truly, that the Church of Rome possessed no great mind in the whole period of persecution. Afterwards, for a long while, it has not a single doctor to show. St. Leo its first is the teacher of one point of doctrine. St. Gregory, who stands at the very extremity of the first age of the Church, has no place in dogma or philosophy. The great luminary of the Western world is, as we know, St. Augustine. He, no infallible teacher, has formed the intellect of Christian Europe. Indeed, to the African Church generally, we must look for the best early exposition of Latin ideas. Moreover, of the African divines, the first in order of time, and not the least influential, is the strong-minded and heterodox Tertullian. Nor is the Eastern intellect as such without its share in the formulation of the Latin teaching. The free thought of Origen is visible in the writing of the Western doctors, Hilary and Ambrose, and the independent mind of Jerome has enriched his own vigorous commentaries on Scripture from the stores of the sacredly orthodox Eusebius. Heretical questionings have been transmuted by the living power of the Church into salutary truths. The case is the same as regards the ecumenical councils. Authority in its most imposing exposition, grave bishops, laden with the traditions and rivalries of particular nations or places, have been guided in their decisions by commanding genius of individuals, sometimes young and of inferior rank. Not that inspired intellect overrule the superhuman gift which was committed to the council, which would be a self-contradictory assertion, but that in that process of inquiry and deliberation, which ended in an infallible enunciation, individual reason was paramount. Thus Malchion, a mere presbyter, was the instrument of the great council of Antioch in the 3rd century, in meeting and refuting for the assembled fathers the heretical patriarch of that see. Parallel to this instance is the influence so well known of a young deacon, St. Athanasius, with the 318 fathers at Nicaea. In medieval times we read of St. Anselm at Bari as the champion of the council there held against the Greeks. At Trent the writings of St. Bonaventure, and, what is more to the point, the address of a priest and theologian, Salmeron, had a critical effect on some of the definitions of dogma. In some of those cases the influence might be partly moral, but in others it was that of a discursive knowledge of ecclesiastical writers, a scientific acquaintance with theology, and a force of thought in the treatment of doctrine. There are, of course, intellectual habits which theology does not tend to form, as for instance the experimental, and again the philosophical, but that is because it is theology, not because of the gift of infallibility. But as far as this goes, I think it could be shown that physical science, on the other hand, or again mathematical, affords but an imperfect training for the intellect. I do not see then how any objection about the narrowness of theology comes into our question, which simply is, whether the belief in an infallible authority destroys the independence of the mind. And I consider that the whole history of the Church and especially the history of theological schools, gives a negative to the accusation. There never was a time when the intellect of the educated class was more active, or rather more restless, than in the Middle Ages. And then again, all through Church history, from the first, how slow is authority in interfering. Perhaps a local teacher or a doctor in some local school hazards a proposition and a controversy ensues. It smoulders or burns in one place, no one interposing. Rome simply lets it alone. Then it comes before a bishop, or some priest, or some professor in some other seat of learning takes it up, and then there is the second stage of it. Then it comes before a university, and it may be condemned by the theological faculty. So the controversy proceeds year after year, and Rome is still silent. An appeal perhaps is next made to a set of authority inferior to Rome, and then at last, after a long while, it comes before the supreme power. Meanwhile the question has been ventilated and turned over and over again, and viewed on every side of it, and authority is called upon to pronounce the decision, which has already been arrived at by reason. But even then, perhaps the supreme authority hesitates to do so, and nothing is determined on the point for years, or so generally and vaguely, that the whole controversy has to be gone through again, before it is ultimately determined. It is manifest how a mode of proceeding, such as this, tends not only to the liberty, but to the courage, of the individual theologian or controversialist. Many a man has ideas, which he hopes are true, and useful for his day, but he is not confident about them, and wishes to have them discussed. He is willing, or rather would be thankful, to give them up, if they can be proved to be erroneous or dangerous, and by means of controversy he obtains his end. He is answered and he yields, or on the contrary he finds that he is considered safe. He would not dare to do this, if he knew an authority, which was supreme and final, was watching every word he said, and made signs of assent or dissent to each sentence as he uttered it. Then indeed he would be fighting, as the Persian soldiers, under the lash, and the freedom of his intellect might truly be said to be beaten out of him. But this has not been so. I do not mean to say that, when controversies run high, in schools or even in small portions of the Church, an interposition may not advisably take place, and again questions may be of that urgent nature, that an appeal must, as a matter of duty, be made at once to the highest authority in the Church. But if we look into the history of controversy, we shall find, I think, the general run of things to be such as I have represented it. Zosimus treated Pelagius and Coelestius with extreme forbearance. St. Gregory VII was equally indulgent with Berengaris. By reason of the very power of the popes, they have commonly been slow and moderate in their use of it. And here again is a further shelter for the legitimate exercise of the reason. The multitude of nations which are within the fold of the Church will be found to have acted for its protection against any narrowness, on the supposition of narrowness, in various authorities at Rome, with whom lies the practical decision of controverted questions. How have the Greek traditions been respected and provided for in the latter ecumenical councils, in spite of the countries that held them being in a state of schism? There are important points of doctrine which have been, humanly speaking, exempted from the infallible sentence, by the tenderness with which its instruments, in framing it, have treated the opinion of particular places. Then again, such national influences have a providential effect in moderating the bias which the local influence of Italy may exert upon the See of St. Peter. It stands to reason that, as the Gallican Church has in it a French element, so Rome must have in it an element of Italy. And it is no prejudice to the zeal and devotion with which we submit ourselves to the Holy See to admit this plainly. It seems to me, as I have been saying, that Catholicity is not only one of the notes of the Church, but according to the divine purposes, one of its securities. I think it would be a very serious evil, which divine mercy avert, that the Church should be contracted in Europe within the range of particular nationalities. It is a great idea to introduce Latin civilization into America, and to improve the Catholics there by the energy of French devotedness. But I trust that all European races will ever have a place in the Church, and assuredly I think that the loss of the English, not to say the German element, in its composition, has been a most serious misfortune. And certainly, if there is one consideration more than another which should make us English grateful to Pius IX, it is that, by giving us a Church of our own, he has prepared the way for our own habits of mind, our own manner of reasoning, our own tastes, and our own virtues, finding a place and thereby a sanctification in the Catholic Church. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Apologia Pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. There is only one other subject which I think it necessary to introduce here, as bearing on the vague suspicions which are attached in this country to the Catholic priesthood. It is one of which my accusers have before now said much, the charge of reserve and economy. They found it in no slight degree on what I have said on the subject in my History of the Arians, and a note upon one of my sermons in which I referred to it. The principle of reserve is also advocated by an admirable writer in 2 numbers of the Tracts of the Times, and of these I was editor. Now as to the economy itself, footnote, vide note F, the economy, end footnote. It is founded upon the words of our Lord, "Cast not your pearls before swine," and it was observed by the early Christians more or less, in their intercourse with the heathen populations among whom they lived. In the midst of the abominable idolatries and impurities of that fearful time, the rule of the economy was an imperative duty. But that rule, at least as I have explained and recommended it, in anything that I have written, did not go beyond 1. The concealing the truth when we could do so without deceit; 2. Stating it only partially; and 3. Representing it under the nearest form possible to a learner or inquirer, when he could not possibly understand it exactly. I conceive that to draw angels with wings is an instance of the third of these economical modes, and to avoid the question, "Do Christians believe in a Trinity?" by answering, "They believe in only one God," would be an instance of the second. As to the first, it is hardly an economy, but comes under what is called the disciplina arcanae. The second and third economical modes Clement calls lying, means that a partial truth is in some sense a lie, as is also a representative truth. And this, I think, is about the long and the short of the ground of the accusation which has been so violently urged against me, as being a patron of the economy. Of late years I have come to think, as I believe most writers do, that Clement meant more than I have said. I used to think he used the word lie as a hyperbole, but I now believe that he, as other early Fathers, thought that under certain circumstances it was lawful to tell a lie. This doctrine I never maintained, though I used to think, as I do now, that the theory of the subject is surrounded with considerable difficulty, and it is not strange that I should say so, considering that great English writers declare without hesitation that in certain extreme cases, as to save life, honour, or even property, a lie is allowable. And thus I am brought to the direct question of truth, and of the truthfulness of Catholic priests generally, in their dealing with the world, as bearing on the general question of their honesty, and of their internal belief in their religious professions. It would answer no purpose, and it would be departing from the line of writing which I have been observing all along, if I entered into any formal discussion on this question. What I shall do here, as I have done in the foregoing pages, is to give my own testimony on the matter in question, and there to leave it. Now first I will say, that when I became a Catholic, nothing struck me more at once than the English outspoken manner of the priests. It was the same at Oscott, at Old Hall Green, at Ushaw. There was nothing of that smoothness or mannerism which is commonly imputed to them, and they were more natural and unaffected than many an Anglican clergyman. The many years which have passed since have only confirmed my first impression. I have ever found it in the priests of this diocese. Did I wish to point out a straightforward Englishman, I should instance the Bishop, who has, to our great benefit, for so many years presided over it. And next I was struck, when I had more opportunity of judging of the priests, by the simple faith in the Catholic creed and system, of which they always gave evidence, and which they never seemed to feel, in any sense at all, to be burdened. And now that I have been in the Church 19 years, I cannot recollect hearing a single instance in England of an infidel priest. Of course there are men from time to time who leave the Catholic Church for another religion, but I am speaking of cases when a man keeps a fear outside to the world and is a hollow hypocrite in his heart. I wonder that the self-devotion of our priests does not strike a Protestant in this point of view. What do they gain by professing a creed in which, if their enemies are to be credited, they really do not believe? What is their reward for committing themselves to a life of self-restraint and toil, and perhaps to a premature and miserable death? The Irish fever cut off between Liverpool and Leeds 30 priests and more, young men in the flower of their days, old men who seem entitled to some quiet time after their long toil. There was a bishop cut off in the north, but what had a man of his ecclesiastical rank to do with the drudgery and the danger of sick calls, except that Christian faith and charity constrained him? Priests volunteered for the dangerous service. It was the same with them on the first coming of the cholera, that mysterious awe-inspiring infliction. If they did not heartily believe in the creed of the Church, then I will say that the remarks of the Apostle had its fullest illustration. If in this life only we have hope in Christ, we are of all men most miserable. What could support a set of hypocrites in the presence of a deadly disorder, one of them following another in long order up the forlorn hope, and one after another perishing? And such I may say, in its substance, is every mission priest's life. He is ever ready to sacrifice himself for his people. Night and day, sick or well himself, in all weathers, off he is on the news of a sick call. The fact of a parishioner dying without the sacraments through his fault is terrible to him. Why terrible? If he has not a deep absolute faith, which he acts upon with a free service. Protestants admire this when they see it, but they do not seem to see as clearly that it excludes the very notion of hypocrisy. Sometimes when they reflect upon it, it leads them to remark on the wonderful discipline of Catholic priesthood. They say that no Church has so well ordered a clergy, and that in that respect it surpasses their own. They wish they could have such exact discipline among themselves. But is it an excellence which can be purchased? Is it a phenomenon which depends on nothing else than itself? Or is it an effect which has a cause? You cannot buy devotion at a price. It has never been heard of in the land of Canaan, neither has it been seen in Theman. The child of Agar, the merchants of Meran, none of these have known its way. What then is that wonderful charm, which makes 1,000 men act all in one way, and infuses a prompt obedience to rule, as if they were under some stern military compulsion? How difficult to find an answer, unless you will allow the obvious one, that they believe intensely what they profess. I cannot think what it can be, in a day like this, which keeps up the prejudice of this Protestant country against us, unless it be the vague charges which are drawn from our books of moral theology, and with short notice of the work in particular, which by our accusers is especially thrown into our teeth, I shall bring these observations to a close. St. Alfonso Liguori, then, it cannot be denied, lays down that an equivocation, that is, a play upon words, in which one sense is taken by the speaker, and another sense intended by him for the hearer, is allowable, if there is a just cause, that is, in an extraordinary case, and may even be confirmed by an oath. I shall give my opinion on this point as plainly as any Protestant can wish, and therefore I avow at once that in the department of morality, much as I admire the high points of the Italian character, I like the English rule of conduct better; but, in saying so, I am not, as will shortly be seen, saying anything disrespectful to St. Alfonso, who was a lover of truth, and whose intercession, I trust, I shall not lose, though, on the matter under consideration, I follow other guidance in preference to his. Now I make this remark first. Great English authors, Jeremy Taylor, Milton, Paley, Johnson, men of very different schools of thought, distinctly say that under certain extraordinary circumstances it is allowable to tell a lie. Taylor says, to tell a lie for charity, to save a man's life, the life of a friend, of a husband, of a prince, of a useful and public person, has not only been done at all times, but commended by great and wise and good men. Who would not save his father's life, at the charge of a harmless lie, from persecutors or tyrants? Again, Milton says, what man in his sense would deny that there are those whom we have the best grounds for considering that we ought to deceive, as boys, madmen, the sick, the intoxicated, enemies, men in error, thieves? I would ask, by which of these commandments is a lie forbidden? You will say, by the 9th. If then my lie does not injure my neighbor, certainly it is not forbidden by this commandment. Paley says, there are falsehoods which are not lies, that is, which are not criminal. Johnson, the general rule is that truth should never be violated. There must, however, be some exceptions, if, for instance, a murderer should ask you which way a man is gone. Now I am not using these instances as argumentum ad hominem, but the purpose of which I put them is this. 1. First, I have set down the distinct statements of Taylor, Milton, Paley, and Johnson. Now, would any one give ever so little weight to these statements in forming a real estimate of the veracity of the writers, if they now were alive? Were a man who is so fierce as St. Alfonso to meet Paley or Johnson tomorrow in society, would he look upon him as a liar, a knave, as dishonest and untrustworthy? I am sure he would not. Why then does he not deal out of the same measure to Catholic priests? If a copy of Scavini, which speaks of equivocation as being in a just cause allowable, be found in a student's room at Oscott, not Scavini himself, but even the unhappy student who has what a Protestant calls a bad book in his possession, is judged to be for life unworthy of credit. Are all Protestant textbooks which are used at the University immaculate? Is it necessary to take for gospel every word of Aristotle's Ethics, or every assertion of Hay or Burnet on the Articles? Are textbooks the ultimate authority, or rather are they not manuals in the hands of a lecturer, and the groundwork of his remarks? But again, let us suppose, not the case of a student, or of a professor, but of Scavini himself, or of St. Alfonso. Now here again I ask, since you would not scruple in holding Paley for an honest man, in spite of his defence of lying, why do you scruple at holding St. Alfonso honest? I am perfectly sure that you would not scruple at Paley personally. You might not agree with him, but you would not go further than to call him a bold thinker. Then why should St. Alfonso's person be odious to you, as well as his doctrine? Now I wish to tell you why you are not afraid of Paley, because you would say, when he advocated lying, he was taking extreme or special cases. You would have no fear of a man who you knew had shot a burglar dead in his own house, because you know you are not a burglar. So you would not think that Paley had a habit of telling lies in society, because in the case of a cruel alternative he thought it the lesser evil to tell a lie. Then why do you show such suspicion of a Catholic theologian, who speaks of certain extraordinary cases in which an equivocation in a penitent cannot be visited by his confessor as if it were a sin? For this is the exact point of the question. But again, why does Paley, why does Jeremy Taylor, when no practical matter is actually before him, lay down a maxim about the lawfulness of lying, which will startle most readers? The reason is plain. He is forming a theory of morals, and he must treat every question in turn as it comes. And this is just what St. Alfonso or Scavini is doing. You only try your hand yourself at a treatise on the rules of morality, and you will see how difficult the work is. What is the definition of a lie? Can you give a better than that it is a sin against justice, as Taylor and Paley considered it? But, if so, how could it be a sin at all, if your neighbour is not injured? If you do not like this definition, take another, and then, by means of that, perhaps you will be defending St. Alfonso's equivocation. However, this is what I insist upon, that St. Alfonso, as Paley, is considering the different portions of a large subject, and he must, on the subject of lying, give his judgment, though on that subject it is difficult to form any judgment which is satisfactory. But further still, you must not suppose that a philosopher or moralist uses in his own case the license which his theory itself would allow him. A man in his own person is guided by his own conscience, but in drawing out a system of rules he is obliged to go by logic, and follow the exact deduction of conclusion from conclusion, and must be sure that the whole system is coherent and one. You hear of even immoral or irreligious books being written by men of decent character. There is a late writer who says that David Hume's skeptical works are not at all the picture of the man. A priest might write a treatise which was really lax on the subject of lying, which might come under the condemnation of the Holy See, as some treatises on that score have already been condemned, and yet in his own person he is a rigorist. And, in fact, it is notorious for St. Alfonso's life that he, who has the repute of being so lax a moralist, had one of the most scrupulous and anxious of consciences himself. Nay, further than this, he was originally in the law, and on one occasion he was betrayed into the commission of what seems like a deceit, though it was an accident, and that was the very occasion of his leaving the profession and embracing the religious life. The account of this remarkable occurrence is told us in his life. Notwithstanding he had carefully examined over and over the details of the process, he was completely mistaken regarding the sense of one document, which constituted the right of the adverse party. The advocate of the Grand Duke perceived the mistake, but he allowed Alfonso to continue his eloquent address to the end, without interruption. As soon, however, as he finished, he rose and said with cutting coolness, "Sir, the case is not exactly what you suppose it to be. If you will review the process, and examine this paper attentively, you will find they are precisely the contrary of all you have advanced." "Willingly," replied Alfonso, without hesitating. "The decision depends on this question, whether the fief were granted under the law of Lombardy or under the French law." The paper being examined, it was found that the Grand Duke's advocate was in the right. "Yes," said Alfonso, holding the paper in his hand, "I am wrong. I have been mistaken." A discovery so unexpected, and a fear of being accused of unfair dealings filled him with consternation and covered him with confusion, so much so that every one saw his emotion. It was in vain that the President Caravita, who loved him and knew his integrity, tried to console him by telling him that such mistakes were not uncommon, even among the first men at the bar. Alfonso would listen to nothing, but, overwhelmed with confusion, his head sunk on his breast, he said to himself, "World, I know you now. Courts of law, never shall you see me again." And turning his back on the assembly, he withdrew to his own house, increasingly repeating to himself, "World, I know you now." What annoyed him most was, that having studied and restudied the process during a whole month, without having discovered this important flaw, he could not understand how it had escaped his observation. And this is the man so easily scared at the very shadow of trickery, who is so flippantly pronounced to be a patron of lying. But in truth the Catholic theologian has objects in view which men in general little compass. He is not thinking of himself, but of a multitude of souls, sick souls, sinful souls, carried away by sin, full of evil, and he is trying with all his might to rescue them from their miserable state, and in order to save them from more heinous sins, he tries to the full extent that his conscience will allow him to go, to shut his eyes to such sin as are those sins yet lighter in character or degree. He knows perfectly well that, if he is as strict as he would wish to be, he shall be able to do nothing at all with the run of men, so he is as indulgent with them as ever he can be. Let it not be for an instant supposed that I allow of the maximum of doing evil that good may come; but keeping clear of this, there is a way of winning men from greater sins by winking for the time at the less, or at mere improprieties or faults. And this is the key to the difficulty which Catholic books of moral theology so often cause to the Protestant. They are intended for the confessor, and Protestants view them as intended for the preacher. 2. And I observe upon Taylor, Milton, and Paley thus: what would a Protestant clergyman say to me, if I accused him of teaching that a lie was allowable, and if, when he asked for my proof, I said in reply that such was the doctrine of Taylor and Milton? Why, he would sharply retort, I am not bound by Taylor or Milton. And if I went on urging that Taylor was one of the authorities, he would answer, that Taylor was a great writer, but great writers were not therefore infallible. This is pretty much the answer which I make when I am considered in this matter a disciple of St. Alfonso. I plainly and positively state, and without any reserve, that I do not at all follow this holy and charitable man in this portion of his teaching. There are various schools of opinion allowed in the Church, and on this point I follow others. I follow Cardinal Gerdil and Natalis Alexander, nay, St. Augustine. I will quote one passage from Natalis Alexander. They certainly lie, who utter the words of an oath, without the will to swear or bind themselves, or who make use of mental reservations and equivocations in swearing, since they signify by words what they have not in mind, contrary to the end for which language was instituted, namely as signs of ideas. Or they mean something else than the words signify in themselves in the common custom of speech. And to take an instance, I do not believe any priest in England would dream of saying, my friend is not here, meaning, he is not in my pocket or under my shoe. Nor should any consideration make me say so myself. I do not think St. Alfonso would in his own case have said so, and he would have been as much shocked at Taylor and Paley as Protestants are at him. Vide Note G, lying and equivocation. And now if Protestants wish to know what our real teaching is, as on other subjects, so on that of lying, let them look not at our books of casuistry, but at our catechism. Works on pathology do not give the best insight into the form and the harmony of the human frame. And, as it is with the body, so it is with the mind. The Catechism of the Council of Trent was drawn up for the express purpose of providing preachers with subjects for their sermons. And, as my whole work has been a defence of myself, I may here say that I rarely preach a sermon, but I go to this beautiful and complete catechism to get both my matter and my doctrine. There we find the following notices about the duty of veracity. Thou shalt not bear false witness, etc. Let attention be drawn to two laws contained in this commandment. The one forbidding false witness, the other bidding that, removing all pretense and deceit, we should measure our words and deeds by simple truth, as the Apostle admonished the Ephesians of that duty in these words, doing truth in charity, let us grow in him through all things. To deceive by a lie in joke, or for the sake of compliment, though to no one there accrues loss or gain in consequence, nevertheless is altogether unworthy. For thus the Apostle admonishes, putting aside lying, speak ye truth. For therein is great danger of lapsing into frequent and more serious lying, and from lies and joke men gain the habit of lying, whence they gain the character of not being truthful. And thence again, in order to gain credence to their words, they find it necessary to make a practice of swearing. Nothing is more necessary for us than truth of testimony, in those things which we neither know ourselves, nor can allowably be ignorant of, on which points there is extant that maxim of St. Augustine's, whoso conceals the truth, and whoso puts forth a lie, each is guilty, the one because he is not willing to do a service, the other because he has a wish to do a mischief. It is lawful at times to be silent about the truth, but out of a court of law. For in court, when a witness is interrogated by the judge according to law, the truth is wholly to be brought out. Witnesses, however, must beware lest from overconfidence in their memory they affirm for certain what they have not verified. In order that the faithful may with good will avoid the sin of lying, the parish priest shall set before them the extreme misery and turpitude of this wickedness. For in Holy Writ the devil is called the father of a lie, for, in that he did not remain in truth, he is a liar, and the father of a lie. He will add, with the view of ridding men of so great a crime, the evils which follow upon lying; and, whereas they are innumerable, he will point out at least the source and the general head of these mischiefs and calamities, namely, 1. How great is God's displeasure, and how great His hatred of a man who is insincere and a liar. 2. What little security there is that a man who is specially hated by God may not be visited by the heaviest punishments. 3. What more unclean and foul, as St. James says, than that a fountain by the same jet should send out sweet water and bitter? 4. For that tongue which just now praised God, next, as far as it lies, dishonors Him by lying. 5. In consequence, liars are shut out from the possession of heavenly beatitude. 6. That too is the worst evil of lying, that disease of the mind is generally incurable. Moreover, there is this harm too, and one of vast extent, and touching men generally, that by insincerity and lying, faith and truth are lost, which are the firmest bonds of human society, and, when they are lost, supreme confusion follows in life, so that men seem in nothing to differ from devils. Lastly, the parish priest will set those right who excuse their insincerity and allege the example of wise men, who, they say, are used to lie for an occasion. He will tell them what is most true, that the wisdom of the flesh is death. He will exhort his hearers to trust in God when they are in difficulties and straits, not to have recourse to the expedient of a lie. Those who throw the blame of their own lie on those who have already by a lie deceived them are to be taught that men must not revenge themselves, nor make up one evil by another. There is much more to the Catechism to the same effect, and it is of universal obligation, whereas the decision of a particular author in morals need not be accepted by any one. To one other authority I appeal on this subject, which commands from me attention of a special kind, for it is the teaching of a Father. It will serve to bring my work to a conclusion. St. Philip, says the Roman Oratorian who wrote his life, had a particular dislike of affectation both in himself and others, in speaking, in dressing, or in anything else. He avoided all ceremony which savoured of worldly compliment, always showed himself a great stickler for Christian simplicity in everything, so that, when he had to deal with men of worldly prudence, he did not very readily accommodate himself to them. And he avoided as much as possible having anything to do with two-faced persons, who did not go simply and straightforward to work in their transactions. As for liars, he could not endure them, and he was continually reminding his spiritual children to avoid them as they would a pestilence. These are the principles on which I have acted before I was a Catholic. These are the principles which, I trust, will be my stay and guidance to the end. I have closed this history of myself with St. Philip's name upon St. Philip's feast day, and having done so, to whom can I more suitably offer it as a memorial of affection and gratitude than to St. Philip's son, my dearest brothers of this house, the priests of the Birmingham Oratory, Ambrose St. John, Henry Austin Mills, Henry Biddleston, Edward Caswall, William Payne Neville, and Henry Ignatius Dudley Ryder, who have been so faithful to me, who have been so sensitive of my needs, who have been so indulgent to my failings, who have carried me through so many trials, who have grudged no sacrifice, if I asked for it, who have been so cheerful under discouragement of my causing, who have done so many good works and let me have the credit of them, with whom I have lived so long, with whom I hope to die. And to you especially, dear Ambrose St. John, whom God gave me, when he took every one else away, who are the link between my old life and my new, who have now for 21 years been so devoted to me, so patient, so zealous, so tender, who have let me lean so hard upon you, who have watched me so narrowly, who have never thought of yourself, if I was in question. And in you I gather up and bear in memory those familiar affectionate companions and counsellors, who in Oxford were given to me one after another to be my daily solace and relief, and all those others, of great name and high example, who were my thorough friends, and showed me true attachment in times long past, and also those many younger men, whether I knew them or not, who have never been disloyal to me by word or deed. And, of all these, thus various in relations to me, those morely especially, who have since joined the Catholic Church. And I earnestly pray for this whole company, with a hope against hope, that all of us, who once were so united and so happy in our union, may even now be brought at length, by the power of the divine will, into one fold and under one shepherd. May 26, 1864, in Festo Corpus Christi. End of chapter 5. Note A of Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Note A. Liberalism. I have been asked to explain more fully what it is I mean by liberalism, because merely to call it the anti-dogmatic principle is to tell very little about it. An explanation is the more necessary, because such good Catholics and distinguished writers as Count Montalembert and Father Lacordaire use the word in a favourable sense, and claim to be liberals themselves. The only singularity, says the former of the two in describing his friend, was his liberalism. By a phenomenon at that time unheard of, this convert, this seminarist, this confessor of nuns, was just as stubborn a liberal, as in the days when he was a student and a barrister. I do not believe that it is possible for me to differ in my important matters from two men whom I so highly admire. In their general line of thought and conduct I enthusiastically concur, and consider them to be before their age. And it would be strange indeed if it did not read with a special interest in M. de Montalembert's beautiful volume of the unselfish aims, the thwarted projects, the unrequited toils, the grand and tender resignation of Lacordaire. If I hesitate to adopt their language about liberalism, I impute the necessity of such hesitation to some differences between us in the use of words or in the circumstances of country, and thus I reconcile myself to remaining faithful to my own conception of it, though I cannot have their voices to give force to mine. Speaking then in my own way, I proceed to explain what I meant as a Protestant by liberalism, and to do so in connection with the circumstances under which that system of opinion came before me at Oxford. If I might presume to contrast Lacordaire and myself, I should say that we had been both of us inconsistent. He, a Catholic, in calling himself a liberal; I, a Protestant, in being an anti-liberal; and moreover, that the cause of this inconsistency had been in both cases one and the same, that is, we were both of us such good conservatives as to take up with what we happened to find established in our respective countries, at the time when we came into active life. Toryism was the creed of Oxford. He inherited and made the best of the French Revolution. When in the beginning of the present century, not very long before my own time, after many years of moral and intellectual declension, the University of Oxford woke up to a sense of its duties and began to reform itself, the first instruments of this change, to whose zeal and courage we all owe so much, were naturally thrown together for mutual support against the numerous obstacles which lay in their path, and soon stood out in relief from the body of residents who, though many of them men of talent themselves, cared little for the object which the other had at heart. These Reformers, as they may be called, were for some years members of scarcely more than 3 or 4 colleges, and their own college, as being under their direct influence, of course, had the benefit of those stricter views of discipline and teaching which they themselves were urging on the University. They had, in no long time, enough of real progress in the several spheres of exertion, and enough of reputation out of doors, to warrant them in considering themselves the élite of the place. And it is not wonderful if they were in consequence led to look down upon the majority of colleges, which had not kept pace with the Reform, or which had been hostile to it. And when those rivalries of one man with another arose, whether personal or collegiate, which befall literary and scientific societies, such disturbances did but tend to raise in their eyes the value which they had already set upon academical distinction, and increase their zeal in pursuing it. Thus was formed an intellectual circle or class in the University, men who felt they had a career before them as soon as the pupils whom they were forming came into public life, men whom non-residents, whether country parsons or preachers of the low church, or coming up from time to time to the old place, would look at, partly with admiration, partly with suspicion, as being an honour indeed to Oxford, but withal exposed to the temptation of ambitious views and to the spiritual evils signified in what is called the pride of reason. Nor was this imputation altogether unjust, for, as they were following out the proper idea of a university, of course they suffered more or less from the moral malady incident to such a pursuit. The very object of such great institutions lies in the cultivation of the mind and the spread of knowledge. If this object, as all human objects, has its dangers at all times, much more would these exist in the case of men who were engaged in a work of reformation, and had the opportunity of measuring themselves not only with those who were their equals in intellect, but with the many who were below them. In this select circle or class of men, in various colleges, the direct instruments and the choice fruit of real university reform, we see the rudiments of the liberal party. Whenever men are able to act at all, there is the chance of extreme and intemperate action, and therefore, when there is exercise of mind, there is the chance of wayward or mistaken exercise. Liberty of thought is in itself a good, but it gives an opening to false liberty. Now by liberalism I mean false liberty of thought, or the exercise of thought upon matters in which, from the constitution of the human mind, thought cannot be brought to any successful issue, and therefore is out of place. Among such matters are first principles of whatever kind, and of these the most sacred and momentous are especially to be reckoned the truth of revelation. Liberalism, then, is the mistake of subjecting to human judgment those revealed doctrines which are in their nature beyond and independent of it, and of claiming to determine on extrinsic grounds the truth and value of propositions which rest for their reception simply on the external authority of the divine word. Now certainly the party of whom I have been speaking, taken as a whole, were of a character of mind out of which liberalism might easily grow up, as in fact it did. Certainly they breathed around an influence which made men of religious seriousness shrink into themselves. But while I say as much as this, I have no intention whatever of implying that the talent of the University, in the years before and after 1820, was liberal in its theology, in the sense in which the bulk of the educated class through the country are liberal now. I would not for the world be supposed to detract from the Christian earnestness and the activity in religious works above the average of men of many of the persons in question. They would have protested against their being supposed to place reason before faith, or knowledge before devotion. Yet I do consider that they unconsciously encouraged and successfully introduced into Oxford a license of opinion which went far beyond them. In their day they did little more than take credit to themselves for enlightened views, largeness of mind, liberality of sentiment, without drawing the line between what was just and what was inadmissible in speculation, and without seeing the tendency of their own principle, and engrossing as they did the mental energy of the University, they met for a time with no effectual hindrance to the spread of their influence, except what indeed at the moment was most effectual, but not of an intellectual character, the thoroughgoing Toryism and traditionary Church of Englandism of the great body of the colleges and convocation. Now and then a man of note appeared in the pulpit or lecture rooms of the University, who was a worthy representative of the more religious and devout Anglicans. These belonged chiefly to the High Church party, for the party called Evangelical never has been able to breathe freely in atmosphere at Oxford, and at no time has been conspicuous as a party for talent or learning. But of the old High Churchmen, several exerted some sort of anti-liberal influence in the place, at least from time to time, and that influence of an intellectual nature. Among these especially may be mentioned Mr. John Miller of Worcester College, who preached the Bampton Lecture in the year 1817. But as far as I know, he who turned the tide and brought the talent of the University round to the side of the old theology, and against what was familiarly called march of mind, was Mr. Keble. In and from Mr. Keble, the mental activity of Oxford took that contrary direction which issued in what was called Tractarianism. Keble was young in years when he became a University celebrity, and younger in mind. He had a purity and simplicity of a child. He had few sympathies with the intellectual party, who sincerely welcomed him as a brilliant specimen of young Oxford. He instinctively shut up before literary display, and pomp and donnishness of manner, faults which always will beset academical notability. He did not respond to their advances. His collision with them, if it may be so called, was thus described by Hurrell Froude in his own way. Poor Keble, he used gravely to say, he was asked to join the aristocracy of talent, but he soon found his level. He went into the country, but his instance serves to prove that men need not, in the event, lose that influence which is rightly theirs, because they happen to be thwarted in the use of the channels natural and proper to its exercise. He did not lose his place in the minds of men because he was out of their sight. Keble was a man who guided himself and formed his judgments not by process of reason, by inquiry, or by argument, but, to use the word in a broad sense, by authority. Conscience is an authority, the Bible is an authority, such is the Church, such is antiquity, such are the words of the wise, such are hereditary lessons, such are ethical truths, such are historical memories, such are legal saws and state maxims, such are proverbs, such are sentiments, presages, and prepossessions. It seemed to me as if he ever felt happier when he could speak or act under some such primary or external sanction, and could use argument mainly as a means of recommending or explaining what had claims on his reception prior to proof. He even felt a tenderness, I think, in spite of Bacon, for the idols of the tribe and the den, of the market and the theatre. What he hated instinctively was heresy, insubordination, resistance to things established, claims of independence, disloyalty, innovation, a critical, censorious spirit. And such was the main principle of the school which in the course of years was formed around him. Nor is it easy to set limits to its influence in its day, for a multitude of men, who did not profess its teaching, or accept its peculiar doctrines, were willing nevertheless, or found it to their purpose, to act in company with it. Indeed, for a time it was practically the champion and advocate of the political doctrines of the great clerical interests through the country, who found in Mr. Keble and his friends an intellectual as well as moral support to their cause, which they looked for in vain elsewhere. His weak point in their eyes was his consistency, for he carried his love of authority and old times so far as to be more than gentle towards the Catholic religion, with which the Toryism of Oxford and of the Church of England had no sympathy. Accordingly, if my memory be correct, he never could get himself to throw his heart into the opposition made to Catholic emancipation, strongly as he revolted from the politics and the instruments by means of which that emancipation was won. I fancy he would have had no difficulty in accepting Dr. Johnson's saying about the first Whig, and it grieved and offended him that the Via Prima Salutis should be opened to the Catholic body from the Whig quarter. In spite of his reverence for the old religion, I conceive that, on the whole, he would rather have kept its professors beyond the pale of the Constitution with the Tories, than admit them on the principle of the Whigs. Moreover, if the Revolution of 1688 was too lax in principle for him and his friends, much less, as is very plain, could they endure to subscribe to the revolutionary doctrines of 1776 and 1789, which they felt to be absolutely and entirely out of keeping with theological truth. The old Tory or Conservative party in Oxford had in it no principle or power of development, and that from its very nature and constitution it was otherwise with the Liberals. They represented a new idea, which was but gradually learning to recognize itself, to ascertain its characteristics and external relations, and to exert an influence upon the University. The party grew all the time that I was in Oxford, even in numbers, certainly in breadth and definiteness of doctrine and in power. And what was a far higher consideration, by the accession of Dr. Arnold's pupils, it was invested with an elevation of character, which claimed the respect even of its opponents. On the other hand, in proportion as it became more earnest and less self-applauding, it became more free-spoken, and members of it might be found who, from the mere circumstances of remaining firm to their original professions, would, in the judgment of the world, as to their public acts, seem to have left it for the conservative camp. Thus, neither in its component parts nor in its policy was it the same in 1832, 1836, and 1841 as it was in 1845. These last remarks will serve to throw light upon a matter personal to myself, which I have introduced into my narrative, and to which attention has been pointedly called, now that my volume is coming to a second edition. It has been strongly urged upon me to reconsider the following passages which occur in it. The men who had driven me from Oxford were distinctly the Liberals. It was they who had opened the attack upon Tract 90, page 203, and I found no fault with the Liberals. They had beaten me in a fair field, page 214. I am very unwilling to seem ungracious, or to cause pain in any quarter, still I am sorry to say I cannot modify these statements. It is surely a matter of historical fact that I left Oxford upon the University proceeding in 1841, and in those proceedings, whether we look to the heads of house or the resident masters, the leaders, if intellect and influence make men such, were members of the Liberal party. Those who did not lead, concurred, or acquiesced in them, I may say, felt a satisfaction. I do not recollect any Liberal who was on my side on that occasion. Excepting the Liberal, no other party as a party acted against me. I am not complaining of them. I deserved nothing else at their hands. They could not undo in 1845, even had they wished it, and there is no proof they did, what they had done in 1841. In 1845, when I had already given up the contest for 4 years, and my part of it had passed into the hands of others, then some of those who were prominent against me in 1841, feeling, what they had not felt in 1841, the danger of driving a number of my followers to Rome, and joined by younger friends who had come into University importance since 1841, and felt kindly towards me, adopted a course more consistent with their principles, and proceeded to shield from the zeal of the hebdomadal board, not me, but, professedly, all parties through the country, Tractarians, Evangelicals, Liberals in general, who had to subscribe to the Anglican formularies, on the ground that those formularies, rigidly taken, were on some point or other a difficulty to all parties alike. However, besides the historical fact, I can bear witness to my own feelings at the time, and my feeling was this. that those who in 1841 had considered it to be a duty to act against me had then done their worst. What was it to me what they were doing in opposition to the new test proposed by the Hebdomadal Board? I owed them no work for their trouble. I took no interest at all. In February 1845, in the proceedings of the heads of the houses and of the Convocation, I felt myself dead as regard my relations to the Anglican Church. My leaving it was all but a matter of time. I believe I did not even thank my real friends, the two proctors, who in Convocation stopped by their veto the condemnation of Tract 90, nor did I make any acknowledgment to Mr. Rogers, nor to Mr. James Moseley, nor, as I think, to Mr. Hussey, for their pamphlets in my behalf. My frame of mind is best described by the sentiment of the passage in Horace, which at the time I was fond of quoting, as expressing my view of the relations that existed between the Vice-Chancellor and myself. Pentu rector Thebarum, quid me perferre patique, indignum cogas, adimam bona, nepe pecus rem, lectos argentum tollus licet, in manisis et compedibus sevo te sub custode tenebo, namely the 39 Articles. Ipse Deus simo atque volam me solvet, opinor ac sentit moria mors ultima linea rerum est. I conclude this notice of Liberalism in Oxford, and the party which was antagonistic to it, with some propositions in detail, which, as a member of the latter, and together with the High Church, I earnestly denounce and abjured. 1. No religious tenet is important unless reason shows it to be so. Therefore, for example, the doctrine of the Athanasian Creed is not to be insisted on, unless it tends to convert the soul, and the doctrine of the Atonement is to be insisted on, if it does convert the soul. 2. No one can believe what he does not understand. Therefore, for example, there are no mysteries in true religion. 3. No theological doctrine is anything more than an opinion which happens to be held by bodies of men. Therefore, for example, no creed as such is necessary for salvation. 4. It is dishonest in a man to make an act of faith in what he has not had brought home to him by actual proof. Therefore, for example, the mass of men ought not absolutely to believe in the divine authority of the Bible. 5. It is immoral in a man to believe more than he can spontaneously receive as being congenial to his moral and mental nature. Therefore, for example, a given individual is not bound to believe in eternal punishment. 6. No revealed doctrines or precepts may reasonably stand in the way of scientific conclusions. Therefore, for example, political economy may reverse our Lord's declarations about poverty and riches, or a system of ethics may teach that the highest condition of body is ordinarily essential to the highest state of mind. 7. Christianity is necessarily modified by the growth of civilization and the exigencies of times. Therefore, for example, the Catholic priesthood, though necessary in the Middle Ages, may be superseded now. 8. There is a system of religion more simply true than Christianity as it has ever been received. Therefore, for example, we may advance that Christianity is the corn of wheat, which has been dead for 1800 years, but at length will bear fruit, and that Mahometanism is the manly religion, and existing Christianity the womanish. 9. There is a right of private judgment, that is, there is no existing authority on earth competent to interfere with the liberty of individuals in reasoning and judging for themselves about the Bible and its contents, as they severally please. Therefore, for example, religious establishments requiring subscriptions are anti-Christian. 10. There are rights of conscience such that every one may lawfully advance the claim to profess and teach what is false and wrong in matters religious, social, and moral, provided that to his private conscience it seems absolutely true and right. Therefore, for example, individuals have a right to preach and practice fornication and polygamy. 11. There is no such thing as national or state conscience. Therefore, for example, no judgments can fall upon a sinful or infidel nation. 12. The civil power has no positive duty, in a normal state of things, to maintain religious truth. Therefore, for example, blasphemy and Sabbath breaking are not rightly punishable by law. 13. Utility and expedience are the measure of political duty. Therefore, for example, no punishment may be enacted on the ground that God commands it. For example, on the text, "Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed." 14. The civil power may dispose of church property without sacrilege. Therefore, for example, Henry VIII committed no sin in his spoliations. 15. The civil power has the right of ecclesiastical jurisdiction and administration. Therefore, for example, Parliament may impose articles of faith on the Church or suppress dioceses. 16. It is lawful to rise in arms against legitimate princes. Therefore, for example, the Puritans of the 17th century and the French in the 18th were justifiable in their rebellion and revolution respectively. 17. The people are the legitimate source of power. Therefore, for example, universal suffrage is among the natural rights of man. 18. Virtue is the child of knowledge, and vice of ignorance. Therefore, for example, education, periodical literature, railroad travelling, ventilation, drainage, and the arts of life, when fully carried out, serve to make a population moral and happy. All of these propositions, and many others too, were familiar to me 30 years ago, as in the number of the tenets of Liberalism, and while I gave in to none of them except number 12 and perhaps number 11, and partly number 1, before I began to publish, so afterwards I wrote against most of them in some part or other of my Anglican works. If it is necessary to refer to a work, not simply my own, but of the Tractarian school, which contains a similar protest, I should name the Lyra Apostolica. This volume, which by accident has been left unnoticed, except incidentally in my narrative, was collected together from the pages of the British Magazine, in which its contents originally appeared, and published in a separate form immediately after Hurrell Froude's death in 1836. Its signatures. Readers note, the following are Greek letters: A, Ba, Ga, Da, E, Kas, denotes respectively as authors Mr. Bowden, Mr. Hurrell Froude, Mr. Keble, Mr. Newman, Mr. Robert Wilberforce, and Mr. Isaac Williams. There is one poem on Liberalism beginning, "Ye cannot halve the gospel of God's grace," which bears out the account of Liberalism as above given, and another upon "the age to come," defining from its own point of view the position and prospects of Liberalism. I need hardly say that the above note is mainly historical. How far the Liberal party of 1830-1840 really held the above 18 theses which I attribute to them, and how far and in what sense I should oppose those theses now, could scarcely be explained without a separate dissertation. End of Note A. To Apologia Pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman.